5 years have passed since that terrible day. When they crossed the dimension, they invaded this world to destroy it. Chaos erupted in the streets of the city. People were frightened and did not understand what was happening. Some froze in fear while others began to run away and beg for help. It seemed that there was no chance of survival. It was the end. That's how it looked. However, amid the chaos, there were brave heroes who were ready to fight back. They were brave people who were not afraid to stand up to the threat that had appeared in their world. The people called these brave warriors hunters. The hunters were confronted by the Lord of the Dungeon, who stood atop the mountain with his servants. With a cold and piercing gaze, he looked at the hunters as if the whole world belonged to him. With an ominous roar, the Lord of the Dungeon ordered his dead servants to destroy the hunters and all of humanity. The servants of the dungeon attacked the brave warriors from all sides. Their only hope for salvation in this battle was the unique abilities that each of them possessed. Thanks to their abilities, they dealt devastating blows one after another. So powerful and incredible were they that they saved the world. The Lord of the Dungeon stood at the top and watched angrily as the hunters destroyed his dead one by one. The Lord of the Dungeon realized that he was losing the battle. Therefore, he immediately decided to join the fight against the hunters. Without doubting himself or his abilities, one of the hunters bravely entered into battle with the Lord of the Dungeon. People call him the hero of that era. The brave hunter struck blow after blow until he destroyed the Ghost King Salagas. Only after the threat was gone was the connection to the dungeon dimension severed. Late evening enveloped the city in silence. The streets were empty and quiet. Walking slowly home, the girl replayed the events of the day in her mind. Suddenly, the girl felt weak, and the thought flashed through her mind that she had drunk too much. She walked through the empty streets and remembered her colleagues. She remembered how they had raised their glasses joyfully and couldn't understand how they looked so good after each toast. It seemed to her that they were bottomless. When she got home, Manhwa thought sadly that she was already 20, and the only thing she could afford was a room in the basement. This thought made her feel bitter. Entering her room, Manhwa turned on the light and sighed with relief. Finally, I'm home, she thought to herself. Manhwa had a hard day at work. She was an office worker at a civil relations agency, so when she returned home, she collapsed exhausted on her bed. In her thoughts, she returned again and again to the hunters. Her duties usually included calming the hunters down and defending them, and so it was every day. Manhwa considered herself an ordinary girl with no particular talents or abilities, but in reality, she dreamed of becoming someone special. Setting the alarm on her phone, the girl decided to rest a little and then go to the bathroom. But fatigue pulled her into sleep, and she quickly fell asleep. Strange sounds woke Manhwa. She woke up in a cool and creepy place with a giant creature wandering nearby. Manhwa quickly hid behind a large rock and covered her mouth tightly with her hand so that a scream of fear would not escape. Manhwa's body shuddered at a faint rustling sound coming from the side. Horror paralyzed her body, but an overwhelming desire to find out if the beast had left made the girl peek out. Satisfied that there was no danger, Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief. She knew for sure that she had fallen asleep in her bed and did not understand how she had ended up in this place. Manhwa sat sadly in this creepy place with only one question in her mind. Why was she here? But there was no answer. The girl knew for sure that she was in a dungeon. Many questions swirled in her head. Manhwa understood that the entrance to the dungeon was expensive, so she began to recall her actions. Perhaps she had been too harsh with someone. Manhwa didn't want to believe that another chaotic rupture had occurred. A special rupture that had been seen twice in the world, and both times ended in disaster. She understood perfectly well that there could be people with special abilities in the dungeon, but Manhwa was an ordinary person who had been dragged there by accident. She began to imagine terrible scenes because she understood that an ordinary person without abilities, alone in the dungeon, would hardly be able to survive. She was overcome with fear and panic from the images her imagination conjured up. Manhwa understood that she had to protect herself because she couldn't just give up so easily. There were whispers about hunters with special abilities who acted purely on intuition in battle. Their abilities were awakened unexpectedly in the heat of battle. So, Manhwa understood that she would have to face this monster in battle, but she had no idea how to win this fight. Manhwa was sure that the predatory creature had sensed her presence, so she sat very quietly. But soon the girl breathed a sigh of relief because the monster that had frightened her so much had simply disappeared into the darkness again. Of course, Manhwa was lonely and her fear did not leave her. Her only desire at that moment, which seemed to last an eternity, was to be home again. The girl's gaze was drawn to the flowers growing in the meadow. She had heard many times from hunters that they could be used to make potions and that this plant was very expensive. There were indeed many flowers, despite the fact that the monster had eaten quite a few. Manhwa thought about how there was a whole field of money before her eyes. With all the events that had happened to Manhwa, time flew by quite quickly. The girl was distracted from her thoughts about the plants and their value by hunger. Her stomach began to rumble loudly, which made Manhwa nervous. She was worried that the monster might hear her stomach rumbling and come back. So Manhwa decided it was time to leave, but she didn't know where to go. She had to make a quick decision. Since there was nowhere to go, Manhwa decided to satisfy her hunger with the flowers growing in the meadow. But as soon as she picked a flower, a blue screen appeared in front of her with the words, "The creature in its dormant state was able to obtain the item on its own." Manhwa stared at the screen in horror. New information about the conditions that had to be fulfilled, and information about what had already been achieved kept appearing on it. Another task appeared on the screen, which she completed. This task was the conditions for a special awakening. As soon as the task was completed, a golden glow illuminated the dungeon with its light. Sunmoa realized that her abilities had awakened. The glow penetrated every cell of the girl's body. Sunmoa immediately felt an incredible surge of strength. Her fear began to recede because now she would be able to protect herself. Tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. Sunmoa sincerely thanked God for helping her, at least this time. She rejoiced like a child because she knew she would be able to escape from the dungeon. But the feeling of happiness disappeared when Sunmoa looked at the characteristics of her abilities. As it turned out, she had no fighting skills. The bonuses were missing. The girl was unpleasantly surprised because all she could do was gather high-quality grass. That was her hidden ability. Sunmoa felt despair and disappointment because she did not understand how she could escape from the dungeon with the abilities she had received. So, after moping around for a while, Sunmoa decided to try gathering herbs and see what would happen next. Even if nothing happened, she had nothing to lose. Sunmoa gathered the herbs, and a blue screen instantly appeared in front of her. It displayed the herbs she had gathered, so all she had to do was tap the screen. So Sunmoa didn't hesitate and tapped the blue screen. She wanted to find out what would happen next as soon as possible. Sunmoa looked in surprise at her palm, where the crystal core lay. She had obtained a D-rank Evatonus core worth 50 million. With a sly smile, Sunmoa clenched her hand tightly. She understood perfectly well what a valuable treasure she had received. Sunmoa would have plenty of time to rejoice over the Evatonus core, so she decided to stop thinking about it. First, she had to survive. Without wasting another second, Sunmoa began gathering herbs. She kept thinking about everything that had happened to her in the dungeon. With regret in her heart, the girl thought about the return stone, which she was unlikely to get, as there was no hunter's shop in the dungeon. It was good that Sunmoa knew how to stop her thoughts in time and remind herself that she had to do everything possible to return home. But for now, all she could do was gather herbs. Sunmoa kept telling herself that she just had to act. If she just sat in one place, it wouldn't help her at all. As soon as Sunmoa touched the herbs she had gathered, the glow reappeared before her. She felt the energy of the glow passing through her palms. A warm wave of energy passed through her body. Sunmoa felt an incredible surge of energy and strength. After gathering a few different herbs, Sunmoa decided to check what exactly they would bring her. After combining all the herbs she had gathered, Sunmoa obtained cores of various ranks, but most of them were S-rank cores. Sunmoa doubted that her hidden ability allowed her to effectively collect only the best plants, but the facts proved that it was true. She didn't know what to do with them. Hunger was becoming more and more frequent, so Sunmoa decided to try eating a core. Sunmoa carefully examined the precious core, which was worth a fortune. She felt sorry to eat it, but her hunger was growing stronger, so she swallowed it. As soon as Sunmoa did so, the screen reappeared in front of her. It said that after she swallowed the Evatonus core, her agility had increased by 1 point. Sunmoa was shocked by this information. She decided to look into what exactly this agility meant. The fact that the agility only lasted 5 minutes upset the girl. The girl began to eat the cores one after another in the hope that she would have more time. But time did not increase even though her agility level increased. She was sorry that the time remained unchanged, but Sunmoa sincerely believed in her strength. She knew 3 ways to get out of the dungeon. The first way was terrible: destroy the boss and then exit through the gate that would appear. The second way to escape was to use the Stone of Return. The third way was no less terrifying than the first. Destroy the monster, take the magic stone from it, and then use it. But Sunmoa was not sure that the stone would fall out of the monster. Sunmoa was thinking about how best to proceed. In all that time, the hunters had destroyed only one boss, Kilagus. So she understood perfectly well that this option was not suitable. She couldn't find or make a return stone. There was only one way left: destroy the monster to get the stone so she could return home. Usually, without the Stone of Return, a hunter is doomed, but the first to refuse to give up and defy fate was Soji-han, the best hunter. Sunmoa was saddened by the fact that she did not have the same strength as Soji-han, but her sadness quickly turned to fear. The monster was returning to the clearing from the dark cave. Sunmoa doubted her abilities because she did not know how to fight. Suddenly, the monster would prove to be stronger, and she had neither skills nor weapons. The girl was overcome with fear and at the same time relief because the monster passed by the rock behind which Sunmoa was sitting. Sunmoa sensed that someone was near her. He was very close. Her heart pounded, and she felt fear and panic in her chest. She had only one choice left: to look up. When Sunmoa raised her head, she saw a predatory monster looming over her. Sunmoa realized that the monster had found her hiding place. She began to get angry at her stomach, which continued to growl with hunger. The only thing that came to her mind was to eat more cores to increase her level. She tried to swallow them as quickly as possible. While eating the cores, Sunmoa didn't even notice the monster sneaking up on her and striking her. Sunmoa almost died. She ate everything she had, and the surge of strength was felt in every cell of her body, so there was no time to waste. The monster roared loudly at the girl, as if telling her that she had sneaked into the dungeon like a rat and that he knew she was not a hunter. But she didn't care. Inside, Sunmoa seemed to be asking the monster to reveal himself so that she could strike him. But in reality, she was bravely waiting for the right moment to strike him as hard as she could. Sun Mo-ah knew perfectly well that she had no fighting skills, but she had no intention of giving up. She was completely alone against this giant, going into battle with the hope that the abilities she had gained from the course would help her win. The monster struck again. He was confident that he could easily destroy a normal human being, but Sun Moa was able to easily dodge the monster's paws. Her abilities seemed to be working and her body felt light. The monster furiously struck blow after blow. He began to swing his paws but couldn't hit the nimble girl. Finally, Sun Moa waited for the right moment to strike the monster. Its paws were stuck, so she didn't hesitate. Sun Moa jumped as high as she could and struck the terrifying monster. The fierce enemy freed its paws and roared loudly. Sun Moa looked at the monster in surprise and realized that one blow would not be enough. The monster was stronger and tougher than she had thought. Sun Moa realized that she needed something stronger than her punches, but she had no weapons. Her gaze fell on a rock behind which she was hiding. The girl decided to use it as a weapon against the monster. Sun Moe hoped that it would help her in the fight. But the monster had no trouble dealing with it. He simply cut it in half. The girl looked at him with fierce anger because her hope for salvation had been cut in half like a piece of tofu. Time was running out. There was so little left. Sun Moa's blows were ineffective, and the stone was of no help either. It was unclear what to do next. Each of them thought about their next move, about how to strike next in order to win. Sun Moa noticed that its claws resembled human shoulders. She instantly realized that if she attacked its back, she would have a chance to break them. Without wasting another second, Sun Moa sprang into action. She delivered a series of merciless blows. But the predator was too strong and did not succumb to the girl's attacks. Sun Moa shouted angrily at him to finally die. She encouraged herself and kept repeating that she could defeat him, even though her strength was almost gone. Finally, she managed to knock the terrifying beast down and break its claw. The hope of salvation gave her strength. The monster screamed loudly in pain, so Sun Moe decided to destroy it as quickly as possible, so that its screams would not attract the attention of other monsters. She killed the monster with its own claw. It lay in green slime that had flowed from its wound. Sun Moa hoped that this was the end. She had very little time left in the dungeon. Sun Moa had to hurry, something was approaching her. All that was left for the girl to do was to get the return stone from the monster, which would take her home. There was a whole pack of them, such insatiable, sinister monsters. But Sun Moa was no longer afraid of the predators because the return stone was in her hands. She was warmed by the thought that she would finally be able to return home, where she would finally be completely safe. With a sly smile on her face, she whispered goodbye to the monsters and used the return stone. As soon as the monsters noticed the girl, they all rushed at her, but Sun Moa just smiled at them, knowing that she had nothing to fear anymore. Finally, Sun Moa was home. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed. Sun Moa felt unbearable pain throughout her body. So she decided to call 911 for help, but her dirty fingers made it difficult to unlock her phone. The girl began to get angry about this. She was angry at the rich people who could buy medicine that cost $1 billion a bottle. Suddenly, Sun Moa remembered that at work, they had explained to her that if you are awake and not in the basement, you can use the hunter's store. Sun Moa felt unbearable pain. Without wasting any time, she started to go to the shop. But in order to buy potions in the shop, she needed a nickname. Every hunter has one. But Sun Moa did not have a nickname because she was not a hunter. However, she had one option that would allow her to reveal her true identity. In excruciating pain, Sun Moa simply wanted to write, "Help, give me a healing potion quickly." But she couldn't change her nickname, so she decided to write something about her ability. Sun Moa didn't want to think too much, so she decided to write in simple words, "Collect items." And then she got the nickname Looting. To buy the medicine she needed in the store, Sun Moe had to go through a whole initiation. First, she needed a nickname, then a name. She decided not to think too long and just wrote Looter. Finally, Sun Moe got to the store. Looking through the list of potions, she thought about which one would suit her best. The E and F rank potions were too weak, and the C and D rank potions were too slow. She couldn't afford the higher ranks because of the high price, so she had to take a rank B potion, but it was also expensive. $1 billion for one bottle. The girl didn't have that kind of money, so she had to sell all the items she had collected. There was little hope that she would get the money. All she could do was wait. With a guilty conscience, she lay on her bed and thought about choosing a different nickname so she could get the money faster. At that moment, she remembered her mother and younger brother. She missed them very much. Sun Moa felt anger rising within her because her items were not selling quickly. Cold began to creep into every cell of her body. Her strength slowly began to leave her. And then the long-awaited moment arrived. She had $1 billion in her account. Now Sun Moa could afford to buy her medicine. As always, a notification popped up on the screen. This time she was asked if she was sure of her choice. Sun Moa didn't want to feel the pain for another second, so she clicked yes without hesitation. While she waited for her medicine, she kept repeating to herself, "Hang in there, Sun Moa, just a little longer." Finally, the medicine was in her hands. Without hesitation, she opened the bottle and took the medicine. Sun Moa felt warmth and strength returning to her body. The potion was starting to work. Her wounds began to heal and she fell asleep with joyful thoughts that she had survived. 7 in the morning. Sun Moa was awakened by the alarm clock. She didn't like getting up so early, but she had to go to work. She was exhausted, so she didn't feel like working and intended to go home early. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, the girl remembered that night with horror. As soon as she woke up, she thought she had had a nightmare. But when she saw herself covered in dirt, she realized that it had all been real. To be sure, the girl decided to look at her dirty bed. How hard it was to believe that Sun Moa had really woken up and that she had abilities. Sun Moa quickly rushed to check the hunter's shop. It was difficult to understand what had happened to the items she had put up for sale. A big surprise awaited her, one that was difficult to recover from. What Sun Moa saw was unexpected and shocking. She had 2.5 billion won in her account. She repeated the word billion over and over again. Cold sweat broke out on her face. For a moment, Sun Moa thought she was still in a dream. The girl shouted the shocking news throughout the room that at the age of 25, she had become a billionaire. It was really hard for her to believe it. Sun Moa noticed that the store allowed exchanges, so withdrawing the money would not be a problem. The girl was holding more than 2 billion won in her hands. It was possible to withdraw money in different currencies, even gold, but for starters, Sun Moa chose to withdraw in won. She jumped up from her bed with joy. The first thought that flashed through her mind was to quit her job. Many different thoughts swirled around in her head. One thought flashed through her mind that she used to have to live from paycheck to paycheck, but now Sun Moa had a lot of money. Another thought was about the 1 billion for her mother, but she didn't know how to explain where she got such a large sum of money. It was too much for the lottery. A smile never left the girl's face. Now she had a chance to enjoy her life. Sun Moa was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice when she arrived at work. She greeted her colleagues cheerfully, but her joy was short-lived. Her colleagues thought she was sick because she hadn't been at work the day before. "You look really good," remarked the second team leader Lee. "You must have been out somewhere. You didn't even tell anyone. You must be sick," said the first team leader Kim. Sun Moa realized that the potion had worked very well. She didn't like being teased, but she just told her bosses that she had meant to let them know. Lee smiled at the girl and asked her to be sure to warn them next time. This time they forgave her, but who knows what might happen next time. "Good job, Sun Moa," said the managers. With a smile, Sun Moa thanked them, although inside she was furious. It was a pity she couldn't hit him. They scolded her, and she understood perfectly well that her colleagues were right. Sun Moa couldn't even imagine that she had spent the whole day in the basement. Team assistant Kim So-hoon greeted the girl and asked how Sun Moa was feeling because he was worried about her. The girl replied that everything was fine and apologized for not being able to let them know. Her colleague understood perfectly well that different things happen in life. Sun Moa felt guilty because she thought she had let the team down. Kim So-hoon tried to calm the girl down. She was the one who told everyone that Sun Moa was sick. While Kim So-hoon was talking about yesterday's work, Sun Moa was furious inside. She was angry that she had almost died yesterday and her colleagues were making fun of her, although they didn't know that. Sun Moa felt so guilty that she was ready to do all the work in the office by herself. With sadness in her eyes, she apologized to Kim So-hyun, and her colleague assured her that everything was fine. Kim So-hoon advised Sun Moa to do her best to complete her task because there was enough work to do. The girl immediately got to work, and the thought of being fired did not leave her. The guilt for missing a day did not influence her decision, so a conversation with her boss could not be postponed. There was a lot of work to do, so Sun Moa decided not to go to lunch that day in order to finish everything. She smiled sweetly at Kim So-hyun and told her about her decision. But Kim So-hoon just looked at her in surprise. She didn't understand how she could go without lunch, so she decided to offer to buy at least some porridge for Sun Moa. The girl assured her that it would be unnecessary, but her colleague was unstoppable and insisted on her offer. After that, she reminded Sun Moa that she needed to see the store manager before he got too busy. Sun Moa was lost in her thoughts about money, but Kim So-hyun interrupted her dreams, reminding her that she was very busy and should hurry up. A minute later, Sun Moa was standing in front of the elevator. She had always thought that Kim So-hoon was cold towards her, but as it turned out, it was the opposite. Her colleague had shown concern. Sun Moa was lost in her thoughts as she rode the elevator. She wanted to tell him that if she had woken up, she could have become a store manager. She had a boring job. Every day she had to sort through large stacks of contracts. She dreamed of a better job that wasn't so boring. She really wanted to tell someone about her abilities, but she knew that if she did, there could be problems and people would just take advantage of her. Sun Moa was in a great mood. She walked into the store manager's office and introduced herself right away. The manager seemed rude to Sun Moa, but she continued to talk to him with a sweet smile. She placed a large stack of contracts on his desk, and he grumbled discontentedly because there was too much work for the morning. Sun Moa glared at the rude manager and replied sternly that he was the king of drama and that there was nothing difficult about his work. The young man just looked at her in surprise. Throwing the book on the table, he said only bestiary. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise, then at the book. Was he also written in the book? He saw that Sun Moa was interested in the book, so he decided to find out if she wanted to know something. Sun Moa didn't believe that he knew anything about monsters, but she decided to ask him about the large insect with mantis legs and an ant's body. She wanted to find out as much as possible about the monster that had attacked her. As it turned out, it was the king of insects, ranked F. Sun Moa was curious about his name, but only bosses had names. He began to tell her more about the insect. There were simple poisonous flying ones, as well as ones divided into different ranks. Suddenly, the manager stopped. Sun Moa, don't think about it. Ordinary people can't encounter them. Sun Moa looked at him reproachfully as if she wanted to tell him with her eyes that she had destroyed one of them that night. All that was left to do was to take the basket of potions and go to her workplace. Now, Sun Moa knew that she had almost been killed by a rank F insect. It would be better not to go to the dungeon anymore. Kim So-hoon greeted her cheerfully with hot food. Sun Moa was very pleased to feel cared for. But the girl didn't expect this from her colleague, so she didn't know how to react. Of course, she thanked her colleague and couldn't just accept the food, so she timidly asked for her card number. Kim So-hoon asked the girl to go to lunch, assuring her that she would send all the items herself. But Sun Moa felt very uncomfortable leaving all the work to Kim So-hoon. Sun Moa had only one choice, to go to lunch for one reason only. Kim So-hoon was impossible to convince. The food was very tasty, so she ate everything with great pleasure down to the last crumb. Sun Moa heard someone standing behind her. She was very surprised when the general manager approached her to talk. She had no idea what the conversation would be about. The head manager of Team 2, Shin Se-yoon, apologized for interrupting her lunch, explaining that she would be leaving soon. Sun Moa felt embarrassed and uncomfortable. She thought she should be the one to apologize. Shin Se-yoon had only come over to see how she was feeling. Sun Moa assured her that she was feeling fine and apologized for not coming to work. She felt ashamed that Shin Se-yoon had worked late instead of her, and still came to work in the morning even though she was tired. Shin Se-yoon smiled and tried to calm the girl down, adding that the manager thought Sun Moa had called in sick. It was an unpleasant situation because the boss, Lee, had already told everyone that Sun Moa hadn't warned anyone. Shin Se-yoon felt uneasy, but she decided to cover for her anyway. However, Sun Moa was worried that people would start gossiping about Shin Se-yoon. She couldn't let that happen because Shin Se-yoon cared about her, so there might not be a better opportunity to tell her about her resignation. The senior manager didn't even consider that anyone would gossip about her. She just smiled and assured her that such things happen in life. Shin Se-yoon noticed Sun Moa's worried look. Of course, how could anyone remain calm at such an important moment? It was time to talk about the dismissal, but Sun Moa needed to gather her courage for this conversation. But as soon as she spoke, a strong jolt shook the building. Panicked, they didn't understand what was happening, but the tremors felt like an earthquake. Sun Moa was so scared that she started screaming, repeating one word, earthquake. Surprised, Sun Moa looked at the manager, not understanding where she was going. Shin Se-yoon decided to see what was happening and, worried about Sun Moa, asked the girl to hide under the table. She didn't know if she should listen to the manager. Sun Moa hesitated for a moment, wondering what to do, hide under the table or run out of the building. It was difficult for her to make a decision, but just standing in one place was not an option either. Sun Moa remembered the monster she had defeated. If she could survive there, she could survive here too. Sun Moa decided to act. There was no point in just sitting and waiting, so she quickly ran toward the exit. But as soon as she stepped outside the office cafeteria, her attention was drawn to a bright blue glow. Sun Moa immediately realized that it wasn't an earthquake. The passage had opened again, but she couldn't understand why it was happening here and now. She knew she would fall into the passageway. There was no time to run away. Sun Moa didn't want to stay there for long, so she hurried to grab the return stone. It was too late. She passed through the passage into the dungeon again without taking the return stone with her because it was worth 5 billion. She found herself in the dungeon for the second time. It was hard to believe. Tears of despair rolled down her cheeks. Looking around, Sun Moa did not recognize the place where she was. It did not look the same as it had at night. It was different. A strange sound came from afar. Of course, Sun Moa had no idea what awaited her, so fear intensified in her eyes, and in her heart she begged for salvation. Fear overwhelmed her more and more. She did not expect help, so she decided to run away. But where could she run without attracting attention? Sun Moa hesitated for a long time, but then she remembered that the store managers were supposed to pass through the passageway. At that moment, the girl felt a glimmer of hope for salvation. They were alert hunters, so all was not lost. Sun Moa decided to look for them, but when she peeked out from behind a rock, she saw a terrible sight. The monster had destroyed him. The predator was very close. Fear and panic grew stronger. He had destroyed the boy so easily without a fight. Was such an end awaiting her too? With the taste of victory, the monster stood over the boy. Sun Moa froze in place as if fear had bound her with chains. She hoped that the predator would not notice her. Her heart almost stopped when she felt someone grab her arm and yank her away. Questions flashed through her mind. She didn't understand who it was or where they were running. Sun Moa tried to get a glimpse of her savior but couldn't. She couldn't stay there, so she had to trust the person who had come to save her. Sun Moa was astonished to see senior manager Shin Se-yoon standing in front of her. She asked Sun Moa to follow her. It was fortunate that Shin Se-yoon arrived in time to rescue the girl. Sun Moa walked behind Shin Se-yoon and was sincerely glad that she had survived. The girl wondered if Shin Se-yoon had been able to find the store managers, but she didn't have time to ask her. The girl was overcome with even greater joy that Kim's assistant was alive. Kim was talking about something with the management, and at that moment, Sun Moa could only think about how good it was that she was not alone. Shin Se-yoon asked for an explanation of what was happening. Kim said that a monster was chasing the managers, so she decided to help them. But when the predator left, she asked them to leave because she was hiding there with Shin Se-yoon. The manager angrily turned to the assistant and explained that they were in danger and asked her to explain how she could chase them away and say that it was only their hiding place. The manager's rude behavior infuriated Sun Moa. She couldn't understand how they could be so ungrateful. Assistant Kim had saved their lives and now they wanted to take away their hiding place. The girl started to raise her voice at them, but her team leader asked Sun Moa to watch her language. The only thing she wanted to do was hit him hard. The girls pounced on their leaders with screams. They were all in a basement where there was a lot of danger, so they didn't care who held what position in the office. The monsters are coming, they're already very close. They all rushed into the hiding place, and leader Kim didn't want the girls to run after them. Manager Lee pushed Kim's assistant away with all his might. He was only interested in his own life and didn't care what happened to the others. Manager Shin immediately ran up to her to help her up, but their bosses didn't care about the others at that moment. They behaved like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Moe clenched her fists and glared at her bosses. She couldn't even imagine that they were capable of such meanness. Kim asked Sun Moa to hurry up and hide with them, saying there was enough room for one more person. They may have been scoundrels, but they shouldn't kick her out. Of course, Sun Moa didn't want to leave Kim and Shin Se-yoon. They both cared about her, so she wanted to stay with them. But Kim persistently began to push her in the back. But Manager Lee was a scoundrel. He shamelessly pushed Sun Moa out of the hiding place. Assistant Kim rushed at them, shouting. She considered them monsters who were ruthlessly willing to sacrifice the lives of people with whom they had worked for many years at the same company. Sun Moa noticed a rock. She had managed to hide behind it for quite a long time once, so maybe she could do it again. There was no time to think. She had to make a decision immediately. Grabbing Shin Se-yoon's hand, she quickly rushed toward the rock. They didn't understand her actions, but decided to trust her. When they hid behind the large rock, they felt like they were still being watched. The monster, it was right next to them. Everyone sat quietly in their hiding place, hoping that the predator would not notice them and would soon leave. Inside, the girls were frozen with fear. The monster wrapped its paws around the rock. Holding their breath, they prayed for it to go away. Leader Kim and Lee stood sweating with fear in their hiding place. But the fear in their eyes grew even greater when the monster turned around and began to peer into the darkness where the leaders were standing. One of them stumbled. The monster's attention was drawn to a noise coming from the darkness. They stood holding their breath, hoping that everything would be all right and that the monster was close to them. With its large, powerful horn, it grabbed Lee by the neck. Lee begged for help, but there was no help to be found. Still, the men did not give up hope. Sun Moe covered her mouth with her hands so as not to make a sound out of fear. All three understood perfectly well that if they rushed to help, the monster would destroy them too, so they sat there, terrified. The cries for help could be heard the whole time, but then suddenly it became completely silent. The monster had destroyed them, but it left immediately. They were very lucky that the monster didn't notice them, although if they had been hiding in that cave, they could have ended up in the manager's place. Even though Manager Lee and Kim were unpleasant, they still felt sorry for them. Sun Moa wanted to believe that luck was on her side, but that was unlikely. She had two options to survive and escape. Find the store managers or collect the magic stones again. To collect the magic stones, she had to defeat 3 monsters. There were no plants nearby to increase her strength, so she had no chance of defeating the monsters. All that remained was to find the store managers. Shin Se-yoon stopped Moe. The girl explained that sitting still was not an option, but Manager Shin thought otherwise because she did not believe it was possible to escape. Sun Moa understood that just sitting in one place was a bad idea, and the manager tried to calm her down and convince her to wait for the hunters. Assistant Kim explained to Shin Se-yoon that last time the dungeon opened, the hunting party had been gathering for a whole week. At the moment the operation began, Kim just sighed sadly. The new information she heard made the horror in Sun Moa's heart and eyes grow. She realized that they wouldn't even be able to stay here for a week. But Shin Se-yoon's mind remained unchanged. She still wanted to stay where she was. She convinced the others that everything was different now. More than anything, she was trying to reassure herself. Sun Moa really didn't want to reveal her secret, but for the sake of her plan, she was willing to tell the others. So she asked Kim and Shin Se-yoon to listen to her carefully. She believed that they deserved to know the truth. But as soon as she started talking, Kim interrupted her because she heard a noise. Moa happily exclaimed about the fight that might be going on there, and Shin Se-yoon assured her that only hunters could be fighting. Sun Moa insisted. She was sure that the store managers were there. Sun Moa insisted on going to look for the store managers. Hiding behind a rock was not an option. She decided to tell them about her abilities later. Besides, her abilities were not that important. Assistant Kim and Manager Shin still doubted Sun Moa's actions, so the girl explained that there was a high chance of encountering a monster, but if they stayed where they were, the monster would also be able to find them. Moa looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with them. They had a chance to find someone with abilities, but they chose to stay put and wait for who knows what. Finally, they agreed. The further they went, the more traces of battle they noticed. Shin Se-yoon hurried to calm them down, explaining that the traces were not from monsters, but from hunters. When they arrived at the battle site, it was empty. Sun Moa didn't understand where the others were. They just stood there confused, looking around. There were traces of battle, so where were the monsters? Without the monsters destroyed, Sun Moa couldn't return home from the dungeon. She didn't want to believe that the store managers had taken the return stone and used it. It seemed as if they had reached a dead end. Shin Se-yoon noticed someone calling them, but the girls didn't recognize these men. They rushed over to them. They were very curious if they were also from their office, so that was the first thing they asked when they approached. They also worked in their office. They were in the basement with the store manager. It looked as if the entire office had been moved to the basement. One of them recognized manager Shin Se-yoon because he had seen her in the office. They hurried to introduce themselves to their colleagues, Assistant Kim Sol-chu and Soo Min-soo. Shin Se-yoon also hurried to introduce Kim So-yoon and Sun Moa. The assistants were very happy that their colleagues were alive and asked them to follow them. The store manager was injured. He rudely decided to joke about meeting them before destroying them. Sun Moa thought he was still a rude guy. You could tell by the way he talked. Although it was unexpected for her that he protected the two assistants from the monsters, which resulted in him being injured. Sun Moa didn't know what to do next. They were in the basement without medicine or help. Shin Se-yoon decided to show concern for the store manager, but he just replied rudely that everything was fine. But he could no longer fight. They didn't have a return stone, so they couldn't go back, and it was unlikely they would last long in the dungeon. He managed to fend off one attack, but he had no strength left for the others. He insisted that the others run away before the monsters returned, and he was worried that someone even worse than the monsters might come. Kim found it hard to believe that he didn't have any potions with him. She seemed annoying to him, so he started chasing them away. Soo Min-soo helped him up, emphasizing that they would not leave him. But the store manager asked him to leave because the monsters could track him by the smell of the liquid flowing from his wound. Without him, they had a better chance of escaping, so he angrily asked them to leave him. But his colleagues insisted that he had to go with him. The store manager didn't understand what was wrong with them. They could find another manager. Sun Mo-ae tried to explain to him that even if they left him, it wouldn't change the situation much. Without him, they also had little chance of surviving, so it was better to stick together. They managed to convince him, and he warned them that if they died, it wouldn't be his fault. With anger and pain, he looked at each of them as Sun Moa hurried him along. Does this girl think that wounded people can move quickly and easily, he thought? He felt unbearable pain as soon as he stood up, so he immediately asked to be left there. Kim So-chun remarked that weak people always die first. Sun Moa angrily shouted at the assistant that they would not leave him there and hurried to the store manager. Hearing a strange sound behind her, Sun Moa turned her head and noticed the monster. She had never seen such monsters before. The store manager emphasized that they had to run away while they still had the chance. There was little chance of rescue. He quickly explained to them that this insect was a C-rank monster. Only the store manager knew about every monster in the dungeon. Sun Mo was overcome with horror. She couldn't understand how hunters could fight such a giant. It was 10 times bigger than an elephant. Before they could recover from what they had seen, the monster began to attack them. The store manager had no choice but to order everyone to quickly hide behind him. The store manager managed to repel the predator's first attack, but his strength was waning. Soo Min-soo rushed to his aid while the others froze in fear. They had to decide quickly what to do next before the monster attacked again. The store manager assured them that he would hold the giant back so that the others could escape. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise. She didn't want to leave him alone. The store manager didn't understand why she was looking behind her when the monster was right behind him. He knew perfectly well that he didn't have enough strength to fight, but he wanted to save his colleagues, so he asked them to run on the count of 3. The predator looked at them as if they were targets. He already considered himself the winner, so he quickly began his attack on them. Each of them was very afraid, but they decided to try to run between the predator's legs during the attack. The countdown began, and everyone prepared to run as fast as they could. As soon as the countdown ended, they all remained standing in place. They did not understand what had happened. The monster had been destroyed, but it was not yet clear who had done it. As soon as the monster fell, they saw a hunter standing in front of them. He was very surprised to find people who had survived in the dungeon. Sun Moa was no less surprised. Standing before them was the hunter So-ji-han. Kim emphasized to the hunter that they were only expected in a week. They breathed a sigh of relief and rejoiced that they had survived. A group of hunters was being assembled for one day. Sun Moa realized that there was only one hunter there, so she hurried to explain this to the others. So Ji-han noticed that Moa had a keen eye and threw Shin Se-yoon a stone, allowing him to use it. None of them understood what was happening. They also couldn't understand why So-ji-han gave them his stone instead of using it himself. Pointing at Moa, he ordered her to do the job and then left immediately. The girl did not understand what job he was talking about. The assistants immediately began to talk about him. All this time, So-ji-han had been nothing more than a legend that everyone gossiped about. They now held the stone of return in their hands. Shin Se-yoon looked closely at the stone and noticed that it could be used many times. But something worried her. Of course, it was hard not to notice her concern, so the assistant asked her what was wrong, if there was a problem. Shin Se-yoon said only one thing. The stone was only meant for 5 people, so only 5 could use it. Sun Moa looked sadly at Manager Shin. The problem was that there were 6 of them in the basement. They just looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. Soo Min-soo asked for the stone to be passed to him. The others didn't understand why he was asking for it. Su-min Soo explained that they had to leave the basement because the store manager could die at any moment. If the others couldn't decide who would go, he would make the choice for them. Kim was overcome with rage. With ominous cries, she asked why he had to decide. Shin Se-yoon interrupted her. She understood that Su-min was right. Shin Se-yoon had to make a quick decision. She understood perfectly well that everyone wanted to go home. It was a difficult decision for her to make, but she threw the stone of return and the passage opened. Shin Se-yoon asked the others to go through the magical portal. She was staying behind. They were surprised by this decision. Kim found it hard to believe that manager Shin had decided to stay. They didn't want to leave her in the dungeon. Shin remained calm and smiled at them, repeating that they should hurry because the passage would only be open for 5 minutes. Shin Se-yoon herself hoped to wait for the hunters to arrive. It was hard to believe that they would leave her there alone. Before passing through the magical passage, everyone apologized and looked at her with sad eyes for the last time. It was hardest for Kim to leave her there. Shin Se-yoon calmly asked Kim to just go. There was little time left, so Kim's assistant had to hurry. Sun Moa stood in one place, deciding what to do next. She knew that manager Shin would not survive in the dungeon. Shin Se-yoon had always taken care of them. If it weren't for manager Shin and assistant Kim, Moa would hardly have been able to get this far and hold on to her job. It was Sun Moa's turn to take care of them. She didn't want to survive at the expense of another person's life. It was a difficult decision for her to make. Sun Moa was a brave person, so she decided to act because there was little time left. She just asked them to forgive her. Shin Se-yoon and Kim didn't understand what Moa was trying to tell them, but Sun Moa didn't say another word. She pushed them into the magical passageway. The last thing they saw was the girl's smile. Sun Moa looked at the passage, which was about to close. She consoled herself with the thought that she had done the right thing. The girl didn't know what to do next. She began to convince herself that everything was fine. Sun Moa had a plan. She always had a plan in any situation. Sun Moa considered herself brave. She was just comforting herself. A minute passed and Sun Moa began to feel nervous and scared. The girl began to comfort herself with the fact that she was awake and had a little bit of energy. She didn't want to stand there waiting for monsters, so she decided to go into the cave where So Ji-han had gone, although she was very afraid to go in case there were monsters there. Although she was very afraid, Sun Moa overcame her fear and entered the cave. She comforted herself with the thought that the best hunter was somewhere nearby. Sun Moa wanted to ask him to get her the return stone, so Ji-han seemed cute to her, but she didn't want him to find out about her hidden ability. Sun Moa's imagination ran wild. If she showed him her ability just once, he would immediately understand her true nature. After that, he would never let her go and would keep her close to him. Seo Ji-han was the #1 hunter, so it would be useful to work with him. He would destroy monsters, and Sun Moa would collect herbs. Sun Moa's thoughts were interrupted. The left passage was blocked. Following the traces after the battle, Sun Moa realized that the hunter had gone to the right. She walked for a long time. There were no monsters on her way, so she thought that the hunter had destroyed them and immediately taken their items for himself. After walking a long way, she finally noticed some plants. Of course, such a find cheered Sun Moa up. Sun Moa decided to gather the herbs just in case, as there was little chance of meeting So Ji-han. To gather the plants faster, she decided to snack on them a little. It was strange that there were none in that part of the cave, but here she found a small clearing. She needed to go further, maybe there would be more there. Sun Moa was right. Further on, there were many more plants, so the girl decided to gather at least a little more. The girl was very surprised when she noticed a hunter in the clearing. She wondered what he was doing there, and Sun Moa's gaze was drawn to the open space. Sun Moa was happy to have found the hunter. She had done half the work. All that was left was to leave the dungeon. The girl called out to the hunter, but he paid no attention to her. Sun Moa thought he was ignoring her. She was sure he had sensed her presence. After calling out without response, Sun Moa decided to eat some grass to gather strength for her battle with the F-rank insect. She had succeeded once, so she was sure she would succeed again. As soon as she touched the plants, a glow appeared, giving her strength. Sun Moa found it difficult to breathe. She didn't understand what was happening until she was told that the pressure exerted by the insect king was making it difficult to breathe and move. As it turned out, she had entered the room of the monster boss. Sun Moa knew very well that she would not be able to defeat him. This meant that he would destroy her. She asked So Ji-han what was happening to her, but there was no answer. The hunter was preparing for battle. From the space that caught the girl's attention, the insect king Kurgus appeared, a large, powerful monster. Sun Moa considered the hunter to be a weirdo. He went after the insect king alone. It would take an entire army of hunters to destroy him. He may be brave, but he acts recklessly. So Ji-han had only fought once in a team of hunters. In that battle, they defeated the first boss in history. She believed that it was only thanks to that battle that he became #1. Although he was not alone in that battle, he had a team of hunters with him. The battle began. Sun Moa was very scared. All she wanted was to escape from that place. The insect king made terrifying sounds. Sun Moa covered her ears because the sounds were loud and unpleasant. Sun Moa received another message. It was difficult for her to read because she could barely move. The monster had used its cry to paralyze her. The girl's vision began to blur and it became increasingly difficult to breathe. She lay in one place as if frozen. She felt as if she was about to lose consciousness. Sun Moa hoped to escape from the place where the fight was taking place. With hope in her heart, she tried again to call So Ji-han, but her attempt was in vain. The hunter was focused on his opponent. They paused their fight for a few minutes. It seemed as if each of them was thinking about their next move. So Ji-han lunged at the monster and struck it with all his might, but such a giant was difficult to defeat with a single blow. The monster seemed to be very angry. He was not used to anyone resisting him or refusing to worship him. The battle was in full swing. The brave and courageous So Ji-han was confident of victory. At times it seemed like it was just a game to him. There was no fear in his eyes. He looked confident, even overconfident. So Ji-han struck blow after blow with such ease, as if he were playing hockey rather than fighting a terrifying monster. Sun Moa was overcome with despair. So Ji-han was fast and strong, but he didn't have enough power to destroy Kyrgyz. The girl braced herself for the worst. Kyrgyz rose high above Moa and So Ji-han. He was preparing to strike the hunter again. Hot tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. She didn't want the Insect King to use his new techniques against them. All Sun Moa wanted was to be home safe. A bright blue energy formed above the monster. It was one of his techniques that he was ready to use against them. Sun Moa bowed her head and covered it with her hands, waiting for the next blow from the King of Monsters. At that moment, she felt even more fear. Kyrgyz let out a piercing sound that caused a sharp pain in the ears. With this sound, he seemed to be telling the hunter that this was his last moment. The blue energy struck with a jet of light. So Ji-han didn't even blink. It was hard to believe that he wasn't afraid of what was happening. The monster showed all its power with this move. Everything around them shook and small stones began to rise into the air. There was little chance of survival. Finally, it was over. Sun Moa was happy to have survived. It was unlikely that anyone had ever survived such a blow before, as it would have destroyed everything. She was worried about So Ji-han and didn't understand how they had managed to survive. So Ji-han looked exhausted but ready to continue the fight. The Insect King was just as surprised as Moa. He couldn't understand how the hunter had survived such a powerful blow. He had never seen anything like it before. Sun Moa looked at So Ji-han with admiration. It was no wonder he was called the best hunter. He must have had a special protective ability that allowed him to withstand any attack. It seemed that the black aura was this ability, so Ji-han was quite skilled at using it. It took the hunter 2 minutes to recover from the Insect King's attack, and now he was ready to strike again. So Ji-han understood perfectly well that this was the hardest fight he had ever had, but he had no intention of retreating. He delivered a powerful blow, so powerful that it should have sent the monster flying into space. Sun Moa wondered if the hunter was even human. Sun Moa couldn't take her eyes off the scythe Ji-han was wielding. It seemed to her that she had seen it before. This scythe resembled the weapon of Kilagis, the Lord of Spirits, the boss he had destroyed. The girl remembered that after the hunter defeated the Spirit Lord, he took his scythe. It was an amazing weapon for both defense and attack. Sun Moa regretted that she had neither such a weapon nor any special abilities. She really disliked that she could only gather plants. With another ability, she might have had a chance to escape. She had to distract herself from her thoughts. So Ji-han used the inventory for some reason. Moa didn't understand what he wanted to take from there, or why. He wasn't going to give up. Gritting his teeth, he repeated to himself that nothing would stop him. He had to win this fight. He lunged at the monster again, so Ji-han knew that this time he had a worthy opponent. So Moa decided not to wait any longer for it all to end. So she decided to try to escape, whispering that they should just ignore her and go about their business. But as soon as Moa started to move, the Insect King noticed her immediately. She didn't even need to turn around to look. She knew the monster was nearby. She froze in place. Sun Moa couldn't breathe from the monster's gaze. The girl blamed herself for trying to run away. She wished she hadn't moved at all, but even if she had, the monster would have found her and destroyed her anyway. That terrible sound again. The monster was preparing to attack Sun Moa. The girl comforted herself as best she could. Perhaps it was easier to accept what was happening that way. The blue energy grew stronger. No one would survive this blow. Sun Moa wanted to escape from the dungeon, but not at such a price. So Ji-han came to the girl's aid and told her to run away while he fought off the monster. Sun Moa was surprised by his actions. The hunter was exhausted, but he still wanted to protect her. The girl understood that after this attack, he would be completely weakened. He didn't understand why she was standing there, so he started urging her to move. If Sun Moa stayed there, she would hardly survive. Sun Moa began to run away from that place as fast as she could, but she couldn't stop thinking about the hunter. He had risked his life for her. The Insect King was very angry. His enemy was still standing in front of him, ready to continue the fight. The monster struck again with his special move. This frightened Sun Moa very much. She wanted the predator to finally leave her alone. So Ji-han stood in front of him and smiled. He jokingly told Kyrgyz that he had become too relaxed. The hunter wondered if the monster would be able to withstand the next blow. Sun Moa was curious if the hunter was okay, so she decided to stop and watch. But when she looked back, she saw that So Ji-han was ready to strike. His aura grew larger. Had the hunter decided to deliver his final blow? But it was unclear whether he had enough strength left. They stared at each other. Sun Moa couldn't figure out what to expect next. The hunter went in for his final attack, but the monster didn't seem to be giving up. She was very worried about So Ji-han. Horror gripped the girl. It was hard to believe what she was seeing. He couldn't defeat the monster because it looked like the monster had defeated him. Sun Moa kept telling herself that this couldn't be happening, not with a hunter like So Jihan. He was very powerful, at least he used to be. She heard his voice. Sun Moa found it difficult to comprehend how he could have survived after that. The only thing the hunter said was about the pain he felt. The girl really wanted Kyrgyz to back off and let them go, but it was unlikely that their desires coincided. The wound inflicted on Sojihan looked fatal. The hunter's scythe began to grow larger, but she did not understand how or why. Moa had many questions, but no answers. She couldn't understand why the hunter started smiling at him when he had been wounded and should have been killed. Could he be up to something? The monster was enraged by the hunter's behavior, but it seemed that this was exactly what So Jihan had been waiting for. Sun Moa had no idea what was going on, but she didn't want to just stand there and watch anymore. She wished they would let her go home. She didn't belong there. Remorse began to torment the girl. How could she run away when he had saved her? She decided to gather many different herbs, and to do that, she had to run as far away as possible. So Jihan struck again. He was powerful despite his injuries. The Insect King became even more enraged. He began to rage. Sun Moa heard that terrible sound again, and then she was swept away by a wave of powerful blows. It was too late to gather herbs. She doubted she could help the hunter in any way. Sun Moa did not immediately understand what had happened. It was also difficult for her to understand where Jihan and Kyrgyz had gone. When she looked around, her horror and fear intensified. She did not expect to see such a scene next to her. The Insect King had been destroyed. Sun Moa was glad that the hunter had succeeded, but where was So Jihan? When the girl noticed him, she rushed to his aid, although she did not know if he had survived. Mo-Ah wanted very much to save him, but she didn't know how. His wound was so deep that it was unlikely that any healing potion would help him. She felt helpless because she didn't know what to do next. Another message arrived. This time it said that the Ant King had been destroyed, and his domain had been freed from his influence. So Jihan finally opened his eyes. Moa asked him to just hang in there. The gates should open soon. That meant they'd be out of the dungeon really soon. He looked at her and smiled. Seo Jihan couldn't even imagine that he would die like this. Sun Moa couldn't believe it. It was hard for her to think that he would die. She understood that he was reckless to go into battle alone. He was just a good person. He was in terrible condition and all he could do was talk. So Jihan happily told the girl that now they would be able to get out of this place. Sun Moa didn't understand what had happened or why he had stopped talking. No, she didn't want to believe it. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Sun Moa begged him not to leave her. For some time, Sun Moa begged him to open his eyes. She leaned toward him and whispered that victory was his. It was time to leave the dungeon. She begged him to get up. He was the best hunter. It couldn't end like this for him. It was hard for her to accept that he was gone, but it was time to wipe away her tears and go home. Sun Moa sat by him a little longer. She didn't want to leave him alone in the dungeon, but the passage would soon close, so it was time for her to go. She was comforted by the thought that after the death of the Ant King, the passage had opened throughout the dungeon, so those who had fallen here would be able to escape. But before leaving the dungeon, Sun Moa decided to examine the monster to take its belongings. She did not expect to be able to do so, but she did not want So Jihan's death to be in vain. She was not sure if she was doing the right thing, but she might need the items later. Sun Moa decided to take the hunter's body because she didn't think it was right to leave it there. The girl looked at him in surprise. She was surprised that he began to glow, which meant that he could be taken as inventory. Her gathering ability would help her with this, so Jihan deserved a proper farewell. Sun Moa placed the body of the brave hunter in her inventory and hurried through the passage. Enough of the dungeon, it was time to return home. Many people had fallen into the dungeon. Sun Moa was right. The passageway opened throughout the dungeon, and many people were able to escape. Rescue workers helped the wounded. Everyone was looking for their loved ones. Someone in the crowd shouted Moa's name. It was her manager, Shin. She was very happy that Sun Moa had survived and managed to get out of the underground. She was worried about the girl, so she called a doctor to examine Sun Moa. The girl assured the manager that she was fine. Sun Moa was barely holding back her tears. She assured Shin that she was really fine, but the manager couldn't hear her. She didn't understand how Sun Moa could be fine when her clothes were covered in red spots, but the girl insisted that she wasn't hurt. Sun Moa refused to see a doctor. She urgently needed to tell Manager Shin something. Manager Shin decided to listen carefully to Sun Moa. She understood that the girl had been through a lot, so she needed to be heard. But the girl just happily told her about her dismissal. She had nothing else to say. Manager Shin smiled back at her. She understood what she was saying. Sun Moa had to go for a checkup. She breathed a sigh of relief. This nightmare was over. It was good that everything was fine with Manager Shin and Assistant Kim. She was going to tell them that So Jihan had died, and then take his body to the morgue. Sun Moa opened the inventory to look at him, but he wasn't there. Sun Moa didn't understand where his body was. Had she taken only his clothes and left his body in the basement? She looked through the inventory again and again, but So Jihan was nowhere to be found. Sun Moa didn't know what to do next. Another notification arrived. This time, the girl was informed that she had taken the soul of the best hunter. Sun Moa called a taxi. She no longer wanted to stay in the hospital, even though Manager Shin and Assistant Kim tried to convince her to stay a little longer. But the girl did not listen to them. Finally, Sun Moa was home. She couldn't tell anyone about the death of So Jihan. She needed to figure out what a soul stone was because she knew nothing about it. Sun Moa hadn't had time to clean her room after returning from the basement. She was so exhausted that she decided to do it tomorrow. Despite the mess, Sun Moa unlocked her phone. She had to complete the first task, so she quickly dialed the number. Her mother answered right away. Her mother bombarded her with questions, and Sun Moa assured her that everything was fine. The doctors didn't keep her long because she only had a few scratches. Sun Moa was glad to hear her mother's voice. Sun Moa decided to tell her mother that she was going to bed so she could put her phone away. The girl wanted to start learning about the Soul Stone. This was the second problem that needed to be solved. So, opening her inventory, she selected the Soul Stone. Sun Moa looked closely at the stone and didn't notice anything special about it. To her, it looked like an ordinary stone. However, inside it was a soul. The stone was bright and clear. It was hard to believe that So Jihan's soul was inside it. He sacrificed himself to save her. This thought made Sun Moa sad. Sun Moa remembered the rumors that had been spread about him. They said that he could drive people he hated to self-destruction, but she didn't believe that could be true. She tried to find out something about the stone, but her attempts were fruitless. Sun Moa could only guess that it might be a memorial. Sun Moa began to look for the nearest morgue, not knowing if it was a good idea. She had no reason to go there, and she didn't know what to say at the morgue. It was hard to believe, but standing in front of her was So Jihan. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise, not understanding how this was possible. So Jihan did not yet understand that he had died. He also looked at the girl in surprise and did not understand how he had ended up in her room. He noticed that he had become a ghost but didn't understand how it happened. But he understood perfectly well that Sun Moa was involved. Although he was not very happy, he still asked the girl to tell him how he became a ghost. Sun Moa assured him that she did not know and did not understand, but she had one guess. Sun Moa said that when they were in the basement, she wanted to take his body with her, so she put it in her inventory, but she was only able to take his soul. Seo Jihan looked at the girl angrily. Sun Moa continued to tell him that after that, a soul stone appeared in the inventory. The girl assured him that she did not know that this would happen. But So Jihan himself did not understand why this was happening, so he asked again about the stone and the absorption of the soul. Sun Moa said that only she could do this thanks to her hidden ability. So Jihan realized that she was awakened. She had to admit that she was indeed awakened and not a warrior. Sun Moa was reluctant to talk about it. The hunter wanted to know more about her ability, so he asked her to tell him. But Sun Moa did not feel like talking. The girl felt guilty for consuming his body, so she began to tell him how she had ended up in a special transition. She decided to tell him everything. He was a ghost, so he couldn't tell anyone about her. But she could get help from the hunter. Sun Moa told him about her ability. Sun Moa couldn't shake her guilt towards the hunter. She thought he was angry with her for consuming him. So Jihan didn't understand what she was going to do with him, so he simply asked her directly. The girl looked at him in surprise because she didn't know herself. He pounced on Moa, shouting and accusing her of wanting to use him for her own purposes. But that wasn't true. Sun Moa could simply put the body in her inventory, but she didn't know that. Sun Moa assured him that she didn't want to hurt him and that nothing would happen to his soul. But the hunter didn't believe her. He thought the girl wanted to sell his soul on the black market. The girl sat there in shock. She couldn't even think about that. Sun Moa was a good person, so she decided to find out his family's contact information and give them the soul stone. But as it turned out, So Jihan had no family. She felt foolish. She was ashamed that she had said that. He also had no friends or fellow hunters. Sun Moa decided to lighten the mood. She cheerfully asked about the food that would be served at his funeral. The hunter was shocked by what he heard. Sun Moa just wanted to thank him in some way for saving her life, but So Jihan refused. He simply did not want to. The hunter called the girl frivolous. These words deeply hurt Sun Moa. She was just looking out for him. She offered to make a soul stone. She hoped that the hunter would be freed. But So Jihan decided not to risk it because she could break his soul into pieces. The hunter told her that the sixth person had to wait in place until the passage opened. Then everything would be fine. Sun Moa didn't understand why he hadn't said so before. So Jihan wasn't sure he could do it. But if Sun Moa had stayed where she was, everything would have been fine. He didn't get distracted by her so he could fight the monster. Sun Moa understood that he was the strongest hunter and that they could have waited for the other hunters. She didn't understand why he was reacting so calmly to everything. So Jihan just said quietly that he had no other choice. To Sun Moa, it seemed strange because the rescue team had been assembled quickly. She began to suspect that the hunter was hiding something, but decided not to question him. Sun Moa apologized for what had happened to him, but he was surprised by what he heard. He was the one at fault, yet she was apologizing. Jihan felt uncomfortable. He apologized to the girl and explained that he was responsible for his actions. He just found it strange to see himself as a ghost. Sun Moa was angry with him. How could he be so kind? She was partly to blame, but he was taking all the responsibility upon himself. She was persistent because she wanted to find a way to send his soul to eternal peace. So she suggested that he start with the temple. He just looked at her in surprise, and Sun Moa didn't understand why he was looking at her that way. It seemed like she had said something wrong again. Sun Moa decided to make up for her mistake, so she changed the subject. She emphasized that he was much better than people said. Although at first he seemed eccentric to her, but Jihan didn't understand why. Sun Moa explained that when he was wounded he still smiled, which looked strange. So Jihan explained to her that he smiled because of his ability. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise. It was difficult to understand the ability that brought pleasure from being hurt, so Jihan hastened to explain that she had misunderstood. He explained what his ability was. During a fight, his strength increased. Thanks to his ability, he could absorb the damage inflicted on him and become stronger. During his fight with the Insect King, he was able to gather a lot of magical power for the first time and deliver a powerful blow. That's why I was able to defeat him, Jihan recalled with satisfaction. Sun Moa listened attentively, but she felt that So Jihan was obsessed with fighting. He spoke with great enthusiasm about the battle. Perhaps that was why she got that impression. Ordinary people love to talk about the abilities of hunters, but among all the others, So Jihan was the most famous hunter. Perhaps it was because of his popularity that he was number one. It had been a busy day. Sun Moa felt tired and decided to go to bed early. So Jihan was now a ghost, so he didn't feel tired. When Sun Moa told him she was going to rest, he asked her with surprise if she was tired. The girl explained that a lot had happened in one day, so she was tired. So Jihan cared about her, so he sent her to bed. Sun Moa didn't want to send him to the inventory. She was worried that he would be lonely there, so she placed a soul stone next to her. Many terrible events had happened in Sun Moa's life in recent days. Various thoughts ran through the girl's head, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. She just lay on the bed and tried to fall asleep to get at least a little rest. Sun Moa was very exhausted, but sleep would not come to her. So Jihan noticed that the girl was still awake, so he decided to ask her why. Sun Moa simply explained that she couldn't sleep because she was worried. She was worried about the soul stone. She immersed herself in her thoughts, hoping to find a way out of the situation. The girl was also afraid of finding herself back in the dungeon as soon as she fell asleep. So Jihan didn't understand what the problem was and why she was so afraid if she could use the return stone if she suddenly found herself in the dungeon again. How fortunate that the hunter was nearby. He gave her a good idea about the stone, so she decided to sell her finds from the dungeon and to buy herself a return stone. One stone cost 10 billion. The girl was unpleasantly surprised. How could she buy it when she didn't even have 3 billion? She hoped that the money from the things she could sell would be enough. So Jihan noticed that the girl had opened a shop and advised her not to sell the boss's things if she wanted to keep her ability a secret. He also asked her not to sell his things because he didn't want anyone to know about his destruction. Sun Moa assured him that she had no intention of selling them. She wanted to keep his things for herself. Seo Jihan just grumbled discontentedly that he didn't care. Let her do what she wants. He didn't need them anymore. Something is wrong with him, Sun Moa thought to herself. How could she have thought that everything was fine? Her thoughts were interrupted by So Jihan's question. He hurried to give the girl advice again. Sun Moa didn't know how much the things were worth, so they could be put up for auction. She hadn't used them before. Jihan explained to her that rare or high-quality items are put up for auction, so if Sun Moa wanted to make money, it would be better to sell the cores at auction. He was so kind to her. Sun Moa did not give up on her idea to help him find eternal peace. Sun Moa put all the cores she had up for sale. Sun still didn't come to her, so she continued to look through her inventory. She was surprised that Jihan had so few items. Jihan explained to the girl that it was very rare for items to drop, especially necessary ones. In this regard, he was unlucky. Now Sun Moa understood why he didn't leave a single monster behind. The items were put up for auction, so she had to wait until they were sold, because it was scary to sleep without a return stone. The hunter noticed the girl's excitement and asked if she was really worried. Sun Moa was indeed a little nervous, but after the work she had done, she felt better. So Jihan began to calm her down. He explained that after the destruction of the Insect King, the dungeon next to them should not open, so she should sleep peacefully. Listening to his voice, Sun Moa calmed down. She considered him the best and still did not understand why he went to fight the boss alone. You could see loneliness in his eyes. Sun Moa didn't understand why he looked that way. Thinking about him in his eyes, Sun Moa was able to fall asleep peacefully. She was awakened by a ringing sound. Still half asleep, Sun Moa did not immediately understand who was calling or what was ringing. It was the emergency services with important news for her. Sun Moa was told that her mother had fallen into a crack that had formed. A second passed and the girl jumped up on the bed with horror in her eyes. She listened carefully to what they were saying. As it turned out, a basement had appeared where her mother's house had stood, but at that moment, that was all Moa knew. Sun Moa found it hard to believe that her mother was in the underground passage. The voice on the phone reassured the girl, repeating that the rescue team was already in the underground passage. But the girl was no longer listening to them. She rushed to look for her mother, but Sun Moa stumbled at the door. She hit herself hard but didn't even notice. Tears welled up in her eyes. All she could think about was her mother. The only thing she wanted at that moment was for her mother to survive. Sun Moa lay in her bed, frightened. She was confused and didn't understand what was happening. It was just a dream. A terrible dream. So Jihan looked at her anxiously. She didn't expect to see him next to her, so she was even more frightened. The hunter just asked her what had scared her so much. The girl appreciated his concern and hurried to tell him that she had just had a bad dream. Sun Moa decided to make sure everything was okay and opened the news section on her phone. Sun Moa quickly scanned the notifications on her phone. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her mother was fine, but Jihan didn't understand what was going on with her. When Sun Moa calmed down, she decided it was time to check how things were going at the auction. She would need the money, especially since she was now unemployed. Lately, Sun Moa had been very surprised by the events around her. The amount she saw in her account also surprised her, 30 billion. She thought it was a dream. The return stone had risen in price again. Now it cost 13 million. Sun Moa decided to buy two, one for herself and one for her mother. Sun Moa began to laugh uncontrollably. Seo Jihan looked at her in surprise, not understanding what was happening to her. Sun Moa just said that she would laugh as much as she wanted, especially after such an expensive purchase. She decided to go run some errands and asked the hunter to stay home so that no one would notice him. Seo Jihan assured her that no one else could see him except her. Sun Moa couldn't understand how he could know that no one else would see him. Jihan explained that if anyone could, the boy would have noticed him already. But Sun Moa didn't understand who he was talking about. Had he gone somewhere while she was asleep? The hunter assured her that he was bound to the stone of his soul and couldn't go anywhere. She felt uneasy. Sun Moa was puzzled, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Then who was Jihan talking about? The hunter pointed to the window. He was pointing at the weirdo who had been peeping at Sun Moa through the window at night. Sun Moa had to put her business on hold. She was angry about the weirdo who had been peeping and decided to go to the police. She angrily greeted the man sitting in the reception area. Sun Moa explained why she had come to the police. The police officer was puzzled and did not understand why the girl had not come earlier. He was just doing his job and asking Sun Moa various questions. Suddenly, she thought it was all just her imagination. The girl insisted that it wasn't. A patrol was supposed to come to her house and check everything out. Sun Moa considered the police officer to be incompetent and unable to assist her. The only thing that comforted her was the patrol that was supposed to arrive at her home. She was angry and her anger couldn't change anything. So Sun Moa simply decided to go eat first and then go to the store. Jihan looked sadly at the girl. He felt sorry for her. But at that moment, Sun Moa was only concerned about her bedding. It really was time to replace it. Sun Moa returned home in a good mood. She couldn't even imagine that she would be able to eat so well at an expensive restaurant. The food there was really delicious. He looked at Sun Moa strangely. Perhaps he was simply not in the mood. The girl couldn't stand it and decided to ask if everything was okay. Seo Jihan had been thinking about what she said the whole time. Sun Moa had no idea what he was talking about. He was telling her about the police station. He couldn't understand why she was talking as if nothing had happened. It really surprised him. Seo Jihan had lived a life of luxury. As a child, he practiced martial arts. Before he woke up, he had been working hard in a special forces unit. That's why he didn't understand why the police were so harsh on ordinary people. Sun Moa just smiled at him and said that ordinary people couldn't do anything about it. So Jihan was curious about what she planned to do with it. She was awakened. Sun Moa planned to give the stone to her mother and use the rest of the money to go somewhere to relax. He didn't understand why she wasn't thinking about the dungeon, but why think about it if she had no fighting skills? It was better to just enjoy life. Sun Moa remembered the dungeon with horror. It was very scary. She didn't want any of her family to end up there. So Jihan suggested that she become stronger. A smile appeared on Sun Moa's face. Of course, she really wanted to learn how to stand up for herself. If he taught Sun Moa some techniques, she would no longer be afraid of the dungeon or the weirdo outside the window. The hunter was happy to hear this because he really could teach her something. Sun Moa wanted to start training immediately. Jihan was ready to teach her right away, but he wanted her to promise him something first. He wanted to see what she would promise. He wanted Sun Moa to promise that when she became stronger, she would destroy all the bosses in the world. His smile suddenly turned to anger. He himself realized what he was asking, to destroy all the bosses in the world. Jihan repeated that she had heard him correctly. Sun Moa wondered how strong he planned to make her, but she didn't ask him about that. She only asked the hunter how many bosses there were. He calmly replied that there were about 60, but the exact number was a state secret. There could be more. Sun Moa was shocked by what she heard. She couldn't understand how he could imagine that she would be able to destroy 60 bosses, so she decided that she didn't need it. Jihan did not expect such a response from her. How could she refuse such an opportunity? Sun Moa explained her refusal by saying that she no longer wanted to return to the dungeon. No matter how strong she became fighting bosses, she had no desire to do so. Besides, a sweet life of abundance awaited her. So Jihan asked her to at least think about it. But the girl went home with heavy shopping bags. She thought it was very strange that he was insisting so much. The hunter wanted to explain that everything would change in her mind after the first boss was destroyed. But Sun Moa still did not agree. She remembered her boss when he persuaded her to work until 2 in the morning. She didn't understand why he wanted her to do this. But the more the hunter persuaded her, the more interested Sun Moa became in this venture. But she didn't understand how he wanted to make her stronger. For Sun Moa, even making a blanket was difficult, and now she had to fight the dungeon bosses. Get my ring from the inventory and just put it on. Sun Moa couldn't understand why she had to wear it and what exactly it would change. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Sun Moa could use Jihan's things. He didn't want them to just gather dust in his inventory. He wanted them to be used for good. She was incredibly happy, but the ring was too big. Jihan asked Sun Moa to turn the ring so she could choose her size. She was thrilled. As soon as Sun Moa put on the ring, she received a notification. It was the ring of the Apocalypse Stone Azure. Her strength increased tenfold. Sun Moa became twice as strong as a normal person, so Jihan wanted to tell her about the ring while they were still in the store. He was just worried about her. Sun Moa was surprised by how much he cared about her, so Jihan didn't want her to carry a heavy bag, so he told her about the ring. Sun Moa now realized that Jihan's strange behavior had prevented her from thinking about everything. She was afraid to go home. You can't always rely on force. She had to figure out what to do with that weirdo. What if he was still outside the window? So Jihan noticed her anxiety and decided to support her. He suggested that she book a hotel room and find another apartment. It was surprising that Sun Moa hadn't thought of that herself, but there was another option. He wanted to punish the weirdo who was watching Sun Moa. The girl was alarmed by his gaze. Sun Moa had no idea what Jihan was planning. They were just waiting for the man who had been watching her to come to her window. So Jihan just wanted her to catch him. But Sun Moa still didn't understand why she should do that and why the hunter was so insistent that she do it. Sun Moa asked what she should do with him afterwards, but Jihan didn't have time to explain. She sat quietly because the stalker was standing outside the window. Seo Jihan asked Sun Moa to pretend she woke up and was going to the door. She was very curious to see who was following her. When the door opened, she heard someone walking down the stairs. The creaking sound of the stairs grew closer. Suddenly, she heard only silence. He didn't make a sound. Sun Moa thought he had just run away, but Jihan assured her that the man was just hiding. Sun Moa was ready to teach this boy a lesson and discourage him from watching her. The weirdo ran out into the alley. They quickly ran after him. He just stood in the alley as if nothing had happened. So Jihan was sure that this was the same man who had been watching Sun Moa. So Jihan shouted for Sun Moa to catch the weirdo before he got away. Sun Moa rushed toward the man in the alley. She was furious. She threw herself at him with all her might. The ring gave her not only strength but also confidence. The man did not understand why the girl was attacking him or what was going on. Sun Moa was surprised at how weak he was, even though it was just that she had become stronger because of the ring. Seo Jihan asked her to repeat everything he said. Sun Moa was confused by the fact that Jihan was enjoying this process. Sun Moa had no desire to repeat anything after Seo Jihan, but he was very persistent. Sun Moa sighed heavily. She agreed to do what Seo Jihan asked. Her face was contorted into a grimace. Sun Moa wanted to appear stern to the man. She began to repeat every word Jihan said. From the outside, it looked ridiculous. The actress Sun Moa was hopeless even though she was trying really hard. At one point, Seo Jihan even felt ashamed of Sun Moa. He decided to give her some advice about her terrible acting, but he shouldn't have done that. Sun Moa was enraged by his remark. From now on, she wasn't playing a tough girl, she had become one. So Jihan continued to dictate what she should say. She spoke to him menacingly, and Seo Ji-hoon stopped her. Enough of his talk. It was time to take off his mask. Sun Moa not only had to take off his mask but also grab him by the neck. Sun Moa continued her interrogation. She wanted to know who had sent him to follow her, but the man insisted that no one had been there except for a passerby. The atmosphere became heated. Sun Moa began to behave rudely toward him. She couldn't understand why he wasn't saying anything. Did he really not care what happened? The man was very frightened. He apologized to Sun Moa, but that wasn't enough. Sun Moa wanted confirmation of his words. The man offered to pay her, but this only made Sun Moa angrier. She wanted to hit him, but she restrained herself for now. So Jihan loved scenes like this. He watched everything that was happening with admiration, but it wasn't enough for him. So Jihan ordered Sun Moa to bring her palm to his eye. After that, he said, "If I take away your vigilance." Sun Moa was frightened and surprised at the same time. She didn't want to believe what Jihan asked her to do. But Seo Jihan did not back down from his plan, so he asked Sun Moa to do it again. Sun Moa saw no other way out but to agree. The man begged for mercy. He was so scared that he let out a slight sound that smelled unpleasant. So Jihan announced that it was time to finish him off. He asked Sun Moa to look at his documents. She tapped her fingers a few times and then said his name. Sun Moa was ready to let the man go, but she asked for something to be passed on to her employer. Sun Moa was determined. Sun Moa said ominously that if they followed her even once, she would know. Seo Jihan was satisfied with Sun Moa. There was bad news in Korea. The 7th dungeon had opened. The frequency of their formation was causing great concern. At the meeting, it was reported that there were more formations in other countries and that they did not know what caused them. Ordinary people thought that it was good for hunters that the dungeons were opening. One of the meeting leaders pointed out that it was not worth listening to rumors at the moment. Action had to be taken because many people were falling into the dungeons and needed to be rescued. The number of open dungeons affects the ease of obtaining mana stones and their consumers. A cry arose in the meeting hall. The other members of the meeting did not quite understand what he meant, so they asked him to explain in more detail. The chair of the meeting explained that the hunter market in Korea was weak. When the dungeon was first opened, they were only able to carry out a rescue operation thanks to foreign support. He reminded his colleague that in those difficult times there were no guilds. So many hunters hid their identities. Those times were a social problem. His colleague agreed with him, and now the hunter market has grown. Because of this expansion, it has become easier to deal with open dungeons. Breaking news. Someone had quietly joined the hunters. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. A hunter who called himself Luther put an S-Rank Evatonus core up for sale. Sun Moa did not expect this to be discovered. She felt panic and fear at this news. Sun Moa had to go to a meeting with manager Shin and assistant Kim, so Jihan wanted to go with her. But Sun Moa looked at him in surprise. Seo Jihan had no choice but to go with her. His soul was stuck in the stone of her soul, so he would always be by her side from now on. As soon as Shin Se-yoon and Kim crossed the threshold of the coffee shop, Sun Moa greeted them cheerfully. In response, they just smiled warmly. Sun Moa was glowing with happiness. It was a normal conversation between old acquaintances. The news of Shin Se-yoon and Kim's dismissal came as a surprise to Sun Moa. Shin Se-yoon had made the decision to quit a long time ago, on the day she was denied a promotion. Mentions of the office made Kim and Sun Moa angry. They thought it was unfair that lazy people got management positions, while hard-working people got nothing. They also gossiped about Shin Se-yoon's dismissal. Manager Shin quickly changed the subject and informed Sun Moa that they would be working at another company. From now on, they would be working at the White Light Guild as the leader of the 4th support group. Sun Moa was extremely happy for them. The company had recently opened, so few people had heard of it. Teams were just being formed at the new company, so Shin Se-yoon and Kim asked Moa to work with them. Sun Moa was very surprised by this offer. In the past, she would have agreed without hesitation, but the current Sun Moa declined the offer. She wanted to take a little break and sort out the new developments in her life. Shin Se-yoon and Kim were very sorry that Sun Moa had refused. They wanted to work together again, but that wasn't all. During one of their conversations, Sun Moa mentioned that she was living in a basement. Shin Se-yoon and Kim decided to help the girl and gave her an envelope. They asked Moa not to refuse their help. Sun Moa couldn't even think about such help. She was very surprised and immediately refused to accept the money. Kim asked her to take the money out of respect for them. They wanted to thank Sun Moa for saving them in the basement. Sun Moa was pleased that they cared about her, but now she was awake. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was taking money from people who had earned it honestly. It would probably be better to tell them everything. They had been through so much together, and they definitely shouldn't tell anyone, Sun Moa thought to herself. But just as she started to speak, Jihan interrupted her. So Jihan was dissatisfied with this decision. It was better to keep quiet about the awakening. Sun Moa pretended she had an urgent phone call so she could talk to Seo Jihan. She didn't understand why they couldn't tell them. She shouted his name angrily. Apologizing, he explained to her that secrets remain secrets only because no one knows about them. It was a difficult situation for Moa. Seo Jihan only gave Sun Moa advice. The decision was hers alone. Maybe she would feel better if she told her secret. So Jihan also explained the consequences of telling. It is illegal to hide her awakening. Sun Moa was upset by the news about hiding her awakening. She needed a moment to collect her thoughts. At that moment, Sun Moa felt miserable. She didn't say anything. She had to take the money. Seo Jihan didn't realize how hard it was for her to lie. Sun Moa was terrible at lying. Any lie she told was immediately exposed. It was because of her fear that she wanted to tell someone the truth about her awakening. Seo Jihan immediately remembered what a bad actress Sun Moa was. There was one way out of the situation. They could register as hunters officially, but Sun Moa immediately rejected the offer. What guild would want to take a hunter with her abilities? Seo Jihan joked that she would have to collect herbs for the rest of her life. Sun Moa didn't want that at all, so she had to lie. But Seo Jihan hastened to remind her that Luren was all over the news. The time would come when everyone would find out about her anyway. He began to tame Sun Moa, but her anxiety did not subside. He should have told her what to do next. Sun Moa wanted to be an ordinary hunter. Sun Moa was saddened by the thought that she would have to agree to destroy all the bosses. Jihan told her that there was another way to become stronger. Jumping up from the bed with joy, Sun Moa didn't understand why he had been silent earlier. For this, she needed Kyrgyz's horn. Sun Moa opened her inventory and happily began searching for the horn. A minute passed before Moa found Kyrgyz's horn. Without hesitation, she pressed it. So Jihan and Sun Moa did not expect the horn to be so large. The huge horn lay in front of them, destroying half the room. Sun Moa stood next to the horn and looked at the hole in the wall where water was gushing out like a fountain. She was confused and didn't know what to do. Sun Moa hoped that at least So Jihan knew what to do, but So Jihan was also confused. He did not expect Kyrgyz's horn to be so big. Sun Moa was angry with So Jihan. How big was it supposed to be? So Seo Jihan began to show her the size of the Spirit Lord's horn. That's why he expected Kyrgyz to have one like it. Moa's abilities must have affected the horn. Sun Moa had no idea how to explain to the apartment owner why it was destroyed. She also had no idea what to do with the horn. So Jihan understood that it was impossible to sleep in the ruins. So he suggested that Sun Moa find a place to spend the night. But Sun Moa knew that they couldn't stay in the basement. So after gathering her things, Moa went to a hotel. She was delighted with the room she would now be living in, but it seemed that Sun Moa was even more delighted with the size of the bathroom. She had never been in such an expensive room before. She looked around every corner of the room with admiration. Sun Moa's joy knew no bounds at that moment. She rejoiced in everything beautiful like a little girl. The view from the window was incredible. So Jihan was surprised by Sun Moa's behavior. She had been talking calmly with the landlord, and now she was running around like a madwoman. The room was just too beautiful. So Jihan asked her to get the horn, but Sun Moa wasn't sure it was a good idea. She didn't want to make a mess of the room, but so Jihan insisted that she get it. This time, Sun Moa didn't rush. In a second, she was holding the horn in her hands. It turned out that it wasn't as heavy as she had imagined. Sun Moa's curiosity grew. At times, she seemed to behave like So Jihan. Seo Jihan knew that this time would be harder than when he got Kalaga's horn, so he warned Sun Moa right away. Sun Moa was ready to take action, so she waited for Seo Jihan to explain what to do next. While Sun Moa waited for his answer, she decided to imagine what would happen next. Would she really start practicing her punches on mannequins? Perhaps So Jihan would start training her punches on the hot sand. Or maybe they would start with meditation by a waterfall. The sound of the waterfall made it easy to relax and feel at peace. So Jihan interrupted Sun Moa's imagination and simply pointed to the horn. Sun Moa was not thrilled with what she heard. In order to become stronger, Sun Moa had to eat the entire horn. It was hard to believe. Sun Moa hoped that Jihan was just joking, so she decided to ask again. But it was no joke. That was how Jihan had gained his powers. So if Sun Moa wanted to gain power, she had to eat the entire horn. Sun Moa looked at Jihan in confusion. If a person eats the horn of a boss, they gain their abilities. Sun Moa doubted that she could even bite off a piece. Sun Moa felt sick at the thought of eating the horn, but So Jihan was the #1 hunter, so she had to believe him. Barely making up her mind, Sun Moa bit off the first piece of the horn. As soon as she did, a message popped up. In the message, Sun Moa read what abilities she would gain. S-Rank Lightning and Thunderstorm, the new abilities of Moa. Now Sun Moa was sure that Seo Jihan had told her the truth. Sun Moa was surprised that she would now have 2 abilities. So Jihan explained that she had 2 abilities because she had the entire horn. He only had part of it, so he received 1 ability. S-Rank Revenge of the Deceased was an ability that So Jihan gained after eating Kiligisa's horn. It increases the power of damage dealt. Sun Moa and Dojihan began to study the abilities of the Insect King. These were the abilities that the monster used in his battle with Dojihan, but Sun Moa could not even imagine that instead of grueling training, she would be eating the monster's horn. She became curious as to how So Jihan came up with the idea of eating the horn. At first, Jihan showed the horn to the awakened manufacturer, but the manufacturer replied that the horn was not an ingredient. So Jihan was disappointed. He felt sorry for the horn going to waste in the inventory, so he tried to use it in a different way. Jihan was the only one who knew about this. Sun Moa tried to imagine So Jihan enjoying the horn, repeating to herself how delicious it was. It was hard to call the horn a delicacy. Sun Moa decided to try adding some sauce to see if it would taste a little better. The main thing was that she ate it all. Sun Moa felt heavy in her stomach and couldn't eat anymore. Well, at least she ate 5% of the horn. She could eat the rest later. It was late. Seo Jihan sent Sun Moa to bed. Tomorrow they had to continue. Sun Moa needed to get some sleep, but she froze in place looking anxiously at Seo Jihan, not understanding why he was looking at her like that again. He stood by the window, sad and pensive. Sun Moa could only imagine what he was thinking. Jihan probably didn't expect that everything would end this way for him. The familiar life of Sun Moa and So Jihan was now forever in the past. Sun Moa felt bitter thinking about her death. If that happened, the stone of her soul would remain in the inventory, and his soul would continue to exist alone in space. That meant he would be imprisoned in stone forever. Sun Moa was terrified by these thoughts. Sun Moa decided that it was time to find a place for So Jihan, and that she needed a rest for now. 10 days passed after Moa checked into the hotel. She stayed there from morning till night without even going to the store. Sun Moa cried out joyfully. 35% of the horn had been eaten, so Jihan sarcastically supported the girl, noticing how quickly she was eating. Of course, Sun Moa was happy. For 10 days, all she did was eat this stone. To make it easier to eat, Moa tried self-hypnosis and other methods. Seo Jihan decided to make Moa's life easier and offered her stewed kimchi with the horn, but it would be delivered to the hotel. However, a phone call interrupted their conversation. Sun Moa's brother called. He wanted to meet her. Sun Moa found this suspicious because her brother never called her just like that. He was definitely in trouble again. But Sun Moa's brother assured her that everything was fine and that their mother would also be there. It was all very strange. Sun Moa decided to go and find out what had happened to her brother this time. After a long time, they finally got together. Sun Moa's brother was overjoyed to see her. Sun Moa angrily asked him to tell her what kind of trouble he had gotten into this time, but her brother assured her that he hadn't done anything and just asked her to listen to him. The boy took a lottery ticket worth 82 billion won out of his pocket. He happily announced that he had won the lottery. It was hard to believe. Sun Moa and her mother were shocked and confused. It was real. Sun Moa was very surprised, and her mother was very happy for her son. Her brother was lucky to win on his first try. Such a miracle is rare. Moa's brother suggested going on vacation to Guam in 2 weeks. He took care of all the arrangements. Son Moa wanted to help with the expenses and thought it was better not to tell her family that she had awakened yet. She didn't like hiding it, but first she had to join the guild. Son Moa's thoughts were interrupted by her brother. She was happy for him. Son Shinju was all grown up. He would be able to take care of her and their mother. There were 2 weeks left before the trip to Guam. In 2 weeks, Son Moa had to eat the horn completely. 2 weeks passed quickly. There was only 1 day left before the trip to Guam. It seemed that Son Moa had eaten the entire horn of the insect king. So Jihan suggested that Moa eat small portions while on vacation, but Son Moa stubbornly decided that she would finish the horn before the trip. Son Moa was impatient. She wanted to gain her abilities as quickly as possible. Besides, even though Moa had the stone, she still had nightmares. Only the last piece remained. Son Moa happily began to eat it. After Son Moa swallowed the horn, a notification appeared. Finally, she read the long-awaited words. The abilities of the Insect King now belonged to her. But in addition to her abilities, Son Moa discovered the power of magic. Blue energy enveloped the girl as if in an embrace. Son Moa herself felt like she was a firefly. So Jihan noticed that Moa looked quite impressive. Could something else have been revealed? Son Moa joyfully announced that she now had magical powers. Son Moa was beaming with happiness. It was strange that the screen showed all her abilities except for magic. Son Moa hoped that she would still be able to use it. Perhaps her magical powers were hidden for now so that she could learn to control her other 2 abilities. But Son Moa didn't care much about that. She was already on vacation. Departure day. It was time to hurry so as not to be late. Emotions overwhelmed Son Moa. Very soon she would be basking on a warm beach with a cocktail in her hand. Son Shinju was delighted with every little thing like a 3-year-old child. It was his first vacation in Guam. So Jihan immediately showed them where passport control was. Son Moa liked that he was helping her and taking care of her. Son Moa immediately showed her brother and mother where they needed to go next, but the free cocktails on the plane had an effect on Moa's brother. They had just arrived and Son Moa's mother had already made friends. Her mother certainly knew how to communicate with people. Son Sinju had to wait a long time. Moe was bored while waiting for her brother. She didn't understand how it could take so long to get ready. In her thoughts, Son Moa dreamed of the best dishes in Guam, but she had to put her dreams on hold. Son Moa was confused, but she understood perfectly well that something terrible had happened. Screams could be heard in the distance. He ran through the airport screaming for help. Someone had badly frightened him. Son Moa and the hunter didn't understand what had happened. They saw the horror in people's eyes. Son Moa immediately wanted to go and see what was happening, but her mother stopped her. Something terrible had happened. Son Moa asked her mother to stay where she was until she found Son Shinju, but her mother immediately refused. Son Moa assured her that everything would be fine even though she wasn't sure. She was very worried about her brother. Son Moa did not have time to go look for him. A blue light burst into the airport building. The building began to collapse from the explosion that followed the blue light. Son Moa could barely hear anything. She was confused and frightened. There were screams and panic all around her. People were running in all directions. Jihan called Moa again and again until she responded to his call. He asked her to get up as quickly as possible, so Jihan hurried to tell her that the basement was opening. When it opened, the explosion could happen again, very soon. Son Moa found it hard to believe that the underground passage was opening again, so Jihan asked her to get up carefully and run out of the building. It would collapse very soon. They had to run. Son Moa found it difficult to stand up. Something was preventing her from doing so. Son Moa turned her head to see what was wrong. Her mother was lying on top of her and wasn't moving. She was very worried about her mother. Son Moa tried to revive her, but she couldn't. So Jihan reminded her again of the danger and asked her to run to the exit while he was still free. Son Moa picked up her mother and ran quickly to the exit. She didn't know what to do next. Son Moa was very scared. She was worried about her mother. Was she seriously injured? Would Moa find the medicine to heal her? She also had to get her brother. Son Moa's mother came to her senses. She was frightened and surprised that her daughter had become so strong. But that didn't matter right now. Son Moa wanted to help her mother to her feet so they could go look for her brother. But then there was another blue light. There was a second explosion. There was a men's restroom. Moa's mother screamed in despair. Her son Ju was there. Tears rolled down her mother's cheeks. Her son was in the basement. In despair, she kept asking Moa what to do. Son Moa understood perfectly well what a terrible place Son Ju was in, as she had been there twice herself. So Son Moa, without hesitation, told her mother that she would go down to the dungeon and find Shinju, but her mother did not want to let her go. Moa had to say that she was awake. Her mother wanted to stop Son Moa from going to the dungeon, but it was too late. Son Moa ran into the passageway. She found herself in a forest. Son Moa was surprised and couldn't imagine why she was in the forest. So Jihan explained to her that not all dungeons were like the one she had been in. Son Moa was even happy to hear this news. It would not be so scary to look for Shinju. Moa began searching for her brother. The forest was very large. It was unlikely that her brother had ended up here alone. Where were the other people? Son Moa shouted loudly, hoping her brother would hear her, but Jihan asked her to stop shouting. Moa's cries could be heard by the monsters. He asked Sun Moa to focus on the silence and listen to what was happening around them. Sun Moa understood that they had to return home alive so that her mother would not grieve. So it was important to calm down. So Jihan heard someone calling for help. Sun Moa thought it might be Shinju. Without hesitation, Sun Moa rushed to help, and Seo Jihan tried to stop her. Sun Moa had to understand that anyone could be there. She should run more quietly so as not to attract attention. She knew that someone else could be there, but she couldn't stop. The mere thought that Shinju was there made her run even faster. The closer she got, the clearer she could hear the scream. "Shinju, you need to run faster." So Jihan asked Sun Moa to stop and stay where she was. The situation was getting complicated. Wolves. But they weren't like ordinary wolves. They walked on two legs and were much bigger and stronger. Their eyes were red like flames. All around. They were gathering around. There were indeed many people in the dungeon, but Sun Moa could only think of Shinju. Her desire was to find her brother as quickly as possible. The situation was grim. There weren't enough hunters. Ordinary people couldn't stand up to the wolves, but Sun Moa didn't care. She hoped that Shinju was somewhere nearby. So Jihan knew that if these monsters were not destroyed, others would follow. He hurried to warn Sun Moa about this. She did not expect to hear this information. A loud roar attracted the attention of other people. Seeing the source of the roar behind them, the people were seized with panic, fear, and horror. Standing in front of them was a giant bear. Its eyes were also red like flames, and its roar made hearts freeze in their chests. Sun Moa froze in place in horror. She didn't know what to do next. Running away would be a futile attempt. It was too late to run. The monster was very close. Sun Moa had no choice but to try to fight. To do this, she decided to get Jihan's scythe. The boy sat terrified under a tree, not knowing what to do next. He had little hope of rescue. The monster was running straight at him. Shinju heard someone shouting his name. Sun Moa ran as fast as she could to help her brother. She couldn't let anything happen to him. The monster reached him first. He struck his first blow. The blow was so powerful that Shinju was thrown away by the wave. Sun Moa couldn't believe she hadn't been able to get to her brother first and protect him from the ferocious monster. Moa was overcome with rage after the bear attacked her brother. She looked at the giant with rage. Sun Moa wanted to destroy the bear so that it could not harm anyone else. Sun Moa decided to use one of her new powers right away. For this, she chose the lightning bolt of the Insect King. So Jihan began to worry about Sun Moa. She had not yet mastered her powers, so Jihan was afraid that Sun Moa would hurt herself. So Jihan asked her to control her power. But Sun Moa would not listen to him. All she wanted was to destroy the bear. With a blue flash of powerful lightning, she struck the giant. The bear was thrown several meters away by the blow. The light from Moe's new ability blinded everyone in the dungeon. It flashed quickly. Sun Moe stood unharmed. Dust rose from the monster's fall. Sun Moe hoped that she had succeeded. The giant stood still, not realizing that Moe's ability had wounded him. The bear collapsed next to Sun Moe, letting out a final roar. The ground shook beneath their feet from his fall. The people around Moa stood there in shock and fear. Sun Ju couldn't understand what had happened to his sister. Sun Moa did not immediately realize that everyone had seen her ability. She had to fix the situation urgently, but Moa couldn't think of anything, so she just said that it wasn't her. So Jihuan was very amused by Moa's response, but Sun Moa herself was furious. She realized she had said something stupid. People continued to look at Sun Moa in surprise. It was really difficult to explain what had just happened. Sun Moa was angry, so she decided to go collect the bear's items so she wouldn't use her abilities against people. She couldn't do that. So Jihan continued to laugh and joke with Sun Moa. It was good that she had tested her abilities on the bear. Sun Moa managed to obtain a B-rank stone. The power of this stone could help everyone return home. It was time to return home. Sun Moa called the people to her. No one understood what was happening, but everyone thanked Moa for saving them. Sun Moa opened a magical passage and asked everyone to go through it. Sunju approached his sister to enter the magical passage together, but Sun Moa decided to stay in the forest. Sun Moa picked up her brother and carried him to the passage. Shinju couldn't understand when his sister had become so strong. Finally, she asked him to calm their mother down, so Jihan did not expect Moa to decide to stay. Seo Jihan continued to joke with Sun Moa, but he was still happy that everything had worked out for her. Sun Moa bowed her head to the ground. She was trembling all over. Seo Jihan was worried about her but couldn't do anything to help. She was worried about her brother who had almost been killed by a bear, about her mother, and about herself. Sun Moa wanted to calm down so that her mother wouldn't see her in such a state. So Jihan tried to hug Sun Moa. He wanted to calm her down and just be there for her. Although Sun Moa couldn't feel his touch, she could feel the warmth, but she didn't understand how that was possible. Sun Moa found it difficult to breathe, so she decided to stop hugging him. So Jihan felt uncomfortable. He didn't understand why he had hugged Moa. Sun Moa lost a lot of strength in her fight with the bear. Only now did she understand why Jihan had asked her to control her strength before using her ability. The wolves began to gather around them again, so Seo Jihan insisted that it was time to get out of the dungeon. But Sun Moa didn't want to leave. She still had some strength left, so she decided to try using another ability. So Jihan was worried about Sun Moa, but the girl was determined. Moa assured Jihan that everything would be fine. The return stone was always at hand. Sun Moa stood in front of the monster. She was ready to use the ability of the Insect King's thunder. Moa listened to So Jihan's advice and began to slowly gather the energy for this ability. Having gathered enough thunder energy, Sun Moa released it on her enemy. Blue flames engulfed the ferocious bear. Dust rose again around them. Sun Moa rejoiced at the destruction of another monster. So Jihan was worried about Moa's well-being. Sun Moa did not feel very well, but to reassure So Jihan, she replied that she felt fine. So Jihan could see that this was not the case. Sun Moa did not take care of herself at all. Instead of resting, she decided to quickly gather her belongings. So Jihan tried to convince her that she could do that later. But Sun Moa didn't listen to him. The items were F rank. Sun Moa wondered if monsters could increase their ranks, so she asked Jihan. Every dungeon has a boss, so Sun Moa and So Jihan became curious about where it was. So Jihan jokingly asked Sun Moa about fighting the boss. Although she was unlikely to be able to fight another battle at that moment, she had almost no strength left. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise. She had no desire to fight the boss. Didn't he notice how she was trembling after the battle with the monsters? In general, Sun Moa believed that she had simply been lucky in her fight with the bear. Seo Jihan didn't understand how she could have been so lucky. So Moa hurried to explain. If the bear had started pounding the ground with its fists, she would hardly have been able to stand her ground. There was little chance of victory. So Jihan smiled. He enjoyed listening to Sun Moa. Only Sun Moa herself did not understand why he was looking at her like that. Sun Moa explained that the lightning struck her directly in the forehead, making it difficult to see. If there had been more of them, she would not have been able to handle it alone. So Jihan reminded her of another ability of the Insect King's thunder. Sun Moa exhaled heavily and her gaze became sad. Against a high-ranking Insect King, thunder doesn't work. Since it was hard to see through the lightning, she had to turn her head in all directions to hit the target accurately. So Jihan was surprised by how Sun Moa analyzed the situation. Now Sun Moa understood why he had questioned her. Moa was angry with Jihan, so Jihan decided to fix the situation. He explained to Moa that it was her first fight. Other hunters would have gotten cocky after their first match. But the first fight took place between Sun Moa and the Insect King. In it, she was able to break his leg with a side blow. So Jihan hastened to tell the hunter that it was very rare to defeat a monster of that rank with a single attack. Sun Moa was upset. It was great to have a combination of powers, but after using them twice, she was left without any strength. Jihan knew only one hunter who could use powerful abilities of pinpoint and massive damage. Yuan Dam, a rank 3 hunter. He's a bit childish, but he's not a bad guy. He has a good sense of combat. So Jihan said that they knew each other and had fought together against the Spirit Lord. Sun Moa asked about the second hunter, but So Jihan looked at her with dissatisfaction. He didn't get along very well with this hunter. He was reluctant to talk about him. The second on the list of hunters was Ban So-ho. He was also known as the Invincible One. He could absorb attacks, heal himself, and much more. So Jihan's spear pierces anything. Ban So-ho is an unbreakable shield, but they have different personalities. So Jihan did not get along well with Ban So-ho. He asked Sun Moa to stay as far away from him as possible. Ban So-ho easily lost his temper when things didn't go according to his plan, so they had many disagreements. Sun Moa didn't expect Ban So-ho to have such a difficult personality. Lately, many different events had happened in Sun Moa's life, but for some reason she was currently concerned that the top 3 rankers were Koreans. So Jihan explained that the rankings were formed during the raid on the Spirit Lord Kalagas. Everything could change if another country defeated the boss. Wandering through the forest, Sun Moa noticed some trees. They produced a substance used in medicinal potions. Incidentally, the wood from these trees was quite expensive. Sun Moa could already see a large pile of money in front of her. She decided to gather some wood. In addition to wood, Sun Moa gathered a lot of Garuda leaves, so Jihan decided to remind Sun Moa of the time. When she returned to the destroyed airport, Sun Moa's angry mother rushed at her. She began to scold Moa like a little girl. They waited for her for several hours. People began to say that the passage was closed. Sun Ju said that his sister should be coming out very soon. Sun Moa decided not to say why she was late. She was just worried about her daughter. Sun Moa apologized to her mother and assured her that everything was fine. Their mother was just happy that her children were all right. Sun Moa was proud of herself for saving them. A woman approached them. She knew that Sun Moa was a hunter. It was Christelle Lee. She was the leader of the team responsible for eliminating the consequences of the underground passages. Sun Moa shook Christelle Lee's hand and introduced herself. At that moment, she felt like a child. Christelle Lee wanted to thank Sun Moa for saving the people in the dungeon. Sun Moa was embarrassed. In gratitude, Sun Moa was given a place to stay. It was a state guest house. Sun Moa was in a state of mild shock. It was a hotel. Christelle Lee was very kind. She not only drove them from the airport to the hotel, but also showed them to their room. After they entered the hotel room, Christelle Lee immediately decided to ask Sun Moa about the rare stone in the rank. Sun Moa modestly replied that she had done what she had to do. The government had to return the rare stone to Sun Moa. After that, Moa would be given a short tour. Sun Moa just wanted to relax, but Shinji wouldn't let her. All Sun Moa could think about was resting. There was a large pile of boxes in the hotel room. Sun Moa did not understand where these boxes came from. As it turned out, they were gifts from the people Moa had saved. The news was on TV. They were only talking about Sun Moa's heroic deed. The reporter decided to interview those who had survived. The man couldn't hold back his tears as he recalled the horror of the basement. He told them about the giant bear and Sun Moa. At the end, he noted that Moa was very modest. Sun Moa didn't want anyone to know about her, but after the basement incident, everyone found out about her. The news did not forget to mention the dungeon in Korea. Sun Moa visited that dungeon with Jihan. She managed to escape unharmed. The Guam government banned reporters from interviewing Sun Moa. Sun Moa herself was shocked by what was happening around her. So Jihan hurried to show Sun Moa the news and comments below it. Sun Moa was under a lot of stress and shock. She read the comments and couldn't believe that this was really happening. So Jihan couldn't help but ask if Sun Moa was okay. Sun Moa remembered Kim and Shin Se-yoon. Her first public appearance was a success. Shinju left the store with large bags. Once again, he was not charged. He assumed that he had also saved the store owner, Sun Moa. Of course, Shinju and his mother were very proud of Sun Moa. The people in Guam were kind to them, and it was uncomfortable for them to constantly take things for free. Shinju told his mother with great enthusiasm about Sun Moa's fight with the bear. But Sun Moa didn't hit him. Their mother was worried about her daughter, but she was still proud of her. Sunju was very fond of his sister and believed that Sun Moa deserved only the best. Sun Moa asked him to stop praising her. She said it was enough to sit there and that they should go for a walk while the weather was still nice. Sunju wondered if she didn't like being praised, so Jihan watched them the whole time. He was happy that Sun Moa had a family because he had never known a mother's love. Sun Moa noticed that the news about her in Guam quickly disappeared from the screens. Jihan explained to her that the Guam authorities probably didn't like the fact that a foreign hunter had become a hero in their country, but Sun Moa was well rewarded, so it would have been wrong to complain. For Moa herself, the best reward was the B-rank stone. She also liked the wisdom bracelet made of moonstone. It gave her 20 times more magical power. The bracelet turned out to be more powerful than the ring. So Jihan remembered Moa's words. He warned that the ring only doubles the base power. In Sun Moa, it was small, so the result was not very noticeable. Sun Moa gazed enchantedly at her bracelet. With such powerful strength, the dungeon no longer seemed so scary. While Sun Moa was admiring her bracelet, she fell behind her mother and brother. They asked her to catch up, so they had to wait a little. Her mother was so proud of Sun Moa that she constantly watched the news about her. That was also the case when they returned from their walk. If the dungeon in Guam hadn't opened, Sun Moa would have signed up as a regular hunter. Now she'll have to join a guild and start working as a hunter. Sun Moa's mother didn't like this idea. She didn't want her daughter fighting monsters in the dungeon, but Shinju, on the contrary, looked at his sister with excitement. Shinju began to explain to his mother that since the guilds had appeared, there were far fewer deaths, so she shouldn't worry so much. Sun Moa looked at her brother with pride. Shinju had really grown up. Sun Moa understood that there was no point in asking her mother not to worry. She would always worry. Sun Moa had gifts for her brother and mother, so she interrupted her mother's conversation with her brother. She opened her inventory and took them out. All the items seemed to appear out of thin air. Sun Moa began to explain that a bottle of rank B potion cost 1,000,000,000 won, so it should not be used unnecessarily. Sun Moa asked Shinju to hold out his hand. She made a picture on his hand. When he touched it, items could appear. To hide the items back, one only needed to blow into a whistle. Shinju was frightened, not understanding how this was even possible. It was hard for Shinju to comprehend that he was holding 1,000,000,000 won in his hand. Sun Moa could now afford such large sums of money. Shinju thought his sister was really cool, and Sun Moa was starting to annoy him. It seemed that Shinju was becoming jealous of his sister. Once again, Sun Moa decided not to go to dinner with her mother and brother. This made her mother very sad, but she understood that Moa needed rest. In fact, Sun Moa no longer needed a rest. Her strength had been completely restored. It was just difficult to explain to them that Sun Moa was constantly being asked to go somewhere by a ghost obsessed with fighting. After the news was released, many of Sun Moa's acquaintances began to write to her. Everyone was curious to know more details, but So Jihan didn't like it. So Jihan suggested auctioning off the items, but Sun Moa wasn't sure if that was a good idea. Everyone already knew who Luther was. It would look suspicious. No one should find out. Moreover, there were brokerage companies at the market. Sun Moa became curious about So Jihan's nickname. After So Jihan left the Spirit Lord's dungeon, items from the hunter with the nickname Knife began to be sold at the market. So Jihan confirmed that his nickname was indeed Knife. Sun Moa was angry. How could he claim that no one would find out her nickname when everyone knew it? Then Seo Jihan suggested washing the items, but Sun Moa didn't understand what that meant. Jihan explained that hunters exchange various items with each other. All you had to do was find a buyer for your item and trade it with them. Then you could resell the item you traded. Sun Moa was delighted with such a wonderful system, so she immediately decided to exchange Garni's sheets, as she had collected too many of them. Without wasting any time, Sun Moa actively began to exchange and sell items. She was worried that she would be found out. Soon Sun Moa breathed a sigh of relief. Now no one would ever know that she was Luther. So Jihan suggested that Sun Moa solve the problem with the Insect King's lightning, but the girl was not very happy with this suggestion. From that evening on, Sun Moa trained hard every day. There were no days without tears. The training was exhausting, but Sun Moa did not give up. She understood perfectly well that the better she mastered her abilities, the greater her chances of victory would be. Every day, Sun Moa got better at controlling the Insect King's lightning ability. Sun Moa learned to shoot with her hands. However, the lightning from her hands was not as strong as the lightning from her forehead. This upset So Jihan. But Sun Moa explained to him that it was much easier to shoot lightning from her hands and aim as well. She didn't have to gather energy, so she could use her ability right away. Jihan advised the girl to hide her true power as long as she could, and develop the power that she could show in public. Sun Moa understood that he wanted to make her stronger to fight the bosses, but she wanted to rest a little. The rest was over quickly. It was time to fly home. The airport was crowded. The dispatcher announced the boarding of flights. But Sun Moa stood still. Jihan didn't understand what was going on. Moa was afraid to go through the large crowd. Sun Moa was worried that people would pounce on her with questions as soon as she entered the airport. So Jihan advised her to use the teleportation scroll if she was afraid to go inside. How could Sun Moa not have thought of using it herself? She quickly went to find a place where there were no people to use the scroll. So Jihan wondered if Sun Moa had chosen a guild to join. But in fact, Sun Moa hadn't decided yet. There were only 3 well-known guilds. The largest guild in Korea was the Daehan Guild. It was the first to be founded and was run by the reputable Daehan Corporation. The second guild was Sky. It was led by Bang Soho, the second hunter on the list. It was known for its security and cautious attacks, but Bang Soho did not like So Jihan. He was not suitable. The third guild is Dark Sky. Their leader, Yuan Dam, is the third hunter on the list of the best. There is another guild called White Light. However, Sun Moa was unable to find any information about this guild. Sun Moa decided to join any guild except Sky. As it turned out, Seo Jihan had also been in this guild before, during the attack on the Spirit Lord. So Jihan explained his departure from the guild by saying that he had disagreed with Bang Soho. Conflicts between guilds also happen. Sun Moa found it hard to believe that he had really left the guild and had not joined any other guild. Because of this, he could not participate in dungeon battle. That was exactly how it was. That is why So Jihan had to act in secret. Seo Jihan knocked out the hunter guards several times, but others noticed, and it became more difficult for him to make his way to the dungeon. Once, he was caught right in front of the boss. Now Sun Moa understood why he was in such a hurry in the dungeon. He was afraid that he would be captured in front of the main room. The rescue team was assembled so quickly only because of Seo Jihan. He was chasing after the great power that Sun Moa had gained without having a single ability. It turns out that he wants to defeat all the bosses just to see how strong Sun Moa has become. Sun Moa's thoughts were interrupted by a representative of the Sky Guild. He asked her to come with him. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise. She had no idea what to make of this, so Jihan advised her to just keep going where she was going. The man gave Sun Moa a contract and asked her to sign it quickly because he had a lot to do. Sun Moa did not expect such an offer at all. He began to rush Sun Moa, saying that she would never get such a good offer again, but Sun Moa didn't like that she had to give them half of the items. Sun Moa decided to think about the offer and said she would contact them later, but that only made the man angry. He was probably just not used to a hunter not agreeing to his offer. Pretending to be a business-like man, he called Sun Moa short-sighted. Sun Moa didn't like that at all. Not only was he forcing her to make a quick decision, but he was also calling her narrow-minded. Finally, he just asked Sun Moa to contact him when she had thought everything through. Sun Moa thought he was arrogant and conceited. She didn't understand how people like him could even walk on this earth. Usually when a new hunter is offered to join a guild, they happily sign the contract right away. Sun Moa was different. She didn't like arrogant people. So Jihan was surprised by her response. Sun Moa was pleased that she had provoked such a bold individual. Sun Moa didn't understand what had happened or why Jihan had reacted so sharply. He asked Sun Moa not to take it to heart and not to think about it. He couldn't even imagine that Sun Moa disliked such people so much. Seo Jihan was impressed that Sun Moa was annoyed by rudeness. Sun Moa did not want to continue the conversation, but So Jihan continued the conversation. There are many people like that in the world, so it's better to learn to ignore them or talk to them rudely as well. Sun Moa didn't want to be rude or arrogant to anyone. Didn't Jihan understand that they were still human beings? Besides, politeness helped keep a distance. Sun Moa asked Jihan not to cross the line and maintain good business relations. Seo Jihan asked her not to be polite to him. Sun Moa agreed, but calling him Seo Jihan was too formal. So Sun Moa decided to call him brother. But that wasn't what So Jihan meant. He explained that he didn't want Sun Moa to call him brother, so he asked her to call him So Jihan, or just Jihan. Sun Moa didn't understand why Jihan blushed, even though her cheeks were as red as tomatoes. Their awkward moment was interrupted by a phone call. It was manager Shin Si-yoon. She was upset about the rudeness of someone from the Heaven Guild. Sun Moa was very angry. Were all the people in the guild so rude? They pretended to be nice people. Shin Si-yoon was worried about Moe, so she wanted to recommend a good shaman who could protect her from evil influences. Sun Moa remembered how she asked Shin Si-yoon about resting the spirit. Moa was happy to hear from manager Shin and promised to visit the shaman. Shin Se-yoon congratulated Sun Moa on waking up and they agreed to go out for lunch together. Sun Moa couldn't believe that Shin's manager didn't offer her to join the White Light Guild. Jihan explained that there can be many disadvantages to small guilds. It was because of these disadvantages that she did not recommend it. But Sun Moa was a stubborn person, so she decided to join the White Light Guild. So Jihan was surprised by her decision. But Sun Moa believed she had made the right choice. She didn't even have any doubts. But Seo Jihan always supported Sun Moa in everything, so this time he decided to support her as well. Sun Moa immediately called Shin Se-yoon and told her that she wanted to join their guild, but Shin's manager explained that many hunters were leaving White Light. The guild might close soon, but Sun Moa was unstoppable. Even if it closed, she would still join White Light. Sun Moa and Jihan were puzzled by how small the guild's location was. Jihan modestly pointed this out. Shin Se-yoon was happy to meet Sun Moa, but Shin, the manager, was in no hurry to talk about Moa joining the guild. Sun Moa tried to start the conversation herself, but Shin Se-yoon knew Moa's character very well and wanted to know the reasons for her choice. Sun Moa was embarrassed by this question, so she quickly changed the subject. Now it was just a casual conversation, not a business one. Kim entered the room. She did not expect to see Moa in the office, so she was very surprised to see her. As soon as Kim found out why Moa had come to them, she also tried to dissuade her. Assistant Kim, like manager Shin, couldn't understand why Sun Moa had decided to join their guild. Kim's assistant urgently asked Shin Se-yoon to step aside with her. She informed him that they had not been given permission to clean up, so another hunter had left the White Light Guild. This issue could be resolved later, so they returned to Moa. They had no replacement hunter, so Kim smiled and asked Moa again about joining the guild. But they were friends, so she decided to try again to dissuade Sun Moa. But she explained that the Sky Guild had rejected her because she wanted to join their guild. As soon as manager Kim left, So Jihan hurried to emphasize to Moa that the place was falling apart, and they didn't have enough people. Sun Moa didn't want to believe it, but Jihan emphasized that they would not be given permission to clear the dungeon. They had to be recognized as worthy in order to be granted permission. The dungeon was considered a valuable resource because it was possible to obtain valuable items there that were difficult to explain scientifically. Therefore, it was important for the guild to have enough hunters. Sun Moa agreed with Jihan. That is why only the strongest guilds could clear the dungeon. There are 6 dungeons in North Korea and 3 large guilds. So if they get together and grab all the rights to clear the dungeons for themselves, most hunters will focus on their guilds. On guilds where income is growing steadily, the leader of the White Light Guild entered the room. Sun Moa was taken aback. He had entered so unexpectedly. The leader was delighted to meet the most famous hunter in South Korea. He immediately introduced himself to Sun Moa. "I am the leader, Baek Kwan-han." Park Kwan-han was very pleased with the news that Sun Moa had refused to join the Sky Guild. He emphasized that she had made an excellent decision. So Jihan was dissatisfied. He kept talking to Moa while she was talking to others. Jihan did not understand how Park Kwang-han got the position of leader. Baek Kwan-han continued to talk happily about the White Light Guild. Although the guild was still small, he believed that it would be successful. However, Kim and Shin Se-yoon did not believe in the guild's success at all. But their leader's ambition could be considered a plus. Baek Kwan-han didn't notice how quickly time had passed. He had to go to another meeting. Now, Sun Moa understood why she didn't like Kim's assistant. Sun Moa wished him a good day and said goodbye. Kim was furious. Again, Park Kwan-han and his success. They had been working in the guild for a year and had never been given permission to clear the dungeon. Shin Se-yoon calmed Kim down, saying that it was time to sign the contract. Manager Shin asked him to read the contract carefully before signing it. There weren't enough hunters to put on Sun Moa's team, so Shin Se-yoon asked Moa to think about it again. Sun Moa slowly began to read the contract. In the White Light Guild, there were no restrictions on giving away half of the items, and she didn't have to give anything away. She liked the terms. Sun Moa happily exclaimed that she agreed to all the terms of the contract. The sooner Moa joined the guild, the sooner the media would leave her alone. Shin Se-yoon handed the pen to Sun Moa and assured her that she could rest easy about the reporters. For some unknown reason, they were avoiding their guild. Moa's eyes lit up. If the media was avoiding them, then it was definitely worth signing the contract. Shin Se-yoon couldn't even imagine that their meeting would turn out like this. She thanked Sun Moa for choosing their guild. All 3 of them hoped that their collaboration would be long-term. A new morning. Sun Moa finally managed to rest after returning from Guam. The beds in the hotel were very comfortable, so Moa was infinitely glad that she had moved to the hotel. So Jihan didn't understand where they were going. Sun Moa was in no hurry to tell him. Sun Moa didn't understand why. Why isn't anyone talking about her in the news? As soon as Moa joined the White Light Guild, she gave an interview and there were 10 reporters there, but no one mentioned it. The girl was angry at the reporter's silence about her joining the guild, so Jihan couldn't understand why Sun Moa was reacting this way. She herself wanted to disappear from view. So Jihan was surprised by the place they had come to. He found it hard to believe that Sun Moa had brought him to this place. Shaman! He couldn't believe that Sun Moa hadn't given up on the idea of putting his soul to rest. The shaman immediately told Moa about the problem with her husband. Sun Moa looked at her in surprise. How could she know about this? She also said that despite being such a handsome young man, he had died without ever going on a date, so Jihan denied her words. The shaman also saw that Sun Moa did not want him to leave her, so she advised her to just live with him. When the time came, everything would work out. The shaman simply did not want to let Moa go empty-handed, so she offered to predict her future. Scattering rice on the table, the shaman began to look at it intently. A few minutes passed before she told Sun Moa that a thorny path awaited her. Sun Moa was frightened. The shaman continued. She said that Sun Moa had chosen this path herself. Although Moa would not be able to escape it, everything would end well. Now Moa could go home in peace. The shaman could not see anything else. Before leaving, Sun Moa noticed a voodoo doll. The shaman offered to sell it to her if she wanted it, although Sun Moa had no idea why she would want a voodoo doll, except maybe as a souvenir. At night, Sun Moa was awakened by a noise. She called out to So Jihan, but he did not respond. Behind her, Sun Moa heard a noise, but there was no one there. Frightened, Sun Moa said that if it was a ghost, it should just go away, but if it was a person, it could stay. A voodoo doll approached her and asked her not to be afraid. It was So Jihan. It was really hard to believe. Sun Moa couldn't understand how this was possible. So Jihan had only one explanation. He had somehow possessed the doll. So Jihan was impressed. This doll must really be magical because Jihan had never been able to possess objects before. Sun Moa didn't understand where the soul stone had gone. It looked as if the doll had swallowed it. Sun Moa also couldn't understand what had happened in the room. It looked as if they were living in a barn. So Jihan didn't like Sun Moa's reaction. He got angry at her. No matter how she reacted, the room still had to be cleaned up. So Seo Jihan sent Sun Moa to bed and assured her that he would clean everything up himself. Now that he had a body, he could do it. But Sun Moa knew that he would be cleaning until morning, so she decided to help. So Jihan didn't want to inconvenience Sun Moa. Sun Moa angrily handed him the sticky tape and went to bed. Everything could wait until tomorrow, so she could sleep soundly and rest. Seo Jihan couldn't understand how he had ended up in this situation. When she woke up in the morning, Sun Moa noticed that the soul stone was still there and realized that she had turned off the TV. So Jihan looked at her in surprise. Then he entered the doll and said that he had turned it on. Sun Moa realized that it was not a dream. Sun Moa told Jihan that now he could go wherever he wanted without her. But in that body, Sun Jihan could only walk around the house. Sun Moa also wondered if Jihan could use his abilities. No, he couldn't. He was still a ghost. When So Jihan walked around the house in his doll body, straw fell out of him. So Sun Moa decided to buy a robot vacuum cleaner. Sun Moa suggested buying clothes for the doll. Jihan indignantly remarked that there would indeed be less straw falling out of clothes, especially a pink dress. They needed to register as hunters, so Sun Moa hurried to the civic center. The guild did not deal with this because it did not have access to clear the dungeons. Sun Moa decided to leave So Jihan at home, but Jihan wanted to go with her instead of sitting at home in front of the TV. He had to get out of the doll to go to the center with Moa. Moa told the center manager that she wanted to register. For this, she needed a passport. She also had to put her fingers on a scanner to scan her fingerprints. 30 minutes and Moa will have her hunter's license. At first, the manager just looked at the girl in surprise, but then she shouted Sun Moa's name throughout the office. Sun Moa herself did not understand where she knew her from. Other employees of the center began to look at her with admiration. Sun Moa became an idol to many people thanks to her rescue in the Guam basement. People started asking Sun Moa for autographs. No one recognized her on the street because her face had not been shown. So, in the office, she was only recognized by her passport. Sun Moa had to pay a fine of 100 million won for not registering immediately after waking up. It was hard to believe that it was 100 million. Seeing Sun Moa's reaction, the manager realized that she had just woken up, but the fine still had to be paid. The registration went faster than Sun Moa expected. She felt bitter about having to pay the fine. Others began to recognize Sun Moa and ask for her autograph. Of course, So Jihan couldn't pass up the opportunity to joke with Moa. Breaking news was shown on the TV in the reception area. The founder of the Amhen Guild had been found unconscious in his workshop that morning. He was rushed to the hospital but did not survive. Even Sun Moa knew the hunter Kim Yoon-gil. He was one of the few important manufacturers of consumables. He became famous and joined the Amhen Guild. It's hard to believe that he's gone. After an investigation, it was determined that Kim Yoon-gil had been attacked. Even more shocking was the identity of the perpetrator. The police reported that Kim Yoon-gil was the #1 hunter on So Jihan's list. The police issued a warrant for the arrest of the dangerous criminal, So Jihan just sighed sadly. It couldn't have been him. A riot broke out in the community center. People began to discuss So Jihan. They said that he had an evil look in his eyes and wasn't a good person. It was to be expected from him. He even liked to mess with innocent girls. So Jihan didn't like hearing this. Someone had tried hard to frame him. Sun Moa also didn't like to hear this. She knew what Jihan was really like. Moa stood up for Jihan. She told him about the incident in the dungeon where So Jihan saved her life. Despite his aggressive appearance, he was not like an assassin at all. After Sun Moa's story, the people calmed down. They trusted the girl. Sun Moa couldn't lie. Once again, people's attention turned to Sun Moa. They had seen her on the news. They were pleased that Sun Moa was with them. Everyone began to ask Sun Moa to show her lightning ability, but Seo Jihan warned the girl not to show it in this place. Sun Moa couldn't stop thinking about the news she had heard at the community center, so Jihan asked her not to worry about it. It was just some jerk who had done something bad. Sun Moa realized that she had hurt So Jihan with her words. She explained that she didn't mean to. So Sun Moa became curious if Jihan knew the jerk who pretended to be him, but So Jihan had no idea who it could be. So Jihan was constantly accused of various unpleasant situations. Previously, the Sky Guild dealt with this, but now they have no business with such situations. The rumors spread about Sun Moa prevented her from living peacefully. Apparently, the #1 hunter had simply gotten used to gossip. If it came to destruction, it was clearly done by Bon Soho. Sun Moa was surprised that the leader of heaven could turn out to be such a scoundrel. Assassin. So Jihan had never been exposed before. It seemed that Bon Soho had some kind of grudge against Jihan. Perhaps it was because he had left the Heaven Guild. Sun Moa was overly curious about everything. She noticed that Bon Soho and So Jihan used to be close friends. So what happened between them? Not many people knew this story. Previously, dungeons were opened once every 6 months. Then they started opening once a month. Bon Soho forbade the destruction of Jihan's bosses. After the victory at Kellage's, a new dungeon opened with a delay. The speed at which new dungeons opened depended on the number of dungeons already open. If the cycle is not fast, it will be difficult to predict where the new dungeon will open. Defense hunters are very security conscious, so they don't like stability being disrupted. It turns out that Bon Soho wants to take control of the dungeons that appear once a month. Sun Moa understood why he did it, but it was hard to accept. Sun Moa was disappointed in the hunter industry. It would have been possible to fight back once and close the dungeon forever. Ban Soho used to be different. Jihan liked working with him in the dungeons. He may be distrustful, but he is a good fighter. There was no logic in his actions. He wants to control the dungeon and allows thousands of people to die every month. And even if So Jihan was close to him, would Bon Soho really betray him? Something is clearly wrong here. Sun Moa decided to go to Amhen Hospital. Seo Jihan was surprised that Sun Moa wanted to go to the hospital by herself. Sun Moa didn't believe that Jihan was really arranging everything, so she decided to find out who the scoundrel was who was setting So Jihan up. But So Jihan didn't want that, so he asked Sun Moa not to worry about it. He was a ghost, so what did it matter? But Sun Moa couldn't be stopped, so Jihan was lonely. Moa was his only friend. She just wanted to help her friend deal with the situation. Seo Jihan was worried about Sun Moa, so he really didn't want her to go. What if she ran into the scoundrel who had been caught on camera? Of course, Sun Moa was confident that she could stand up for herself. She was strong now. Still, Jihan couldn't calm down and was worried about her. He knew how much she hated fighting. So Sun Moa tried to calm Jihan down. She assured him that she would just take a look. Maybe she would find out something about the person who wanted to frame So Jihan. So Jihan had to let her go. He just asked Sun Moa to be careful and leave immediately if she sensed anything wrong. The camera recordings had been tampered with, so it would be difficult to find any evidence. So Jihan didn't understand how Sun Moa would find the real culprit. In order to get inside unnoticed, Sun Moa purchased scrolls of invisibility and concealment. There were many people inside. If she just walked in, she would definitely be noticed. So she would have to use the scrolls that Sun Moa had recently purchased. The door was closed. They would have to wait until someone came out. Seo Jihan suggested using the scroll and getting closer to wait for the right moment. Sun Moa opened her inventory and took out the invisibility scroll and the concealment scroll, and also took several bottles of mana potions. Jihan began to speak uncertainly. Sun Moa looked at Jihan curiously, not understanding what was going on. Moa was curious about what Jihan wanted to say. He simply said, "Thank you." They definitely became best friends. Sun Moa started joking with Jihan, so he asked her to pretend she hadn't heard anything. Instead of the hospital, they arrived at the morgue. They had to wait a while to get inside. Sun Moa noticed that the door was opening, so she quickly ran towards it. Sun Moa hoped that Kim Eun-gil was still in the building. If not, she had no idea where to look for him. Hearing a strange noise, Sun Moa froze in place. Someone was walking toward the room where she was. 2 men entered the room. Their conversation seemed strange to Sun Moa. A member of the guild had been killed, and the leader had done nothing about it. As it turned out, no one had seen the guild leader for a long time. It was strange where he could have gone. One of the men was preoccupied with the destruction of Kim Eun-gil. During their conversation, Sun Moa learned that the hunter who had been killed had been inflicted with a strange wound. So Jihan attacked an ordinary awakened craftsman and stabbed him only in the stomach. But he died from the poison. It was hard to believe that Jihan's scythe could have been poisoned. He must have interrogated him first. Sun Moa was surprised that Kim Eun-gil had been poisoned. So Jihan did not hear this conversation as he was checking to see if anyone was in the other rooms. Kim Eun-gil was lying on the table. Jihan asked Moa not to scream when she saw him. Sun Moa had a bad feeling. Sun Moa stood in front of Kim Eun-gil and just stared at him. She felt sorry that someone had done such a terrible thing to him. So Sun Moa fell to her knees and began to express her respect for him. She promised that she would do everything in her power to ensure that justice was restored. There was no time to waste. It was time to get down to business. Sun Moa raised her hand to his body. Sun Moa decided to do with him what she had done with Jihan in the dungeon. Take him with her. It was strange, but she transferred him to her inventory. The deed was done and it was time to go. So Jihan asked Moa to check if the soul stone was in the inventory. Sun Moa looked at him with interest. Sun Moa opened her inventory and began searching for the stone. She found it, but it wasn't the soul stone. It was a stone of regret. It contained Kim Eun-gil's cherished regret and evil intention. Sun Moa decided to take the stone out of her inventory. The description of the stone sounded ominous, so Jihan asked Moa to be careful. He didn't like the look of the stone. Nothing good could come of it. A voice came from the stone repeating over and over about injustice. Sun Moa did not understand what was happening. Everything was completely different from Jihan's soul stone. Sun Moa stood in one place as if spellbound. She couldn't move at all. So Jihan did not realize what was happening. He was worried about Sun Moa. Jihan settled in the doll and knocked the stone out of Moa's hands. Only then did Moa come to her senses. The stone continued to repeat the same thing over and over again unjustly. So Jihan wanted to break the stone, but Sun Moa stopped him, reminding him that they had a goal. Sun Moa took the stone in her hands again and turned to Kim Eun-gil. She tried to explain that she just wanted to find out who was responsible for his destruction. But the stone only confirmed the injustice. Seo Jihan asked her to throw the stone as far away as possible so as not to bring trouble upon themselves. 30 minutes passed and nothing changed. Sun Moa asked him again to tell her everything, after which she would let him go. So Jihan considered Moa stubborn. Sun Moa explained that she simply could not back down because so much work had been done. A little more time passed. New words began to flow from the stone, revenge and curses. Sun Moa turned to Kim Eun-gil again, hoping that he would remember something. And he spoke. Kim Eun-gil had never seen that man before. It turned out that he didn't really know anything. Seo Jihan decided to throw away the stone, but Sun Moa stopped him. Kim Eun-gil asked them for help, saying that he would help them in return. He was ready to take revenge. Sun Moa didn't know how to do that. A window appeared in front of Sun Moa with a message. After she fulfilled Kim Eun-gil's request for revenge, she would receive his memories, the Stone of Return, and the potion. So Jihan insisted that Moa agree. She would be able to obtain A-rank skills. Sun Moa listened to Jihan and clicked to agree. All that remained was to fulfill his wish. What were those tremors? Was there another earthquake? Jihan noticed that the tremors were caused by the Stone of Revenge. They began to flee the building. Sun Moa couldn't understand what was wrong with the stone. A strange sound rang out behind Jihan and Sun Moa. The shockwave from the explosion knocked Sun Moa away. So Jihan looked anxiously at Sun Moa. She didn't come to for a long time. He called her name over and over again until her eyes finally opened. Finally, she came to. So Jihan began to ask Moa how she was feeling and if she was okay. Sun Moa couldn't understand what was happening. Jihan told her that she had been unconscious for 2 days. Sun Moa didn't expect this to happen. Jihan thought Moa had died. Sun Moa looked at Seo Jihan in surprise. Then she began to assure him that she was fine, just exhausted and almost out of strength. That's why Sun Moa collapsed on the bed, exhausted. It was better to rest and recover. Had no one been looking for her during those days? There were even packages piling up at the door. Sun Moa asked about the Stone of Regret. She wondered if Jihan had suddenly gotten rid of it. Had she forgotten that the stone had flown into her body and caused her to lose consciousness? But Sun Moa didn't want that, so she screamed at the top of her lungs. So Jihan advised her to check the status window to see if the contract with Kim Eun-gil had been successfully concluded. Sun Moa was not convinced and decided to check anyway. The contract had been concluded. As it turned out later, So Jihan also participated in quests when he had no money at all. Sun Moa had no idea how to complete the task if no one explained it to her. Seo Jihan told her that it was about revenge, so she should pay attention to that. Before getting down to business, Sun Moa decided it would be better to rest and recharge her batteries. Sun Moa opened her phone. Indeed, there were no missed calls or messages. There was no news about Kim Eun-gil's body going missing. Sun Moa remembered how she had used the scrolls. She thought that even using them, she would be caught, but everything had turned out well. Moa's thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound. It turned out to be Jihan, who was barely carrying a bowl to the bed. So Jihan stirred soup for Moa. She hadn't eaten anything all day. Sun Moa was moved to tears. She was very touched that Jihan cared so much about her. 7 days had passed since the stone hit Sun Moa's body. Sun Moa kept rereading the contract to understand what she had to do. But So Jihan insisted that Moa get more rest. If she didn't complete the quest, she wouldn't have to pay the penalty. But Sun Moa was stubborn. So Jihan was convinced that Sun Moa's safety was paramount. She had many abilities, so there was no need to dwell on it. Sun Moa opened the first package, which contained clothes for a doll. Seo Jihan was impressed. Sun Moa received a message on her phone. She was asked to come to the guild. Permission had been granted to clear the dungeon, so Jihan was surprised. He thought Sun Moa had misread the message, so he read it himself. Everything seemed very strange. Sun Moa had joined the guild 2 days ago, so she shouldn't have been recruited for a whole month. Sun Moa assumed that it might just be a mistake. When they signed the contract, it didn't seem very professional. Well, tomorrow is the day when everything will be clarified, so for now it is necessary to rest. The police chief, the president, and other important people held a meeting. The meeting was held because of Kim Eun-gil's disappearance. There was no need for anyone to be nervous. They decided to start the meeting with correspondence. The conversation was about Jihan. They did everything to lure Jihan out, and it was all thanks to the leadership of the Hunters Association. They did not forget to mention the arrest warrant for Jihan. Their plan was to destroy the hunter. They were asked to keep quiet. We didn't gather there to talk about Jihan. They gathered to talk about going down into the dungeon. The leader of the White Light Guild assured everyone that everything was fine. Everyone was preparing to descend into the dungeon and suspected nothing. The leader of White Light was promised a place in the Daehan Guild. The main thing was that he did not fail his task. Other people were only going to suffer because of the hunt for Jihan. Everything would end as soon as Jihan took the bait. The leader of the Daehan Guild was assured that everything would be fine, so there was no need to worry. They couldn't stand hunters who only knew how to swing their fists, so they wanted to teach them a lesson. Therefore, permission to wipe them out was necessary. They decided to destroy all the guilds. All that remained was to force Jihan to destroy the small hunter. This news spread around the world. After that, small guilds were no longer allowed into the dungeon. Only large guilds would be allowed in the dungeon. So Jihan would become a key player in this plan. It was a brilliant plan. The people envied the powerful hunters and disliked them. It turned out that Bang Soho was connected to the head of the Sky Guild, so he could have found out something and sent a spy. But everyone was assured that this was unlikely. They didn't get along with each other. They recognized Sun Moa in the news. The thought that Sun Moa might die in the dungeon made the plan seem even better. They joyfully drank to their plan, which they thought was brilliant. All they wanted was to conquer the whole world. 2 days passed. Sun Moa carefully prepared for her descent into the dungeon. Sun Moa decided not to tell her mother anything, so she called her brother. He just asked her to be careful and come home safely. Sun Moa was still surprised that no one had mentioned Kim Eun-gil's disappearance. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice asking if Sun Moa was going with them. It was a hunter named Bang Sojin. Moa didn't expect anyone to sneak up on her so quietly, so she screamed. Bang Soji pointed to where the group was. Something was off with the other hunters. Sojihan wanted Moa to leave. 1 day earlier, Sun Moa arrived at the meeting at the White Light Guild. Moa couldn't stop thinking about the sudden permission to go down into the dungeon. It was really strange. At the entrance to the office, Sun Moa ran into manager Shin. They chatted for about 5 minutes. Each was curious about how the other was doing, but Sun Moa wanted to know more about going down into the dungeon. Everything had happened so fast. Shin Se-yoon said that permission had only been granted yesterday. This information surprised Moa greatly. Manager Shin linked this haste to the destruction of Kim Eun-gil, so Shin Se-yoon began to whisper. The main forces were sent to search for So Ji-hwan. Since there were few raid groups in the dungeon, hunters from the White Light Guild were sent. They couldn't refuse. It was the first permission to descend in a whole year. The best hunters had left, so those who remained would have to go, and the weak hunters remained. Sun Moa assured Shin Se-yoon that everything would be fine. She had enough strength for the fight. Only So Jihan didn't understand when Moa had become so confident. Everyone must have gathered by now, so it was time to go to the meeting. So Jihan was sure that Moa was actually worried mainly because of the strange people. But what could he do? There were many such people. Sun Moa had barely entered the room when she was reprimanded for being late. Moa just looked surprised. Standing in front of her was the leader, melee fighter Bak Damon, melee fighter Ban So Jin. It was unexpected for Sun Moa that she would be going down into the dungeon with them. Also going with them were the defensive hunter No Mi Ray and the support hunter No He-Man. Bukdaman noticed that Sun Moa was very thin, so Jihan was offended by the hunter's words. He wanted to hit him at least once. Sun Moa decided to just joke in response. "I'm so skinny, I'm counting on your protection." Bukdaman did not understand her joke, so he just said that he hoped she had fighting skills. He had heard about Sun Moa from his uncle, so she could count on him. Bukdaman was the leader's nephew, which was probably why he behaved so confidently. The leader of the White Light Guild was late for the meeting. He began to apologize, but Bukdaman asked him to just sit down so that the meeting could begin. Damon began his speech. Permission to descend into the dungeon was granted unexpectedly. They gathered the most skilled hunters for the descent, so Damon had high hopes for them. Some hunters realized that Damon was lying, but decided to go anyway. The expedition to the dungeon would last a month, so it was worth taking personal belongings. All items for the expedition were to be provided by the guild. This time, the expedition would be led by Bukdaman. He had many raiders behind him, so he could be relied upon. Demon gave his nephew the return stone. At that moment, Banso-ji couldn't help herself, and jokingly said that Bukdaman was afraid of something. But Bukdaman continued to explain. Tomorrow's dungeon belongs to the Insect King. Sun Moe knows about him because she has already been in a similar dungeon. Perhaps it was the same. Perhaps it would be different in some way. No one knew. Therefore, it was necessary to be cautious. The monsters have poison, so it is essential to take neutralizing items. The meeting is over. The rendezvous is set for 4 in the morning. Ban Sojin and Sun Moa left the office together. Moa was nervous about tomorrow. Ban Sojin, on the other hand, was carefree. Ban Sojin had only been in the dungeon twice by accident. She had gone down to the dungeon many times on her own. Sun Moa didn't understand what was going on or why her gaze had become angry. Ban Sojin clearly didn't care for Bukdaman. The dislike was mutual. Sun Moa looked at each of them and wondered about such a team. The two couldn't stand each other. Hunter No Mi Ray seemed to be depressed. But the cherry on top was Hunter no He-Man. He had been drinking all night. He could barely stand up. You could smell him from a mile away. Sun Moa began to regret dismissing Shin Se-yoon's words. She could have turned back, but Moa had already arrived, so she had to go with the rest. Well, then they would have to conduct a quick raid and return home. So Jihan told them a little about the poisonous monsters. These monsters were supposed to be slow. So Jihan continued his story. The insect king Bargus was a large poisonous centipede. One only had to beware of its poison as it was very slow on its own. So Jihan had tried many times to destroy it, but the guards always prevented him from doing so. Of course, Jihan didn't want anything to happen to Moa, so he asked her to be careful and not to get into a fight with Bargus. Sun Moa was surprised to hear this from Jihan, because when they first met, he wanted Moa to destroy all the bosses. Starting to walk slowly, Sun Moa fell behind the other hunters because of her conversation with Jihan, so the others had to wait for her. Bactaman asked Moa to stop daydreaming. It was time to go to the dungeon. Before departure, each hunter was checked by name. It was also necessary to check the return stone for 5 people. Moe's dream was thrilling. She was seeing everything for the first time. The passage for 5 people began to open. No one knew what awaited them in this dungeon. The unknown awaited everyone. Finally, the hunters were wished good luck. It was difficult to move in this dungeon, so Jihan explained to Sun Moa that this place restrained magical power. Jihan showed Moa the pillars. He explained that they were what held back the magical power so that no one could enter the dungeon. The control center used a special stone to open a portal in this place. It seemed that security in this dungeon was good. Jihan disagreed. The portal could be used when the manager opened it. All they had to do was disable the manager. That was how Jihan ended up in the dungeon. Bactaman asked again if everyone was ready to go. If so, then it was time to go. But only Sun Moa was ready to go into the dungeon. Bang Sojin didn't even look at Bactaman. This seemed strange to Sun Moa. The hunters began their journey. The dungeon was similar to Kyrgyz's dungeon, except that it was very damp, and the air was not very good. So Jihan explained that this was due to poisonous fog and asked Moa to drink a potion to purify herself. Bactaman urged the hunters to follow him into a dark cave. Sun Moe couldn't understand why they should go there right away without looking around. Bang Sojin angrily lashed out at him. No one understood what was happening or why Bactaman was acting this way. Bactaman looked angrily at Ban Sojin and asked her what she didn't like about his leadership. Ban Sojin explained to him that they first needed to create a safe zone and only then move on. Bactaman was acting blindly. The tension between them grew. Ban Sojin asked him if he had been to the dungeon himself, and if he had any experience in such matters. He just asked her to watch her tongue. Sun Moa was shocked by the events unfolding. She had imagined these expeditions to be more friendly. To her, it seemed like a roller coaster ride. Ban Sojin thought that the leader from Bactaman was useless. At least he knew what a leader was and how to be one. Bactaman asked Ban Sojin to watch what she said again. If she needed the camp so badly, she should stay behind and set it up. Ban Sojin stayed behind to set up camp. Everyone else had to move on. Sojihan began to mock Bactaman's actions. But Ban Sojin would not let up. Had the leader of the group grown tired of living? Sun Moa did not understand why they had just arrived, and everything was already going so badly. The situation escalated. Ban Sojin began to mock Bactaman. This made him even angrier. Sun Moa decided to intervene, but Sojihan stopped her. Moa began to think that the whole team would come to an end very quickly. Something had to be done. It came to a fight between Bang Sojin and Bactaman, but they were stopped by a strange sound. Monsters. They were approaching the hunters from the very cave they were supposed to go to. Ban Sojin ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Everyone froze in anticipation of the monsters. The terrifying monsters began their fierce attack on the group of hunters. So the hunters bravely entered the battle, but He-Man decided to use his ability to raise morale. It seemed that in the duel, Bactaman was not as brave as he had shown to others. Ban Sojin, on the other hand, was very brave. It seemed that she enjoyed fighting. Sun Moa wanted to use the King's Thunder and Insect abilities against the monsters, but she couldn't do it because the other hunters were in the middle of the action. The monster cornered No Mire, and at that moment, the hunter thought that his end had come. He thought he heard someone calling him. Sun Moa couldn't let the monster destroy No Mire, so she asked him to stay where he was. It was time to use her ability. No Mire did not expect Sun Moa to have such power. He watched in amazement as Moa destroyed the monster with a single blow. But it seemed that the other monsters didn't like Moa's abilities, so they turned their attention to her. It seemed that Sun Moa was left alone against these monsters, but Bansoji came to her aid. Sun Moa felt that things were not going as badly as she had expected, so they should be able to handle it. A strange sound echoed from the cave again. "Scorpions!" shouted Bactaman. It was time to prepare for a new wave. Sun Moa asked all the hunters to step aside. She was preparing to use her ability. So Sun Moa began to gather her magical power, but before using her ability, she said, "If things go wrong, block the way and run." Sun Moa aimed at the cave. The entrance began to collapse with rocks, so Jihan was pleased with Moa and her fighting skills. The hunters were surprised by Sun Moa's strength. Sun Moa needed to regain her strength, so she suggested setting up camp. She took responsibility for the campfire. Instead of thanking her for saving him, Bakuman began to speak unkindly about the inexperienced hunters. Ban Sojin decided to calm him down by suggesting that he take a break first. After Sun Moa lit the fire, a blue screen appeared in front of her. Thanks to the fire, Sun Moa was able to improve her physical condition. Everyone sat around the fire except for the hunter No Mirei. He stood by the wall and thought about what to do next. The items from the monsters couldn't be collected. Of course, wealthy people don't think about that. Sun Moa did not understand No Mirei's reaction. Bakuman reassured him that Moa was new among the hunters and was just scared. As sad as it was, Sun Moa did what she thought was right. Bang Sojin defended Sun Moa. They had just been saved and they were still unhappy. Bakuman and Bang Sojin started arguing again. No He-Man, sitting with a bottle in his hand, asked the hunters to stop arguing. Instead, Bakuman asked him to stop drinking. No He-Man lashed out at No Mirei after hearing about the raid. He didn't like being looked down on. He wasn't going to drink much. Bakuman asked them to stop shouting and told No Mirei to give the bottle back to No He-Man. He just wanted him to sit quietly. Now Sun Moa realized that No Mirei wanted the items because of his card debt. Moa's thoughts were interrupted by a question about her personal life. Of course, Sun Moa was angered by this question. They were in a basement, not at a corporate party with an intolerable boss. That's why Sun Moa decided not to answer. Instead, she emphasized that everyone had already rested and it was time to move on. Bakuman didn't like that. Was Moa ignoring him too? But where should they go now? Sun Moa blocked the only passage in the dungeon. The monsters survived. Sun Moa suggested using their abilities to break through. The others gave Sun Moa this opportunity and decided to prepare for battle themselves. Sun Moa began to clear the passage, reassuring herself that if something went wrong, she could use the return stone and escape. As soon as Sun Moa cleared the stones, the monsters immediately pounced on the hunters. Now all that remained was to wait and see how far the hunters could get. The brave hunters managed to repel this attack as well. Now all that remained was to rest and regain their strength. Sun Moa noticed that something was wrong with Bakuman, but he assured her that everything was fine, emphasizing that Sun Moa was lucky to be a long-range hunter. Items could be collected from this battle, but No Mirei envied the crafter hunters. They knew how to make goods and sell them, so they had enough money. Bakuman did not consider them hunters, even though they earned well. The exception for him was a hunter with the nickname Luther, who everyone had been talking about recently. No Mirei asked in surprise. Bakuman was surprised that he had not heard of the hunter who had put an S-rank potion up for sale. He had no idea what effect this potion had. Sun Moa, who overheard their conversation, was just as surprised as they were. The potions she had put up for sale had caused quite a stir. Sun Moa's thoughts were interrupted by Bakuman. He was very curious about the items Sun Moa had obtained. Sun Moa didn't want to say what she had gotten, so she replied that it was nothing special. Bakuman asked her not to be upset and began to brag about what he had gotten. The hunters looked at Bakuman as if he were a simple man. It was time to finish gathering and move on. They continued on their way. In the dungeon, the hunters encountered some people. It seemed to be another raid group or people from a large guild. Sun Moa couldn't understand why she had a bad feeling, so Jihan emphasized that they were ready to attack at any moment, so it was best to be on guard. The group of people immediately asked if they were from the White Light Guild. It all seemed strange. Bakuman didn't understand how they knew they were from that guild, but as soon as Bakuman answered, they attacked him. No Mirei immediately decided to use his ability to defend himself. The hunters did not understand why they were attacking them. One of them took out a scythe. No one could understand what was happening. It was So Jihan. No Mirei couldn't believe his eyes. Standing before them was So Jihuan. He couldn't understand why So Jihuan had done this. They needed a video of So Jihan destroying the raid group from a small guild that had forgotten its place and gone on a rampage. This video would be the only proof of the destruction of the failed hunters. Due to his carelessness, the boy let the hunters know that he was not So Jihan. All they wanted from the hunters was a scream. They had to scream as loud as they could. They had to play the role of victims of So Jihan. Sun Moa was sure that these people were somehow connected to Kim Eun-gil, but she didn't know how yet. Enough standing around. It was time to act. The boy was ready to attack, so he asked them to do their part well. Bang Sojin didn't think twice. Grabbing Sun Moa by the arm, she shouted loudly to the others that they should run away. Mirei was closest to the attacker, so he was the first to be struck. No Mihan did not run away. He ran to Mirei, who was lying motionless. No Mihan did not understand how So Jihan could do such a thing. Sun Moa thought about what to do next. Even if they ran away, they would still be caught. Ban Sojin asked for the return stone, so Jihan showed her return stone. They had to use it. It was unlikely that they would be able to help Bakuman. It was too late for No Mihan and No Mirei to help. Bang Sojin found it strange that Sun Moa had a return stone, but there was no time to explain anything. They were not destined to pass through the passage. Using force against them, they were caught. Everyone found it strange that a female hunter who had never been to the dungeon had a return stone for several people. They were caught, so there was no way to use the stone. Ban Sojin was sharp-tongued, so she couldn't keep quiet. Meanwhile, Sun Moa was thinking about how to free themselves from the plants that were holding them tightly. The boy who had been pretending to be Jihan recognized Sun Moa, the hunter who had saved the people in Guam. His mood lifted. Now the small guilds would definitely stop allowing people into the dungeon. He was glad that So Jihan would be considered the criminal behind this terrible event. Somewhere, someone must have done something bad to Jihan if they wanted to frame him so badly. Sun Moa looked with hatred at the boy who was enjoying the thought of revenge on Jihan. He was surprised by Moa's gaze, but even more surprising than her gaze was that Sun Moa had begun to use her ability. The boy did not understand how she did it. The ability was similar to a smoke bomb. "Don't even try," he emphasized to Moa. The only problem was that it wasn't Sun Moa. A group of people heard a whisper that said only one word: injustice. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. The voice kept repeating, "unfair." Only Sun Moa and So Jihan understood what was happening. It was the regret of the hunter Kim Yeon-gil. Sun Moa realized that it was he who had killed Kim Yeon-gil. It was he who had to avenge the hunter. It was hard for the boy to believe that he had been attacked by the hunter who had been destroyed. He couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Ban Sojin watched everything together with Moa and Jihan, but she couldn't understand what Sun Moa had done. Kim Yeon-gil repeated his threats of revenge over and over again. The boy begged Kim Yeon-gil not to touch him and not to come near him. The darkness grew thicker. Several minutes passed before the darkness began to dissipate. Bang Sojin still did not understand what had happened. He destroyed them. Sun Moa saw such a horrific scene for the first time. Fear would remain on their faces forever. The quest was complete. Sun Moa received her reward, although she had done nothing to earn it. One scoundrel survived. Sun Moa saw a camera in his hands. He had to be caught immediately. The camera in his hands was proof. So Jihan got in her way. They didn't know what abilities he had, although he didn't seem strong to Sun Moa. They began to argue. Jihan was sure that without the Stone of Return he would die in the dungeon. Sun Moa was sure otherwise. Sun Moa remembered that Ban Soji was standing next to her. Moa felt ashamed, but Ban Soji just smiled and asked her to continue talking to her imaginary friend. Ban Sojin became curious whether Sun Moa had performed a smoke trick. She had to admit that she had. They had to go look for the hunter Bak Daman, but they didn't have to look for him. The hunter found them himself. He explained that he couldn't do it right away. Bak Daman asked where the guys who attacked them were. Sun Moa explained that 2 had died and the 3rd had managed to escape. He wanted to find the boy and avenge the deaths of No He-Man and No Mirei. Sun Moa insisted that it would be better to go for reinforcements. Bak Daman replied that if Mo-A did not want to go, she should stay where she was and he would not give her the return stone. However, Sun Mo-A did not need it, as she had her own. Ban So-jin interrupted their conversation. She was very curious why Bak Daman had run away alone with the return stone, but he, as always, pretended that he was not guilty of anything. Bak Daman's actions were very suspicious, so the hunters did not trust him. Ban So-jin continued talking. It was very strange how Bak Daman dodged sharply during the first attack. It seemed as if he had been expecting it. From the trajectory of the scythe swing, you shouldn't have survived. And it seemed as if it had been deliberately aimed so as not to hit Bak Daman. He was confused. It seemed as if those people had studied them and knew that the stone was returned to the leader. Bak Daman noted that everyone knew that the stone was usually kept by the leader. If they knew who had the stone, why didn't they attack Bak Daman? Sun Mo-a wanted to intervene, but Jihan asked her not to. Bak Daman decided to end the conversation himself and reminded everyone about the boy who needed to be caught. But Bang So-jin had other plans. She wanted to use her abilities against Bak Daman. Sun Moa asked her to stop. Bak Daman also decided to fight if Ban So-jin refused to back down. Sun Moa and Ban So-jin fell to the ground. Thanks to his abilities, Bak Daman tied up the hunters. Mo-A, as always, had no idea what was going on. In a good mood, Bak Daman began to reveal information that the hunters were not supposed to know. He was supposed to bring them to the dungeon for good shots, but the boys had been killed, so now it didn't matter. The job had to be finished. So Bak Daman attacked the girls. How long had he dreamed of destroying Ban So-jin? Ban So-jin was glad that she had been right about Bak Daman. Sun Moa didn't understand why Ban So-jin was so calm. So Ban So-jin was tied up, but thanks to her abilities, she was able to continue fighting. She struck a blow that sent Bak Daman flying several meters away. There was even a dent left in the ground. Bak Daman did not expect such a turn of events. He began to rage. Ban So-jin was delighted because she finally had a chance to fight the man she couldn't stand. It seems that Bak Daman isn't the only one with secrets. Ban So-jin only wanted to hit him a few times and then apologize if Bak Daman continued to justify himself. But he did something completely different. But what happened? Happened. It was time to end it. Ban So-jin clenched her fist tightly. Bak Daman felt his body tense up. It seemed that Sun Mo-a was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. She tried to free herself. Bak Daman used his second ability, which telekinesis couldn't work against. It wasn't going to be easy now. Ban So-jin had no close combat skills, but she still preferred to strike physically. Bak Daman thought she was crazy, but Ban So-jin really did look strange. She told Bak Daman that if he could withstand 100 blows, she would not destroy him. Bak Daman got tired of listening to her, so he just lunged at Ban So-jin. But Ban So-jin just smiled and jokingly said that those were his last words, then struck him. Bak Daman fell to the ground. He began to get even angrier. Neither his abilities nor his weapons helped Bak Daman. He didn't have time to recover from the first blow before Ban So-jin struck again. So Jihan finally realized that it was only thanks to telekinesis that Ban So-jin could strike so hard. So he asked Moa to look in the inventory. but how could she with her hands tied? After Ban Sojin finished with Bakuman, she turned to Moe. She didn't want to destroy her, but the secret had to remain a secret. Ban Sojin's behavior angered Jihan, and he could do nothing but ask Moa to run away. But she couldn't because she was still tied up. Sun Moa was very frightened. Was this really how she was going to end up? Ban Sojin just asked her to understand. Ban Sojin decided not to delay and to do everything quickly. So Jihan was in pain watching Sun Moa being hurt. He wanted to help, but he didn't know how. Sun Moa remembered that she could use the Insect King's lightning with her forehead, so she hurried to use this ability. This was unexpected for Bang Sojin. She couldn't understand how Sun Moa could use her ability. After gathering enough magical power, Sun Moa delivered a powerful blow. Although it worked, she was unable to get rid of the rope. Sun Moa hoped that she had defeated Ban Sojin. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Ban Sojin did not even have a scratch. Sun Moa used all her mana on that blow, but Ban Sojin was in no hurry to touch her. She was curious about Sun Moa's abilities. Ban Sojin asked Moa to tell her, but Jihan forbade her to do so. However, Sun Moa had no intention of doing so herself. But Ban Sojin was waiting for an answer. Sun Moa decided to stall for time so that her mana could recover at least a little. But Bang Sojin decided not to destroy Sun Moa. She noticed that Moa was not the type to reveal other people's secrets. Sun Moa certainly did not expect to hear this. Ban Sojin simply decided not to take any chances. So she warned Sun Moa that if she told anyone, Ban Sojin would find her and destroy her. Sun Moa didn't know if Ban Sojin was being sincere or not, but it was better not to test her. The main thing was that Moa was free from her bonds. By the way, Ban Sojin emphasized that before destroying Bakuman, she had to take the stone, so she hoped that Sun Moa had another one. Sun Moa handed her the stone. She gave it to her not out of kindness, but because Ban Sojin scared her. Therefore, Sun Moa asked Ban Sojin to go first. Sun Moa herself wanted to find the boy with the camera. Instead, Bang Sojin kindly offered to help, but Sun Moa refused. She wanted to be alone as soon as possible. Ban Sojin hurried through the blue passage. She really wanted to meet the guild leader. As soon as Ban Sojin left, Sun Moa immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she was alone, so Jihan began to calm her down solicitously. But Sun Moa was deeply upset. After she woke up, her perception of battle and destruction seemed dulled. So Jihan tried to comfort her. It's a good thing those guys were scoundrels. It's unlikely that you'll miss them. Sun Moa was determined to find that boy. She didn't want any more rumors about So Jihan. So Jihan assured Moa that he was dead now, so he didn't care who said what about him. For So Jihan, the most important thing was that Sun Moa knew the truth about him. That was enough for him. Sun Moa was sad to hear this, but Seo Jihan assured her that everything was really fine. It was better to get out of the dungeon. But Sun Moa was in no hurry to do so. She wanted to go to No Mirei and No He-Man. Suddenly they had survived and needed help. Seo Jihan didn't like Sun Moa's idea at all, but he wasn't happy and showed her the way. Sun Moa recognized the place where they had met those guys, but what she saw before her was truly shocking. Their bodies were wrapped in cocoons by giant spiders. If they survived, they would hardly last long in those cocoons. So Jihan explained to Moa that the Insect King had made these cocoons. This was how he wrapped his victims for dinner, so most of them had been destroyed. Sun Moa was saddened by the thought that they were too late to save them, so Jihan was worried about her. So he asked her to rest and eat something. But Sun Moa refused. Jihan was angry. She hadn't eaten anything since meeting those boys. Sun Moa couldn't understand why he cared so much about her. Sun Moa was also worried about the guild leader, Baek Kwan Han. If Baek Demon had done such a thing, then Baek Kwan Han must also be involved in this situation. Therefore, Sun Moa tried to understand why he had sent the group of hunters to their deaths. Baek Kwan Han himself said that he left the Sky Guild after the conflict. He must have a bad relationship with the large guilds. It was not for nothing that they ignored Sun Moa's interview where she mentioned the White Light Guild. It turns out that he is involved in this. Those guys destroyed others without hesitation for the sake of their goal. Someone very influential is behind all this. Sun Moa hurried to share her thoughts with Jihan. The guys said they wanted to ruin the image of small guilds so that only large guilds would have access to the dungeon. It seemed as if the White Light Guild had been formed specifically for this mission. However, there was no confirmation that Baek Kwan Han had left the Daehan Guild after the conflict. It is also possible that the White Light Guild was ignored by the media not because of pressure from larger guilds. Perhaps it was deliberately kept out of the spotlight. So Jihan thought it all made sense. After all, they would just cover it up and then there would be nothing to dig up. It would appear that Baek Kwan Han was receiving funding from people at the top. Sun Moa sighed sadly. These were just guesses, nothing more, but Seo Jihan was convinced that Moa was right. The large guild was definitely involved. Their plan was for the entire group of hunters to die and for Sun Moa to survive and figure out their scheme. No matter which way you looked, there was danger everywhere. Jihan warned Moa about dangerous guests who might visit during the night. She had to be ready for this. Sun Moa was frightened. They had to find the camera, but Sun Jihan decided to remind her about the other accomplices, although Moa remembered them. But So Jihan didn't understand that the boys had told the whole truth on camera. The original was recorded on it, so it was necessary to find it. So Jihan also didn't understand how Sun Moa wanted to find the camera in a large basement. They heard someone coming toward them. Sun Moa had to hide. The boy with the camera and the girl Moa and Jihan couldn't understand who she was. It seemed like she was with them. They wanted to take more pictures of Nomire and Nomihan, but they were wrapped in a cocoon, so there was nothing to photograph. They needed to take more pictures because they didn't have enough material. It seemed like they knew everything since they had destroyed Bakhtaman. But what could the hunters prove if the camera was in the hands of the villains? With a little editing, it would be impossible to prove anything. They needed to find other hunters, but first, they decided to return to headquarters for help. Sun Moa couldn't even imagine that they had a headquarters. It seems that the female hunter Mo-A had a return stone for several people. They must have already left. But there was no message about their departure at headquarters. They decided to destroy the evidence. Sun Moa drank the invisibility potion and, together with Jihan, decided to follow them to headquarters. So Jihan kept telling Moa about using the return stone in case they were spotted. There were many people outside and they wouldn't immediately attack her. This part of the dungeon was well lit. It seemed they were almost at headquarters. Moa and Jihan had to be very careful, so they walked silently. The main thing was that the scroll's effect didn't wear off, because that could happen from any slight bump. It looked like they had set up a barrier against monsters. It must take a lot of mana to constantly reinforce a barrier over such a large part of the dungeon. They must have set up some kind of barrier against the boss as well. They seemed too calm. So, Jihan explained to Moa that monsters track hunters by their footprints. Because of this, raider groups have to constantly move around. He warned Sun Moa that if a spiderweb starts sticking to her, she needs to run away. That means magical detection. These hunters clearly have strong support if they are so relaxed. They didn't have any guards either. Perhaps it would be better to check all the tents to finish the job faster, as the scroll's effect could wear off at any moment. Sun Moa noticed some stairs. She wondered where they led. What if all these hunters were here to protect this place? But these were just Moe's guesses. These large stairs led to an underground area. The place was full of mysteries. So, Jihan knew from the look on her face that Sun Moa was up to something. He was right. Moa decided to go down the stairs to the mysterious place. Sun Moa couldn't imagine why he agreed so easily with all her ideas. So, Jihan always took care of her. So, Jihan was very sensitive to the presence of others. Moa was glad he was there. Without him, it would have been very difficult. A guard was sleeping at the very entrance. Sun Moa was amazed by Jihan's skill. With a smile on his lips and joy in his eyes, he showed her where to hit the guard to knock him out. Sun Moa was a little scared when he was so happy. Sun Moa decided to do it, thinking that he was a scoundrel. Jihan went to see if anyone else was there while Moa hid the guard in a dark part of the dungeon. Sun Moa found a large door and couldn't understand why it was there. Who would have thought of building this place in a basement? So Jihan checked the other side of the room behind the door. Sun Moa was scared, and he assured her that there was nothing to be afraid of. So Jihan asked her to look through the crack in the door. She had to see it. It was hard to believe. There was Yoon and Dam. But what was he doing in this place, and why was he tied up? So Jihan suggested that they were sucking out his power. It seemed that Yoon and Dam was the one holding up the barrier. Sun Moa had many thoughts. As it turned out, Yoon and Dam was not their accomplice. They needed to understand why they were holding the leader of the dark sky. There was no time for these thoughts. Sun Moa had to decide whether to look for the camera or save Yoon and Dam. She had to decide quickly. Sun Moa couldn't leave him there. So she decided to save Yoon and Dam, but if she did, the magic absorption circle would disappear. They would find out about her. So Jihan showed Moa the lever that needed to be turned off. Although he wasn't sure if it would turn off, Sun Moa had no choice. She had to check. Sun Moa used the Insect King's lightning to open the door, but Jihan insisted that she be careful. As soon as Sun Moa crossed the threshold, the effect of the scroll ended. She had to drink another potion. She had to rescue Yoon and Dam quickly. They noticed a crystal next to Yoon and Dam. It didn't seem to be anything special, but it was emitting light. A minute later, Sun Moa was standing next to the leader of the dark sky. Sun Moa decided to just pull him out. As soon as she pulled him out, she would take him and leave. But everything turned out differently than she had expected. She couldn't just pull him out of there, he was too heavy. She couldn't take him with her, but she couldn't stay there either. In either case, the magical barrier would be broken. Yoon and Dam didn't look very well. Sun Moa decided to pull him closer to the door. He must have been in that dungeon for a long time. Sun Moa didn't want him to be in chains. But she was also afraid to remove them because he might mistake her for an enemy. So Sun Moa decided to try to wake him up first and explain the whole situation. Sun Moa began to remove the restraints from his face, but she had only unwound half of them when his eyes opened. Yoon and Dam's gaze frightened Sun Moa. She did not expect his eyes to be open. Moa jumped away from Yoon and Dam with fear in her eyes. His eyes were filled with anger. Yoon and Dam mistook Sun Moa for his enemy. Moa decided to quickly explain everything. Sun Moa decided to try to explain that she wasn't the one who locked him in the dungeon. Yoon and Dam looked at Moa suspiciously. Yoon and Dam frightened Sun Moa, but she continued to explain. She had to tell him everything as it really was. Sun Moa had sneaked into this headquarters. It was difficult to tell him anything because Sun Moa didn't really know anything. It was only because of her curiosity that Moa found a way to get by. It seems that Yoon Indam believes her. Seo Jihan assured Moa that he believed her because of her innocent appearance. At least Moa's innocence was useful once. But it seems that Sun Moa did not like this remark. Sun Moa decided to talk about everything except Seo Jihan's death. She told him about the imposter who pretended to be Jihan and how they were attacked. Moa also told them about the camera recording and how she came to this place by following the boy. Moa shared her guesses about the plan of the large guilds related to the monopoly on clearing the dungeon, so it was very unexpected for her to see the leader of the Dark Sky tied up. Yoon In-dam was unpleasantly surprised by what he heard. Sun Moa asked him to briefly tell her what had happened to him. Sun Moa's hands trembled with fear, but she removed the bandage from his face completely and gave him some water to drink. Moa waited for Yoon In-dam to tell her what had happened. Sun Moa stared intently at his face. Yoon In-dam looked very young. He reminded Sun Moa of Shinju. Only now did Yoon In-dam realize that they were in a dungeon. Moa explained that it was the dungeon of the Insect King, Bargis. Yoon In-dam sat there feeling sad. He had been betrayed by a member of the guild during the dungeon raid. Yoon In-dam said that he had been guarding the camp. When he made himself some tea, someone slipped something into it. After that, he found himself in this place. As it turned out, Yoon In-dam also knew nothing. Sun Moa couldn't understand why a guild member would do such a thing to his leader. They were not enemies. Sun Moa decided to free Yoon In-dam from his shackles, but she still felt afraid. But it wasn't easy to free him. The shackles were deliberately made of platinum so that they would be difficult to break. Hunters used these shackles to capture powerful magical monsters. Sun Moa looked closely at the shackles. They were indeed strong and could not be opened with a key. Sun Moa began to look for a way out of the situation. The only idea that came to her was to use the lightning ability of the Insect King. To hit the target, Moa had to concentrate. After gathering enough energy, she aimed at the shackles. Moa did not think she would succeed, but luck was on her side. She was infinitely happy, although the same could not be said for Yoon In-dam. On the contrary, he was terrified. All they could do was leave. Yoon In-dam had been chained up for so long that he could hardly stand. At the exit, Sun Moa stopped Yoon In-dam. He couldn't leave the circle. If he left, they would be attacked immediately. Sun Moa also had a way out of this situation. She gave Yoon In-dam a potion to drink. Sun Moa decided to immediately warn Yoon In-dam about the danger outside. Their people were there too. Yoon In-dam thanked Moa for saving him. While they were talking, Jihan decided to check the way up the mountain. Sun Moa was a modest person. Instead of thanking her, it would be better to come up with an escape plan. It would be good to drink the invisibility potion, but there was a risk that they would be spotted by magic. There were many hunters at the top, so problems were inevitable. But it seemed that Yoon In-dam had an escape plan. For this, he needed Sun Moa to be able to lie. But Moa was not good at lying at all. Sun Moa took his hand, but Moa didn't understand why she was doing this. Inside, Moa felt anxious. Yoon In-dam decided to use his abilities. The only thing he asked Moa was to hold on tight. A blue light blinded Sun Moa. A minute later, they were above the ground. They were hanging in the air. Sun Moa felt fear and did not understand what was happening. The hunters panicked. They ran from side to side and shouted that they were being attacked. One of the hunters noticed them above and immediately shouted to Yoon In-dam to flee. They needed to catch him again urgently. Yoon In-dam noticed the hunters from his guild. Rage filled his mind. He began to call out each of them by name. Sun Moa was shocked. He knew their names. So they really were hunters from the Dark Sky Guild. But she was even more shocked by what happened next. Yoon In-dam used his power against them. Blue energy enveloped the hunters. Everyone screamed in terror and begged for mercy. Sun Moa watched everything that was happening and began to think that Yoon In-dam was a monster. Jihan didn't like that they were staying in this place for so long. The hunters stood still in the blue light. It seemed as if they were frozen. This was Yoon In-dam's revenge. Sun Moa came to the conclusion that one should never betray anyone. Revenge will catch up with you. Yoon In-dam was angry and sad at the same time. He couldn't believe that the people he trusted had betrayed him. How could they do this to him? Everyone froze in horror. Sun Moa was frightened and confused. For 2 minutes, there was silence all around. A commotion broke out. The hunters began to flee. Among the crowd of hunters, Sun Moa noticed a boy with a camera. Yoon In-dam looked at him with a smile. He knew this hunter too. Yang Seok-il was the name of the hunter with the camera. Without wasting any time and not giving Yang Seok-il a chance to escape, Yoon In-dam used his strength to force the boy to stand still. Yang Seok-il felt horror and fear. Yoon In-dam stood next to him and looked him straight in the eyes. The boy begged for mercy. But Yoon In-dam did not understand why he should do this. Why should he show mercy to the man who had poisoned him? Yang Seok-il began to explain that he did not want to do this. He had been threatened and forced to do so. Yoon In-dam did not care. All Yoon In-dam wanted from the hunter was the camera. Yang Seok-il took it out of his pocket. Yang Seok-il felt intense fear. Yang Seok-il begged Sun Moa for help, saying that he did not want to attack them. The hunter was ready to generously reward her for saving him, but Sun Moa did not believe his words. Yoon In-dam decided to kill the boy. Sun Moa could no longer bear to watch the horror. One of the hunters retrieved the return stone. They rejoiced that they had miraculously survived. Sun Moa noticed the stone. Deciding not to delay, she immediately told Yoon In-dam about the return stone. The hunters were apparently not very smart. Instead of quickly using the stone in silence, they began to mock their leader and Moa. It was as if they had lost their vigilance. The hunters were in for some unpleasant news. The return stone didn't work. The hunters didn't understand what had happened. Could the stone be fake? Sun Moa was fed up with them. She decided to use the Insect King's lightning against the hunters, but Yoon In-dam stopped her. Only now did Sun Moa begin to realize that the passage was not opening because of Yoon In-dam. Moa became curious about how many abilities he had. So Jihan explained to Moa that she had misunderstood. Yoon In-dam had not done anything to the gate, so the return stone probably just did not work. Sun Moa began to feel something inside herself. The feeling seemed familiar to her, a feeling of anxiety. It was strange why Sun Moa felt this way. A red screen appeared in front of Moa. It announced the arrival of the Insect King Barges. The monster put them under pressure. The hunters begged for help, but there was no one else to rely on but themselves. Sun Moa hoped she would have time to use the return stone, but unfortunately, she didn't make it in time. It was because of the boss's appearance that the hunters did not demand to use their return stone. Only now did Sun Moa understand why the news had been constantly reporting on the disappearance of the entire raid group. So Jihan asked Sun Moa to prepare for the fight. Moa looked at the monster angrily. It was quite large. Standing before them was the giant insect king, Bargus. Moa was shocked by the behavior of the other hunters. Instead of trying to destroy the monster, they decided to simply run away. But they couldn't get very far. Bargus immediately caught and destroyed them. Sun Moa was terrified by what she saw. Yoon In-dam began to worry about her. Sun Moa looked at Yoon In-dam with horror. It was difficult to see anything good in this situation. Bargus was only weak in So Jihan's stories. Sun Moa had a plan. If things went really badly, So Jihan's belongings would come in handy. But So Jihan asked her not to take his braid. He advised her to drink the antidote. Yoon In-dam asked for some too, but Sun Moa just looked at him in surprise. Was he really serious about the braid? Sun Moa was well aware that hunters with magical abilities were weak in a single attack. If Yoon In-dam was killed, what would they do next? Moa's thoughts were interrupted by Yoon In-dam. The monster began to use its poison against them. Yoon In-dam asked Moa to quickly take his hand so that he could lift them up. Yoon In-dam began to calm Moa, who was seriously frightened. He assured Moa that he could defeat Bargus. However, Sun Moa did not understand why they could not just escape and use the return stone. All she needed was So Jihan's soul stone. Yoon In-dam sighed sadly and heavily, saying that they would not go anywhere. He would try to defeat the boss. Sun Moa had nothing more to say. She felt like a hamster caught in a fight between two lions. The chances of escape were slim, so Sun Moa opened her inventory and began to take out various potions. Yoon In-dam was slightly shocked by Moa's actions. Yoon In-dam also decided to share with Sun Moa. He gave her a scroll that increased magical damage. It lasted for 5 minutes, so it was better to use it before using her ability. Sun Moa felt joy. Yoon In-dam recognized her as a combat hunter. It was time to start the duel. Sun Moa's mistake angered the monster. Bargus pounced on her, so Jihan advised to wait for now, let Yoon In-dam fight. To begin with, Yoon In-dam decided to try to rid the monster of its poison. Sun Moa was thrilled. Yoon In-dam froze the monster's poison. Bargus's poison had been analyzed, therefore it was clear how to fight him. Yoon In-dam was absolutely confident of his victory. Sun Moa had no choice but to trust him. Without wasting a moment, Yoon In-dam began to attack Bargus quickly. Sun Moa began to feel that she would never cease to be amazed by what was happening around her. Yoon In-dam created ice balls with a wave of his hand. Yoon In-dam aimed right at the monster. The hunter struck the monster blow after blow. Bargus's armor was not strong enough, so Yoon In-dam easily broke it. It was time to finish off the monster, but it seemed that Bargus had decided not to give up so easily. Sun Moa looked in horror at the monster climbing to the top. Who is this monster, a 40-legged creature, or who is it? Flashed through Sun Moa's mind. Sun Moa began to panic. In a minute, the monster was on top of them. Sun Moa was not one to give up easily, so she began to think about what to do next. Yoon In-dam, on the other hand, was relaxed. For him, this fight was like a game. Just as the monster stopped in its tracks, the hunter struck. He struck again and again, each time hitting the monster. Sun Moa was impressed by this fight. At this rate, Yoon In-dam would defeat the boss quite quickly. Bargus fell to the ground. He lay motionless. Sun Moa did not understand why nothing was coming out of his wound. It looked quite strange. Yoon In-dam suggested that perhaps nothing was coming out because of the freezing, but Seo Jihan suggested a completely different possibility. Seo Jihan remembered Kyrgyz, who had 2 abilities, so he believed that Bargus had another ability. Sun Moa told Yoon In-dam about this guess. Bargus began to move, so Yoon In-dam decided not to take any chances and aimed at the monster again. No matter how many times they hit the boss, they couldn't destroy him. The hunters couldn't understand why. The monster should have already died. Sun Moa asked Yoon In-dam to calm down and gave him more potion. Moa tried to figure out what the monster's second ability could be. A strange sound reached the hunters. They did not understand what was happening to the monster. They had to quickly decide what to do next. Sun Moa couldn't believe her eyes. The insect king Bargus had turned from a 40-legged creature into a bumblebee. This was his second form. Bargus seemed to be enraged. The monster let out a furious roar as it looked at the hunters. The hunters clearly did not expect such a turn of events. There were 2 options. The first was to surrender and allow themselves to be destroyed. The second was to continue the fight. Bargus rose up to destroy the hunters, but Moa and Yoon In-dam were not ready for this. Yoon In-dam lowered himself to the ground along with Moa. Although Yun-In-Dam was an experienced hunter, he had never seen anything like this before. Sun Moa now understood why she had had a bad feeling. After the transformation, the Insect King became more agile and faster. Now it was better for them to be on the ground than in the air. Bargus began to emit a poisonous mist again. The monster had to be destroyed, but neither Mo-Ah, Yun-In-Dam, nor Jihan knew how. The monster began to attack. It released a large amount of poison on the hunters. Thanks to his abilities, Yun-In-Dam was able to repel the monster's attack. He made a shield to protect himself and Sun Moa. Sun Moa froze in fear. She felt helpless in this battle. Yun-In-Dam didn't think twice. He immediately began attacking Bargus. After its transformation, the monster became fast and easily dodged the ice balls. Yun-In-Dam didn't stop for a second. He attacked the Insect King again and again, but Sun Moa knew that this wasn't enough to win. To destroy the monster, something else had to be used against it. Sun Moa hoped that the Insect King's lightning ability would help her. To strengthen her ability, Sun Moa drank a potion that restored magical power. She asked Yun-In-Dam to continue attacking the monster. Without wasting any time, Sun Moa began to attack Bargus with her ability. But as soon as she hit him, the poison began to spread around them. The poison spread more and more, but the hunters couldn't stop. To destroy the monster, they had to attack without stopping. But their attacks were too weak. The monster was difficult to destroy, so Sun Moa decided to deliver a more powerful blow. She asked Yun-In-Dam to step back. Gathering enough energy, Sun Moa delivered a powerful blow, but it did not produce the desired result. Her strength was not enough. Sun Moa's blow only left scratches on the monster. Yun-In-Dam hoped that Sun Moa had other options. If they continued in this vein, the fight would drag on for a long time. Yun-In-Dam's hopes were not in vain. Sun Moa did indeed have another idea. Yun-In-Dam looked at Sun Moa in surprise. He couldn't understand where Moa was getting so many ideas. Sun Moa asked Yun-In-Dam to try to slow down the Insect King with his absolute cold ability. It was worth a try. Yun-In-Dam slowed down the monster and doubted that it would be enough. Sun Moa assured him that it would be fine. While Sun Moa and Yun-In-Dam were talking, Bargus began to attack them. Until the hunters destroy the monster, they must be careful. So Jihan watched Moa and Yun-In-Dam talking sweetly to each other. He didn't seem to like it, and it made him angry. The giant began to attack again. At the beginning of the battle, it seemed that the hunters would quickly deal with him, but now it didn't seem so. Thanks to his ability, Yun-In-Dam made a shield. He asked Sun Moa to stay behind him. The attack was quite strong, and all they could do was hope that the hunter would hold out. Yun-In-Dam asked Sun Moa to stay close to him. Sun Moa had no idea what he was up to. Thanks to his ability, Yun-In-Dam froze everything in front of him. Both hunters had high hopes that this time the monster would die. Even this powerful move did not defeat Bargus. The monster still had enough strength to continue the fight. It seemed that not only the hunters were thinking about their next move, but the Insect King was also thinking about how to proceed. Sun Moa and Yun-In-Dam tried many different options, but none of them were successful. Therefore, Sun Moa decided to try to distract the monster so that Yun-In-Dam could restrict Bargus's movement with an icy wind. Sun Moa was ready to attack the monster, but to do that, Yun-In-Dam had to catch the king of insects with his icy wind, so Sun Moa simply waited for her cue. So Sun Moa began to distract the monster while Yun-In-Dam prepared to use his Ice Wind ability. Yun-In-Dam warned Moa that the slowing effect would not last long, so she should hurry. For greater effect, Sun Moa decided to use the scroll given to her by Yun-In-Dam. Bargus was slowed down. Now it was Sun Moa's turn. If this didn't work, they would have to find another way out. Moa's abilities were enhanced by the scroll. Sun Moa asked Yun-In-Dam to be ready to use the Ice Spear. She had to aim for the head. The hunters had one chance for a powerful attack. They had to try to destroy the monster on this attempt. Sun Moa signaled for Yun-In-Dam to attack. All they could do was hope that everything would work out and they would win. This blow was indeed very powerful. The monster was thrown several meters away from the hunters. When Bargus fell, a cloud of dust rose around him. Sun Moa aimed from the forehead, so she had to close her eyes. She was curious to see if she could hit the monster. All three hunters were very surprised by Moa's ability. No one expected such a result. She pierced it right through. Sun Moa herself had hoped to at least pierce the armor, but this result exceeded all expectations. Jihan asked Moa to drink a potion so she wouldn't lose consciousness. The hunters received a notification on the blue screen about the destruction of the Insect King Bargus. The passage was open. It was time to return home. Sun Moa felt ill. Yun-In-Dam decided to cheer her up, assuring her that she had done well. Sun Moa herself denied all of the hunters' words. In her opinion, it was only thanks to the scroll that she was able to deliver such a blow. Seo Jihan was worried about Moa's well-being. Sun Moa drank too much potion in such a short time, so she became addicted to it. Its effect became less favorable. Something had to be done with Bargus's body, so Jihan did not understand why Moa was standing still and not gathering items. Sun Moa was not opposed to leaving, but she thought it would be unfair to Yun-In-Dam. They had participated in the duel together. Moa's thoughts were interrupted by Yun-In-Dam himself. He didn't understand why Moa wasn't collecting items if she had destroyed the monster. Sun Moa is very modest. She began to insist that without Yoon and Dam, she would not have been able to defeat Bargus. But he just replied that if it weren't for her, they would still be draining his mana. It seems that So Jihan didn't like that Moa and Yoon Indam found common ground. The hunter asked Moa to hurry while the passage was still open. Sun Moa felt guilty and thought it was wrong to take everything for herself. Only So Jihan was happy with the big catch. Yoon Indam emphasized that it was time to go. He wondered where Moa would go after they got out of the dungeon. Sun Moa was in no hurry to go through this passage because it could be controlled by the Dungeon Control Office. Perhaps not the entire office was in on the conspiracy, but there were people there who were. The team outside that the scoundrels were talking about could be the office security team. Yoon Indam began to think about how they could escape from the dungeon unnoticed. The entrance to the dungeon was blocked on all sides. Sun Moa suggested going out into the passageway at the last moment. Perhaps then they would be able to get to a place connected to the dungeon. Yoon Indam told Moa that if they waited for the dungeon to disappear, they would disappear with it. Did Moa really want to disappear without a trace? Sun Moa refused to let them disappear, so Jihan jokingly said that she was acting cool as usual. So Sun Moa calmed Yoon Indam and asked him to be ready to enter the passage. Moa would let him know when it was time. Yoon Indam had no choice but to trust Sun Moa. Jihan watched with curiosity to see what Moa wanted to take from the inventory. Sun Moa took out a blanket. Yoon Indam looked at her in surprise. Moa wanted to cover her face so that people on the street wouldn't recognize her. They couldn't miss the moment when they could leave the dungeon, so the hunters began to prepare to leave. As soon as Sun Moa gave the signal that it was time to go, the hunters rushed into the passageway. Everything worked out. Sun Moa was overjoyed that her plan to escape the dungeon had succeeded. Yoon Indam was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that Jihan also did not expect it to work. He watched Sun Moa in shock as she took out the teleportation scroll. Sun Moa took Yoon Indam by the arm. The hunter had no idea what was going on or what Sun Moa was up to again. Only Moa herself knew. So Sun Moa hurried to tear up the scroll. She didn't rush to share her actions with Yoon Indam. It seemed that a new surprise awaited him. The desert. Sun Moa decided to take them to the desert she had seen in the brochure. A light was visible in the distance. It looked like there were people there. It was unlikely that the news had reported so quickly about what had happened in the dungeon, but it was worth checking. Sun Moa was shocked by the latest events. Banso Jin was arrested and accused of killing the hunters who had been sent to clean up the dungeon. There was no news yet about the closure of the dungeon. Sun Moa was uncomfortable with the fact that her photo from last year was being passed off as if it had been taken yesterday. Things were really bad. Someone had tried very hard to hide the disappearance of Yoon Indam. It was as if everyone had forgotten about him, although the people noticed that he was nowhere to be found. The worst thing was that all of Yoon Indam's allies could take the side of these scoundrels, or they could simply be destroyed. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise. That's called eliminated now. The hunter explained that he doesn't destroy people, he just felt uncomfortable with those who betrayed him. Sun Moa assured Yoon Indam that everything was fine and that she understood perfectly. It was just the first time she had seen something like this. Everything was complicated. They could have taken several hunters in for questioning, but everything turned out as it was supposed to. Sun Moa regretted that no one had reported Yoon Indam's disappearance. Yoon Indam decided to change the subject, so he asked Moa about her plans for the near future. The White Light Guild didn't really bother Moa. What she was really worried about was her family. Moa wanted to be sure that they were all right. Yoon Indam asked her to just be careful. No one knew what the scoundrels were planning if Moa survived. Such thoughts upset and disturbed Sun Moa. The hunter began to reassure Moa. He didn't mean that they would be destroyed. It was just that the villains might be waiting for Sun Moa near her house or threaten her family. How fortunate that they had a camera. It was their evidence. But if they gave the camera to the media, they could edit it to suit their own agenda. First, they needed to watch the camera footage themselves. Yoon Indam saw Seo Jihan in the video. He didn't understand why Jihan was doing that. Sun Moa hurried to say that it wasn't Seo Jihan. Sun Moa asked Yoon Indam to take a closer look at the braid. The guy in the photo had a dark green poisonous braid. Seo Jihan's braid was red with a dark element. Yoon Indam looked closely. They were indeed different people. It was a pity that it was difficult to hear their voices through the masks. The screen went dark. Yoon Indam found this strange and hurried to ask Sun Moa what it was. Could it be Ban Sojin's ability? Another awkward situation. Sun Moa couldn't tell Kim Eun-gil about the Stone of Regret. The best option was to change the subject. So Sun Moa decided to tell him that Kim Eun-gil had killed the boy who had pretended to be So Jihan. This news shocked Yoon Indam. It was very unexpected. Yoon Indam thought that Kim Yeon-gil was involved in his kidnapping. They were from the same guild. As it turned out, Kim Yeon-gil was a villain. Other people tried to harm him because of him. Sun Moa realized that she had thought too highly of him. Now Yoon Indam knew what was going on. The scoundrels had simply chosen someone who could frame So Jihan as a criminal. Kim Eun-gil was perfect for the job. Kim Eun-gil was an important figure in the hunting market. This news greatly pleased Yoon Eun-gil. Everything pointed to So Jihan also being their target. Yoon Indam asked Sun Moa about So Jihan's whereabouts. She replied that she did not know where Jihan was. Yoon Indam found it strange that Jihan had not yet appeared. Knowing his character, he should have been boiling with rage at being framed. Yoon In-dam was worried about Jihan and hoped that he was alright. Sun Moa noticed that the hunter called Jihan his brother, so she asked if they were close. Yoon In-dam decided to tell about his first meeting with Jihan during the raid on Killigus. He was a young hunter, so he asked So Jihan a lot of questions about everything. He became curious about who Sun Moa was to So Jihan. He thought that Moa was So Jihan's girlfriend. Moa and Jihan were very surprised by this guess. Sun Moa knew a lot about So Jihan. The only way to find out about his braid was to fight him. That's why she thought they were a couple. It seemed that Sun Moa was in an awkward position. Seo Jihan asked her to tell Moa that he had saved her in the Insect King's dungeon. So Moa did just that. It seems that Yoon In-dam believed Sun Moa's words. Or maybe he just pretended to believe her. Yoon In-dam was calm about Seo Jihan. He could take care of himself. Seo Jihan was the strongest hunter Yoon In-dam knew. He could destroy the boss and clear the dungeon by himself. So Jihan was very pleased to hear all these words from Yoon In-dam. An Sunmo was not happy because Jihan was next to them, but Yoon In-dam couldn't understand why they had to do all this. That he and Jihan were worthy opponents. There was no reason to destroy them because they were useful to the world. Although Sojihan was on his own, he was able to work very well in a team. Sun Moa also did not understand any of this. So Jihan and Yoon In-dam could have simply joined forces. Sun Moa had a new idea. The villains could have deliberately set So Jihan up so that he would be completely alone, with nowhere to go and no one to turn to. Yoon In-dam distracted Sun Moa from this thought. He said that he and Seo Jihan were similar in some way. What exactly was this similarity? They both agreed to defeat the bosses, and they both had strong abilities that allowed them to win. Sun Moa was surprised. Strong abilities. She had just helped Yoon In-dam defeat a boss. But that didn't matter right now. Sun Moa was lost in thought again. If these scoundrels were against destroying the bosses, then there could only be one person behind it. It could be So Jihan's former friend, the leader of the Sky Guild, Ban So-ho. This guess was quite logical. So Jihan and Bang So-ho had quarreled over differences concerning the dungeon. Bang So-ho wanted to keep them for the future. But So Jihan wanted to conquer the dungeon. Would Bang So-ho destroy a group of hunters from a small guild and kidnap the leader of the Dark Sky Guild for his own goals? But would he frame an old friend to make him the culprit of all the crimes committed? If so, then he is pure evil. Sun Moa hurried to share her guesses with So Jihan. It had to be him. Ban So-ho also wanted to frame Jihan in the past. But these were just Sun Moa's guesses. They had no proof that Ban So-ho was behind it all. Therefore, Yoon In-dam said that he did not know who was behind it. There were too many suspects. No one could be trusted. Yoon In-dam wanted to watch the other videos on the camera. Maybe they were there. He wanted to find out more information before leaving Moa. Indeed, there was another video on the camera. It showed people being forced to pick herbs. Sun Moa watched the footage in horror, unable to understand what was happening in the video or who these people were. Yoon In-dam explained that it was a farm where weak hunters were kept as slaves for harvesting. But he thought it was just a rumor. Yoon In-dam thought that this was not possible in their country. Hunters were constantly going to clean up the dungeons. Yoon In-dam only now realized that he had indeed been kidnapped. Sun Moa suggested that the farm was kept secret from others. The place reminded Yoon In-dam of the dungeon in Bargus, next to his hiding place. Now it was clear why they needed the barrier. So Sun Moa watched the video and realized that a group of guards was near the farm. When the barrier was destroyed, those people could escape through the passage. These videos would definitely come in handy. Sun Moa wanted to tell everyone everything, but right now they weren't in a position to tell the world the truth. So Yoon In-dam decided to return to the Dark Sky Guild so he could contact the other leaders. But before leaving, he asked Sun Moa to take something. Yoon In-dam explained that they needed it to communicate with each other. Regular phones could be easily tapped. Sun Moa looked at him intrigued. Yoon In-dam just smiled, saying that he was eating green and Moa was eating pink. The blue screen appeared again. It said that Sun Moa had received a communication device which looked like a cookie or a waffle. Yoon In-dam explained that when Moa needed to contact him, she should just eat the pink one. Sun Moa did not expect him to care so much about her. It was very sweet of him. Sun Moa had 2 Bargus horns, so she decided to share one with Yoon In-dam. Sun Moa explained that he might need the Bargus horn. Neither Yoon In-dam nor So Jihan expected such a gesture from Moa. Yoon In-dam thanked Moa for her generosity, but Sun Moa emphasized that they had defeated Bargus together. Yoon In-dam was ready to leave the desert. He took out the scroll and began to open the passage for himself. Finally, Yoon In-dam returned to Sun Moa and smiled, telling her that she was not a good liar. Sun Moa decided to ask So Jihan if they had figured them out when she said she didn't know Jihan. But Jihan himself was more interested in why Moa had given him the horn. The next day, the rankings were announced. Sun Moa was worried. If her name appeared in the rankings, everyone would find out that she was still alive. So Jihan assured Sun Moa that everything would be fine. her name would not appear. Sun Moa did not understand why Jihan was so confident, but So Jihan explained that the top 10 hunters were included in the rankings. Sun Moa was ranked 149th. It was unlikely that a new hunter would surpass the others so quickly. Besides, Yoon and Dam also participated in the competition, so it was unlikely that Sun Moa would earn many points. So Jihan advised Sun Moa to get some fresh air. Sun Moa did not expect to end up in Mongolia because she was thinking about Africa. But Sun Moa did not plan to stay in Mongolia for long, but she did not know where to go next. Sun Moa was worried about her brother, so she decided to just check on him. After taking the invisibility potion, Sun Moa watched Shinju. At that moment, he was talking to his mother on the phone. His mother was worried about Sun Moa, but Shinju reassured her by changing the subject. Shinju responded to comments written about his sister, so Jihan noticed that Moa had the best brother. He protects her. Shinju was doing pretty well, but what would happen to Sun Moa's mother when she found out about everything? So Jihan sensed that someone was approaching them. Judging by their appearance, these guys were definitely from a gang of thugs. Sun Moa began to worry about Shinju. Could they have come for him? So Jihan asked Moa not to panic and just watch them. Something didn't seem right. They didn't seem interested in Shinju. The observant. So Jihan noticed that the invisibility potion was wearing off. They had to do something, and fast. Dream. It was just a dream. Jihan hoped that Moa would feel better after sleeping, but he was wrong. So Jihan wanted to cheer up Sun Moa. So Jihan had an idea how to do this, so he asked Sun Moa to go with him to a certain place. Sun Moa opened the passage. As soon as she entered, she found herself in a hunting shop. A strange man asked the girl if she needed money or goods. Sun Moa clearly did not expect to find herself in this place. She looked at Seo Jihan angrily. Was this really his good idea? There was no other way out but to be bold. So Jihan told Moa that she could buy a communication device here, but first she had to show him her yugwa. Sun Moa had no choice but to do what Seo Jihan asked, so she took out her ID card and placed it on the table in front of the man. As soon as Sun Moa did this, a blue screen appeared in front of her again, with a notification that the communication effect had been activated. Sun Moa began to understand the shopkeeper in Korean. He asked Moa about selling items. But Sun Moa looked at him angrily and said in a serious tone that she needed the voice of a star from listening to the phone. There was only one person left in the store. Sun Moa was shocked. She didn't think it would work. He put the celebrity voice in front of Moa. Sun Moa expected to see something unusual, but it looked like a normal phone. The salesman started talking about payment. Sun Moa tried to look serious, so Jihan asked her to give him one F-rank stone if she had it. Sun Moa gave the stone to the salesman. She was happy that she would now be able to call her family. Now they wouldn't be able to listen in on her calls. Sun Moa didn't understand why they weren't leaving the store. Seo Jihan wanted Sun Moa to ask the salesman to give them a place where they could be alone. The salesman took out a map and pointed to a house by the lake. He explained that Moa could get water from the lake and that the house had a generator. It wouldn't hurt to clean up a bit either. It was 300 kilometers from the city. There were no noisy neighbors there either. It was the perfect place to be alone. The house looked nice in the photo. Sun Moa agreed to take it, so she paid for the house again with F-rank stones. Sun Moa was surprised by the seller's kindness, but she pretended to be bold, and bold people are not kind. It was time to leave the hunting shop. Of course, Sun Moa knew she had no other choice, but she didn't expect to see an abandoned house in front of her. She looked at the house in horror. Sun Moa just wanted to return to Las Vegas to a hotel with normal conditions. So Jihan reminded Moa that she could do whatever she wanted if she wasn't afraid of being recognized. They couldn't pitch a tent either. There were many wild animals in the forest. They had to go inside the house. Upon entering the house, Sun Moa saw that it looked better inside. There was too much dust in the house. Sun Moa realized that it would take her all day to clean the house. There was no other option, but before cleaning, she needed to rest well. Upon entering the room, Sun Moa's gaze was drawn to the view from the window. It was incredibly beautiful. So Jihan asked Sun Moa not to worry too much, that he was there with her. Sun Moa was starting to like the house a little. To Sun Moa, it sounded rather strange. Jihan was a ghost. It was unlikely that he could help her in any way. So Jihan asked Moa to get a doll. The girl couldn't understand why he needed a doll in such a big house. After moving into the doll, So Jihan began to sing to Sun Moa to help her fall asleep. So Jihan's actions began to frighten Sun Moa. After all, he was inside a voodoo doll. The house was cool, so Jihan's singing reminded Moa of a dark magic ritual. The rustling of the straw used to make the doll was creepy. Sun Moa found it difficult to fall asleep in the abandoned house. The thought that her hotel room might have been tricked out of her kept her awake. The scoundrels came to Shinju's house, which meant they had definitely sent someone to Sun Moa's house. Surely someone was still there waiting for Sun Moa to return. So Jihan asked Moa not to think about it for now and insisted that she rest. A new morning. While Sun Moa was still asleep, Jihan looked out the window and watched the crows catching fish in the lake. It was the first conversation in a long time that did not start with monsters and dungeons. Sun Moa suggested that Jihan go fishing, but Jihan reminded her that they needed to clean the house. They had a lot of work to do. They had to get the generator out of the basement, dust everything, and do many other chores. While Sun Moa slept at night, Jihan decided to look around the house. In the morning, there was straw scattered all over the house with a voodoo doll. Now they had to pick up the straw. Sun Moa looked at the mess with dissatisfaction. Sun Moa looked at Seo Ji-han with a sweet look. She wanted to ask him for a favor. Seo Ji-han always helped Moa with pleasure, and her strange look bothered him. But Sun Moa simply asked him to help clean the house. Seo Ji-han gladly agreed. Together, they began to busily and quickly clean room after room. Moa and Ji-han finished quickly. It didn't even take the whole day. Now they could take a shower and go shopping. But there was something more important to do. Seo Ji-han couldn't figure out what Sun Moa was talking about. Should he read the news or clean the other half of the house? It seemed that Seo Ji-han didn't remember the quest Kim Yoon-gil had given Sun Moa. Sun Moa still hadn't received her reward, so it was time to get it. An amazing reward from the A-Rank consumables crafter was waiting for Sun Moa. Seo Ji-han also wanted to see this reward. Sun Moa had been putting it off for a long time. She could have gotten it in the dungeon. In the dungeon, Sun Moa decided not to risk it, lest she bring more trouble upon herself. The time had come to receive her reward. There were new restrictions on the use of her new abilities. Sun Moa could only use herbs that she had gathered herself. So Ji-han didn't understand what was bothering Sun Moa. It didn't matter what items she used. Sun Moa activated Kim Yeon-gil's memories. Something was approaching Sun Moa and Ji-han. They stood as if spellbound, waiting for further events. These were Kim Eun-gil's memories. The look in his eyes began to disturb Sun Moa. To access the memories, she needed select herbs, not trash. So Ji-han felt the urge to strike this cloud of memories. Sun Moa hoped that as long as she had the herbs, the memories could be restored. But they repeated about the select herbs again. Therefore, Sun Moa decided not to waste time and began to take various herbs and items from her inventory. Sun Moa only got some of the contents of her inventory. There was no need to take everything. It might not fit in the room. Sun Moa ordered the dark cloud to make a potion of strength from the core and something useful from the rest. But the cloud only became indignant. The dark cloud set to work and kept repeating how unfair it was. It seemed as if Sun Moa had a factory. Sun Moa began to feel that life was getting better. How good it felt after a hot bath. So Ji-han prepared dinner while Moa was in the bathroom. He took care of her as always. So Ji-han was very worried that Sun Moa wasn't getting enough rest. Moa found his concern sweet. Sun Moa was worried that Ji-han had burned his hands again, but he reassured her, saying that he had gotten used to the doll and had learned to do everything carefully. So Ji-han's food was really delicious, and another delicacy awaited Sun Moa, Bargis's horn. The only thing that made Sun Moa happy was that this horn was much smaller than Kyrgyz's horn. As soon as Sun Moa took the first bite, she received a notification about the ability she would gain when she ate the entire horn. Sun Moa decided to check the news while enjoying her meal. So Ji-han just didn't want Moa to read the comments. Sun Moa was curious to know how Yoon In-dam was doing. Yoon In-dam decided to visit the Sky Guild. The secretary informed the leader of his arrival. But it seems that Yoon In-dam didn't need an invitation. They didn't want to let him into the office, but Yoon In-dam insisted on seeing the leader of the Sky Guild. Nervous, the leader asked the office staff to leave his office and invited Yoon In-dam to sit down. Yoon In-dam recommended that Bang Soho get a fish. The guild leader nervously asked why Yoon In-dam had come to see him. The hunter jokingly replied that he missed him. But in reality, Yoon In-dam was just curious about how his old friend was doing. Bang Soho rudely replied that he was doing great. However, Yoon In-dam did not notice that Ban Soho was doing well. Ban Soho just shouted that it was none of Yoon In-dam's business. Yoon In-dam behaved quite calmly. The same could not be said for Ban Soho, who was clearly nervous. Incidentally, Yoon In-dam noticed that the suspect had a familiar surname. Ban Soho asked Yoon In-dam to leave if he had come just to make him nervous. Of course, Yoon In-dam understood what was going on and that Bang Soho was unable to control the situation, which is why the leader of the Sky Guild began to get nervous. But Yoon In-dam replied that he had come to comfort him, not to make him nervous. It must have been unpleasant to hear the latest news mentioning the Ban surname. Yoon In-dam said that he believed in Ban So-jin's innocence. Ban So-ho simply thanked the leader of the Dark Sky for that. But Yoon In-dam continued to say that the news about the hunter who had destroyed a group of people seemed like a delusion. All of this had been publicized by the media. Ban So-ho knew this very well. As a result, relations between hunters and the public were established in such a way that punishment was carried out by the relevant guilds. Hunters from the ranking were considered untouchable beings. Problems created by the awakened were solved by the awakened themselves. Such were the rules of the modern world. Any information about hunters and dungeons was always kept secret. But the situation with Ban So-jin was quite strange. Someone was definitely involved. Ban So-ho could allow anything. Hunters were not punished severely. Yoon In-dam noticed that in the past the case would have been closed as quickly as possible. In a good mood, Yoon In-dam continued the conversation. He seemed to want to provoke Ban So-ho. It took courage to provoke a relative of the leader of the heaven, unless the guild itself wanted to escalate the situation. Bang So-ho angrily asked again why Yoon In-dam had come, but the hunter calmly continued to insist that he had come to comfort him. Ban So-ho didn't believe a word the leader of the Dark Sky said, but Yoon In-dam insisted that he wanted to check something. Ban So-ho couldn't understand what he was talking about. Yoon In-dam was acting really weird. He asked Ban So-hoo to be careful. Something was going on around them. But Ban So-hoo still didn't understand what Yoon and Dam was talking about. Yoon and Dam continued, saying that So-hoo must be feeling it himself. Ban So-jin is not to blame. Let's confirm it with Yoon and Dam. He saw the truth in the video. This information made Ban So-hoo even angrier. Was the video real? Ban So-hoo's anger grew. Yoon and Dam did what he had planned and left the building. But Ban So-hoo had a strong desire to find out where the video was. However, he had no idea that Yoon In-dam had deliberately mentioned the recording to start his game. Of course, Ban So-hoo didn't like that. After talking to So Ji-han, Yoon and Dam stopped listening to anyone. He tried once again to stop the boy, but all his attempts were in vain. Finally, Ban So-hoo asked Yoon In-dam to take care of himself and stay out of trouble. But Yoon In-dam was sure that he was stronger than Ban So-hoo, so he hastened to remind him of this. But Ban So-hoo just denied it. He considered himself stronger than others. As always, Yoon In-dam did not miss an opportunity to joke with his old friend. He again mentioned the fish he had talked about when he first arrived. Fish also need oxygen. At that moment, Ban So-hoo wanted to say goodbye to Yoon In-dam as quickly as possible. Yoon In-dam had done everything he wanted, so it was time to move on. Ban So-hoo looked after him in surprise. Left alone, Ban So-hoo continued to think about the video. He didn't expect it to exist. Yoon In-dam stood at the very top of the office where the Gloomy Sky Guild was located. It was very early. The office was empty. So Yoon In-dam suspected Baek Seo-ho of kidnapping him. That was why he came to see him. But during their conversation, he came to the conclusion that Ban Seo-ho was not involved. Bang So-ho was first on the list of suspects. His straightforwardness was just one step away from obsession with his plans. If Ban So-ho was involved in everything, his usual excuse that it was for the greater good would not have been convincing at all. So if he really was involved, Yoon In-dam attacked him without hesitation. It didn't matter to Yoon In-dam whether someone had brainwashed him or if it was his own decision. Yoon In-dam blindly wanted to believe that Ban So-ho was not involved in the monopoly. He kept telling himself that it was simply not possible. If Ban So-ho had been involved, he would not have had any problems with his arrest. Everything would have been much simpler. The only culprit in Yoon In-dam's kidnapping was the Daehan Guild. If only Yoon In-dam knew everything, but he only had guesses. Yoon In-dam remembered Song Moa. He wondered how she was and where she was now. She seemed like a trustworthy person to Yoon In-dam. Therefore, Yoon In-dam was sure that Sun Moa could be trusted. So he did the right thing by leaving the camera with her. But he was surprised by how strong Sun Moa was. She had only recently awakened, and already she was able to defeat Bargus with a single blow. Yoon In-dam was surprised at how calm she looked, despite being an inexperienced hunter. Yoon In-dam was also surprised by Sun Moa's fighting skills and quick decision-making. But what surprised Yoon In-dam the most was Sun Moa's generosity. The horn was rightfully hers, but she gave it away without hesitation. Yoon In-dam was worried that if Sun Moa got involved with the wrong people, she would lose her life. The best he could think of was to protect her. Thoughts are thoughts, and it was time to get back to business. Yoon In-dam slowly climbed down from the roof and entered the office. It was a normal morning. The office was completely quiet and peaceful. It was a normal conversation where Lee Si-hoo claimed that she had changed. But why say that, and to whom? Lee Si-hoo was in a great mood. In her mind, she was already renovating her office and saw herself as the leader of the guild. Yoon In-dam crept up behind her and whispered in her ear that he liked the current leader better. Lee Si-hoo looked at him in fear. Lee Si-hoo didn't understand what he was doing in the office and started calling him by his first name. Yoon In-dam couldn't understand when she stopped calling him boss. Only Lee Si-hoo felt uncomfortable at that moment. She thought of calling for help, so her hand reached for the phone. Yoon In-dam made it clear that she shouldn't do that. He asked Lee Si-hoo for a favor. Yoon In-dam also asked Lee Si-hoo to take him to her friends. Lee Si-hoo decided to pretend she didn't understand what he was talking about. Yoon In-dam had to scare Lee Si-hoo to get her to agree, so he started freezing her hand. This trick really worked. Lee Si-hoo agreed to take him away. It was a sunny day. Sun Moa continued to eat Bargus's horn and occasionally glanced at the news. But there was no new news. So Ji-han became interested in fishing. He must have decided to become an avid fisherman. Sun Moa tried to visit Shinju and her mother, but she couldn't get to them. The scoundrels were watching them the whole time, and the invisibility potion wasn't working. This made Sun Moa very upset. Did they really think that Sun Moa wouldn't find out about them? But Sun Moa remembered that the criminals didn't know how much she knew, and that the fake So Ji-han had told her about the large guilds. If they weren't following Sun Moa, it meant they were sure she had no evidence against them. Moa's thoughts were interrupted by So Ji-han. The complete silence disturbed Sun Moa. There was nothing in the news. Sun Moa was not being searched for. Everything seemed quite strange. All the headlines in the news were old. The only new thing was about the trial of Ban So-jin. It looked as if they wanted to hide everything. So Ji-han explained to Moa that the media only writes about the destruction of ordinary people. They don't write about the destruction of hunters. Sun Moa couldn't understand why the news reported Kim Yeon-gil's death. So Ji-han explained that it was because he was a famous manufacturer. In most cases, they tried not to let ordinary people know about hunters. It was easier to control the media that way. Indeed, even the media did not need a scandal. Sun Moa was very saddened by everything that was happening. She simply decided to remain silent and continue eating the horn. So Ji-han continued fishing. The main thing was that the fish didn't drag him underwater like last time. Sun Moa ate only half of the horn and already felt sick, so Jihan asked her not to force herself to eat it and to eat the rest later. But Sun Moa wanted to gain the ability as quickly as possible, so she continued to eat the horn even though she was feeling sick. Thanks to her new ability, Sun Moa will be able to change her appearance. This will give her the opportunity to see her family. Sun Moa looked at So Jihan with concern. She couldn't remember if she had told Yoon and Dam that he had to eat the horn to gain the ability. Without wasting any time, Sun Moa urgently dialed Yoon and Dam's number. But what if he was asleep? Although it was unlikely that he could sleep after what had happened to him. Moa thought for a while whether she should call now or later, but she shouldn't delay. It was better to call now and be calm. Yoon and Dam was busy with matters related to his kidnapping, but he decided to pick up the phone anyway. Sun Moa didn't expect him to answer the phone. She thought she was distracting him, but Yoon Indam assured her that she wasn't. He had been waiting for her call. Sun Moa decided to ask about the guild's affairs. Yoon and Dam just said that they had made a mess while he was away and that he had already cleaned up. Sun Moa decided not to bother him, so she quickly told him that he should eat the horn and explained that this was the only way he would gain a new ability. Yoon and Dam began to think that Moa had a problem with food, but she explained that she had been conducting experiments and had accidentally discovered this. Leaving Yoon and Dam her new phone number, Moa wished him luck with the cleaning and hurried to say goodbye. So Jihan was surprised that Yoon and Dam was cleaning. Sun Moa began to imagine Yoon Indam cleaning. He had been gone for so long that everything was probably covered in dust. He must have liked cleanliness. Probably only Seo Jihan understood what kind of cleaning Yoon and Dam was talking about. It took Sun Moa a week to finish eating the horn. As soon as she did, she received a notification that she had acquired the S-Rank ability of the Insect King. Sun Moa's new ability was Transformation, and her endurance also increased. So Jihan was happy for Sun Moa. Now it was clear why Bargus was so strong. It was because of his endurance. Sun Moa couldn't understand why the transformation ability was assigned an S rank, so Jihan explained that it was great that it had been assigned. With this ability, no methods lower than its rank would work. Now her invisibility could not be removed. The higher Mo-A's rank, the greater the effect of the ability. But Sun Mo-A's thoughts were with her family. A dark cloud plunged into the potion making. Now Sun Moa had many potions of various ranks. So Jihan did not understand where the bottles of A-rank potions were, because Kim Yoon-gil had A-rank abilities. Sun Moa explained that there had been many attempts to make them, but to no avail. But So Jihan explained that even one bottle of A-rank potion was very rare and therefore expensive. He only had 4. So Sun Moa was very lucky to have even a few bottles. So Jihan began to ask Moa to drink at least 1 bottle of the potion. But Sun Moa refused because the potion was rare. However, So Jihan did not give up and asked again and again. Sun Moa realized that she had offended Jihan, so she agreed to drink just once. After Moa drank the potion, a message appeared on the screen. Sun Moa had to choose how she wanted to use the potion that increased her strength. So Jihan couldn't understand why Moa was hesitating. Sun Moa was asked to choose whether she wanted to use the potion temporarily or permanently. Taiso Jihan was shocked. He didn't understand what there was to think about. Sun Moa, on the other hand, didn't understand Jihan's reaction. It seemed that So Jihan thought life was unfair. Sun Moa thought long and hard and decided to choose a permanent increase in strength. Moa's strength only increased by 5 points, which made her sad. Tai So Jihan was angry. She had gone from being an ordinary gatherer to a powerful hunter, so she decided to continue drinking the potion. Sun Moa began drinking potions one after another. Her strength grew, but because Sun Moa drank too many potions in a short time, she was poisoned. The poisoning would last 24 hours. Jihan suggested trying out Moa's new ability. So Sun Moa began to think about who to transform into. For some unknown reason, she decided to try to transform into Yoon Indam. Sun Moa constantly thought about the hunter, but she was unable to transform into him. So Jihan advised Moa to simply not think about anything. Sun Moa had a strange feeling after she transformed. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the surprised face of So Jihan. Finally, Sun Moa managed to transform, but not into Yoon Indam. She turned into Bargus. Sun Moa began to panic, and So Jihan tried to calm her down. He asked Moa to try to accept her face, but Sun Moa had no idea how to do that. Seo Jihan asked her to just calm down. Only when she was calm was Moa able to become herself. Moa was very shocked. This was not what she expected from her new ability. So Jihan also did not expect this. It was a pity that Sun Moa could only transform into Bargis with this ability. Sun Moa decided to watch the news again. The news reported on Moa's mother, who had been protesting for 3 days and demanding a meeting with Bang So-jin. She wanted to know the truth. The headquarters of the Dihan Guild. The boy stood at the door of the leader, not daring to knock, but he had to go in. He came to his leader to report on the meeting between Yoon In-dam and Ban So-ho. Kim Sa-jan was only interested in Ban So-ho's reaction at the meeting. However, there was no reaction. This news angered the leader of the Daehan Guild. He threw a glass against the wall. Kim Sa-jan started yelling at his secretary. Was that all the information that Secretary Ohm had found out? Kim Sa-jan was not satisfied with Ohm's level of professionalism. Kim Sa-jan simply could not understand whether the meeting had taken place or not. Ohm calmed him down by saying that the meeting had taken place, Did not know what they had talked about, and no one else did either. They had spoken in private. This news angered Kim Sajan even more. Kim Sajan violently struck the boy and then asked to continue. Although did not know why Yoon and Dam had come to the guild, he told him his version of events. Yoon and Dam had come to understand what was going on. The conversation was unknown and there was no reaction. It seemed that they were not discussing anything important. Kim Sajan couldn't understand why Yoon and Dam wasn't acting. Suggested that Yoon and Dam might be acting cautiously. All that remained was to wait. For the villains, the main thing was to play their cards right with Ban So-jin. Perhaps this would allow them to deal with Yoon and Dam. Kim Sajan became curious about how Yoon and Dam managed to escape from the dungeon. It was unknown, and the hunters who were guarding him had been killed. Suggested that there was a traitor among them. Kim Sajan was very dissatisfied that no one wanted to do their job properly. It was no wonder that the hunters were barely making ends meet. Kim Sajan gave the order to start watching Yoon and Dam. If he starts to act, they need to be ready. It was unlikely that Bang So-ho would do anything because his hands were tied by Bang So-jin. Still, they had to be ready in case they couldn't use him. These scoundrels also got rid of Baek Kwan-ha. Kim Sajan didn't want the leader of the White Light Guild to become a problem for them. There was no room for error. The fewer people who knew about Kim Sajan's plans, the better. Although things were going well in the other two guilds, Kim Sajan ordered to start putting gradual pressure on the market. The dungeon was gone, so they had to adapt to the situation. In order for the plan to monopolize the world market to work, supplies had to be reduced. This is how monopolists come to power. Kim Sajan decided to immediately reduce global supplies to the market. Kim Sajang believed that this was how the leader of a large guild should act in order to change the world. He wanted to rule the entire world. It was hard to believe that one of Korea's dungeons had disappeared. Korea had lost its gold mine. Wondered if he should continue to follow the families of the hunters who had died. The families of No Heeman and No Mirei abandoned them when they drank away and lost the entire family budget. Kim Sejong simply asked that their families be given money so that they would leave them alone. Wondered what to do with the family of Sun Moa. Kim Sajan ordered to continue monitoring her family. They should have enough money because Moa had enough funds. Kim Sajan just wanted to be sure that Sun Moa had really died with the other hunters in that dungeon. Assured him that she had indeed been killed, just in case they checked her hotel room number. It seems that Sun Moa was able to accept her new ability and the fact that she turns into a Bargus, but Moa still didn't want to see herself like that. Sun Moa had an idea. She hurried to share it with Jihan. Bargus could transform into an insect. Maybe Moa could too. She had to try to find out for sure. Moa tried to turn into a bee. Sun Moa didn't really expect it to work, but it did. Moa was able to turn into a bee. Sometimes Sun Moa surprised Jihan with her ideas. This time she wanted to become a giant bee just to kidnap her mother and Shinju. But Moa couldn't become bigger because of limitations. So Sun Moa decided to try the opposite and become smaller. Sun Moa tried to become smaller. This time she succeeded. She became the size of a normal bee. In her small form, Moa could not fly. She decided to become herself again, but something unpleasant happened when Moa turned back into a human. Her clothes remained on the ground. Wrapped in a blanket, Sun Moa and Jihan began to think about what insect Sun Moa could transform into, so as not to attract attention. Moa and Jihan shouted one word in unison: "Flea!" A flea would definitely not attract attention. So without hesitation, Sun Moa took the form of a flea and went among the people. Moa liked that she could jump quickly and high. The stone of her soul took on the size of a flea. Sun Moa came to the square where her mother had been standing with a poster for 3 days. She wanted to find her mother as soon as possible. It was good that So Jihan was with her. He helped her do that. Sun Moa noticed 2 men approaching her mother. It seemed that they would not leave her alone. Moa's mother did not have permission from the head of the administration, so she had no right to stand there with a poster. Sun Moa wanted to stand up for her mother, but Jihan stopped her. Moa's mother just wanted to know the truth about her daughter's death, but they weren't interested. One of them wanted to drag her out of the square, and she resisted until she fell to the ground. She didn't care what these men said. They couldn't understand a mother who had lost her child. Moa's mother was lucky that there were laws in the country, so they left her alone. Her thoughts were only of Sun Moa. Her heart filled with even more pain every time she remembered her. Today, she decided to go home. Sun Moa wrote a note for her mother. She wanted to slip it into her pocket. It was a pity that insects couldn't talk. Moe's mother was standing at the side of the road hailing a taxi. Sun Moe didn't know how to give her the note, so she decided to follow her mother. Sun Moa was sad that she could only turn into an insect. The only thing she liked about this ability was that no one could see her. So Jihan and Sun Moa noticed a camera in front of the house, so her family was really being watched all the time. Sun Moa's mother looked sad and depressed. Sun Ju couldn't understand why their mother had gone to the square without him. Sitting on her mother's shoulders, Sun Moa began to tell Shinju that those scoundrels had pushed her. But it was useless for Moa to speak. No one could hear her. Even if they had heard, they would not have understood. Sun Moa accidentally noticed that the scoundrels inside the house had also set up cameras. How could she now tell her mother and brother that she was okay? Shinju told his mother that she wasn't eating anything? Moa would have been upset. but her mother only had tears in her eyes when she heard her daughter's name. Their mother did not want to believe that Moa was gone. To believe it, she needed to hear the truth from Ban So-jin. It was painful for Sun Moa to see her mother suffering. Only a week had passed since Sun Moa's death had been announced. Of course, it was unbearable for Sun Moa to watch her mother's torment. A note wouldn't help her. It would be better to talk to her in person and figure out what to do about the cameras in the house. Moa's mother and Shinju stopped sleeping normally. She was exhausted, so it was better for her to rest. Shinju took care of his mother as best he could. Although there were no blind spots in the apartment, Sun Moa was still looking for a way out of the situation. She had to talk to her mother and calm her down. Part of the plan was to ruin the video quality, so Jihan still couldn't understand how she thought she would get away if the cameras weren't turned off. The video quality was poor because it was unclear what was happening under the blanket. Seo Jihan couldn't understand how Moa was able to come up with a solution so quickly. Moa's mother didn't understand what was happening or where she was. Moa's clothes were lying in the yard. Sun Moa completely forgot that she had left her there. Her mother was surprised and confused at the same time. In the grass, she noticed Moa in the body of a flea. She was shocked and confused. To Moa's mother, it looked like a dream. Sun Moa and Jihan looked at her mother in surprise. It seemed that Moa understood her mother's intuition. Moa's mother began to cry bitterly, clutching her daughter's clothes. She thought that Moa had died in that place and that her daughter's spirit had come to her in the body of a flea. Sun Moa could no longer bear to see her mother suffering, so she immediately returned to her normal self. Her mother did not expect to see Moa in front of her. Sun Moa's mother still did not understand how this was possible, but instead of a warm embrace, her mother began to beat Sun Moa. She had not warned her that she had survived. Sun Moa begged her to listen to her. Sun Moa had little time and had to quickly tell the truth about what had happened in the basement. Moa's mother wanted to stay with her daughter in the abandoned house, but Sun Moa explained to her that if they disappeared, they would be searched for all over the world. No one knew what measures the scoundrels would take. They could take someone hostage. Sun Moa calmed her mother down and promised to sort everything out as quickly as possible. In case of danger, her mother could use the items in her palm and move to Moa. But her mother asked Sun Moa to be careful and to get in touch more often. Sun Moa gave her mother a phone that could not be tapped. Sun Moa gave her mother some young woo and explained that she should eat it when she wanted to call. Moa's mother calmed down. She was happy to see her daughter alive. Finally, Moa asked her mother not to forget about safety and not to act suspiciously. Sun Moa hugged her mother one last time and promised to return alive. Moa did not want to let her go, but she had to. Upon returning home, Moa's mother immediately decided to call Moa. At night, Sun Moa woke up in terror, so Jihan saw the fear in her eyes and decided to find out what had happened. Several days passed since Moa had seen her mother. She heard someone calling her. Seo Jihan assured her that she was imagining things because there was no one else there, but Sun Moa continued to insist that she heard a noise. Yunin Dam was in contact with Sun Moa, but Sun Moa couldn't understand why he was calling her. A sudden call in the middle of the night began to worry Sun Moa. Yunin Dam explained that he began to worry about Moa because she did not answer the call. Sun Moa quickly checked her phone. There were indeed missed calls, but it was still unclear why Yunin Dam had called so late. The reason for the late call was that Yunin Dam wanted Sun Moa to teleport to him. To help Moa get to the right place, Yunin Dam sent her a photo. He was near the waters between Tokto and Ulin Island. A new dungeon had appeared at that location. So Jihan quickly explained to Moa that the dungeon used to open once every 6 months. Then the interval shortened to once a month. The underground passage was located underwater. Sun Moa had no desire to go there. She did not want to take any risks. The others had to continue believing that Moa had been destroyed. But Yoon and Dom insisted. The dungeon had just opened. No one even knew about it yet. Sun Moa found it even stranger. If it had only just been created, how did Yoon and Dom know about it? As it turned out, he had been hiding there, so Jihan didn't understand what was going on. Sun Moa had no desire to go there at all. But Yoon and Dom was very persistent. Sun Moa didn't like the idea herself. She remembered very well what had happened in the underground in the past, so it was better to stay on friendly terms with Yoon and Dom. Sun Moa quickly explained to Jihan where she was going. Jihan didn't like the idea. No one was supposed to know that she had survived. So Jihan began to persuade her to stay. Jihan's behavior surprised Sun Moa. Previously, he had gladly sent her to the dungeon himself. Sun Moa tried to calm him down and explain that the dungeon was located in the sea near Yoon and Dam's hideout. Only they knew about this dungeon. Seo Jihan remembered that Yoon and Dam himself had planned to build such a dungeon. But Sun Moa did not want to believe that Yoon and Dam was up to something. Sun Moa should have been resting at home and not going anywhere. She was still recovering from being poisoned. Not wanting to go to the underground passage, Sun Moa nevertheless arrived at the place where Yoon and Dam was. Yoon and Dam was overjoyed to see Sun Moa again. Moa had a strange feeling. It was as if something was wrong. So Jihan smelled perfume on Yoon and Dam. It seemed strange. Perfume was something you wore to the theater, not to a dungeon full of monsters. Yoon and Dam apologized for calling late. Sun Moa couldn't see the entrance to the dungeon, so she asked him about it. The entrance was in the sea. It looked like a whirlpool. It was incredibly beautiful and impressive. Sun Moa seemed frightened. The Bargus dungeon had been well explored. No one even knew about this dungeon. Yoon and Dam assured her that they would only look at the dungeon. Sun Moa looked at Jihan with dissatisfaction. She thought that Yoon Indam was obsessed with fighting, just like Jihan. The entrance to the dungeon was in the middle of the sea. Sun Moa had no idea how to get there. Yoon Indam assured her that she would not get wet. Sun Moa had the impression that Yoon Indam had planned everything well. He simply froze the sea. But before going into the dungeon, Yoon Indam had one more gift for Sun Moa. Moa had no idea what to expect. But before showing everything to Moa, Yoon Indam began a long speech about the unexplored dungeon and the boss who could appear out of nowhere, and about the return stone that would not work. Sun Moa was tired of listening to this long speech. She wanted it all to end quickly. At the end of his speech, Yoon Indam said that he had called someone for help. Yoon Indam opened the magical veil that hid his hiding place. Sun Moa was impressed, but she was even more impressed when she saw the hunter who would help them. Standing before them was the guild leader, Nebo Ban So-ho. So Jihan was furious with Yoon Indam for such antics. Sun Moa was shocked by who she saw in front of her. It was unclear why Bang So-ho was there. Yoon Indam happily introduced Ban So-ho to the huntress Sun Moa, but Moa didn't want that at all. Moa glared at Bang So-ho. She had no idea why he was there. She couldn't understand how Yoon Indam could do such a thing. Ban So-ho is an enemy who could be the leader of a conspiracy among the major guilds. He expelled So Jihan from the guild and tried to frame him for his own purposes. Sun Moa couldn't understand why Yoon Indam did that. He knows her situation well, but Yoon Indam assured her that Bang So-ho was on their side. Yoon Indam decided to explain everything and revealed that the huntress Ban So-jin is Ban So-ho's sister. Of course, Sun Moa knew that Bang So-ho had a sister, but she couldn't even imagine that it was her. Although the surname Bang was rare in Korea, Sun Moa did not understand why Yoon Indam claimed that they were on the same side. Did they also want to catch Ban So-ho? But Sun Moa was not convinced by his story. Yoon Indam became nervous. He insisted that he would not harm her because she had saved him. Yoon Indam also hurried to tell Sun Moa that the Dark Sky Guild no longer existed. It had been disbanded. Each piece of news shocked Sun Moa more and more, but Yoon Indam continued to speak. He was wanted. Ban So-ho was being watched and could be attacked at any moment, so there was no reason to frame Bang So-ho. Yoon Indam happily announced that he was out of work. Sun Moa was so caught up in the story that she congratulated Yoon Indam. Bang So-ho was also dissatisfied with everything that was happening. Therefore, he wanted to get everything done as quickly as possible, so he had neither the time nor the desire to make friends. Sun Moa was not thrilled with everything that was happening, so Jihan assured Moa that Ban So-ho was not the type of person who would take advantage of others' weaknesses. Yoon Indam couldn't stop talking. He told Ban So-ho about the video evidence that was in Sun Moa's possession. Moa looked at Yoon Indam in confusion. The hunter continued to insist that Ban So-ho had no choice but to accept everything and obey Sun Moa. Yoon Indam talked about various things for a long time and finally said everything he wanted to say. It was time to go to the dungeon. In a few minutes, Yoon Indam's ability froze the entire sea, so the hunters could calmly enter the passage. Ban So-ho suggested that Sun Moa take his hand. Moa was very surprised by this gesture, and it looked cute. Holding hands, the hunters bravely crouched down and entered the passage to the dungeon, although Sun Moa was actually scared. From a distance, it looked to Sun Moa as if the whirlpool was sucking in water, but it turned out that it was just moving the water in a circle. It looked amazing. Finally, they found themselves in a new dungeon. It was quite sunny in this dungeon. Right at the entrance to the dungeon, the hunters noticed a strange fortress. Yoon and Dam saw a fortress being built in a dungeon for the first time, so Jihan was just as surprised as the others. He had been in many dungeons, but he had never seen anything like this before. They had to start exploring the dungeon somewhere. Sun Moa suggested they check out the fortress itself. Ban So-ho continued to hold Sun Moa's hand tightly. Yoon and Dam and Moa did not understand why he was clutching her hand, but Ban So-ho simply did not trust Sun Moa. They continued to look at Ban So-ho in surprise. The hunter only grabbed the girl's hand even tighter. He suspected that she might have done something to So Jihan. Bang So-ho pointed to the ring with the apocalyptic stone Asura that belonged to So Jihan. Sun Moa turned pale. Bang So-ho recognized the ring. Something had to be done, so Moa simply said that Azura's ring was not the only one in the world. But Ban So-ho did not stop suspecting her. The Azura ring was very rare. Yoon and Dam did not like Ban So-ho's behavior, so he asked him to let Moa go. Ban So-ho began to insist that Moa had deceived Yoon Indam and arranged for his rescue. But Yoon Indam believed in Sun Moa's innocence. He would have definitely noticed if someone was trying to deceive him. Ban So-ho was used to thinking that he was always right and couldn't admit that he could also be wrong. Wasn't it enough for him that he sacrificed Seo Jihan? If Bang So-ho had listened to Seo Jihan in the basement that day, Jihan would not have left the guild. But Bang So-ho just told Yoon Indam to shut up, saying that he knew nothing. But Yoon In-dam insisted that he knew a lot. He also knew that instead of destroying the bosses, the Daehan Guild had decided to support the Heaven Guild. Yoon In-dam also knew that Bang So-ho had obeyed because the elders of the Bang family had told him to do so. But Bang So-ho denied everything. Yoon In-dam considered him a coward who did not want to admit the truth. Bang So-ho became angry and started yelling at Yoon In-dam. If he had listened to Seo Jihan and closed all the dungeons, a new dungeon might have appeared. Then it would have been unknown how many hunters would have survived without the support of the large guilds. So Jihan watched everything that was happening. He was sure he had made the right choice. At that time, Bang So-ho promised that he would leave only one dungeon and close the rest. But over time, nothing changed. There were still 5 dungeons. Instead, the large guilds decided to destroy everyone who stood in their way of dominating the market. In 2014, Yoon In-dam decided to tell Bang So-ho the truth that he had become the leader of the Dark Sky Guild only because Seo Jihan had asked him to. Yoon In-dam also said that Seo Jihan was worried about Bang So-ho, so he asked him for help. But the help was needed outside the guild, not inside. There was only one thing Jihan did not expect, that Bang So-ho would side with the villains and tarnish his name. So, Jihan felt uncomfortable with the situation. Yoon In-dam assured Bang So-ho that he was the only one who had been deceived. Yoon In-dam also decided to ask Song Moa about the Azure ring. Song Moa admitted that the ring really belonged to Jihan. Sun Moa began to worry. How could she get out of this situation now? Seo Jihan asked her to tell them the truth, but Sun Moa was unsure whether she should speak up. She didn't know how they would react, but Seo Jihan assured her that everything would be fine. They looked scary, but they could be trusted, so Moa had no reason to worry. If Seo Jihan himself was ready for Moa to tell the truth, then she had to speak up. Moa raised her hand and said that it was a farewell gift. Sun Moa told them about the dungeon where Seo Jihan fought his last battle, in which he was seriously wounded and did not survive. Yoon In-dam found it hard to believe. It was even harder to believe that Bang So-ho also knew nothing. No matter how despicable Bang So-ho was considered to be, hot tears rolled down his cheeks at this news. These tears were shocking to others. Yoon In-dam had no idea that Bang So-ho could cry. Bang So-ho didn't want to believe that Seo Jihan was gone, so he decided to ask Sun Moa if she was sure. Sun Moa was saddened by having to tell him about Seo Jihan's death. She was sure because she was with him at the time. Bang So-ho felt sadness and anger at the same time. He had asked Seo Jihan many times not to go into the dungeon alone. Seo Jihan asked Moa for a favor. He asked to let Bang So-ho touch the soul stone so that they could talk. Sun Moa agreed to fulfill his request. She told the hunters that she could help them see Seo Jihan. Yoon In-dam was very surprised. They couldn't understand how this was possible. Sun Moa tried to explain that Seo Jihan was right there with them. Yoon In-dam was surprised by her naivety. He assured Moa that Seo Jihan would remain in their hearts forever, but Moa explained that he was standing right next to them. Sun Moa approached Bang So-ho and took his hand. Bang So-ho didn't like being touched without permission. But after Sun Moa gave him the soul stone, Bang So-ho saw Seo Jihan in front of him. He looked at him and couldn't believe it was true. Bang So-ho looked at him in surprise. Seo Jihan explained that his finger was on the stone of his soul, which was why Bang So-ho could see him. Yoon In-dam couldn't resist and decided to also put his finger on the soul stone to see Seo Jihan. It was hard to believe that it was really him. Yoon In-dam was very curious to find out from Seo Jihan himself what had really happened. Of course, Seo Jihan explained that he had died in a duel with the boss. He didn't want them to see him at all. Bang So-ho didn't believe that this had happened. So Jihan asked his brothers to help Sun Moa. He explained that she was a good person and told them how she took care of him. But Bang So-ho had his own plans for Seo Jihan's soul stone. He began to take the stone from Sun Moa. Bang So-ho began to insist that he would help Jihan. He wanted to make a sword or a shield out of it. His gaze was frightening, so Jihan asked Bang So-ho to calm down. Every time Bang So-ho began to rave, Yoon In-dam felt as if they were losing him, and the distance between them was becoming too great. Bang So-ho continued to ask Jihan to become his shield so that they could fight together forever, but Seo Jihan himself had no desire to do so. Sun Moa did not give in to Bang So-ho. She also did not want Seo Jihan to be near him. Bang So-ho's eyes looked quite strange. He kept repeating the same thing over and over again. Sun Moa understood that no matter how hard she tried to explain it to him, Bang So-ho would not listen. Sun Moa did not understand Bang So-ho's actions. It was difficult to stop him. So Moa decided to use her power. She hoped that at least this would make him give up his plan. This did not bring the desired result for Sun Moa. Sun Moa's blow only angered Bang So-ho. There was a commotion. The hunters must have forgotten that they were in the dungeon with monsters. Moa wanted them to hear her. Yoon In-dam asked her to stop using her abilities, so Jihan insisted that he did not want to be a shield. Bang So-ho decided to take the soul stone by force if Sun Moa did not want to give it to him. Sun Moa encountered a defensive type hunter for the first time. Such hunters are very fast. They understood that Bang So-ho would not stop just like that. So Seo Jihan asked Moa to destroy So-ho. Sun Moa understood perfectly well that she would have to use force against Bang So-ho. Only Yoon In-dam asked them to stop. Ban Soho and Sun Moa had to stop their fight only because Elphinus, the ruler of the humans, was approaching them. The hunters prepared for battle, but Ban Sohu still did not miss the opportunity to warn Sun Moa that they would continue their fight later. The hunters stood waiting for their boss, but he did not appear. The pressure effect also no longer worked. Everything looked quite strange and suspicious. So Jihan suggested that the boss might be invisible, so he asked Sun Moa to be careful and attentive. Yunindam wanted to use his abilities to reveal the boss's hiding place, but he didn't have to. Ban Soho noticed someone approaching them. People were approaching them. It was strange to see them in this dungeon. Sun Moa thought they might be hunters, but Yunindam didn't think so. No one knew about the dungeon and their clothes were quite strange. Suddenly, Sun Moa remembered the warning she had received about Elphina, the ruler of the humans. So she hurried to tell the others. Ban Soho thought they were monsters. If they were monsters, they had to be careful. When the people approached the hunters, they did not make any moves, just stood and stared at the hunters. Sun Moa and Yunindam began to whisper. The older man reminded them of their grandfather. They thought the younger one was the old man's grandson, but Moa assured Yunindam that the old man did not look like a monster at all, but rather like a saint. So Sun Moa decided to show them respect and bowed. So Jihan looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was doing. Moa explained that it was all because of her upbringing. The boy bowed to Moa in response. Seo Jihan breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky that at least someone was similar to Sun Moa in terms of upbringing. Sun Moa found it hard to believe that the boss of this dungeon was standing in front of them, but even more surprises awaited them all. When the man began to speak to them, the hunters did not understand a single word. Sun Moa and Yunindam began to guess the language the old man was speaking. Sun Moa suggested using the Yugwa, but it was unlikely that the old man would agree to eat it. The old man smiled slightly and pointed to the fortress. The hunters watched the old man in surprise, not understanding what was happening. It seemed that he was inviting guests to his fortress. It was unclear whether these people were monsters or not. Sun Moa liked their appearance, but she doubted that the others would like them as well. Ban Soho went ahead, holding a shield in his hand. He asked Sun Moa and Yunindam to follow him and be ready to use their abilities. As they approached the fortress, the hunters saw that everything was destroyed. They wanted to know what had happened here and why the fortress looked like this. Standing in the doorway, the old man was still smiling slightly and invited them to enter the room. The hunters were amazed by this place. In the middle of the room stood a table to which they were invited to sit. Ban Soho immediately sat down at the table. Sun Moa and Yunindam were unsure whether to sit down. Who knew what was in the tea that the old man was pouring into everyone's cups? Yunindam and Bang Soho immediately began to drink the tea. Sun Moa decided not to take any chances. Suddenly, poison was poured into the tea. Everyone was drinking tea, so Sun Moa decided to take a chance and drink it too, but she was the only one who did. She immediately began to understand what the old man was talking about. But how was that even possible? The hunters did not expect this at all. The first thing the old man said to them was about the tea. He was curious if the hunters liked it. Sun Moa, of course, replied that they did. After that, the old man looked at Sun Moa and said he was glad he could please the Lord. Sun Moa couldn't understand what he was talking about. It seemed that only Yunindam was enthusiastic about everything. He had seemed strange from the very beginning. Their conversation was interrupted by Ban Soho. He asked them to be more restrained and collected. It was time to figure out who these people were. So Sun Moa asked the old man if he was Elphinus, the boss of the monsters, the ruler of the people, Elphinus. The old man continued to smile. Indeed, he was Elphinus, but he continued to call Sun Moa the ruler. Sun Moa assured the old man that he was mistaken. She was not a lord, but the old man did not believe her because Sun Moa was wearing the lord's crown. It seemed that Mo-A was becoming more and more attractive to Yunindam. He looked at her with admiration while Sun Mo-A explained that it was her horn and not a crown. But the old man did not believe her and even began to ask Sun Moa to stop denying it. The boy began to whisper something in the old man's ear. After that, the old man decided to ask Sun Moa if the exit hall was already open. Sun Moa just looked at the old man in confusion. She had no idea what he was talking about or what the exit hall was. Only now did the old man realize that Sun Moa was not really the ruler. If she were, she would have known about the entrance hall. The Lord was able to enter the hall because of his crown. He realized that the conversation would drag on, so he decided to continue telling his story. But he had to start from the very beginning. The rulers of all worlds gathered in the entrance hall. In this hall, they fought battles for the throne. When the time came, the hall would open its doors again. Ban Soho could not understand what the old man was talking about and why they had to fight for the throne. The old man hurried to tell the hunter that the ruler who took the throne would be able to determine the fate of all worlds. If the hunters were in this dungeon, the old man thought that nothing had started yet. Each of the rulers was in his own domain. Sun Mo-A looked at the old man and did not understand what he was talking about. He was talking about the dungeon. When Mo-A began to understand what he was talking about, she assured the old man that the monsters were all in their own dungeons. The old man became curious about what the dungeons meant to the hunters. Yoon In-dam hastened to inform him that for them, it was simply a hunting ground, teeming with monsters that were consuming their territory. It was also a treasure trove for them. The old man was saddened that nothing had changed. The land that had been condemned by God had become the home of invaders. The hunters listened attentively to the old man, but Yoon In-dam still considered them monsters. The old man asked him to let him finish. So the old man continued his story. As it turned out, they were not monsters from the underground. They were refugees who had fled with their rulers. They were people who had left their homes to escape poverty and war. Sun Moa only now began to understand that all those monsters from the insect dungeon were refugees. It was quite hard to believe. The old man continued his story. He said that one day, a space filled with monsters appeared on their land. Some people gained special powers. People began to believe that they were chosen by God. Everyone could use the magic and power given to them by God, but in the dungeons nearby, only the chosen ones could use the power of evil. So Jihan said that they had the same situation. At a time when hunters were considered ordinary people, soldiers were sent on raids. The problem was that simple weapons were ineffective against monsters. That is why over time, only hunters were sent to clear the dungeons. Sun Moa tried to digest all the information she had heard. Ordinary people were unable to resist the monsters. Only abilities and strength were needed for that. The old man continued his story. He said that when it all began, there was a lot of evil, but they were very lucky that the monsters did not leave their dungeon. People thought that the monsters did not attack them, only because they feared their god. Everyone relaxed, but it was self-deception. The old man told the hunters about the past, but that was not the end of the story, so he continued. The monsters attacked. They threw chains onto their land. There was no defense against them, so the monsters began to destroy everything in their path. The people asked for help from their allies in neutral countries and even from their enemies. But the troops that were sent to them arrived late. They had been abandoned. Their minds were so blinded by the objects from the dungeon that some of them waited for other countries to fall. Sun Mo-A became saddened by the thought that their past was very similar to their present. The old man continued. Eventually, the hall opened. Instead of uniting, only special people from each country began to fight. Not many people survived among those who were in the hall. That is why they had to leave their homes. Having left their world, the refugees began to travel through other worlds until they found the place where they are now. The hunters did not understand why they had to flee. Was it really just because of the monsters? But the old man explained that the monsters were only a minor disturbance. There was a more serious threat. This evil came after the entrance hall, a monster that devours everything starting with the soul of the world. Sun Mo thought that the entrance hall was just a rite of passage for those who were allowed to enter. The old man did not stop talking. What the hunters called this system, they considered God's mercy. In reality, it looked like an act of mercy for poor little creatures. Of course, the old man told everything perfectly, but Ban So-ho wanted to know as soon as possible what kind of monster he was talking about. The old man spoke of a universal monster that devoured worlds and souls, of a shining black jaw that appeared in the sky. He spoke of things that were difficult to believe. After listening to everything, Mo-A began to imagine a meteorite flying toward the earth to destroy the dinosaurs. That was exactly how it looked to Mo-A. The refugees fled through the Black Jaw into the underground, which became their new home. The old man told the hunters that the ruler who had taken the throne in the hall had a choice between fighting the hunter or fleeing. This information was unexpected and shocking to the hunters. None of them could even imagine that escape was possible. The old man explained that it was indeed possible thanks to the power of evil. It would be an imperfect escape. Before fleeing to the other world from their own world, they could take with them as much as the entrance hall would allow. Only then could they flee. If explained any other way, it would be impossible to save everyone. Only the Lord, his servants, and those chosen by the Lord could be saved. The Lord could also take back his possessions if the entrance hall allowed it. The Lord's possessions were the size of the dungeon. Only now could Sun Moa understand how the fate of the world was decided. Sun Moa found it hard to believe. She had always thought that possessing the world meant having more power, but it turned out that the power to rule came from the hall. From the moment the ruler sat on the throne, all the resources and power of the world passed to him, so he was definitely the strongest. However, he also had a great responsibility. Of course, it was all interesting to hear, but Ban So-ho still couldn't understand how one became a ruler who could enter the hall with his subordinates. The old man looked at him in surprise. Wasn't Ban So-ho a subordinate of Sun Moa? This question confused everyone, especially Moa. There were two options. The first option was to clear the dungeon of monsters and take the boss's crown, which had to be intact. It was very rare for the crown to remain intact after a battle. Sun Moa and Tajihan were shocked by what they heard, but in Moa's case, it was a horn. The second option was to kill the defeated lord and take his throne. The old man told them about the previous pope. Although he was a strong man, the entrance hall proved to be too harsh for him. In the end, the old man and paladin Radran were left alone. There was no point in running away, and the paladin was young, so the old man had to take the throne to save the young man's life. The hunters did not understand why the old man told them this story. The old man explained that their world had been destroyed, and there was no one left who remembered their past. The old man did not understand why they should possess what they had destroyed. In fact, they no longer had any desire to fight. He simply did not want to allow this tragedy to happen again. Sun Moe was saddened by this information, but what the old man said next was unexpected. He knew why they had come to his dungeon. He understood that they needed the dungeon, so he asked the Lord to spare Rodman, after which the old man would simply give them ownership of the dungeon. In addition, they would become loyal servants of the Lord. The old man took off his crown to give it to Sun Moe. This was unexpected, so Sun Moe froze in shock. Everything was unexpected and incomprehensible. So Sun Moa began to refuse the crown, but the old man insisted. So Jihan asked Moa to find out what would happen to her if she took the crown. He was worried that Sun Moa would not be able to leave the dungeon. That is exactly what Sun Moa did. But the old man assured her that nothing like that would happen. If she didn't believe him, then she should take the crown in a duel. Elphinus asked Sun Moa to accept the crown only for the sake of young Rodrin. He assured her that they were ready to submit to her. Sun Moe felt sorry for the old man, so she simply agreed to take the crown from him. Elphinus was very grateful to Moe, but Sun Moa just smiled sincerely at the old man. For some reason, she had the impression that he could be trusted. Well, Sun Moa was used to eating what she got from her ruler, so without wasting any time, she decided to do just that. The old man didn't understand what she was doing. He thought Moe was hungry, so he simply asked her about it. As it turned out, the crown did not need to be eaten. This information greatly surprised Moe and Jihan. The old man explained that the defeated lord had to eat the crown, but the one who gave it up voluntarily did not have to eat it. Sun Moa was pleased only by Jihan's reaction. Elphinus placed the crown on Sun Moa's head, after which she received a message saying that he wanted to become her servant. Of course, Moa accepted the offer. Next came a message that, in addition to a servant, she had gained Elphinus' abilities. These were the S-rank abilities of a saint and a sanctuary barrier. From now on, this dungeon belonged to Sun Moa. She could create an unlimited number of gates to her own dungeon from anywhere in the world. Elphinus and Rodran bowed to the new ruler of the dungeon. Sun Moe's intuition had not failed her. The old man could be trusted. Elphinus decided to offer to take Sun Moe to her treasury, but Moe was more interested in the entrance hall. When it opened, monsters burst out of the dungeon. Sun Moe hoped that this could be avoided, but Elphinus assured her that it could not. The monster would surely appear as it was bound to the domain of evil, i.e. the dungeon. Accepting the defeated lord, the entrance hall steals some of his power. The hall follows in his footsteps. The hunters couldn't understand how the old man knew all this. Elphinus explained that a refugee had told him everything. Yoon Indam hoped that if they closed all the dungeons, the monster would not be able to come. But the old man said that this would not work, as they had tried it once before. If the dungeon was opened even once, the monster would follow the trail. There were 60 dungeons and they opened once a month. The process was unstoppable. There was not enough time. The monster was approaching. The old man hoped that they had enough lords, but there was only one lord, Sun Moa. Yoon Indam did not miss the opportunity to reproach Ban So-ho. Thanks to him, there were no more rulers left to clean up the dungeons. From everything he heard, the old man got the impression that the lords would soon leave their dungeons and start looking for allies, or conversely, attack others. The hunters had to remember that the lords of the dungeons had defeated them at least once in the entrance hall. They could recognize them by their thunder and were quite intelligent. They had to hurry as there was little time left. The old man became very curious about who So Jihan was. They were surprised and did not understand how the old man could see Jihan. Sun Moa immediately decided to find out if he really could see So Jihan, but it turned out that he couldn't see him. He could only sense him. Elphinus speculated that the ghost cared deeply for Sun Moa, but So Jihan himself assured him that the old man was mistaken. Sun Moa explained to the old man that So Jihan had once saved her life. She decided to show him the soul stone. Elphinus explained that it was a type of magic stone. Moreover, it was unspoiled. This stone had never been exposed to the power of a monster. When mixed with the power of a monster, the soul is destroyed and becomes a magic stone. But before that, it exists in the form of a soul stone. The old man explained that such a stone could be used to make weapons, but Elphinus decided to leave them in peace. Sun Mo didn't even imagine that this was possible. The old man also explained that it was indeed possible. After the energy dissipates, the soul passes into a state of non-existence. But Sun Moa was saddened by the possibility. She did not want to believe that she would never see So Jihan again, so she decided to ask him if he wanted to go to eternal rest. Sun Moa smiled at So Jihan and said how wonderful it would be if he went to eternal rest. Their conversation was interrupted by Elphinus. He thought that this stone must be very important to her because it was very powerful. Sun Moa did not understand what Elphinus was talking about. The old man explained that Moa could make So Jihan her servant. They did not understand what the old man was talking about. Would making So Jihan a servant bring him back to life? So Jihan asked Moa to ask Elphinus about it. In order for So Jihan to have a physical body, he needed to accept a high-ranking stone. That form would not last long. The more stones he accepted, the longer the form would last. But there was one thing. The creature would become the Lord's servant and belong to him forever. Sun Moa doubted whether it was worth doing. Would Jihan want such a life for himself? But So Jihan wanted so badly to feel alive again that he asked Moa to do it. It seemed that Moa did not want this, but So Jihan did not mind becoming her servant. But Sun Moa wanted to think it through, so she asked So Jihan not to be foolish. On the other hand, there wasn't enough time. To her, it looked like a contract for a slave. So Jihan assured Moa that she had nothing to worry about. He was sure that this was what he wanted. To Yoon-in-dam, this seemed strange. He believed that So Jihan would choose eternal peace. Yoon-in-dam decided to give him his A-rank stone. A rank was good, of course, but S-rank would have been better. So Sun Moa got her stone. All she had to do now was touch the magic stone to the soul stone. All that remained for So Jihan to do was to agree to become Sun Moa's servant, which he did. So Jihan absorbed the energy of the magic stone. Now he could have a physical body for 48 hours. The materialization would last 60 seconds, recharge in 6 hours. The procedure was complete. Sun Moa was worried about So Jihan, so she hurried to ask how he was feeling. So Jihan began to see the system windows and inventory again. It felt like he was really alive. But how was he materializing? So Jihan tried to materialize. A minute later, he was standing in front of everyone, not as a ghost, but as a human being. The hunters were overjoyed to see Jihan again. It felt a little strange for So Jihan to be in his body again. The first thing So Jihan did was walk up to Sun Moa and give her a big hug. Of course, Sun Moa was happy to feel So Jihan's embrace, as she had liked him for a long time. But Moa did not expect such actions from him at all. Sun Moa felt uncomfortable, her cheeks turned red. Sun Moa didn't understand why So Jihan had started hugging her. So Jihan smiled at Sun Moa. He explained that he had wanted to hug her for a long time. Sun Moa blushed even more. How could she have known that he wanted to do that? Yoon-in-dam whispered to Ban Soho that he knew very well that Jihan was in love with Moa. Bang Soho was shocked. It was hard to believe that he had seen Jihan alive again. Bang Soho was happy about this, but Jihan was not very happy to see him. The first thing So Jihan did was swing his arm and hit Ban Soho with all his might. So Jihan didn't like how Ban Soho treated Sun Moa, so he decided to stand up for her and warn Ban Soho to stay away from her. Sun Moa watched Seo Jihan. She was surprised that he remained so calm after hugging her, so she decided that it was just a friendly hug. Still, Sun Moa thought that he liked her. Surely Seo Jihan's handsome face could easily confuse anyone. Seo Jihan noticed that Sun Moa's cheeks were blushing again. Sun Moa explained that she blushed because she was surprised by Seo Jihan's actions, but she was glad that Seo Jihan didn't notice anything, because it would have been awkward. Seo Jihan just smiled sweetly and asked Sun Moa to get used to it because he would be doing it often now. But Sun Moa just looked at Seo Jihan in surprise and didn't understand what he was saying. In fact, Sun Moa thought that Jihan was joking with her, so she decided to change the subject. She became curious to know if there had been any changes in So Jihan. When So Jihan was a ghost, he was tied to the Soul Stone and could only move 3 meters away. After materializing, he no longer felt attached. He needed to test how far he could go on his own. Jihan also informed her about access to the screen and inventory. It was a pity that Jihan could only materialize for 1 minute every 6 hours. He asked what new abilities Sun Moa had gained. The barrier of the shrine prevented others from approaching. The dignity of the saint attracts people. Yoon-in-dam was glad that Bang Soho moved. Ban Soho didn't even have a scratch from the blow. Yoon-in-dam asked him to thank Jihan for hitting him lightly. But instead of gratitude, Ban Soho wanted what Yoon-in-dam had promised to give him if Soho helped with the raid. If In-dam didn't give it to him, Soho would take Elfinus. Yoon-in-dam began to explain that Elfina was on their side because she was Song Moa's subordinate, but Ban Soho wanted the promised reward. Sun Moa was confused that Yoon-in-dam called her sister again. Yoon-in-dam explained to Ban Soho that he had done little to help and had even attacked a member of the group. This response only angered Ban Soho. He was ready to strike. Yoon-in-dam did not understand what had happened to his friend. He only asked Ban Soho for help. Sun Moa asked Yoon-in-dam to explain what was going on. It turned out that Yoon-in-dam had promised to help get Ban Sojin released if Ban Soho helped them. But Sun Moa couldn't understand what exactly Yoon-in-dam had promised to do. Ban Soho explained that In-dam had promised to hand over the video. Sun Moa was angry with Yoon-in-dam. It was hard to understand how he could do such a thing. Yoon-in-dam was the same age as Shinju, so Moa decided to be less harsh. Yoon-in-dam apologized to Moa and explained that the video would not expose her and would not harm her family. To make up for his mistake and change the subject, Yoon-in-dam decided to reveal who their real enemy was. Sun Moa shared her guesses. She suspected the Daehan Guild in the Dungeon Control Center, but there might have been someone else involved. Yoon-in-dam said that the Daily Hunter in legal circles, plus support from abroad, were also likely to be involved. Sun Moa was saddened that she would not be able to send her family abroad safely because it was also dangerous there. The old man interrupted their conversation and suggested that Sun Moa send her family to her dungeon. But Moa herself did not like this idea very much. Hunters could come there at any moment. Elfinus reassured Sun Moa. If she sealed the dungeon with the barrier ability of the shrine, then only the Lord could enter with permission. Yoon-in-dam emphasized that it was time for them to leave because other hunters would soon arrive. He asked Sun Moa to cast the barrier quickly. But promises must be kept. Ban Soho reminded Yoon-in-dam again about the video, but he didn't have the video because it belonged to Sun Moa. Ban Soho looked at Sun Moa with an angry look. She responded with a look of her own and told him that she couldn't give him the video. Sun Moa understood perfectly well that Ban Soho wanted to show it to others through the media. but there was no guarantee that everything would work out. Sun Moa wanted to protect Jihan. Ban Soho couldn't approach Sun Moa anymore, so he simply asked her to give him the video so he could leave the basement. Sun Moa emphasized that the media was on the side of the Daehan Guild. Even if everything went well and they published the video, there was no guarantee that the scoundrels wouldn't destroy Ban So-jin. Ban So-hoo couldn't understand where Sun Moa got such ideas. So, Sun Moa explained that they were in the same group when they were in the dungeon, but she decided not to mention that Ban So-jin had tried to kill her. Sun Moa tried to convince Ban So-hoo that it was too early to publish the video. It was the only evidence that could convince humanity, so it was too early to use the video. But to finally stop Ban So-hoo from asking for the video, Sun Moa promised to help him get his sister out of prison. But Ban So-ho couldn't understand why Sun Moa decided to help him. Moa simply couldn't allow an innocent person to be punished. Ban So-ho was very surprised that his sister had finally been able to make friends with someone. There was only one problem. Ban So-ho didn't know where Ban So-jin was being held. He checked all the prisons, but his sister was nowhere to be found. So Jihan offered his help. He could easily pass anywhere, and the 3-meter restriction no longer applied to him. Ban So-ho was very surprised that So Jihan offered to help. He certainly did not expect this from Jihan. Their plans were excellent, of course, and they had to decide which plan to start with. There was little time left. The other hunters could arrive at any moment. To protect her dungeon, Sun Moa put up a barrier before leaving. Sun Moa opened the passage. But before leaving, Yoon In-dam asked Moa to put on a mask so that the other hunters wouldn't recognize her. The hunters returned from the dungeon at night. They had a lot of work to do, and it wouldn't hurt to rest first. In order to rise from the deep sea to the surface, the hunters joined hands again so that Yoon In-dam could easily lift them up. Bang So-ho decided to go first. He had been away for a long time and didn't want anyone to notice. So Ban So-ho took out a teleportation scroll, but it didn't work. The hunters didn't understand what was happening, so they had to hurry to the surface. When they reached the surface, the hunters noticed the ships. There were quite a lot of them. It seemed that other hunters were approaching the dungeon. Yoon In-dam counted over 200 ships. Yoon In-dam noticed a field that prevented teleportation. Now it was clear why the scroll didn't work. It seemed that they were being watched. Yoon In-dam suggested that they reach the island first. They would decide what to do next on the island. Sun Moa did not understand why they were waiting here instead of entering the dungeon. Ban So-ho explained that it was better for them because they would have come out of the dungeon on their own anyway. Yoon In-dam felt guilty for getting them into this mess, but Sun Moa assured In-dam that he was not to blame. Yoon In-dam simply could not have known that this would happen. Due to the barrier created by the other hunters, they couldn't escape. No one knew what to do next. Yoon In-dam suggested that they should destroy the ships to break the barrier. They had no other choice. So, joining forces, the hunters began to attack the ships. It seemed that it would not be so easy to defeat them. The hunters and magicians on the ships engaged in battle. They also prepared to strike. Yoon In-dam realized that their attack was too weak. If they continued, they would not win. So Yoon In-dam decided to try to freeze their ships and the hunters and magicians as well. Sun Moa was delighted with Yoon In-dam's abilities. She really hoped that after he froze the villains, they would be able to escape. Thanks to the magicians on the ship, they easily repelled Yoon In-dam's attack. The hunters did not expect this at all. It was difficult to comprehend what was happening. Yoon In-dam was angry, probably not used to someone easily repelling his blows. Ban So-ho asked him to calm down. Yoon In-dam could have remained calm if the ships had not been near them. Sun Moa was overcome with despair. If the ships had repelled such a powerful blow so easily, the battle with them could drag on for a long time. Bang So-ho hurried to use his shield to protect them because they were being attacked from another side. So Jihan was worried about Sun Moa. The most important thing for him was that she was safe. They were attacked from all sides with physical force, the forces of nature, poison, and even curses. Thanks to Ban So-ho's shield, they were safe. But Sun Moa understood that So-ho could not hold his shield forever. If the shield fell, they would be destroyed quickly, like insects. Sun Moa was worried about each of them. The hunters on the ship knew neither their weaknesses nor their strengths, so they decided to attack with everything they had at once. So Jihan began to regret wasting his materialization time in the dungeon, because now he couldn't help. Strange circles appeared in the sky. Sun Moa realized that this was related to magic, something like a pictogram. Another powerful blow. They attacked the hunters again and again. Each blow seemed more powerful than the last. Ban So-ho warned that they would not be able to withstand many more such attacks. The enemy's blows were too strong. Ban So-ho began to regret that So Jihan was not with them. Sun Moa knew that Ban So-ho could withstand a few more attacks. The shield would be destroyed. A decision had to be made quickly. Moa remembered the potions she had. The A-rank potions increased strength by 200, but Sun Moa only had S-rank potions, so she hoped that they would work better. So Sun Moa took the potion and began to drink it. So Jihan couldn't understand what she was doing, but he understood that Moa had a plan. Sun Moa was too weak for such a powerful potion. A message warned her that such an increase in strength could harm her, but Sun Moa knew there was no other option. Thanks to the potion, Sun Moa was able to increase her strength by 596 units. The others did not quite understand what was happening to Moa. Sun Moa felt a burning sensation in her body. She took a rank-boosting scroll from her inventory. Time was short, so she had to act quickly. Yoon and Dam began to guess what Moa was up to. She had decided to use the thunderstorm. She had one chance to hit her target. There was no room for error. Before striking, Sun Moa had to concentrate to hit her target accurately. Ban Soho saw Moa's ability for the first time. Soho thought she had missed, but Yoon and Dam was sure she hadn't. The hunters on the ship couldn't comprehend what was happening. They had never seen such power before. Sun Moa's strike began to destroy the ships. All the ships were destroyed. The surviving hunters began to climb out of the wreckage. They hoped to be rescued. Ban Soho was shocked. He had never seen such power or such a blow before. Yoon and Dam was glad that Sun Moa had managed to neutralize the enemy. Sun Moa felt terrible. She felt unbearable pain throughout her body. The hunters noticed that their enemy was not retreating and remained in the water. Were they really ready to continue the fight? Or maybe they just didn't have time to escape. Sun Moa prepared to strike again. As long as the villains were nearby, she couldn't stop. Yoon and Dam begged Moa to stop. He didn't want anything to happen to her. But Sun Moa did not listen to Yoon and Dam. She was obsessed with destroying everyone. Therefore, Sun Moa refocused on her target and struck again. Her inability to stop in time could have seriously injured Moa. So Jihan begged Moa to stop. He was overcome with fear and horror for Sun Moa's health. The hunters in the water were no less shocked. Sun Moa broke through the barrier. Yoon and Dam emphasized to Sun Moa that the barrier had been destroyed. Sun Moa could have stopped the attack, but the hunters, in a panic, began to flee using a teleportation scroll. It was all over. Sun Moa hurried to create a barrier around the shrine to protect the dungeon. Ban Soho and Yoon and Dam were amazed by what had happened. It wasn't something you saw every day. The potion had stopped working. Of course, Sun Moa was in a terrible state. She wanted to get home as soon as possible. Moa needed to rest well. So Sun Moa took out a teleportation scroll. Yoon In Dam and Bang So-hoo didn't want her to leave, but she needed rest, so they put all their business aside for later. Sun Moa's condition worsened. Upon arriving home, Moa almost lost consciousness, so Jihan rushed to her aid. But Sun Moa began to calm him down. She explained that it was a normal side effect of the potion. Sun Moa was angry that she had not been warned that the side effects would begin immediately after the potion wore off. So Jihan asked her to drink the healing potion. Moa was losing blood. So Sun Moa drank the potion, but its effect was reduced due to the habituation effect. Seo Jihan asked for the teleportation scroll as well. But Sun Moa did not have time to get the scroll. She lost consciousness. So Jihan began to panic. He could not help Moa in any way. He could only ask her to come to her senses. They needed to protect their family from the monsters, but they had no strength left. Sun Moa decided to rest a little and then start carrying out her plan. Yoon In-dam wanted to say a few words to Sun Moa, but he didn't have time. Moa left. Bang So-hoo couldn't understand why she needed Yoon In-dam when there were no enemies left. Yoon In-dam decided to remind Bang So-ho that they had unresolved issues. Plus, they needed to rescue Bang So-jin. Yoon In-dam also reminded him that it was thanks to him that Ban So-hoo had survived when he had quarreled with Sun Moa in the dungeon. But Bang So-ho's pride wouldn't let him admit that someone could destroy him, especially a girl. He assured Yoon In-dam that he could withstand any attack. Yoon In-dam assured Ban So-ho that Sun Moa had not used her full power at that moment. She seemed inadequate to Ban So-ho. Yoon In-dam also did not expect this from Song Moa. In the dungeon of Bargus, it was difficult to call Moa invincible. To destroy the king of monsters with a single attack, the skill rank must be very high, no less than S rank. Elphinus called Moa the ruler, so Sun Moa must have destroyed another boss besides Bargus. Could what Yoon In-dam saw have been superficial? If she gave up Bargus's horn so easily, there were two possibilities. Either Mo-A had destroyed many bosses, or she was simply a kind-hearted person. Ban So-ho interrupted Yoon In-dam's thoughts. He became curious about what In-dam was thinking, but Yoon In-dam decided not to share his thoughts with him. At first, Yoon In-dam thought that Song Moa was a simple person, but over time, it turned out to be the opposite. He considered Moa to be very strong, so there was no need to prove anything to her. It turned out that Song Moa's gentleness was a sign of her strength, not weakness. While Yoon In-dam was thinking about Sun Moa's strength, Ban So-ho was interested in something else entirely. He asked Yoon In-dam about Jihan and Moa's relationship. Yoon In-dam only had guesses that they knew each other and knew nothing about their relationship. Yoon In-dam only suspected their closeness. Moa's actions were very similar to those of Seo Jihan, so Yoon In-dam began to suspect their connection. Yoon In-dam called Moa to the basement to check his guesses. Yoon In-dam understood that whoever was behind the idea of closing the dungeon was definitely connected to Seo Jihan. All these guesses were interesting to hear, but Bang So-ho had to go, although Yoon In-dam did not want him to leave at all. Bang So-ho had been gone for a long time, so Yoon In-dam warned him that if Bang So-ho returned now, he would have to rescue him along with Bang So-jin. Everyone saw Bang So-ho's shield in the fight. It was bright, so it was easy to spot, especially at night. Ban So-hoo angrily shouted at Yoon In-dam. He began to blame Yoon In-dam for deliberately setting everything up, but Yoon In-dam had no idea what awaited them outside. Yoon In-dam happily said that Ban So-ho was now in the same boat as them, but if he wanted to leave, no one would stop him. However, he would not be able to return to the island. Sun Moa put a barrier around the island. Without her invitation, they would not be able to get there. Yoon In-dam planned to stay on the island in his hiding place. But what Ban So-hoo would decide for Indam was still a mystery. Although he hoped that So-hoo would stay, Yoon and Dam's hopes were justified. Ban So-ho also decided to stay on the island, at least to regain his strength. The leader of the Daehan Guild was hastily informed that the group of hunters had been defeated. They had failed their mission. He couldn't understand how they had failed when they had magicians with them. Anger overwhelmed the leader instantly. It was hard to believe that 300 of the best hunters who had destroyed 3 powerful guilds could not defeat a single Yoon and Dam. The leader asked for details. Kim Sajong thought that Yoon and Dam was a great power. He was able to break through the barrier and use the teleportation scroll. The secretary told him what had really happened. At first, their people had fled the island. Kim Sajan had not expected to hear such news. Reported that there were 2 other hunters on the island besides Yoon and Dam. That was why Yoon and Dam was able to survive and defeat 300 hunters. Therefore, Kim Sajan demanded to know who those hunters were. Said that one of them was the leader of the Sky Guild, Ban So-ho. But Kim Sajan understood that Ban So-ho could not show his great power. He only had defensive abilities. The identity of the 3rd hunter is unknown, but Kim Sajan did not understand how the hunters could not recognize him. Explained that the 3rd hunter had hidden his face. Kim Sajan couldn't figure out why the hunter would hide his face if there were 3 of them. Yoon and Dam was not stupid. On the contrary, he was too cruel. Even the best hunters could not withstand Yoon and Dam's torture and gave up information. Although Yoon and Dam was a strong hunter, it was still not enough to destroy the bosses on his own. Kim Sajan thought that the 3rd hunter could be Seo Jihan. Could they have decided to fight together again, as they had done before? But was not sure it was So Jihan. Jihan's abilities were in close combat, and this hunter used abilities that affected the entire area, so Jihan did not have that kind of power. However, Kim Sajan insisted that it was So Jihan. He must have somehow managed to enhance his abilities. Kim Sajan guessed that Yoon and Dam's hideout was on the island, and that he was the one who informed the other hunters about the discovery of the dungeon. So he asked to send the hunters back to the island. He also asked to contact Bang Soho again. If Soho had decided to betray them, then they would have to destroy everyone in one fell swoop. Kim Sajan did not want to believe that Ban Soho would betray them. However, all it took was mistrust for a crack to appear. The scoundrels were still looking for Luther. Kim Sajan wanted Luther to join their Daehan Guild, so they had to be careful not to scare him. Kim Sajan was very interested in the hunter who had recently awakened. As a new hunter, he could sell S-rank items. He held a potion in his hands that no one was supposed to know about. The time would come when it would become Kim Sajan's trump card. Kim Sajana hoped that with the help of this potion, the whole world would worship him. So Jihan sat next to Sun Moa in the courtyard for 6 hours. As soon as he had the opportunity to materialize again, he did so immediately. Jihan carried Moa into the house. It was time to wake up. Sun Moa woke up. Finally, so Jihan could relax. Jihan looked at Sun Moa with concern. She had been lying on the cold ground for a long time, so Jihan was worried about her health. Sun Moa began to remember what had really happened. After she remembered everything, she understood why her whole body ached. Sun Moa slept for 9 hours. For So Jihan, those 9 hours seemed like an eternity. So Jihan took good care of Sun Moa. Although Moa wanted to get out of bed, she couldn't. Her body was still exhausted. But before continuing to rest, Sun Moa decided to check the news in case something had happened. However, there was nothing new on the news. She could rest peacefully. But how could she rest peacefully when she had so many plans? Sun Moa wanted to call Yoon Indam, but Seo Jihan stopped her. Seo Jihan didn't understand Moa's behavior. She was in a terrible state and was about to do something. It seemed as if Sun Moa was deliberately trying to provoke Jihan. But it wasn't intentional. Sun Moa promised that she wouldn't do anything until she had rested. Seo Jihan couldn't understand why Moa didn't care about her own health. Sun Moa's conscience was tormenting her. She had left the island so quickly that she hadn't even said goodbye to the hunters. So she decided to at least write a message to Yoon and Dam. In fact, Sun Moa wanted to talk to her mother in Shinju, but decided it would be better to do so after she had rested. Moa wanted to take them to the dungeon as soon as possible. Because of the terrifying monster that could devour everything, Sun Moa no longer cared who was behind the attack on the raid group in the dungeon, although she already had a guess who it might be. Until recently, people considered disruptions when opening the dungeon to be the only threat. They thought that if they didn't go down there was no threat. However, a little more time would pass and this stereotype would be destroyed. But Sun Mo was still most concerned about the monster. If they didn't deal with it urgently, it would destroy the entire land. The Daehan Guild wouldn't care that everything around them was being destroyed. Therefore, information needed to be spread urgently so that everyone could prepare. And if possible, all the dungeons would have to be closed, even those in Korea. But to close the dungeons, strong hunters were needed, so it was necessary to start with rescuing Ban So Jin. If Ban So Jin is not rescued, Ban So Ho will refuse to help her with the dungeons and the monster. Ban So Ho was not only a member of the Ban family, but also a man who had influence in the political and business arenas. A man like Ban So Ho must be on the same side as Moa. But first, Sun Moa and Ban So Ho had to stop fighting all the time. That way they could work together. Sun Moa heard a scream in the kitchen and decided to check what had happened. Seo Jihan had burned himself again. He was making great sacrifices for Moa. Seo Jihan didn't like Moa seeing him like that, so she quietly returned to her room to wait for Jihan to prepare dinner. Sun Moa understood that it was difficult to do anything in the doll's body, so she wanted to help Seo Jihan, but he wouldn't let her. Jihan wanted Moa to just rest. So Jihan decided to feed Sun Moa. This made Moa feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. Somehow it was all too much, but Jihan didn't care. Sun Moa really liked the food Jihan prepared. While he was feeding Sun Moa, she decided to talk in more detail about materialization. So Jihan hurried to tell Moa that he could now materialize not for a minute, but for a whole 15 minutes. It was wonderful. The only thing Sun Moa didn't like was constantly recharging the Soul Stone with energy. Moa wanted Jihan to be able to materialize for at least an hour. Sun Moa reminded Jihan that they should save Ban Sojin first. Only then should they take on the underground ruling center. So Jihan wanted to do everything himself. So Jihan informed Moa that the shape of her horn had changed. He decided to bring a mirror so that Sun Moa could see her new form. Sun Moa thought that the shape looked like deer antlers. So Jihan noticed that Moa was upset for some reason. The bosses in the dungeon had horns similar to Sun Moa's, but Moa had several of them. Sun Moa became curious about what would happen to her horns after they disappeared. The hunter who ate them would gain all of her abilities. But Sojihan didn't like hearing about it, so he asked Sun Moa not to talk about it anymore. He even forbade her to think about it. But Sun Moa didn't understand what was going on with Sojihan. She was just curious, but he was reacting so seriously. Sun Moa decided to just apologize to him. Seo Jihan understood that she was just curious, and after last night he didn't want to think about her dying. When Moa started feeling sick, he felt helpless because he couldn't do anything to help her. All he could do was sit there and watch her suffer. For the first time in his life, Seo Jihan was so scared. He had never even been afraid of his own death. If Sun Moa hadn't tried to convince Jihan that she would be okay, he still wouldn't have wanted to see her in such a terrible state. So Seo Jihan decided to protect Sun Moa so that she wouldn't suffer anymore. Sun Moa didn't know how to respond to his words. She didn't understand what was happening to Seo Jihan. Was this how he showed his affection? So Jihan also decided to ask Sun Moa to stop using the S-Rank potion. Sun Moa was shocked by this conversation. Using the potion had bad consequences, and Seo Jihan didn't have the ability to help Sun Moa afterwards. Sun Moa received a message from Yoon Indam on her phone. It seemed that Seo Jihan was jealous of Moa. Sun Moa explained that she had written first. Yoon Indam wrote to Sun Moa that he couldn't leave the island because of the barrier, as he wouldn't be able to return. Jihan asked him to stay there. It was dangerous to leave the island. Sun Moa decided to move to the island to give permission. Seo Jihan began to be angry with Moa for this decision. Seo Jihan was worried that Moa would get sick again, so he asked Yoon Indam to come to them. Yoon Indam and Bang Soho immediately went to the house where Sun Moa was staying. Yoon Indam really liked the place where Sun Moa was staying. It was beautiful and cozy. Yoon Indam had an idea to move in with Moa. Sun Moa thought that Bang Soho had gone to his guild. Therefore, she was surprised to see him in her hiding place. Yoon Indam continued to surprise Sun Moa with his behavior. He took the fish he had frozen for dinner out of his pocket. Yoon Indam also asked Sun Moa to rest while he cooked the fish. He clearly felt at home. Sun Moa couldn't understand why Bang Soho was suddenly curious about whether Seo Jihan was nearby. It seemed that Moa was liked not only by Jihan but also by Indam. Sun Moa liked the food that Yoon Indam had prepared. So Jihan was jealous of Sun Moa and Indam. He even refused to materialize and have dinner with them. Bang Sohu decided to get down to business. Everything had to be planned well, but first, they needed permission to enter the island. It seemed that the situation between Moa and Soho was heating up again. Sun Moa said that if she hadn't been rushed, she would have given permission to pass the barrier herself. It didn't take long to get permission. All Sun Moa had to do was snap her fingers. They now had permission. Sun Moa was more interested in why Bang Soho was in this house and not at the Sky Guild. Was it really to talk about saving Bang Soji? But Yoon Indam didn't even let Ban Sohu say a word. He said that Sohu had exposed himself with his power. Now he was also in danger. Ban Sohu asked Yoon Indam to stop talking nonsense and decide when they would start rescuing Ban Sojin. The hunters noticed Sun Moa looking away. So Jihan asked them to inform Ban Sojin that they would begin the rescue tomorrow. So Jihan wanted to investigate the underground control center first. If Ban Sojin was there, they would only begin to rescue her if Jihan materialized. The plan suited Ban Soho perfectly. The only thing he couldn't understand was why they were going to start tomorrow and not today. Yoon Indam decided to take matters into his own hands. He said it was too simple. If Jihan had decided so, then he had his reasons. Ban Sohu had no choice but to agree. Ban Sohu thanked the hunters for their help. Sun Moa looked at him in surprise. She found it hard to believe that someone like Ban Sohu knew what gratitude was. So Jihan asked Yoon Indam and Ban Soho to leave. Yoon Indam found this request rude. The next morning, Jihan was still worried about Sun Moa, but Moa assured him that she was fine and that nothing would happen to her. It seemed that Seo Jihan cared too much about Sun Moa. Sun Moa did not go on the assignment so that Jihan would be calmer. Jihan gave her instructions as if she were a child. Don't go near water, don't play with fire, don't talk to strangers. If anything happened, Moa was to call Jihan immediately. Sun Moa finally decided to give the ring to Asura, so Jihan could use it when he materialized. But So Jihan decided not to take the ring because he had given it to Sun Moa. As a farewell, Jihan hugged Sun Moa tightly. So Jihan and Sun Moa took so long to say goodbye that Ban So-ho and Yoon In-dam lost patience. The hunters began to rush Jihan. As soon as they left, Sun Moa became sad. It seems that Sun Moa has not yet realized that she has started to like Jihan. The hunters watched the dungeon control center from the roof of a neighboring building. It was time to start searching for Bang So-jin. Sun Moa had gotten used to Jihan always being around. Without him, she felt sad and lonely. To distract herself from thinking about Jihan, Sun Moa focused on the next steps of her plan. They had to deal with the entrance hall and Sun Moa couldn't do it. So first they had to rescue Ban So-jin and then tackle the hall. They would also have to close the dungeon, so before the monsters started coming out, they had to close the dungeon and then tackle the entrance hall. Sun Moa had a strong desire to save as many people as possible. But to do that, we need to spread the information so that people can prepare. But how to spread information that is hard to believe? It is unlikely that everyone will take seriously the fact that a giant monster wants to devour the entire planet. Sun Moa went to the store to buy more potions, but they were too expensive. Moa didn't understand why the prices had become so high and why there were almost no potions left. If this continues, the hunters will not be able to fight the monsters. There were almost no medicines left, and it is difficult to participate in a fight with serious wounds. Sun Moa had no desire to show off at the hunter's market, and if she put even a little medicine on sale, the market price would fall. So Moa decided to take a risk. Sun Moa spent some time putting potions of various ranks up for sale. As soon as she finished, the prices did indeed drop sharply. Previously, there had not been a significant shortage of potions. Sun Moa had the impression that someone was deliberately buying up potions in bulk. Time passed quickly, but Sun Moa didn't notice. The boys would be home soon. Sun Moa quickly ran to the kitchen to prepare dinner before the hunters returned. Sun Moa was cooking lunch in the kitchen. Suddenly, she heard a noise. What she saw surprised her greatly. The hunters returned home, so Jihan was happy to see Sun Moa. Jihan was carrying someone on his shoulder. Throwing the body on the floor, so Jihan ran with all his might to hug Sun Moa. It seemed that the hunter really missed her. It seemed that Jihan had fallen in love. Sun Moa's cheeks turned bright red. Moa couldn't understand why he was hugging her so tightly, but she didn't dare to ask. Sun Moa was preparing spicy kimchi. She really wanted So Jihan to like it, but it seemed like he liked everything Moa did. But Sun Moa felt uncomfortable hugging him for so long, so she was the first to let go of Jihan. Moa was very curious about who they had brought in tied up. It was Bang So-jin. Sun Moa wanted to know more details about how they managed to find her and take her away. To begin with, So Jihan turned into a ghost again and inspected the entire building. After examining all the rooms, So Jihan decided to go downstairs. When he went down, he noticed a prison. So Jihan had never seen anything like this before. He couldn't even imagine that such a place could exist beneath the underground control center. Sun Moa believed that hunters who committed crimes had to keep prisons for the awakened. The fact that Bang So-jin was being held in the control center seemed suspicious. Yoon In-dam found it strange that Bang So-jin did not react to them at all. She must have heard them, but there was no response. In-dam thought that her ears had also been blocked. Ban So-jin was bound by chains. Sun Moa thought the chains resembled those that bound Yoon In-dam. Yoon In-dam began to insist that Sun Moa break the chain. Moa was surprised at how calm In-dam was, probably because he knew that Moa could do it. Everyone present had already seen the Insect King's lightning ability, so there was no point in hiding it. Sun Moa decided to use her ability to break the chain. Ban So-ho was worried about his sister, so he decided to ask Sun Moa what she was going to do. But before Ban So-ho could finish speaking, Sun Moa used her ability and broke the chain. Yoon In-dam rejoiced like a little child. Ban So-ho looked at the broken chain in amazement. Ban So-jin had been tied up the whole time, so she didn't really understand what was going on around her. She looked frightened. But when Ban So-jin saw who was standing in front of her, her expression changed to one of surprise. Ban So-jin did not expect to see her brother, but Sun Moa's presence surprised her even more. Of course, Sun Moa was very kind and hospitable. She didn't know what Ban So-jin liked to eat, so she put everything she had on the table. But for some reason, Ban So-jin was dissatisfied. Sun Moa understood that Ban So-jin had been having a hard time lately, so she decided to give her a potion. But Ban So-jin looked at Moa with dissatisfaction. Ban So-jin was unhappy that her brother and Moa were acquainted. She wondered how long they had known each other. Ban So-ho insisted that Ban So-jin drink the potion. Sun Moa continued to be gracious. She explained that she had only recently met Ban So-ho. Looking at Ban So-ho and Ban So-jin, it was difficult to call them relatives. The food on the table was getting cold. The hunters wanted to talk about everything in more detail, but they could eat and talk at the same time. Yoon In-dam found the food too spicy. He decided not to wait and tell Moa about it. In Sun Moa's family, everyone ate spicy food, which is why she had prepared it that way. So Jihan smiled at Moa and said that everything was very good. Yoon In-dam looked at him in surprise and said that he could see tears in his eyes when he ate. But Seo Jihan insisted that Yoon In-dam should be ashamed to complain about the food he was served. Ban Seo-hu couldn't eat the food, but it was too late to refuse. The hunters cried from the spicy food but ate so as not to offend Moa. Jihan ate everything quickly, explaining that he was running out of time. Only Ban So-hoo did not understand what he was talking about, so Jihan became a ghost again. Ban So-jin did not expect to see this. She jumped up in horror and screamed. Sun Moa promised to tell her everything if So-jin sat down. Ban So-jin couldn't understand why everyone was so calm. Sun Moa quickly told her everything. It was hard for Ban So-jin to believe that Jihan was gone. Sun Moa also told her about the monsters in the dungeon and everything else. Ban So-jin couldn't understand why Sun Moa remained calm after everything that had happened. Sun Moa explained to Ban So-jin that a lot of time had passed, so she had enough time to accept and understand everything. Ban So-jin was curious to know how Sun Moa would solve all these problems. Sun Moa was stunned by the question. Ban So-jin explained that only she could solve everything. Besides Sun Moa, there was no one else left to solve all the problems. Jihan, the ghost of Ban So-ho, only liked to give orders. Yuninde also had no hope in Ban So-jin. So Ban So-jin continued to insist that if Moa did not have anyone in mind who could solve everything, it was up to Sun Moa to do everything. But Sun Moa herself did not agree with her. If something went wrong, all responsibility for what happened would fall on Moa's shoulders. Destruction would happen in any case. It would be impossible to avoid. Ban So-jin remained calm because she saw no point in being afraid until something happened. Ban So-jin paid no attention to what the others were saying. She decided to help them avert disaster. Sun Moa did not expect such a decision from Ban So-jin. Ban So-ho agreed with his sister. Apart from Sun Moa, there was no one else who could take charge of these matters. Ban So-ho and Yoon In-dam were no longer the leaders of the guilds. Sun Moa was the ruler of the secret society, and she had recently acquired her own personal dungeon. Therefore, she was the one who had to take responsibility. Ban So-jin asked Sun Moa to stop being shy and tell them her next plan, calling Moa mistress. Sun Moa sat in shock at what she had heard. Sun Moa did not want to be a leader. She did not want to be the ruler of the secret society either. Ban So-jin remembered Bak Daeman. Ban So-jin didn't understand Moa at all. Did Sun Moa really want someone like Bak Daeman to become the leader? Sun Moa was horrified when she remembered Bak Daeman. She definitely didn't want someone like Bak Daeman to be their leader. But Baek So-jin continued to speak calmly. She emphasized that it is not always a talented person who becomes a leader. She proudly said that she was good at understanding people. She asked Sun Moa to at least try to be a leader. Such a situation toughens a person. Ban So-jin also began to assure Sun Moa that she would make an excellent leader. Only Sun Moa herself did not really believe it. Ban So-jin assured Sun Moa that there were much worse leaders. She was definitely not the worst. Sun Moa couldn't understand why Ban So-jin was so keen on her as a leader. The hunters were curious to hear the next plan of action, so everyone looked intently at Sun Moa and waited for her to start sharing her ideas. Sun Moa had several ideas. First, she wanted to spread the information. Ban So-hoo didn't understand why she wanted to do that. So Sun Moa explained that Ban So-jin was right. If the land fell, everyone would die, so it was necessary to inform the people and ask for help. The dungeon raid would require a joint effort. Yoon In-dam doubted that people would listen to them, but it was worth a try. They had to talk not only to the Korean guilds, but also to those abroad. Even if they listened to them, the answer would take too long. Sun Moa said that they would not just sit and wait. While waiting for a response, they would continue to explore the dungeons. Monsters could attack from the unsealed dungeons at any moment, so a line of defense was needed. Elphinus warned the hunters that there was little time left before the attack. Even if they made every effort to close the dungeon, they still had to be prepared for a monster attack. Yoon In-dam pointed out that it would be impossible to go into the dungeon in top form. Therefore, they should stock up on supplies. Ban So-ho and Ban So-jin supported In-dam's idea. So Jihan just smiled, but no one noticed except Moa. Sun Moa decided to show them her little secret. Looking into the room, the hunters saw Mr. Kim Yoon-gil's workshop. Sun Moa said that from now on, consumables would be made in this room. Everyone was curious how this was possible. Moa told them about the time when they tried to frame So Jihan. She also explained that what they were looking at were only Kim Eun-gil's memories. Sun Moa did not want to say that she had used the collection from the morgue, but Seo Jihan explained that she would have to do so. Kim Yeon-gil was the head of the Amhyeon Guild. Yoon In-dam couldn't understand how the investigation had been conducted to turn out this way. Sun Moa assured him that it was all a coincidence. Ban So-hoo also found it hard to believe that this room contained Kim Yoon-gil's memories, which had been used to make the items. But Sun Moa assured him once again that everything was exactly as they saw it. Sun Moa felt uncomfortable, but she continued to speak. Kim Eun-gil only made items from ingredients that Sun Moa would collect. Yoon In-dam was still the same weirdo. On the contrary, he was happy that only Sun Moa could do it. Seo Jihan began to get angry at In-dam. Seo Jihan thought that Yoon In-dam was flirting with Moa. Bang So-ho was impressed and didn't seem to understand that these were Kim Yoon-gil's memories. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to make enough items. While Ban So-jin was getting Kim Eun-gil, Sun Moa decided to explain that memories don't need rest or food. That's why the making of items goes on around the clock. This calmed Bon So-hoo a little, but he still warned the other hunters that if there weren't enough items, he would try to get them himself. It was time to sum up the results. First, they needed to inform the other guilds. Second, they should continue raiding the dungeon. Third, they had to be ready to defend the world from monsters that would attack. It seemed like nothing difficult, but Ban So-ho decided to emphasize that it was not right to just plan and say to do something. The essence lay in trying to achieve as much as possible and explaining how to achieve it. The leader must be realistic and strive for the ideal. But Sun Moa looked dissatisfied. However, Ban So-ho actually liked Moa's plan. Although it was simple, it was realistic. Moreover, specific measures had been prepared. This was unexpected. Sun Moa was surprised. She did not think that Ban So-ho would agree to her plan. He had always believed that only his opinion was correct. Of course, Sun Moa thought that Ban So-ho would find her plan ridiculous and refuse to go along with it. Sun Moa was very worried about her family, so Yoon and Dam became curious about when Mo would take them away. Moa had not yet decided. The question about family was unexpected for Sun Moa, so she decided to ask Yoon and Dam about his family. As it turned out, Yoon and Dam had no family. He was lonely, just like Jihan. Bang So-jin began to insist that Yoon and Dam was her #1 choice. He had no bad habits, was handsome, and was even awakened. He was perfect. Could Bang So-jin really like him? But Yoon and Dam's guess angered Ban So-jin. She had just paid him a few compliments. Sun Moa also became curious about Ban's family, but Ban So-jin didn't really care about them. Ban So-jin hadn't seen her family in 10 years. There were many different family celebrations in Ban So-jin's family. Ban So-jin didn't want to participate in them. Ban So-ho's wife would have to participate in these events twice a year. Ban So-ji apologized for her brother's behavior and rudeness. So-ji-han had a bad feeling. Therefore, Ban So-jin asked to live with Sun Moa. Shock and incomprehension were evident on the faces of Sun Moa and So-ji-han. So-ji-han begged Sun Moa to think carefully before answering. Ban So-jin continued to persuade Moa, saying that she would not stay long. She would just use the place as a base. Sun Moa did not respond, so Bang So-jin decided to play on her pity. "My lord, your servant has nowhere to sleep." Seo Jihan had no desire to live with Ban So-jin, so he decided to remind Moa how she had treated her. But it was too late. Sun Moa agreed. Ban So-jin happily hugged Moa and promised that they would definitely get along. Sun Moa did not understand why Jihan did not like Ban So-jin. Ban So-ho suggested that they get down to business now that everything had been sorted out. Sun Moa hoped that at least Ban So-ho wouldn't want to live there, so Ban So-ho suggested meeting with some hunters he knew. Maybe one of them would decide to join Moa's team. Sun Moa liked this idea and had no intention of sitting around doing nothing. Moa decided to go out and capture as many dungeons as she could. This news shocked everyone present. Did Sun Moa really want to go and fight the bosses on her own? Sun Moa suspected that she was starting to talk like Seo Jihan. Ban So-ho and Yoon and Dam didn't mind at all because they knew that Sun Moa could stand up for herself. Ban So-jin found it hard to believe that Moa was so strong. 3 days passed. Sun Moa and Jihan were getting ready to go to the dungeon. Sun Moa decided to drink an S-rank potion before going. Sun Moa began drinking the potion every day to increase her strength, but one potion only gave her 10 points of strength. Moa wanted more. Sun Moa felt that since she became a hunter, she had been very lucky. It seemed as if she got everything just like that. But so Jihan couldn't understand what was so strange about that. Other awakened ones trained hard to gain more strength. So Jihan explained to Moa that luck was the key. But what happens next is a completely different story. Everyone chooses how to act based on what they are given. Sun Moa couldn't understand what he meant. Jihan explained that if Moa were like the hunters from the White Light Guild, he would hardly have helped her. If those hunters had been in Sun Moa's place, they would hardly have thought to take Jihan's body to bury him. Thanks to her kindness and thoughtfulness, Ban So-jin and Yoon and Dam were on their side. Therefore, so Jihan assured Sun Moa that everything she had was thanks to her upbringing and prudence. They continued to gather for the dungeon. So Jihan decided to warn Sun Moa that they would go to the dungeon with the Insect King. For Sun Moa, this would be nothing new, as they mostly only went to places like that. In their country, this was supposed to be the last dungeon with the Insect Lord Kyrgyz. This trip to the dungeon was not supposed to be difficult, because Moa had already survived all the tricky attacks. With each time, the time of So Jihan's materialization increased. Now he could stay in the body for 6 hours and recharge in the same way after 6 hours. Sun Moa noticed how upset So Jihan was, so she decided to cheer him up. She believed that the time would come when Jihan would be able to remain in his body for several days in a row. So Jihan really did become cheerful. If this was really possible, he would be able to quickly defeat the boss and take a selfie while Sun Moa collected items. Sun Moa thought about Kyrgyz, the insect lord. He was supposed to be the first king they would try to talk to. This trip to the dungeon was important for Moa. Yoon In-dam and Bang So-ho had started to take action, so she didn't want to fall behind them and wanted to show good results. Ban So-ho planned to set up an operational base for hunters who agreed to join their side. In one day, many people joined them. Sun Moa did not expect everything to happen so quickly. The Daehan Guild had many enemies. Sun Moa wanted to help in any way she could, but her help was not needed yet. Ban So-ho wanted his sister So-jin to also take part in the plan. But Ban So-jin herself did not want to get involved. The hunters were surprised that several days had passed since they had kidnapped So-jin, but there was no news about her. So Jihan was ready to fight. He told Sun Moa how he would act during the fight, but Sun Moa decided to remind him that they would try to talk first. But So Jihan was sure that it would be a waste of time. But Sun Moa remembered Elfina. They had managed to come to an agreement with her. She and Elfina were of the same kind. In the dungeon where Sun Moa and So Jihan were going, the boss was an insect. It was unlikely that they could be on the same side. Sun Moa no longer wanted to eat the horns of the lords, so it was worth at least trying to talk to them. If they could come to an agreement, the hunters would be able to achieve greater success. If they could convince the insect lord to become a servant, the crown would immediately go to Sun Moa, and no one would have to be destroyed. It was time to go to the dungeon. Sun Moa doubted that they would be able to convince the insect king, but there was hope. Sun Moa and Jihan first arrived at the dungeon control center. Sun Moa transformed into an insect much faster, and now she could speak. Of course, So Jihan was delighted with Moa's ability to transform. No one would be able to figure out this method of infiltration. Only Yoon Indam could guess, as he had seen Barkas's ability. So Jihan was also curious if Yoon Indam had figured out that there were two horns. He advised him not to tell anyone else about the transformation. There was not much left before they reached the underground passage. In the corridor, they noticed a man, so Jihan was curious about who this man was. It was the same man who had pushed Sun Moa's mother in the square and started insulting her. Sun Moa became enraged, so Jihan suggested killing him, but that seemed too much for Sun Moa. At first glance, this man looked like an ordinary person, but not to So Jihan. To him, he seemed awakened. This changed everything for Sun Moa. This scoundrel wanted to hit her mother when his body was awakened. Sun Moa wondered what to do with him now. Sun Moa asked So Jihan to wait for her. Jihan didn't understand Sun Moa's actions at all, and she wasn't in a hurry to explain. At first, So Jihan thought that Sun Moa had decided to attack the man, but Moa had a slightly different plan. She reached into her pocket to get her phone. Sun Moa was very lucky. The phone was not locked. After all, besides destruction, Sun Moa knew other methods of revenge. Moa entered a chat with her colleagues and took screenshots. Seo Jihan had been waiting for Sun Moa all this time, but he was very curious about what she was doing there. Sun Moa just said that she had committed social robbery, but So Jihan still didn't understand what that meant. Sun Moa explained that she had taken screenshots of messages where the manager was being slandered and sent them to her husband's manager. Jihan looked at her with a confused look. Was that all? Of course Sun Moa wanted to hit her husband, but why would she do that when the whole team would beat him up tomorrow? The portal was to their right, so it was time to head there. A few minutes later, Sun Moa and So Jihan were standing in Kyrgyz's dungeon. So Jihan knew that they would easily find their way into the dungeon, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Of course, it was easy for them to pass through, but it was very difficult to see anything. Sun Moa decided to stay in the flea's body at least until they had explored the dungeon. A little later, Sun Moa decided to transform into a monster to blend in with the others, but So Jihan asked her not to do so in order to avoid problems with the hunters. On second thought, such a transformation could make things worse if they found out that Sun Moa was a human and not the Lord of Insects. Sun Moa decided that the best way to talk to Kyrgyz and meet him for the first time was to be honest. So Moa decided to just be herself. Jihan was shocked by this decision. The transformations were very uncomfortable for Sun Moa because of the clothes. So Sun Moa came up with the idea of buying clothes that would remain on her during the transformation. Moa thought that So Jihan should know for sure if such clothes were available on the market. But So Jihan was not concerned about clothes. He was still in shock that Moa had become herself. He was embarrassed every time Sun Moa got fully dressed after her transformations. So he decided to ask her to take an invisibility potion during those moments. Of course, Sun Moa promised that she would do so next time. They had to move on if they wanted to find the Insect King. Sun Moa noticed that So Jihan was uncomfortable. It seemed that Moa simply hadn't noticed how she had gotten used to Jihan always being around. She had also felt uncomfortable before. So Jihan stopped Sun Moa. He sensed that something was ahead and it didn't look like hunters. It seemed that the first challenger had arrived. Perhaps the monster had simply sensed them. The hunters prepared for battle. So Jihan was ready to attack. He assured Sun Moa that she wouldn't have time to blink before he destroyed the monster. It seemed that Jihan missed fighting. The monster looked surprised. It seemed as if he was just passing by on his way to do his business when they decided to attack him. So Jihan threw the Jungwoo straight into the monster's mouth with all his might so that Sun Moa could talk to it. The monster clearly didn't understand what was going on. Sun Moa first checked if the monster understood her, and then, either out of surprise or perhaps because she was nervous, she simply greeted him and offered to be friends. But the monster was clearly unhappy and still didn't understand what the hunters wanted from him. Sun Moa decided to try to explain the purpose of their visit. The monster started calling her names. He called Moa an insect, but he was an insect himself, so it seemed like he was insulting his own kind. So Jihan had only one desire: to hit the monster. Sun Moa explained to So Jihan that she had once heard cats being compared to humans, so perhaps it was the same with insects. Or maybe this monster was just saying hello. While Sun Moa was flying in the clouds of her thoughts, the monster decided to strike Moa. So Jihan stopped the monster's blow with one hand. Sun Moa was clearly lucky that Jihan was nearby. With enough strength, So Jihan broke off the monster's paw and destroyed it. Sun Moa was shocked by what she saw. She did not understand who So Jihan was and why he had such a thirst for combat. It seemed that the monster was not in the mood for negotiations. It immediately began to attack them. Moa was even more shocked by how calm Jihan remained. Only Sun Moa hoped that he just wanted to say hello. But So Jihan was sure that wasn't the case. He immediately began to respond. The monster clearly had no good intentions. Sun Moa felt sad. She didn't feel like eating another horn, so she convinced herself and Jihan that it was just normal communication. So Jihan listened to Sun Moa and wondered where such thoughts came from. Sun Moa convinced him that the monster had mistaken them for relatives when he called them insects. Another monster was approaching them. Sun Moa wanted to try talking again, but to do that, they had to get rid of the first monster. So Jihan prepared to throw the yugwa right at the target. Sun Moa stood behind him, hoping for better communication with this monster than with the first one. The monster was shocked. It looked at the hunters and did not understand what was happening or what the hunters wanted from it. This time, Sun Moa was more composed. She greeted the monster and called it a beetle friend. Then she added insect. This made the monster very angry. He wanted to destroy them. Sun Moa realized that being called an insect was an insult to them. The monster began to viciously insult the hunters. Destroying them was all the monster wanted. Sun Moa began to explain that they had started the insults, but the angry monster didn't seem to care. So Jihan decided to ask Moa if she would try to continue the conversation or if they should destroy the monster. Sun Moa felt that nothing would work, but it was worth a try. So Jihan's mood improved significantly because now the monster could be destroyed. Perhaps that was the only thing So Jihan loved to do. Sun Moa didn't like destroying anyone. She wanted there to be as few casualties as possible. But if there was no other option, then the monsters had to be destroyed. Still, if they didn't have to destroy the monsters and their king, they wouldn't have to eat the horn. Sun Moa really didn't like the process of eating the horn. So Jihan decided to explain that the monsters were hostile towards them, only because many people were entering the dungeon. Sun Moa was ready to give up on the negotiations. So Jihan noticed how upset Sun Moa was. He decided to cheer her up and said that it was too early to give up because they hadn't talked to Churges yet. Did So Jihan really believe that they had a chance to convince Churges? But whatever the case, it was worth a try. Sun Moa wanted to turn into an insect, but So Jihan convinced her that it would be offensive to Churges. He believed it would be better to torture him so that the monster would pay attention to every word. So Jihan was very excited. It would be better to call Churges and start negotiations. Sun Moa was very surprised. She didn't understand how you could call your boss without a cell phone. It seemed that Sun Moa had forgotten that she was next to So Jihan. He was like a walking encyclopedia. He knew quite a lot about monsters and dungeons. Without wasting any time, So Jihan began swinging his scythe and destroying the dungeon walls. Sun Moa was shocked by this method of summoning the boss. But So Jihan explained that this was the only way to make him appear. He thought it was a great idea, but Sun Moa disagreed with him. It wasn't a great idea because Jihan was simply destroying Churge's house. Sun Moa understood perfectly well that she couldn't stop So Jihan. She simply decided to accept it and expand the dungeon in case of a battle. When So Jihan finished destroying the walls of the dungeon, he noticed that Sun Moa had joined him. She began to destroy it with him. There was clearly some chemistry between them, and they both decided to hide their feelings. Sun Moa felt that she had been having trouble breathing lately, so she decided to ask So Jihan how he was feeling. So Jihan decided that it was hard to breathe because of his constant anxiety about the monster that was about to attack, and also because of the entrance hall. Sun Moa suggested that they try to close all the dungeons as quickly as possible. That way, less harm would be done to other people. After this release, Sun Moa felt much better. So Jihan asked her to be ready. The monster could appear at any moment. The Insect King Kyrgyz did not keep them waiting long. In a few minutes, he was next to the hunters. Sun Moa reminded the monster of the Queen of Ants. But ants were also insects. The pressure effect ceased to work. So Jihan asked Sun Moa to stay behind so that he could try to talk to the boss. Sun Moa decided to use the sanctuary barrier. Although it was said that the Insect King Kyrgyz was the weakest boss in Korea, the control center constantly guarded the dungeon for one reason only. They were worried that So Jihan would clear the dungeon alone. So Jihan told them more about Kyrgyz before they set off for the dungeon. Kyrgyz had two abilities. The first was deception, and the second was a cursed paralysis. Deception was a high-ranking ability, so resistance was unlikely to work. The most important thing to understand about this ability was that everything was an illusion and what you saw was not real. With the cursed paralysis, everything was just as simple. If Kyrgyz didn't hit you, the paralysis wouldn't happen. Sun Moa watched everything that was happening. She felt like she was at a show about a dungeon raid sitting in the front row. So Jihan swung his scythe at Kyrgyz, the king of insects. Sun Moa couldn't understand why Jihan did that. Finally, So Jihan wounded Kyrgyz. Sun Moa was surprised by what So Jihan had done. It seemed to Moa that So Jihan had completely forgotten why they had come to the dungeon. So Jihan stood there satisfied. He didn't like that Churgis had decided to look around, so he attacked the monster. Churgis also decided not to stand still, so he used his deception ability. He began to hallucinate Jihan. So Jihan knew this skill well, so he continued to attack Churgis. He believed that he could resist the deception ability. A second later, so Jihan attacked himself. Sun Moa did not expect to see this at all. She regretted just sitting there and not helping in the fight. But such a trick was unlikely to stop So Jihan. Sun Moa sometimes thought that Jihan was abnormal. Sun Moa looked confused. She didn't understand what was happening or why there were two So Jihans. It seemed that So Jihan was having a hard time fighting himself because his movements and actions were the same. So Jihan understood that it was just a hallucination and considered Churgis a scoundrel. He became quite angry and struck his double hard. So Jihan immediately approached his double. He swung his arm to destroy the scoundrel, but he hesitated. Even Sun Moa noticed this hesitation. The doppelganger took advantage of Jihan's hesitation to attack. Without wasting any time, he got to his feet and attacked So Jihan. All of this seemed strange to Sun Moa. So Jihan had told her that there would be nothing difficult in the dungeon because Churgis was not a strong boss. It was difficult for Sun Moa to understand why So Jihan doubted that the doppelganger and the boss could be defeated. Sun Moa wanted to help So Jihan in any way she could. Churgis only seemed problematic to Sun Moa. In reality, he was weaker than the other bosses. Sun Moa was already devising a plan to destroy Churgis. She was ready to use her abilities, but So Jihan stopped her. He asked Sun Moa not to help him. But Sun Moa didn't want to just stand there. She had to do something. She just wanted everything to be okay with So Jihan. So Jihan was having a hard time in the fight. He didn't want to make Sun Moa worry, nor did he want to put her in danger. While So Jihan was thinking about Sun Moa, the monster moved to the top. So Jihan looked at it and waited for the monster's next move. They struck each other blow after blow in the fight until the monster changed its illusion. So Jihan did not expect to see this. Sun Moa was attacking him. More precisely, it was a monster that was showing a hallucination in the form of Sun Moa. This dirty trick worked perfectly on So Jihan. He stopped attacking the monster because it was difficult to strike Sun Moa. For a few seconds, Sun Moa thought that all was lost, but So Jihan understood perfectly well that it was a monster and that it would not harm Sun Moa. So Jihan lunged at Churgis. The monster believed he could win if he became Moa, but his plan failed miserably. Churgis began to torment So Jihan, so the hunter pounced on him and began to strike him again and again. It was very difficult for So Jihan to strike while looking at the monster in the form of Sun Moa. The hunter had to admit that Churgis had managed to trick him. So Jihan decided to continue the fight with his eyes closed. It was the only way he could continue the battle with the dungeon boss. Sun Moa became even more anxious and fearful at So Jihan's decision. It was difficult to even imagine what would happen next. Churgis stopped using his deception ability. He probably thought that So Jihan would not be able to block his blows with his eyes closed. Without thinking twice, Churgis lunged at So Jihan, hoping to destroy the hunter. But So Jihan was able to block the attack and seriously wound the monster. It was hard for Sun Moa to believe what she had just seen, so Jihan easily deflected the attack and counterattacked with his eyes closed. Sun Moa had always believed that attacking with your eyes closed was simply impossible. It remained a mystery to Moa how Jihan had managed to do it, or if he had just been lucky. So Jihan looked at Churgis with joy and said that it seemed that the monster did not know that attacking blindly was not a problem for Jihan. So Jihan looked at Sun Moa with a smile. He told Sun Moa that he had slightly wounded the monster, barely touching it. It seemed that Churgis realized that he was no match for So Jihan. That was probably why he fell silent. Sun Moa hoped she could convince Churgis to join them. In her mind, Sun Moa began to imagine victory in negotiations with the Insect King. As soon as the Yugwa began to act, Sun Moa apologized for the aggression and explained that they had not come for no reason. Churgis just started insulting the hunters. Churgis said many offensive words. Sun Moa wanted to hit him, but she restrained herself because she wanted to negotiate with him, so she had no choice but to endure. Sun Moa explained to Churgis that they had come to negotiate peace and form an alliance with him, but the monster assured her that he would destroy them. Churgis assured them that their land would be taken away. The people living on the land would be destroyed. All living things would disappear forever. Sun Moa thought Churgis was insane. Sun Moa did not understand what was wrong with the monster. Churgis continued his offensive speech. Churgis considered them insects incapable of engaging in real battle, so how dare they speak to him? Sun Moa couldn't understand what kind of real battle Churgis was talking about. The only thing that came to her mind was the entrance hall. Sun Moa decided not to remain silent, so she explained to Churgis that the inhabitants of their world, who had never been in the entrance hall, were at a disadvantage compared to the refugees. In other words, the inhabitants of their world, having no leader and no experience, were entering into a dangerous game. It would be an unfair game with only one round, where even a small lag would lead to defeat. In the eyes of the refugees, the people looked like prey that was unqualified to participate in this game. Sun Mo thought about how if she were in the monster's place, she would probably feel the same way about humans. She imagined how people from another world would come to destroy her people. It was difficult to forgive and forget. But Sun Moa had not come to destroy anyone. She had truly come with the intention of forming an alliance. Sun Moa had hoped that they could do it. even if there were differences. Sun Moa told Churgis that she knew about the strongest monster, so she offered Churgis to submit and protect his dungeon. Churgisa was enraged by this proposal. He did not understand how Moe could even think of such a thing. They were two-legged insects who did not understand what she was talking about. The monster continued to speak insulting words. Sun Moa was simply fed up with it all. She realized that an agreement would not be possible, so she asked So Jihan to finish off Churgisa. Immediately, Sun Moa received a message that Churgis had been destroyed. Sun Moa was sad that they couldn't come to an agreement. She would have to go to the next boss. Moa couldn't just give up. Sun Moa was also very curious why Jihan had constantly doubted himself during the fight. Could it be because of the monster's ability? What if Sun Moa ate the horn and gained that ability? So, Jihan explained that the ability to deceive allows the user to take on the appearance of someone who cannot be attacked. Sun Moa realized that detection is only possible when a person is within the monster's field of vision. That is why Moa could see So Jihan. So Jihan blushed. Sun Moa did not understand what was happening to him. Jihan explained to her that this ability allows you to see the person you like. This information shocked Sun Moa. The person she saw was So Jihan, and she had just told him that. Now, not only So Jihan was blushing, but Sun Moa was too. It seemed that only now did Sun Moa realize that she liked So Jihan. Sun Moa was shocked by this revelation. An awkward silence hung over them. The hunters arrived home from the dungeon exhausted, but they didn't even notice their fatigue. Sun Moa didn't know how to get out of the awkward situation that had developed between them in the dungeon. Sun Moa tried to calm herself down. She kept repeating that it was normal to see Seo Jihan. It would have been stranger if she had seen Yoon Inda or Bang Seo Jin. It seemed that So Jihan also didn't know how to behave with Sun Moa now. Moa convinced herself that she saw Jihan only because he had been nice to her from the beginning. Sun Moa ran happily home. Her mood improved because she thought she understood why it had happened. Bang So Jin was not home yet. Seo Jihan also noticed that Ban So Jin was not at home. Sun Moa wondered if she would be back home for dinner. Jihan was sure she would. Of course, Sun Moa noticed that the awkward situation was not going to go away. She had to come up with a topic to change the subject. So Sun Moa decided to talk about Kyrgyz. As soon as Sun Moa started talking about Kyrgyz, So Jihan relaxed. He joined the conversation. Sun Moa was glad she was able to lighten the mood. Sun Moa pointed out that compared to Kyrgyz, Kyrgyz could hardly be called a boss. She wondered how such a weak boss had survived. Jihan explained to Moa that it was only because of his weakness. Kyrgyz's value lay in the dungeon where there was little risk of him being destroyed. Sun Moa was upset. Even if Kyrgyz was weak for a normal person, he was still a monster. Not far from the dungeon, Sun Moa noticed a house. If they didn't intervene, the monsters could attack ordinary people. But it seemed that So Jihan wasn't listening to Sun Moa. He was drawn to her. Jihan didn't even realize when his hand reached out to Sun Moa's face. Sun Moa looked at Jihan in surprise. It seemed that the awkward moment had returned. They went their separate ways. This time, So Jihan changed the subject. He decided to ask Sun Moa what she had managed to get. She decided to give the stone she had obtained to Jihan. So Jihan decided it would be better to go and prepare dinner. Sun Moa decided to sell some more potions to distract herself. While Sun Moa was selling potions, Kim Sejan couldn't understand why the prices of potions weren't going up. He decided to find out if his secretary was doing his job. Kim Sejan was curious to know if there really were no supplies of potions abroad. Said he was sure there were no supplies and that there was one problem. The problem was an anonymous person who was selling potions of various ranks regardless of price. Kim Sejan couldn't figure out who was doing this. The only person who could make such potion samples had long been destroyed. Guild leader Daehan was furious that his plan was falling apart. How could he capture the market now? A guild employee knocked on the door and reported that Kyrgyz's dungeon had been closed. Sun Moa had no desire to eat the horn. She held it in her hands, trying to bring herself to do it, but she couldn't bring herself to eat it. So Jihan encouraged Sun Moa as usual. He wondered how long it would take Moa to eat Kyrgyz's horn. Sun Moa was sure she could do it in 4 days. Sun Moa didn't like eating horns. She was sure that if she talked to Kyrgyz, they would definitely form an alliance. So Jihan hoped that they would destroy the bosses with small horns. But Sun Moa disagreed. They would not destroy the bosses. It was worth continuing negotiations. It would be great if they had at least one more dungeon. So Jihan assured Sun Moa that 4 days wasn't that long, so let her eat as much as she wanted today, and he would make shrimp dumplings for Moa. A couple of hours ago, Moa and Jihan went to the Elfinis dungeon. So Jihan wondered why Sun Moa gave her food to the old man. The hunters came to the dungeon just as the old man and the young man were about to eat. They also offered some to Sun Moa and Jihan. Sun Moa refused the food and asked only for a glass of water, but the old man insisted, especially since they had just picked some berries. So Jihan and Sun Moa were horrified that there was a severe food shortage in Elfina's dungeon. That is why Sun Moa left them her food. So Jihan was very upset that Sun Moa gave them the side dish he had prepared, although Sun Moa asked him if he minded before giving it to them. But So Jihan was still upset. He had tried hard to prepare a delicious side dish for Sun Moa. Next time, Seo Jihan promised to cook crab and sauce. Sun Moa looked at him angrily. He knew how to cook, but she only got to eat the horns. Sun Moa was surprised that he knew how to cook so well. So Jihan had been poor before he became a hunter. It was cheaper to cook for himself. So Jihan had a keen sense of taste, so he could easily match the taste of something he had tried before. It was incredible, so Jihan could have been very successful as a chef, but So Jihan insisted that it was just his keen senses. That was why So Jihan didn't like being around people. He could smell them very well. Now Sun Moa understood how Seo Jihan was the first to sense everything. She realized she needed to be more cautious because Seo Jihan could take physical form. Sun Moa decided to offer to increase his personal space so that Seo Jihan would not feel stressed. But Jihan assured Moa that there was no need to do so. He was perfectly fine, especially when he was with Moa. Sun Moa didn't understand why Seo Jihan was saying that, but Jihan didn't rush to explain. Sun Moa blushed again. Moa began to feel like she was losing her mind, but she had to pull herself together. It would be better to eat the horn and go rest, so Jihan sat there the whole time looking lovingly at Sun Moa. After taking a bite of the horn, Sun Moa received a notification informing her of the abilities she would gain when she ate the entire horn. There was a limit on abilities in the system. Sun Moa was upset. If she had known about this limit, she would have given the horn to Seo Jihan. When Sun Moa consumed the horn, her powers would increase. This was important to Seo Jihan, who believed that Sun Moa was already doing too much for him. Sun Moa had 5 abilities, so in the future the limit on other available abilities would have to be taken into account in order to obtain them. But Sun Moa did not want to lose her lightning and thunder abilities. They were very important to her. Sun Moa also could not do without transformation. Thanks to this ability, she could enter the dungeon unnoticed. Only the sanctuary barrier and the dignity of a saint remained. Moa also could not give up the sanctuary barrier because that was how Sun Moa protected the dungeon of Elphanes. So Sun Moa decided to give up the ability of saintly dignity, although this ability easily won others over, even the rulers of the dungeon. So Jihan believed that the ability of a saint's dignity was the least necessary ability among others. He was sure that Sun Moa was easily liked by others, even without this ability. Sun Moa felt that So Jihan had been acting strangely lately, although perhaps it was just her imagination. Bang So Jin collapsed on the sofa, exhausted, and spoke angrily about her brother. So Jin did not understand how Soho could exhaust a person so much. Sun Moa thought that they had finished building the base. They had indeed finished building. Ban Soho constantly asked for minor things like moving a table or a cabinet. Ban So Jin simply ran away from the base to avoid doing this. Ban Sohu and Yunindam also arrived at Sun Moa's house. Yunindam was very happy to finally see Sun Moa. Sun Moa did not expect to see them at her house today. Moa thought they had come to take Ban So Jin away. But Yunindam said that they had come to visit Moa, and also to tell her about their communication with the Dihan Guild. Sun Moa and Seo Jihan did not expect this at all. It was shocking news for them. Yoon In-dam and Bang So-ho even received a reply from the Daehan Guild. Bang So-ho showed Sun Moa a message in which he told Kim Se-jeon that although they had disagreements, they should talk about cooperation. But Kim Se-jeon said that he would only talk to Bang So-ho if he surrendered himself, and then Kim would consider his proposal. Tai did not forget to remind Kim who his sister was. Ban So-jin burst into loud laughter. Sun Moa decided to ask if Ban So-ho had any other sisters. Kim Se-jeon did not know that Ban So-jin had been rescued. Let them not know about the kidnapping. It was their trump card. For now, they had to put all their business aside and enjoy the wonderful evening. While So Jihan carried a heavy cup of coffee for Sun Moa, she chatted amiably with Yoon In-dam. It turned out that Yoon In-dam was bored with his assignment with Bang So-ho. He liked Sun Moa better. Sun Moa was surprised by what she heard. Yoon In-dam found out that Sun Moa had managed to pass through the dungeon control center unnoticed. So Yoon In-dam was curious to hear how Sun Moa managed to close Kyrgyz's dungeon. Sun Moa didn't quite understand what Yoon In-dam was interested in. She thought he wanted to hear how she managed to defeat Kyrgyz. But in fact, Yoon In-dam was interested in how Sun Moa managed to enter the dungeon unnoticed. Sun Moa found it difficult to understand how Yoon In-dam knew so much. While Sun Moa looked at Yoon In-dam in surprise, he continued talking about how the media had banned such topics, and how Jihan's ratings had risen significantly, so people would be interested. At that moment, So Jihan wondered if Yoon In-dam would guess that Moa had 2 horns, not 1, and that Sun Moa had simply shared one of her 2 horns with him. Sun Moa did not know how to explain how she had entered the dungeon unnoticed. She guessed that she might be asked about it, and it would be difficult to explain. Sometimes it seemed that Yoon In-dam was too curious about everything. His gaze was drawn to a voodoo doll. Bang So-hu was also curious to know what kind of doll it was. Ban So-jin was amused by the doll's behavior when it got angry. Sun Moa felt uncomfortable at that moment. She couldn't even think that she would have to explain about the doll. Sun Moa felt uncomfortable that she hadn't immediately told the hunters that the doll was So Jihan. Shock and surprise appeared on the hunters' faces. Ban Sojin had no idea that Jihan was inside the doll. Every night she saw the doll cleaning the house, but she thought it was just an object from the basement. That's why Ban Sojin was surprised every time she saw the doll. But she couldn't imagine that So Jihan was inside it. Sun Moa decided to apologize for not telling her earlier. So Jihan didn't like how Ban Sojin grabbed Moa's cheek. He grabbed a fork and started waving it around. Moa and Sojin just looked at the doll in surprise. Sun Moa decided to explain that So Jihan had begun to possess the doll before he had the opportunity to materialize. Now he only possesses it when he doesn't want to waste his ability. Ban So-hoo noticed that So Jihan had been inhabiting the doll for a long time because it looked worn out. Sun Moa decided to buy a new doll eventually. Yoon In-dam decided to remind Sun Moa of his question. He really wanted to hear how she managed to get into the dungeon, but So Jihan didn't seem to like that. So Jihan began to get angry. It seemed that Yoon In-dam noticed this, so he decided not to ask about the trip to the dungeon anymore. Ban So-hoo wanted to go on raids with Moa and So Jihan, explaining that he liked doing it, so he asked to go with them next time. Sun Moa continued to address everyone formally, but Yoon In-dam didn't like it. He got the impression that Sun Moa was constantly trying to keep her distance from him. Yoon In-dam was the same age as Shinju, which may have been why Moa could talk to him openly, but there were some things he shouldn't know. Seo Jihan didn't really like Moa's relationship with In-dam. Sun Moa decided not to upset Yoon In-dam anymore, so she agreed to address him informally. Yoon In-dam was infinitely happy. He considered Sun Moa to be the older sister he had always dreamed of. Yoon In-dam was an orphan, so he lacked a family. Yoon In-dam was at an age when he should have been playing computer games, but instead he had been killing monsters in dungeons since he was a teenager, and his own guild had betrayed him. Sun Moa was saddened by what she heard. It seemed to her that living such a life, Yoon In-dam must have been very lonely. It must have been hard to go through all that, so from now on she decided to be kinder to Yoon In-dam. Yoon In-dam insisted that Sun Moa try to call him just In-dam at least once. Smiling, he continued to wait. So Jihan began to get angry at Yoon In-dam for his behavior. The hunter thought that In-dam was going too far, but Sun Moa stopped the angry Seo Jihan with her hand and said Yoon Dae with a sweet smile. Sun Moa asked if she could continue to call him that. Yoon In-dam blushed slightly. This was exactly what he had wanted all along. It was as if Seo Jihan's whole world had just collapsed. Jihan couldn't understand why everything was happening this way. He didn't understand why he was still Seo Jihan. Sun Moa looked at Seo Jihan in confusion and apologized. He asked her to just call him Jihan. He also asked her to be less polite to him. But Sun Moa did not agree. It was too much for her. The situations of In-dae and So Jihan were different. So Jihan was older than Sun Moa. This conversation greatly amused Yoon In-dae. He explained to Seo Jihan that he was almost 30, and that Sun Moa had called him an old man. Sun Moa felt confused. She didn't want to offend anyone, but it seemed that Moa had offended Seo Jihan. So Jihan was very upset. But Yoon In-dam was right, so Jihan was much older than Sun Moa. So he decided on the latest news. Bang Soho began to tell them what had happened, while Moa and Jihan were in the dungeon. Bang Soho and Yoon In-dam were able to convince many hunters to switch sides. Yoon In-dam also rushed to add his 2 cents. He said that there weren't that many hunters and that they didn't trust them very much. Ban So-hoo assured them that their goals were similar. The hunters who had joined their side also wanted to keep the Daehan Guild under surveillance. The Dark Sky and Sky Guilds had collapsed, so now the Korean hunters were under the monopoly of the Daehan Guild. After hearing this news, Sun Moa concluded that their goals and those of the other hunters might be slightly different. Yoon In-dam explained to Sun Moa that this was precisely why it was advantageous to pit him against Bang So-ho in opposition to the Daehan Guild. If they could confirm his words, they would be able to save people. Sun Moa thought that they were just using each other, but Bang So-ho explained that it was a mutually beneficial partnership. Sun Moa asked In-dam to explain how they managed to find these people. Yoon In-dam happily said that they found all the people at a rally against the Daehan Guild. Yoon In-dam had known about these rallies for a long time. Yoon In-dam had many acquaintances. In-dam assured Moa that everything would be fine. These people were needed in case they failed to close all the dungeons. Sun Moa was saddened by the mention of the failure of negotiations with Kyrgyz, while So-hoo and In-dam were preparing a backup plan. Ban So-jin noticed Sun Moa's sadness. She wondered what had upset her and why she looked so uncertain. Ban So-jin also tried to explain to Sun Moa that she didn't need to worry about everything and do everything herself. She had help in the form of In-dam and So-hoo. Yoon In-dam also decided to cheer up Sun Moa. She not only went on raids in the dungeon, but also gathered ingredients for potions every day. Ban So-jin continued to reassure Sun Moa. So-jin explained that they would always help her, because if something happened to her, So Jihan would not be pleased. Ban So-jin constantly wondered how Sun Moa managed to gather so many ingredients. But for Sun Moa, it didn't seem strange. She did it during her lazy walks through the dungeon. Sun Moa's conscience tormented her, but she couldn't tell anyone about her hidden ability, so she said that she didn't make unilateral sacrifices. Therefore, Sun Moa said that she was not a good enough person. Bang So-jin was shocked and surprised by what she heard. But Sun Moa explained that when she was working, she was ready to fight and throw things. All she did was argue with the neighboring team. An even greater shock overwhelmed So-jin. It was hard for Ban Sojin to believe that Sun Moa was really that kind of person. But what could she do? Sun Moa considered herself to be just that. Ban Sojin didn't like people like that, so she found it strange that she wanted to follow Sun Moa's advice. Yoon and Dam decided to send the information abroad. As soon as he received a reply, he would tell them everything. For now, Indam just wanted to continue eating his cake. Only Yoon and Dam noticed that Sun Moa hadn't eaten the strawberries on the cake. She probably just didn't like them. But Sun Moa always left strawberries for last. It was a shock for Seo Jihan to hear that Sun Moa actually liked strawberries. He probably didn't know much about her yet. So Seo Jihan fiercely grabbed a fork and began poking strawberries out of all the pieces of cake. He was clearly jealous of Sun Moa and Yoon and Dam. So Jihan looked sweetly at Sun Moa. He held the strawberries up to her so she could eat them. Sun Moa asked Seo Jihan to finally calm down. The next morning, Sun Moa was getting ready to go to the next dungeon. Seo Jihan didn't expect this. Jihan hoped that Sun Moa would rest, as she had been gathering ingredients late into the night. He thought it would be better for Moa to gather her strength before going to the dungeon. Sun Moa got the schedule for the dungeon management post. It was almost time for the shift change, so she had to act. Of course, Sun Moa was glad that Seo Jihan had taken the documents when he rescued Ban Sojin, but Seo Jihan just took everything that was there. It was Moa who sorted through all the documents and found the schedule. Sun Moa was an office worker, so she could sort through documents with her eyes closed. Seo Jihan loved going to the dungeon and fighting, but he didn't want to put Sun Moa in danger. This time, they had to go to the dungeon of Gurgis, the Lord of the Demon Dragons. There was lava in the dungeon, so they couldn't go without fire-resistant potions. So Jihan decided to make sure that Sun Moa had taken them. Sun Moa had enough of this potion in her rank, so Jihan wanted Moa to rest a little longer, but Sun Moa insisted that they had to go right now. So, without wasting any time, Sun Moa used her ability to transform. So Jihan did not expect such a turn of events from Sun Moa. Sun Moa dragged Seo Jihan away against his will. She explained to Seo Jihan that they had to act quickly because they didn't know how much time they had left. It was indeed too hot in Gurgis' dungeon. There was quite a lot of lava. Sun Moa thought there was even too much. Sun Moa felt intense fear. She felt that if she took one wrong step, she would simply roast like a chicken. So Jihan decided to remind her about the fire-resistant potion. It seemed that Sun Moa had forgotten about it out of fear. Seo Jihan decided to explain that the potion was suitable for walking around, but not for fighting. So Sun Moa had to be careful. Sun Moa couldn't understand why Seo Jihan didn't drink the potion if he had materialized. So Jihan's body was slightly different from normal. In this body, Seo Jihan felt no fatigue, no cold, no heat, no other physical sensations at all. He liked it and felt good. Sun Moa was glad that Seo Jihan was doing well. So Jihan himself was sure that it was all thanks to Sun Moa. In this dungeon, everything seemed strange to Sun Moa. There were no closed or open rooms. The boss must have been in the volcano. Gurgis must have been asleep. He was the laziest boss of them all. He wasn't very active, so Jihan was sure that it would be easy to defeat him. Sun Moa decided to remind him that they had come to talk and negotiate an alliance, so no fighting. So Jihan asked Sun Moa to be quieter. It seemed that they were the only hunters in this dungeon. Sun Moa wanted to go around the raid group from the other side, but Seo Jihan explained that there might be several raid groups here, so they would have to go through here. Sun Moa began to worry that the dungeon might close while the raid groups were inside, although each raid group should have a return stone. So Jihan asked Sun Moa to stay close and follow him. Moa was worried about Jihan. He would have to fight alone if they couldn't come to an agreement. Sun Moa began to assure him that she would help Jihan if things got really tough. But so Jihan explained to Moa that after he absorbed the Churgis stone, his powers had increased. When he was alive, So Jihan was weaker than he was now. If he absorbed the Churgis stone completely, he would become even stronger. In that case, it would be better for Gurgis to agree to an alliance with them. If he refuses, Jihan will have to destroy him. Sun Moa looked enchanted as she gazed at Gurgis, the Lord of the Demon Dragons. Gurgis was asleep, so Sun Moa asked Seo Jihan to come back later. Moa didn't want to wake the monster. Sun Moa remembered how they met Churgis. They destroyed his home, insulted his monsters, and destroyed him completely. So Jihan just looked at Sun Moa in surprise. He realized that Moa still regretted what had happened. Then So Jihan asked Sun Moa to be patient and wait a little longer. Soon this boss would also fall at their feet. He added that Moa was his master. This time, not only Sun Moa's cheeks turned red, but her ears did too. Sun Moa thought So Jihan was vulgar because of his jokes. Unlike Sun Moa, So Jihan didn't want to wait for Gurgis to wake up. They didn't come to waste their time. So Jihan decided to wake the monster up. It seemed that Gurgis woke up in a bad mood, but So Jihan didn't care. He wasn't easily scared. So Jihan looked at Gurgis and smiled. Jihan wanted to show the monster that they had come with good intentions. They had come only to talk. Gurgis quickly swallowed the yugwa. Sun Moa was surprised that So Jihan didn't have to put in much effort. The most important thing was for Sun Moa to remain calm. Sun Moa looked at Gurgis and smiled. She greeted the monster sweetly. First, Sun Moa decided to apologize for coming to his dungeon, then asked about the alliance. Gurgis looked at Sun Moa in surprise and decided to ask if he had heard correctly about the alliance. Sun Moa informed him that the entrance hall would soon be opened. Sun Moa informed the monster that the hall was not the main threat. The real threat was the one they called the Predator. Circumstances had led to them becoming common enemies, so it would be better if they joined forces to fight the Predator. At first, Sun Moa thought she had succeeded, but in fact Gurgis was just thinking about her words and then shouted loudly about the discussion. Sun Moa did not understand why he was shouting about it. The dungeon was illuminated by a bright light. Gurgis began to rage at Sun Moa's proposal. The monster's lungs began to glow. Gurgis's radiance lit up the dungeon. Sun Moa just stared at him, not understanding anything. Gurgis shot a flame toward Sun Moa, so Jihan rushed toward her, picked her up, and quickly jumped aside. But Gurgis began to shout furiously that there would be no discussion. He was the king of this dungeon, and they were just hunters, unwanted guests in this dungeon. For a moment, Sun Moa thought that negotiations were pointless. Another problematic monster stood in their way. The monster slightly touched Moa's arm. So Jihan began to get angry that the monster had touched Sun Moa. So Jihan was ready to do anything for her, but Sun Moa calmed him down. Such a wound would heal quickly with a healing potion. Sun Moa looked admiringly at So Jihan as he glared at Gurgis. So Jihan's expression changed. All he wanted to do was destroy the monster. Sun Moa realized that everything had gone wrong again. She looked at him in horror. Sun Moa showed So Jihan the healing potion and how to take it. The wound healed quite quickly. But that didn't convince So Jihan. Jihan asked Sun Moa to put up a barrier and not to go beyond its limits. So Jihan himself intended to destroy the monster. So Jihan promised to return to Moa soon. He walked toward the monster, ready to fight. Sun Moa begged So Jihan to stop. Sun Moa begged So Jihan not to destroy Gurgis because he had huge horns. But it seemed that So Jihan did not hear her. So Jihan rushed at Gurgis. The monster began to shout insults at the hunter. While Gurgis was doing this, So Jihan struck him with his first blow. Enraged, So Jihan struck again and again. He was very angry that Gurgis had burned Sun Moa's left arm. Sun Moa begged So Jihan to stop, but he didn't seem to hear her at all. So Jihan wanted Gurgis to feel pain. If he simply destroyed him, the monster would feel no pain. Simply destroying the monster seemed too easy a punishment for So Jihan for what he had done. So Jihan wanted Gurgis to suffer from pain. So Jihan struck Gurgis with a blow that left a deep wound. Gurgis angrily shouted at the hunter that he would devour him completely. Gurgis decided to use his ability against the hunters. Intimidating the Lord of the Demon Dragons was Gurgis's ability. It had a frightening effect. Fear was always very unpleasant. Sun Moa began to worry about So Jihan, but it seemed that he was fine. Sun Moa also seemed to be fine, although maybe it just seemed that way to her. She had to hold on a little longer. So Jihan was able to overcome Gurgis's ability. The only thing that really worried the hunter was Sun Moa. So Jihan decided that it was time to end the fight. Gurgis really didn't like how insulting So Jihan was. It made him very angry. The monster shouted threateningly that Jihan would pay for every word, so Jihan did not take any of Gurgis' words seriously. Too late, the monster lunged at So Jihan and delivered another blow. The fear had completely disappeared. Sun Moa was shocked by what was happening. A lone hunt. Sun Moa couldn't believe such movements and attacks were possible. Gurgis was seriously angry. He flew high above So Jihan to attack. All Gurgis wanted was to finally destroy the hunter, but So Jihan had other plans. He wanted to inflict more pain on the monster. That's why he wasn't in a hurry to destroy it. So Jihan decided to provoke the monster by saying that it was not as strong as Gurgis and not as fast as Gurgis. The Observant. So Jihan believed that all the monster was capable of was breathing fire slowly and thought that it was completely useless. Agreeing to talk was the best option for the monster. Such insulting words greatly angered the monster. He wanted to end it quickly, so he lunged at the hunter. It seemed that this was exactly what So Jihan wanted. The Dragon Lord did not like being called slow, but So Jihan easily repelled his attack. Gurgis assured So Jihan that he had a surprise gift for him. Sun Moa begged the monster to reconsider, but it seemed that her pleas were in vain. The Lord of the Dungeon called his monster minions for help. This was the surprise that Gurgis had promised. Sun Moa didn't like this at all, so she decided to help So Jihan and stop standing on the sidelines. Monsters attacked from all sides. But this did not scare the hunters. They were confident in their abilities and in each other. The Lord of the Dungeon looked at So Jihan in surprise. The hunter seemed quite strange to him. Gurgis attacked again, but Jihan was able to repel this attack as well. Sun Moa looked at So Jihan in surprise as he spoke to Gurgis. Jihan forced the monster to lick his braid. The monster thought the hunter was the devil. Sun Moa suggested that Gurgis think things over again. If he gave Moa the crown in the dungeon, no one would touch the monsters. Sun Moa understood perfectly well that Gurgis was angry and hurt and hardly wanted to talk. But Moa insisted that he think not only of himself but of others as well. Gurgis did not care about the other monsters. He was not going to humiliate himself for their sake. Sun Moa certainly did not expect to hear such a response. So Jihan was also surprised that Gurgis was willing to sacrifice the lives of other monsters so that he could sleep peacefully. Gurgis explained to the hunters that his subordinates existed for the sake of their lord. Sun Moa only now realized that not everyone was as kind-hearted as she was. Not everyone valued their relatives as much as Moa did. Gurgis considered her too simple-minded to be a lord. Gurgis realized that Sun Moa was not a natural ruler, so he would never give her his crown. Sun Moa realized that negotiations with this ruler had also failed, so Jihan could destroy him. This is exactly what Jihan did with great joy. The ruler of the demon dragons, Gurgis, was destroyed. Sun Moa and Jihan had to hurry, as the dungeon was about to close. Jihan noticed how upset Sun Moa was. He decided to support her by saying that there were still many dungeons left, and that they would be lucky enough to form an alliance in one of them. Jihan asked Sun Moa not to give up so easily. No matter what happened, he would always be by her side. With a smile on her face and a tender look in her eyes, Sun Moa looked at Jihan. She knew he would be there for her, but she decided to thank him anyway. Awkward moments between them became more frequent. Sun Moa calmed down a little, so Jihan was right. It was worth trying to negotiate with the other lord. Gurgis simply did not want to make contact. Sun Moa thought that this lord had a good appetite. He constantly threatened to chew them up. Moa wanted to share the addresses of restaurants with him. So Jihan hoped that Sun Moa was joking, but Moa insisted that she was serious. So Jihan looked at her in confusion, but Sun Moa was really just joking. The hunters returned to the house they were renting. They hadn't even crossed the threshold when they heard a noise. It was a funny sight. Sun Moa and Jihan stood there and watched in amazement as Sun Moa's mother asked every ant about her daughter. Sun Moa had asked her mother to come only to give permission to enter and leave the dungeon. So Sun Moa explained that the process of transferring permission was quick, but that you had to be next to the person you were giving permission to. But Sun Moa's mother was more concerned about the ant she had accidentally squashed. Her mother really hoped that this ant was not Moa's friend. Sun Moa's mother saw Jihan for the first time, so she was curious about who he was and why he was with her daughter. Sun Moa completely forgot that she had never told her mother that she was living with Jihan. While Sun Moa was lost in her thoughts, Jihan decided to introduce himself. Moa's mother smiled sweetly at Jihan. She was also happy to meet him. Then Moa's mother asked her daughter to step aside so they could talk without anyone else around. Moa felt a slight sense of fear. Sun Moa felt panic and fear. She had to quickly think of a way to explain Jihan to her mother. To begin with, her mother decided to ask if he was the famous hunter Jihan. Sun Moa confirmed that it was him. Because of all the rumors about Jihan, Sun Moa's mother thought he was dangerous. But Sun Moa disagreed. She tried to explain to her mother that it wasn't true and that Jihan was actually a good person who always helped Moa with everything. Even if everything was as Sun Moa said, her mother did not like how he followed her daughter home. Sun Moa decided to explain that he had only come to visit for a short time. Her mother became angry. She believed that Sun Moa was living with Jihan in a common-law marriage. Sun Moa was shocked by what she heard. Sun Moa assured her mother that she had misunderstood. She explained that there was another hunter living in the house. Moa's mother decided that they were all renting the house together. Sun Moa's mother calmed down a little. Sun Moa was not the type of person who lived for the moment. It seemed that they had decided everything, so it was time to give her mother access to the basement. Although her mother did not quite understand what this right of access meant, Sun Moa explained that she now had her own basement, so Moa wanted her mother to be able to go in and out of it. Sun Moa was worried whether ordinary people would be able to enter the dungeon. Her mother was shocked by what she heard. Sun Moa just snapped her fingers to grant access. A blue screen appeared in front of Moa's mother. She stood there and looked at the screen in surprise. Sun Moa explained that it was a message to grant access. She just needed to agree. Although Mom hesitated in her decision, she decided to listen to her daughter and pressed accept. Sun Moa was glad that everything worked out. All that was left was to grant access to Shinju. Sun Moa wanted to introduce her mother to the inhabitants of the dungeon, so she asked her mother to go down with her to Moa's dungeon. Mom had not yet recovered from the shock she had received in the house when a new shock awaited her at the entrance to the dungeon. Sun Moa greeted Elphinus cheerfully. Elphinus and the young man were picking fruit as usual. Sun Moa introduced her mother to them. Sun Moa briefly told her mother how she met Elphinus and how the dungeon became hers. This story greatly surprised Sun Moa's mother. Elphinus seemed like a good person to Moa's mother, but she was very surprised by Elphinus's bow when Moa's mother left the dungeon. Sun Moa sometimes felt that the old man looked at her as if she were his granddaughter. Sun Moa explained to her mother that Elphinus always behaved that way, even when asked to stop, but he was a really good person. So Sun Moa asked her mother to go down to the dungeon immediately if she was in danger. Mom was always worried about Moa, but she was also worried about how Sun Moa was eating. Moa reassured her mother that she was eating very well. So Jihan was worried about Sun Moa and how her mother would react to his appearance. He set the table and asked Moa's mother to stay. Her mother was very surprised. Mom was surprised that her husband had set the table himself. Jihan assured her that he hadn't prepared anything special, even though the table was covered with food. Sun Moa and her mother were surprised that Jihan had managed to prepare so much food. It seems that today was a day of shock and surprises for Moa's mother. Jihan was a true gentleman. He invited Mom to the table and even pulled out a chair for her. Moa's mom was very touched by this gesture. Mom was really sure that Sun Moa was eating well. She could also rest easy knowing that a man like Seo Jihan was there for her daughter. Sun Moa noticed that her mother liked Seo Jihan as a person. Her mother was still amazed at how quickly Jihan had prepared everything, even fresh kimchi. Sun Moa's mother invited Seo Jihan to visit them again, and promised that the table would be laden with food. Moa and Jihan felt a little uncomfortable. Sun Moa thanked Jihan for the food and told him that her mother liked him. This news seemed to make Seo Jihan very happy. But Sun Moa didn't want to ruin the wonderful moment, but decided to tell Seo Jihan anyway. When an adult man and woman live together, it doesn't look very clear. So Jihan felt horror and fear immediately after hearing this from Moa. Did her mother really tell him to move out of Sun Moa's house? Sun Moa reassured him that her mother hadn't asked her to do that. She explained that it looked strange and that Bang So Jin probably felt uncomfortable too. So Jihan thought that Sun Moa wanted to kick him out because of Ban So Jin. He knew that this day would come, but he still didn't understand why Moa was saying this. Of course, Seo Jihan was very upset by this conversation. It was hard for him to believe that Sun Moa would do this to him. Jihan had devoted himself entirely to Sun Moa, and she was treating him like this. Sun Moa didn't know if Seo Jihan was really crying or not. And he wasn't Moa's only servant. She also had Elfany and Rodrin, and Moa didn't kick Jihan out. So Jihan quickly moved into the doll and, offended, threw away the blanket he no longer needed. She looked at him and thought Jihan was a good actor. So Jihan asked Sun Moa to let him take a small blanket with him, so that he could cover himself. But Seo Jihan did not sleep because he was a ghost. Sun Moa noticed that Seo Jihan had changed a lot during the time he had been around her. He had been completely different when they first met. So Jihan tried to build a house out of stones for himself. He decided to live on the street. Sun Moa decided to talk to him. Sun Moa was angry with Seo Jihan for his behavior. She told him that he could live in the house as long as he wanted. So Jihan was surprised. Moa had just said something different. After everything he heard from Sun Moa, Seo Jihan began to worry that he had caused a lot of inconvenience to Moa and Bang So Jin. If that was the case, he should just tell Seo Jihan about it, and he would leave forever. Sun Moa was furious. Where was he going? She asked Jihan to live with her forever. So Jihan beamed with happiness. Could Sun Moa really want to live with him forever? Sun Moa confirmed her words and then added that he could live as long as he wanted. So Jihan happily ran into the house. The evenings were cold, so it was best not to stay outside for too long. Sun Moa received a message. She was asked to go online to see what was happening for herself. So Jihan advised her to check the news immediately. Sun Moa saw that the news and the entire internet were talking about the closure of the Gurgis dungeon. But Sun Moa was surprised that when the Churgis dungeon was closed, there was no mention of it in the news. So Jihan guessed that the closure of the two dungeons had sobered them up. Only Sun Moa was upset by the fact that the news only reported what was beneficial to them. They remained silent about the real threat. So Jihan was blamed for the fact that there were only 3 dungeons left in Korea. They could not be closed because the dungeons had an impact on the economy. Sun Moa didn't like that so much dirt was being thrown at Seo Jihan. But Seo Jihan himself claimed that he didn't care what others said. But Seo Jihan explained that if Sun Moa had appeared in the ratings, she would not have been able to calmly respond to all the mudslinging. He was even glad that everything had turned out this way. Sun Moa was upset that everything bad was happening to Seo Jihan, but he reassured Moa, explaining that everything was happening for the best. Seo Jihan explained to Sun Moa that when he was just a ghost, he had to put up with everything, but now he could fight back. But Sun Moa was still upset by the whole situation. But Sun Moa wanted to tell everyone how things really were, and she knew she couldn't do that. Sun Moa was very upset that only they were being criticized even though they were doing a good thing. In that case, even with the best evidence, it would be difficult for them to expose everything. And even if they announced the impending threat, would many people believe it and take any measures to save or protect themselves? So Jihan had no idea what measures they should take to turn the situation around. Jihan asked Moa to calm down and sit down, saying that nothing had changed. Anxiety was for the weak. Sun Moa had strength, so as they say, strength is all you need and there is no need for brains. But Sun Moa preferred to speak with a healthy body and a healthy mind. So Jihan advised Sun Moa to do as she saw fit, and she did what she wanted. Sun Moa suggested talking about tomorrow's raid. The next day, Sun Moa and Seo Jihan set off for the next dungeon. The Beast Lord Inogis stood before the hunters. This monster had no desire to talk to them. Inogis immediately attacked the hunters as soon as he noticed them. It was difficult for Seo Jihan to strike because the monster kept hiding in the shadows. Sun Moa waited for Seo Jihan as usual while he fought. Sun Moa suggested simply destroying Inogis if he kept running away. So Jihan was surprised that he didn't even have to persuade Sun Moa. Moa explained that they didn't have much time to waste. Sun Moa decided to help Seo Jihan in the fight. She drank a potion to increase her strength and attacked the shadow. Seo Jihan waited for Sun Moa to deal with the shadow so that he could then strike the monster. After the blow, Seo Jihan fed the monster some yogwa. Sun Moa began negotiations with Inogis. She decided to explain why they had come to the dungeon. Churgis just growled menacingly at them. Sun Moa sadly told Seo Jihan that it was time to finish off the monster. It was impossible to negotiate with someone who didn't understand you. The next day, Sun Moa and So Jihan returned to the dungeon control center. Sun Moa reported that she was exhausted. The security at the control center was becoming tighter and more serious. The number of horns that needed to be eaten was also increasing. Of course, Sun Moa was very upset by the failures they had suffered in the dungeons. This sadness exhausted Sun Moa even more. Maybe she was just doing something wrong. But So Jihan asked Sun Moa not to think about it. The problem was not with her, but with the monsters who did not understand the meaning of words. So Jihan was sure that someone would understand her. Before them stood the Lord of Beasts, Fergus, who assured the hunters that he understood perfectly what Sun Moa was saying. Without hesitation, Fergus agreed to obey Sun Moa. Sun Moa did not expect to hear such words from the Lord of the Beasts. Fergus bowed to Sun Moa, although she still did not believe that this lord had listened to her and agreed to an alliance. Sun Moa was very happy. After 3 failures, she finally found someone who agreed with her. Sun Moa was ready to give up, but Fergus gave her hope. Therefore, Sun Moa asked So Jihan to immediately hide his braids so as not to scare Fergus. Sun Moa had finally waited for this moment, although it was hard for her to believe that it was true. Fergus agreed to an alliance with Sun Moa only because his relatives were tired of constantly fleeing. The constant battles had also become tiresome. Fergus also said that he could sense a strong aura of leadership from Sun Moa. He had only felt such an aura in a few people who had entered the hall. Fergus then explained that, unlike other hunters, he did not seek ruthless battles. His only desire was for them all to survive together. Sun Moa did not understand what Fergus was talking about. The Lord of Beasts was asking for safety. If Sun Moa and So Jihan rid the dungeon of those who harmed the monsters, he would give the crown to Moa. They had to drive out the other hunters. But if Sun Moa failed, Fergus would get So Jihan. So Jihan himself found this suspicious. Sun Moa asked for an explanation. Sun Moa became angry with Fergus, so Jihan begged Sun Moa to calm down. But Moa insisted that everything was fine and that she was in control. After that, Sun Moa explained to Jihan that the goat wanted So Jihan as punishment for failing the quest. So Jihan corrected Sun Moa, reminding her that it was a deer. So Jihan did not expect such a turn of events. Sun Moa explained to Fergus that she does not use her people in bets. Fergus also explained to Sun Moa that he couldn't blindly trust her either, so he needed some kind of guarantee in case Sun Moa changed her mind. Moa asked him to simply change the penalty to other conditions. Sun Moa explained to Fergus that if the quest went ahead, she would also be responsible for its failure. Was Sun Moa really willing to become Fergus's servant? Of course, Sun Moa could have destroyed him at any moment, but if Fergus needed trust, then Moa decided to put her crown on the line. So Sun Moa took the horn of the demon dragon Lord Gurgus and asked him to make it the penalty. Fergus was surprised by the size of the horn and agreed to change the terms of the punishment. Sun Moa asked Fergus to grant her the right to see the place of the battle and access to the dungeon. Sun Moa and Jihan had to complete the task within a day. But before starting the task, Sun Moa decided to put up a barrier around the shrine. Without it, the hunters would still return to the dungeon. Fergus could easily drive the hunters out of his dungeon himself. The problem was that they kept coming back. Therefore, it was necessary to protect the entrance to the dungeon. Sun Moa explained that Fergus had arranged a test to make sure that the lord who asked him to become his servant was competent. So Jihan believed that Fergus had nothing to lose in any case. Either he would escape or receive a reward for the fine. Sun Moa realized that the goat was just waiting for her to fail the quest, and she was sure that would not happen. So Jihan corrected Sun Moa again, saying that the monster was not a goat, but a deer. The hunters did not expect to see other people in the dungeon. They had no idea who had come through the portal. Therefore, the hunters immediately began to prepare for battle. They asked the 2 strangers to take off their masks and show their faces. Sun Moa began to set up a barrier to protect the dungeon. The hunters were surprised by Sun Moa's abilities, so they decided to be cautious. The hunters decided to attack Sun Moa and Jihan, but the barrier protected them. It was time for Sun Moa and Jihan to go and clear the dungeon of other hunters. The hunters who were at the entrance decided to call the magicians for help. Now they could safely continue with the quest, but first they needed to find out how many groups of hunters were inside the dungeon. There were about 20 groups in the dungeon. Moa and Jihan would have to run around the entire dungeon? Sun Moa noticed So Jihan's strange behavior. So Jihan picked up Sun Moa to move faster through the dungeon. However, Sun Moa did not want this at all. So Jihan did not understand Sun Moa's reaction at all. The hunters had to hurry because their time was running out. So Jihan happily hurried with Sun Moa to the first group of hunters. He believed that they would catch up thanks to the invisibility scroll. But Sun Moa had a different idea. Hunter Kim Gapsu was 32 years old. He was an ordinary attack-type hunter. They were ordinary hunters who couldn't afford to pay the guild dues, let alone get into the rankings. They didn't even have enough money for potions. It was worth getting a side job. Their conversation was interrupted by a noise coming from the bushes. Sun Moa decided to scare the hunters. The hunters became curious about who she was, but Sun Moa told them that it wasn't the best time to get acquainted and that they should run away. So the hunters couldn't understand why she was in such a hurry and why they had to leave. They kept asking Sun Moa to explain everything to them, but Sun Moa was in no hurry to explain anything to them. She only asked them to hurry, promising that she would explain everything when they left the dungeon. The hunters stood still and looked at Sun Moa in fear. Moa did not understand why they were standing there doing nothing. Sun Moa asked the hunters to simply trust her. She told them that she had been sent to lead everyone out of the dungeon. The hunters did not see Sun Moa as a bad person, and it did not seem likely that they were being deceived. Perhaps the hunters should trust Sun Moa after all. Sun Moa warned the hunters that the situation outside was critical and asked them to be careful. The hunters just looked at each other in surprise. The hunters hurried to leave the dungeon, but one lingered behind to ask Sun Moa once more who she was. Sun Moa simply asked him to leave the dungeon quickly. After the passage closed, Sun Moa breathed a sigh of relief. So Jihan was surprised by this situation. The hunters believed Sun Moa and actually left. Sun Moa didn't believe that everything would work out. The chances of success in this endeavor were slim, so Jihan finally admitted that the ability of a saint was useful. These hunters were very naive, but getting rid of them was also a good result. But this was only the beginning of their task. As always, so Jihan didn't like Sun Moa's acting skills. She really was a terrible actress. Sun Moa was offended by So Jihan's words, so she simply decided to ignore him and take a closer look at the ability of a saint. This ability showed Sun Moa to be an innocent person, but for some reason it did not help her negotiate with her bosses. Seo Jihan began to think that this ability was indispensable because Sun Moa did not have a similar ability. Therefore, So Jihan believed that they would do the same with other groups as they did with these hunters. But Sun Moa assured him that they needed to hurry so they would act differently. Finally, it was So Jihan's turn to rid the dungeon of hunters. His eyes lit up in a completely different way. Sun Moa knew So Jihan very well, so the expression on his face began to alarm her a little. Of course, So Jihan's method was to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. One by one, Seo Jihan and Sun Moa's group were transported through the passageway from the dungeon. Seo Jihan was pleased with himself. Sun Moa and So Jihan successfully completed the quest. Now Sun Moa could receive her reward. Moa received the crown of Fergus. Along with the crown, Sun Moa received the abilities of lightning and divine cover. However, in order to use them, Moa had to choose one of her existing abilities to remove. Seo Jihan did not understand what Sun Moa was thinking. Sun Moa already had the lightning ability for protection, as she had a holy barrier. So Sun Moa decided to choose to enhance her abilities. She chose to enhance the lightning ability of the Insect Lord. Sun Moa decided that a powerful blow would always come in handy, so she pressed the agree button. The crown now belonged to Sun Moa. Fergus became her servant, and the dungeon also belonged to her. Once again, Sun Moa received a notification that she had become the ruler of more than one dungeon. Moa could now unite the dungeons. She did not expect to hear this at all. Therefore, Sun Moa did not think long about her decision. She wanted to unite the two dungeons into one. They were blinded by a bright light. The territory of Fergus's dungeon began to merge with the territory of Elfina's dungeon. So Jihan and Sun Moa were frightened because they didn't really understand what was happening. But this union looked quite beautiful. Incredible beauty spread throughout the dungeon. Sun Moa and So Jihan admired the sight, sitting quietly on a tree until Jihan noticed something. Until he noticed that Elfinus and Fergus had approached them, the former rulers of the two dungeons which were now one. Fergus was pleasantly surprised. Sun Moa had managed to complete the quest, and she already had one dungeon. Sun Moa was shocked. After she received the crown from Fergus, his horns disappeared, which meant that the deer was female. Elfinus and Fergus decided to get to know each other. Fergus introduced his subordinates. They had come to greet their new lord. So Jihan hurried to inform Sun Moa that the creatures of this dungeon were now A rank and belonged to Sun Moa. Fergus did not want any more battles or her family to be destroyed, so she asked Sun Moa to take care of them. Sun Moa was still in shock and disbelief. All the creatures of this dungeon bowed to Sun Moa. Moa herself could not get used to these bows and doubted she ever would. Sun Moa began to feel their pain. These creatures' home had been destroyed by monsters, forcing them to flee. The rulers of these two dungeons were left without their crowns because they couldn't save their families. But now they had Sun Moa. She would protect them. Ban So Jin was waiting for them at home, having managed to buy some pork stew before they arrived. Sitting at the kitchen table, Moa told So Jin that she now had two dungeons, which she had combined into one. Ban So Jin asked her to tell her more about the trip to the dungeon. She was very happy that they now had two dungeons. Sun Moa was also curious to hear how things were going with So Jin and the boys with their business. But So Jin didn't know anything because Soho and Indam hadn't shown up lately. In the evening, the hunters decided to watch the news together. The news began to report on the distribution of propaganda messages. The reporter was near Nefkis's underground lair. She began to claim that the messages distributed by the propagandists said that the monsters could break out. If that happened, they would destroy all life on Earth, so the dungeon had to be closed immediately. Sun Moa and So Jihan were shocked by the news. But what surprised everyone the most was that this news was spread by Ban Soho, the former leader of the Sky Guild. It was because of this news that reporters were standing near the open passage to the dungeon. After taking measurements, they did not notice anything suspicious. On the one hand, the reporters did not understand why Ban Soho would spread this news. On the other hand, the reporters suspected that the former head of the Dark Sky Guild, Yoon Indam, was behind it all. The next piece of news from the hunters was even more shocking. A reporter said they had just learned that the Fergie's dungeon had been closed. Bang So-jin began to rage. She thought Bang So-ho had completely lost his mind to start revealing such news so honestly. Sun Moa remained in a good mood. This news attracted interest not only in Korea but even abroad. The chat was bursting with messages. For them, even the understanding of one person was important. Ban So-jin doubted that one person was so important. News is news, but Ban So-jin was actually more interested in how strong Sun Moa had become. This question was unexpected for Sun Moa. Bang So-jin always seemed strange. So-jin was impressed by how Sun Moa closed the dungeon. She considered Sun Moa to be the ruler of the universe. Sun Moa did not like to fight, but Ban So-jin did not ask Moa to fight. She just wanted Sun Moa to show her ability. Jihan also asked her to show her ability. So Jihan asked Sun Moa to show her abilities only so that So-jin would stop following her. He warned Moa that nothing bad would happen if she didn't get carried away. The hunters began to think about where Sun Moa could show her ability. They needed a place where the neighbors couldn't see. Sun Moa knew such a place. Sun Moa opened the passage to her dungeon. Ban So-jin was thrilled. Finally, she would be able to see Sun Moa's dungeon. Elphinus led the hunters to an old quarry. It had been abandoned for a long time, so it was a safe place to show off their abilities. When Ban So-jin saw Fergus, she somehow thought he was a goat. Was this deer really similar to a goat? Sun Moa was not sure if the quarry was a suitable place. But Elphinus was sure that the place was really suitable. Besides, if Jihan made a crack in the quarry, the inhabitants of the underground would have work. So Jihan was eager to demonstrate his strength, so he swung his scythe and split a large rock in two with a single blow. So Jihan became curious about what the others thought. Sun Moa and Ban So-jin were delighted, so Jihan was indeed a strong hunter. But Bang So-jin was not interested in Jihan's abilities, but in Sun Moa's. Moa had 2 dungeons under So Jihan, so of course So-jin was interested in her abilities. Sun Moa strengthened her abilities, so she was curious to see for herself. But before demonstrating her abilities, Sun Moa decided to eat a piece of Churgus's horn. Churgus' crown now belonged to Sun Moa. She decided to continue strengthening the Insect Lord's lightning ability. She could have started, but Sun Moe again wondered if she should use her ability. The power seemed too great to Moe. If she thought about it, nothing terrible would happen. Sun Moa began to comfort herself with the fact that this was how power enhancement worked. Shock instantly engulfed everyone present. They clearly did not expect to see such a sight. After Sun Moa opened her eyes, the shock was immediate. Sun Moa couldn't understand where the mountain had gone. It was simply gone. Turning around, Sun Moa noticed the shock on her friends' faces. She didn't know what to do next, so she simply asked them how they were doing. So Jin replied only that their friendship would be eternal. Elphinus began to assure her that Sun Moa's ability was as unmatched as she was. These words confused Sun Moa. Ban So-jin wondered if there were any spots left for Sun Moa to become her servant. It seemed like they were all starting to fear Sun Moa. So Jin begged her not to say that there were no spots left. In fact, there were many places, but So-jin had to think carefully about such a decision. So Jin herself was confident in her decision. Even the old man with the cow followed Moa. But Bang So-jin was determined. She began to beg Sun Moe to become her servant. So Jin was ready to undergo any trials. Ban So-jin began to think that Sun Moe was hesitating because she thought So-jin was capable of betrayal. But in reality, Moe did not think so. Although their first meeting was not friendly, she had to take So-jin as a servant. After all, the Ban family had always been useful. Ban So-jin was sharp and dynamic. Because of her character, Ban So-jin could get into trouble. Ban So-hu, on the other hand, was calm and reliable. Sun Moa saw nothing suspicious in them. After Ban So-jin marries the Lord, she will become a more loyal companion. Sun Moa would also like to get the attention of Ban So-ho. Well, such offers cannot be refused. Sun Moa warned Ban So-jin that there would be no turning back. Ban So-jin insisted that no one would want to leave such a lucrative position. Besides, she would have the opportunity to be the senior servant over Soho and Indam. Sun Moa did everything quite quickly. From now on, Moa counted on Ban So-jin, as she had become Sun Moa's servant. Shaking hands, Ban So-jin assured Sun Moa that she would be very happy to work with her. The dungeon of Nefgis, the Lord of the Ears of Corn, had been explored the least. This place was a mystery to the human world. Sun Moa really liked this dungeon. It was truly beautiful. Islands floated in the air. If you entered the dungeon carelessly, you could easily fall down. Sun Moa was thrilled. She wondered how often So Jihan had been to this dungeon. So Jihan did not visit this dungeon often. It was just that the ear was unusual. It was not weak, nor was it completely weak, nor was it small, but it was simply unusual. Once again, So Jihan wanted to pick up Sun Moa, but Sun Moa refused. She assured him that she could handle it herself, but So Jihan was stopped by Sun Moa's clothes. He didn't understand what she was wearing. His heart wasn't ready for this. Sun Moa explained that she dressed like that because she wanted to show Seo Jihan something. While Sun Moa was taking a shower, she practiced her transformation ability. She wanted to be able to fly like Yoon and Dom. Sun Moa began to transform, but it seemed that So Jihan was not interested in transformation at all. Seo Jihan was pleasantly surprised. Sun Moa had wings and could now fly. He was infinitely happy for her. But one thing confused him. Sun Moa had dragonfly wings. Butterfly wings would have been prettier, of course. The wings were very large and fragile. The feeling of transformation was quite strange. So Jihan suggested flying to another island in the dungeon. So that no one would notice Sun Moa in the underground world, she used an invisibility scroll. Seo Jihan followed her. At first, Sun Moa was afraid to fly. She was constantly afraid of falling. But when Moa reached the island, she became confident that she could fly to the highest island. Below, Sun Moa noticed a group of hunters. She thought that the hunters were following them, but were not paying much attention. According to Seo Jihan, the hunters below were very busy gathering plants and destroying monsters. Therefore, they had no business with the hunters. The hunters were attacked by a monster. Sun Moa thought that they had hired many guards, but for some reason there was no one standing guard. The hunters must have been in a hurry to gather as much as possible in the last dungeon of Korea. Sun Moa and Seo Jihan arrived at the island where they were to meet the monster. Sun Moa immediately warned Seo Jihan that they would talk first. She really wanted the negotiations to go well. But Seo Jihan thought the monster had a completely different opinion, so he immediately took out his scythe. Sun Moa asked Jihan to just calm the monster down. So Jihan struck the monster, but it regrouped. Sun Moa was surprised. She had never seen anything like this before. It seemed that even Seo Jihan did not expect this. The monster struck Seo Jihan, but the hunter managed to jump out of the way in time. The monster regrouped after each blow. Seo Jihan apologized to Sun Moa for not being able to leave the monster intact. So Jihan fought this battle for a long time. But once he figured out where to strike, he easily destroyed the monster. Sun Moa was very upset. The monster had been destroyed. This was not the result she had expected. So Jihan apologized again. If he hadn't used his ability, the monster would have continued to regenerate. Moa assured Jihan that everything was fine. He was more important than the monster. These words troubled Seo Jihan. Sun Moa insisted that they leave the dungeon quickly before the other monsters arrived. Sun Moa was very curious to know what abilities Nefgis had. So Jihan explained that Nefgis was only unusual because of his appearance. Nefgis was the only lord who did not demonstrate his abilities. All that was known was that only attribute attacks worked on him. Sun Moa was very curious about the appearance of the lord of the dungeon. The hunters were almost there. The statue the hunters saw before them was the lord of the Colossus, Nefgis. Because of his appearance, so Jihan always thought he was just a statue because he never attacked. Sun Moa felt that it would not be easy to negotiate with Nefgis. Sun Moa decided to use the sanctuary's barrier to prevent the other hunters from reaching them. After Sun Moa created the barrier, they could calmly begin talking to Nefis, just in case the hunters brought chains with them to restrain him. Sun Moa thought that the chains would not be enough, but Sajihan assured her that they would be enough. He was just curious where Moa had gotten so many platinum chains. The chains were provided by Indam. It was time to get down to business. Nefgis seemed strong, so Moe had doubts about whether it was worth getting involved with him at all. As always, so Jihan was confident in himself and his abilities. Jihan asked Sun Moa to protect him with a barrier while he caught the Lord of the Ear. So Jihan stood next to Nefgis. It seemed to him that Nefgis would not move from the spot, but Nefgis immediately opened his eyes. They stared at each other for a while. After a few minutes, Nefgis began to get to his feet. So Jihan thought Nefgis was just showing off. The Lord of the Colossus decided to attack the hunter. He raised his sword and immediately struck Seo Jihan, but the hunter was very skilled and immediately repelled the monster. So Jihan began to attack the Lord of the Colossus. He needed to be able to bind him with chains. This time Seo Jihan decided to try attacking with chains. This choice was correct. Jihan managed to hook a chain around Nefgis's arm. So Jihan began to quickly wrap Nefgis with the rest of the chains. Sun Moa was glad that they had succeeded. All that remained was to negotiate. Just as Sun Moa was about to start talking to Nefgis, he easily broke all the chains. The Lord of the Colossus walked toward Sun Moa. Sun Moa didn't know what to do next. Nefgis tore the chains like spiderwebs. He was really strong. So Sun Moa asked Seo Jihan to look back. Nefgis could easily crush him like an ant, but Sun Moa was very worried about Seo Jihan. She had to quickly decide what to do next. You could see in Sun Moa's eyes that she was upset. Nefis must have known about her. Sun Moa apologized to Seo Jihan. She had no choice but to attack. Nefgis raised his leg above Sun Moa, but he didn't strike, and Sun Moa immediately used her ability, the lightning of the insect lord. Even here, so Jihan couldn't stay away. He suddenly got too close to Nefgis just as Sun Moa was about to strike. Sun Moa was very angry at Jihan's actions. But Seo Jihan was worried about the rankers' ratings. If Sun Moa destroyed Nefgis, he would rise in the rankings. But for Sun Moa, it was more important that Seo Jihan was okay. So Seo Jihan apologized for his actions. He just couldn't control himself. He promised Sun Moa that he would make up for his mistake. So Jihan just wanted to calm down the angry woman standing in front of him. But at that moment, he had to control himself so as not to embarrass his master. So Seo Jihan decided to attack Nefgis. Jihan had the opportunity to feed him Yugwoo so that Sun Moa could talk to him. But Nefgis only began to rage and refused to make contact. So Jihan was getting tired of this. So he decided to simply destroy the monster if it did not want to talk to Sun Moa. So Jihan swung and dealt a serious blow to Nefgis. It seemed like just a scratch for the Lord of the Colossus. Sun Moa looked on in shock as Nephkys began to rage even more. It seemed that they would need to use all the chains they had, so Jihan simply asked Sun Moa to step back so that he could finish with Nephkys. So Jihan did not give up. He tried to throw the chain and wrap it around Nephkys. Sun Moa sometimes felt that all attempts to talk to Nephkys were futile. Finally, Jihan managed to tie Nephkys with all the chains they had. It was too late for Nephkys to resist. Sun Moa watched Jihan as if spellbound. It seemed to her that Jihan was flying around Nephis. His every movement was light and confident. So Jihan climbed onto Nephkys' shoulder and delivered a powerful blow that knocked the Lord of the Colossus to the ground. As soon as Nephkys fell to the ground, Jihan happily announced that he was ready to talk. Sun Moa began to praise Jihan. Her mood improved greatly. In order to start the conversation, Jihan only had to feed Nephkys some yugwa. Jihan was unsure if he would be able to feed Nephkys because the Lord of the Ear's lips were also made of stone. Sun Moa decided to at least try. It seemed that Nephkys did not want to eat at all. He tormented Jihan so much that the hunter decided to simply destroy Nephkys. Sun Moa asked Jihan to calm down. She had a plan B that Jihan didn't even know about. Moa also wanted to try. Moa's plan B was gifts. Moa gave Nephis a book called Pygmalion in Love with a Statue. She also gave him a set of Korean beef and a collection of stones. Nephkys just looked angrily at the hunters. It seemed that he didn't like Sun Moa's gifts. Sun Moa was upset that nothing was working out with Nephis. Moa didn't know what to do with him. If she let him go, Nephis would most likely attack her again. Only Jihan remained unchanged. He still wanted to destroy Nephis. So Jihan decided to reinforce the chains with his energy while Sun Moa thought about what to do next. Sun Moa had no solution, so she suggested returning and continuing later. Nephkys' body began to crack. Sun Moa did not understand what was happening. Had Nephkys decided to destroy himself? So Jihan assured her that Nephkys wasn't destroying himself. The cracks were shallow, they were more like thread-like and spread across the entire surface. The chains were broken and the stone body was flying around, so Jihan picked up Sun Moa and jumped aside. Sun Moa looked in amazement at everything that was happening. It seemed that Nephkys had decided to blow himself up, but in fact he remained unharmed. Standing in front of Sun Moa and Jihan was Nephkys' second form. Sun Moa wondered if this form of the Colossus had been researched. Jihan assured her that it had not. Sun Moa felt that it was dangerous to remain in the dungeon. It would be better to simply escape, so Jihan did not object. But Nephkys was unlikely to let the hunters go. So Jihan decided to fight the Lord of the Colossus again. As soon as Nephkys swung his sword, a glow filled the entire dungeon. Sun Moa thought it looked like a barrier that they would hardly be able to pass through. Sun Moa really hoped that Jihan would be able to defeat Nephkys. Jihan was confident that this would be the case because his attribute was darkness. And darkness always defeated light, at least that's what Jihan believed. Sun Moa thought the opposite. While they were talking, Nephkys was preparing to attack. Jihan asked Sun Moa to hide behind the sanctuary's barrier and not do anything, not even help, so as not to think. Nephkys began to attack Jihan. Having shed his stone body, Nephkys became much faster. Nephkys and Jihan struck each other blow after blow, but there was too little time to waste. But no matter how hard Jihan struck, his attacks did not work. Sun Moa had the impression that Jihan was just hitting the air. But Jihan did not give up. He tried to attack again and again. Jihan couldn't figure out what Nephkys was made of. Sun Moa couldn't stand by any longer, so she decided to help, Jihan defeat Nephkys. Being near Nephkys was quite dangerous, but Jihan insisted that Sun Moa not interfere and stay where she was. It seemed that Sun Moa was beginning to understand what was going on, so Jihan decided to use the ability of the dead man's revenge. He had used this ability in his fight with Kyrgyz. Nephkys was a formidable opponent. It seemed that his main strength lay in his sword. As soon as Nephkys raised his sword, attacks came automatically. But Jihan was not one to be easily intimidated. He lunged at Nephkys again, confident and without fear in his eyes. Jihan crouched as low as he could and swung his scythe at Nephis with all his might. At that moment, Jihan knew for sure that these were the last seconds of Nephis' life. Then Jihan struck right in the middle. After the attack, he fell exhausted. He thought Nephkys was definitely destroyed. But when Jihan raised his head, he saw Nephkys standing in front of him without even a scratch. Sun Moa was shocked. She decided to step out of the barrier. Sun Moa could no longer just stand by. Although Jihan was against it, Sun Moa could not be attacked. If Sun Moa attacked and destroyed the Lord of the Colossus herself, she would be exposed. Guild leader Daehan would realize that Moa had survived in Bargus's dungeon. Therefore, Jihan continued the fight alone, even though he was exhausted. Sun Moa was very worried about Jihan. Dust rose around them. Sun Moa couldn't see anything and didn't understand what had happened. When the dust settled, Sun Moa noticed that Nephkys was healing his wound, and Jihan was lying unconscious on the ground. Sun Moa understood perfectly well that Jihan had asked her not to interfere, and she knew how dangerous it would be for her to attack. But Moa couldn't allow anything to happen to Jihan. Of course, Sun Moa was ready to attack Nephkys, but Jihan asked her not to and to just run away. But Sun Moa was angry and wanted to destroy Nephkys. Sun Moa also placed So Jihan in a barrier and asked him to stay put. So Jihan found it hard to believe that Sun Moa had decided to fight without him. Therefore, Sun Moa decided not to waste time with Nephkys and to destroy him quickly. The two powerful forces engaged in battle, but Nephkys easily repelled Sun Moa's powerful attacks, so Jihan asked Moa to retreat and return later. But Sun Moa had completely different plans. She could not retreat so easily. She took a potion to increase her strength. Sun Moa could not let the one who wounded her subordinate go unpunished. Sun Moa's strength was restored, so she could strike again. A bright blue light enveloped Nephkys. It seemed to engulf him. So Jihan was shocked by Sun Moa's powerful blow. He didn't understand what she was doing. It seemed that Nephkys had been destroyed. But it only seemed that way. Nephkys began to recover again. Sun Moa understood the miracle that this was not the end. Nephkys would not give up so easily. Sun Moa was about to drink more potion, but she didn't have time. Seo Jihan shouted loudly for Sun Moa to look behind her. Nephkys was standing behind her. It seemed that he had the ability to move around, but Sun Moa quickly searched her mind for a power she could use. It was too late for thunder because Nephkys was nearby, so maybe lightning. But Sun Moa didn't understand what was happening. Nephkys lowered his weapon, but why? Had he decided to stop the fight? Neither Sun Moa nor So Jihan understood Nephkys' actions. They just watched the Colossus Lord's actions and were ready to fight again. Nephkys shrank in size, which shocked Sun Moa. The Lord of the Colossus approached Sun Moa. Of course, Sun Moa was scared because she didn't know what to expect next. Nephkys approached her only to give her his crown. Sun Moa immediately received a notification about this. But Sun Moa could not understand why Nephkys had decided to give up his crown. Nephkys' abilities included sealing barriers and transforming into a god of light. But Sun Moa had a limit to her abilities, so she could only strengthen them. Sun Moa decided to ask Nephkys why he had decided to simply give her the crown. So Jihan explained to Sun Moa that she could sense the feelings of her subordinates. Perhaps Nephkys had hidden motives, but Sun Moa did not sense anything like that. So Nephkys called the hunters to follow him. He probably just wanted to show them something, but the hunters had no idea what awaited them there. Nephkys led Sun Moa and So Jihan to the door, but only the Lord of the Colossus knew what was behind it. They had to go down to find out. The place was quite deep. Sun Moa was worried about So Jihan's well-being. So Jihan hastened to reassure Sun Moa that he was fine. Although he had a physical body, no harm could come to him because he was a ghost. Sun Moa noticed that So Jihan's body had begun to heal itself, and not only his body but his clothes as well. Sun Moa was very curious to see where the Lord of the Colossus was leading them. This place must have been very important to him. Sun Moa believed that the heart of the island was in that room. They arrived. The place was amazing and looked mystical. Nephkys led the hunters to the clock, but it was still unclear why he had brought them there and what to do next. It was an artifact that allowed one to glimpse into their future once. Nephkys opened it. Sun Moa received a message in which she had to either agree or refuse. Sun Moa couldn't understand what the future held. Should she agree to look or not? It was a difficult choice. Nephkys waited for Sun Moa's decision. Sun Moa somehow thought that if she looked into the future, the Lord of the Colossus would talk to her afterwards. Sun Moa made her decision and agreed to look into the future. A window with a message also opened for So Jihan, so he decided to look into the future with Moa. A bright light shone and Sun Moa appeared in the hotel in the form of a ghost. She had lived in this hotel with So Jihan. Sun Moa looked at herself. She saw herself looking sad on the sofa. Sun Moa didn't understand where Seo Jihan had gone and why she was crying. But Sun Moa couldn't understand why she was sitting alone in the dark and crying. Had they won in the hall and returned to the hotel? Then why was she sitting alone? Time was up. Sun Moa stood in shock next to Seo Jihan. Jihan thought that Moa had seen how she had been destroyed during the match. So Sun Moa explained that she hadn't seen anything like that. All she saw was herself in the hotel. Seo Jihan smiled only at Moa. But Sun Moa was curious about what Seo Jihan had seen. But he didn't want to tell Sun Moa. He only said that the time would come and he would tell her. But his vision was related to Moa. Sun Moa said she guessed why Nephkys gave up his crown. Seo Jihan decided to joke that Nephkys had looked into the future and saw Sun Moa there. Nephkys led the hunters to the stone structures of the heads, but it was unclear why they had come there. The hunters looked in surprise at the structures which began to move. They must be the subordinates of the Lord of the Colossus, and Nephkys had brought them to meet them. Nephkys extended his hand to Sun Moa. Moa looked at him in surprise. She did not understand what Nephkys wanted. Did he want to shake hands, take her somewhere, or perhaps he wanted something? It was a smithy. To make something in it, they needed an object. The hunters were shocked. Since that was the case, Sun Moa decided to quickly give them an object. So Jihan asked Sun Moa to get everything from the inventory that could be used to make something. Nephkys waved his hand as if the statues had come to life. It was very interesting to watch how the items were made. So Jihan's guess about how to make the items was correct after all. It was incredible. It was like magic doing something amazing. Boots and a sword appeared in front of Sun Moa and Jihan. All the items that the statues made in the smithy were of the A rank. However, there was no jewelry because Sun Moa did not have any mana stones. Of course, So Jihan really liked everything that had been made. Sun Moa was happy that she finally had a weapon too. So Jihan looked at Sun Moa in surprise. Was she really going to carry that around with her? Sun Moa didn't understand why Jihan was reacting that way. If he wanted it, she would give it to him. But So Jihan didn't need these things. He wanted Sun Moa to make something from the S-Rank boss items that were gathering dust in his inventory. Sun Moa didn't expect to hear that. Sun Moa was surprised by this request but agreed. The blacksmith made clothes for a hunter. So Jihan was delighted with the items. All of them were made from Kyrgyz items and had protective qualities. The boots protected against falls and the armor was impervious to A-rank hits and below. Thanks to the jewelry, Sun Moa could choose which attribute she wanted to increase. When So Jihan received the Azure ring, he chose strength. Of course, Sun Moa really liked the effects that the clothes provided, but they didn't really suit her. She had all of this thanks to her abilities. While they were examining the clothes, the blacksmith had finished making Inogis's set. The white leather tunic created a protective layer of self-defense. The boots allowed him to jump short distances. So Jihan assured her that the most important part of Inogis's outfit was the bracelet. It was a circle of inevitability. It gave him a better chance of hitting a single target with a long-range attack. This meant that if Sun Moa wore the circle, she would hit her target with lightning. The main disadvantage of lightning is its low accuracy. The circle would help to correct this. Without wasting any time, Sun Moa decided to try on Inogis's set. It fit her perfectly. So Jihan explained to Moa that the items take on the shape of their owner when worn. Sun Moa and So Jihan decided to see how much her stats had increased. Sun Moa's magic increased by 470 times. Sun Moa decided not to change her abilities to Nefkis's abilities, so she continued to increase the lightning of the Insect Lord. Sun Moa began to combine Nefkis's dungeon with her own. Sun Moa's subordinates noticed that she liked to conquer. Hunter Sun Moa successfully completed her raids on the dungeons of Korea. Sun Moa was infinitely happy that they had finally closed all the dungeons in Korea. It seemed that So Jihan would miss the dungeons only because he loved fighting so much. Of course, Sun Moa had worked very hard, and without Seo Jihan, she would hardly have gotten this far. Sun Moa really wanted to introduce Nefkis to the other dungeon dwellers, but it didn't seem like Nefkis was ready for that. Nefkis sat on a large rock, saddened, thinking about something. Perhaps a lord like Nefkis was not used to losing. So Jihan and Sun Moa decided to give Nefkis a rest. The hunters thought he was just exhausted, so they decided to give him time to recover. They could introduce him to the others later. There was nothing left to do in the dungeon, so Jihan wanted to get home as soon as possible. So, without wasting another minute, the hunters headed home. Banso Jin and Yunin Dam happily greeted Sun Moa and So Jihan at home. Only Banso Ho was not happy about this event for some reason. Sun Moa was very surprised. They had just closed the last dungeon. When Banso Jin and Yunin Dam had time to prepare everything, the hunters knew that fighting monsters, let alone negotiating with them, was not easy. So they decided to buy lots of treats and celebrate the closing of the dungeon. Of course, Sun Moa was pleasantly surprised by such a welcome from her friends. An event like the closing of the dungeon in Korea was really worth celebrating. Sun Moa was happy. Until recently, she had no friends or abilities. Now she had everything: friends, dungeon abilities, and powerful strength. Nefkis's dungeon took the most time. Yunindam was very curious as to why Nefkis gave up his crown. Perhaps he saw the future and decided to change it. Sun Moa met such a powerful lord as Nefkis for the first time. He had every chance of winning in the entrance hall. Sun Moa's mood worsened, so Jin was always in a great mood. She believed that Nefkis gave the crown to Sun Moa only because he saw in Moa a strong ruler and that she was capable of something more. But Sun Moa believed that it was too early to relax. At any moment, a new dungeon could appear, just like the Elfini's dungeon had. Indam asked Moa to relax, at least for today. So Sun Moa took on a lot of responsibilities, closing the dungeon, gathering ingredients, and the rest of the work. So Ho agreed with Indam, so he apologized to Sun Moa for that. Of course, Sun Moa deserved a rest. The hunters had drunk a lot, so Jihan didn't like this, so he asked them to stop giving Sun Moa drinks. Sun Moa felt awkward and didn't understand why. Maybe it was because she was drunk, or maybe there was another reason. Sun Moa remembered that she had gifts for each hunter. No one was expecting gifts from Sun Moa, so the hunters were surprised by her generosity. Banso Jin wanted to see what Moa had as soon as possible. Indim asked her to calm down. Sun Moa knew best who should receive what. A little later, Sun Moa began to distribute the items from the dungeon. It was hard for Banso Jin to believe that Sun Moa had given her the Barket set. It provided resistance to poison and S-rank effects, which were quite useful. Banso Jin was beside herself with happiness, so she ran to her room to immediately put on the items Sun Moa had given her. The next set was for So Jihan. Sun Moa decided to give the Kyrgyz set to So Jihan. She knew from the beginning that So Jihan deserved Kyrgyz's items. So Jihan thought that he got these things only because he survived Kyrgyz's dungeon. But in fact, this was not the case at all. Sun Moa decided to give this set to Jihan because she didn't want to hurt him with her abilities. So Jihan was impressed by Sun Moa's choice. Banso Jin quickly put on her new clothes. She was acting strangely, so Jin promised Moa that she would find a very good use for this set. Yunindam also wanted to receive a set from Sun Moa. However, Moa was in no hurry to give him anything. That is why Indam began to feel sad. Indam was saddened by the thought that Sun Moa had nothing for him at all. Sun Moa did not expect such a turn of events. Ban Sojin behaved rudely as usual. She called Indam a fool and explained that only her servants could receive gifts from Sun Mo-a. Yoon Indam also wanted to become Sun Moa's servant. He began to explain to Sun Moa that he had simply forgotten to do so earlier and that there had never been a day when Indam had any doubts about Moa. Sun Moa happily agreed to let Yoon Indam become her servant as well. Yoon Indam was overjoyed to also receive a set as a gift from Sun Moa. He quickly ran to Bang Soho to show him his new set. For some reason, Bang Soho immediately decided that Sun Moa had decided to offer him to become her servant as well. But Sun Moa had completely different questions for Soho. Sun Moa also had a set for Bang Soho. He looked at Sun Moa in confusion, not understanding why she had decided to give him one as well. In fact, Sun Moa had decided this from the beginning. Ban So-hoo wanted to remain neutral, but to do so, he needed power. Besides, Moa wanted to ask him for something. Sun Moa finally decided how to use the video effectively. Bang So-ho promised to do whatever Sun Moa asked him to do. All the hunters quickly changed into their outfits. The new clothes suited everyone very well. Yoon Indam rushed to hug Sun Moa without hesitation. He was so happy that he wanted to share his joy with everyone. Only Jihan didn't like their hug at all. Although So Jihan was in the body of a small doll, he still lunged at Yoon Indam. It seemed that Jihan was very jealous of Sun Moa and the others. While So Jihan and Yoon Indam were fighting, Bang So Jin brought 2 cakes from the kitchen. It was time to continue their gathering. Sun Moa sat in the yard and basked in the sun. Finally, Sun Moa could rest. Ban So Jin had just returned home. Yoon Indam was cleaning the kitchen. Ban So-ho decided to test the effect of his S-rank ability on the environment in the lake. He was not affected by the pressure of the water temperature in space. Sun Moa believed that space would be the next place for Soho's experiments. Someone like him could do it easily. Sun Moa didn't like that others were trying to do something while she wasn't. So Jihan looked at Sun Moa in surprise. All the dungeons had been closed, but Moa couldn't sit still until now. Were there still dungeons in Korea? Of course, there were no more dungeons in Korea. It seemed that Sun Moa simply didn't know what to do until the predator appeared. 2 days ago, Sun Moa and Jihan decided to search for hidden dungeons in Korea. Moa wanted to start the search immediately to reduce the number of victims. Sun Moa believed it would be better if the hunters searched for the dungeons separately, but Bang So-ho wanted to take a different approach. Ban So-hoo believed that it would be better for them to obtain classified information from the Dungeon Control Center. They should also look for foreign informants. In addition, Ban So-ho had to prepare for Sun Moa's task regarding the video. But Ban So-jin did not expect that they would have to split up. She thought they would go together. Sun Moa explained to So-jin that they could go in pairs within the country. Ban So-jin immediately rushed to Sun Moa because she wanted to go with her in search of hidden dungeons. Indam also wanted to go with Sun Moa. It seems that these two will defeat Jihan. Sun Moa asked the hunters to report any dungeons they found immediately so that they could investigate them right away. Meetings are only held in the house. The team of hunters searched for the dungeon for 2 days but found nothing. Perhaps it was time to tackle the foreign dungeons. Sun Moa asked So Jihan to explore foreign dungeons together. Of course, So Jihan agreed, but he thought Sun Moa was trying too hard. In the United States, people were surprised by the news from Korea. Congress was perplexed and believed that it was all untrue. But why make such a statement? Perhaps it was just a show. Congress had nothing to worry about. They were assured that it was just a show. It was hard for him to believe that the dungeons were closed. This was not supposed to happen. The dungeons were supposed to remain open and cause chaos. The dungeons had to cause more despair so that the Daehan Guild would prosper and Kim could rise even higher. Kim made a foolish proposal, much to their delight. Congress prepared articles that would prevent So Jihan from entering the United States. The head of Congress came up with several convincing headlines for the news. It was in their interest to keep the dungeons open. Sun Moa was shocked by the news. It seemed that the US was specifically interested in closing the underground tunnels in Korea. Ban So-ho and Yoon Indam returned home. Sun Moa happily told them about the events in the United States. The United States had begun to seriously consider completely subjugating the underground. The hunters welcomed the news because if it turned out to be true, other countries would follow suit. But Yoon Indam did not consider this to be good news. It would be inconvenient for their team to go on raids. Had no one noticed anything strange? Everyone knew that the top-ranked So Jihan was aiming for foreign dungeons, even if it took 10 or 20 years to conquer a dungeon. Most people would consider attempts to stir up the masses boring. Didn't that seem strange? Bang So-hoo listened to Yoon Indam's words. Perhaps they deliberately used communication with Bang So-hoo in this way. If it was really not true, then it was worth just watching the situation. In any case, there had to be some other steps. Sun Moa hoped that after the closure of all Korean dungeons, the situation would improve, but it only got worse. Seo Jihan did not understand why Moa thought so. Fixating on quick deals prevents one from thinking about the future. Sun Moa believed that if things continued at such a rapid pace, all of humanity could be destroyed. Sun Moa considered herself a weak person. Once Jihan told her that a strong person should not burden themselves with problems. Sun Moa did not know how to do that. But So Jihan did not think so. Sun Moa went too far, only because she was incredibly strong. Someone else in Moa's place would not even have thought of closing the dungeon to save others. So Jihan didn't want Sun Moa to think too much before going to sleep. Tomorrow would be a new day with new news, and for now, it was time to rest. Meanwhile, while the hunters were resting, the predator Ionikel finished tracking the current dimension. The predator Ionikel began to attack the dimensional barrier. The dungeon was unsealed. It was time to rescue the refugees. The day of the entrance hall had arrived. This news came as a great surprise to everyone. The predators that came to the human planet looked shocking and quite unusual. Terrified, So Jihan began to wake Sun Moa. He spoke about the rupture that had occurred, but Sun Moa, still half asleep, did not quite understand him. Sun Moa noticed a flash of light not far from them. Moa didn't quite understand what had happened. She had heard some explosions during the night. The explosions were coming from the supermarket where Sun Moa often went. Moa quickly got dressed and started running toward the exit. She had to get to the supermarket immediately. Ban So-jin was very surprised at how quickly Moa and Jihan got there. Sun Moa was only interested in what was happening at that moment. Ban So-jin quickly showed Sun Moa the latest news. As it turned out, the breakup had not only happened in this place, the news was not comforting at all. She didn't want to believe it, but she couldn't deny it either. Sun Moa realized that the time had come. The predator had invaded their world. The eve had arrived. The predators destroyed everything in their path. Chaos and panic broke out all over the world. Sun Moa had not known about the eve before. Elphinus explained to her that it was the time period before the entrance hall. On the eve, the closed rulers came out with an offer of peace and a search for an alliance. But in reality, they were fighting each other. That was how the people of Elphinus's world died. The enemy rulers of the underground were the first to come out, but there were also rulers who remained inside and waited for the hall to open. Thus, the people first encountered the aggressive ones. Sun Moa wanted to send the rescued people to her dungeon, so she asked Elphina to take care of them. Only Sun Moa did not even guess during her conversation with Elphina that day that the situation would become so serious. Human screams could be heard from under the rubble. Someone was asking for help, so the hunters went in the direction of the screams. Ban So-jin noticed that predators were flying straight toward them, so she urgently informed Sun Moa. Ban So-jin was ready for battle, especially since she was wearing the costume that Sun Moa had given her. But So-jin is hard to scare even without a costume. While Ban So-jin was dealing with the predators, Sun Moa asked So Jihan to help rescue the people while she was at the entrance to her dungeon. As always, So Jihan was worried about Sun Moa, but after seeing Ban So-jin's strange behavior in the fight, he calmed down. So Jihan began to quickly bring people to the entrance of the dungeon. Sun Moa was surprised at how quickly So Jihan was bringing people. At this rate, they had a chance to save everyone. The predators were approaching. Bang So-jin asked So Jihan for help. Jihan asked So-jin to help the people, but So-jin reacted gloomily to this request. So Jihan was quite fast. He started fighting the predators. Ban So-jin had never liked So Jihan, but she was thrilled by how Jihan fought. Ban So-jin always liked to stand out. Therefore, this case was no exception. Ban So-jin decided to show off her abilities as well. There were too many predators, so Sun Moa decided to find the dungeon and seal it, although she didn't know where it was. Moa asked Jihan to help her. The military also tried to destroy them, but their attempts were futile. Even rockets couldn't destroy the monsters. There were many monsters. They were coming from a city where many people lived, but the chaos was not limited to Korea. Dungeons also opened near New York and Washington. It was completely unclear what to do next. The Lord of the Beasts, Fegus, appeared before the military. The military had no choice but to flee. The military did not expect to be saved. Fegus wanted to launch an attack, but a blue light threw him aside. The military was shocked by what they saw. And then Sun Moa arrived just in time. Her appearance had a powerful effect, but the others were surprised that she was the ruler of the people. Sun Moa decided to go down to the people and ask if they were all right. Everyone was surprised that the ruler of the people was a human being. Indam called Sun Moa and asked her to come to Washington. Sun Moa was surprised by this request and did not understand why she was needed there. Yoon Indam explained that two bosses had attacked him and Ban So-ho. They couldn't handle it on their own, so they needed help. They had already contacted So Jihan. Yoon Indam sent Sun Moa his location. They were in Bangladesh. Sun Moa set off to help. Sun Moa was surprised at how quickly Seo Jihan arrived, but he was a Korean citizen. Seo Jihan reassured Sun Moa. Ban So-jin had almost finished rescuing them. Ban So-jin would come to the hunter's aid as soon as he finished rescuing the people. Indam showed Sun Moa the bosses who were below. So-ho went downstairs to protect the people, but his strength was running out. Sun Moa suggested splitting into two teams since there were two bosses. She immediately began to attack. It was so unexpected that Indam was frightened by Moa's ability. Sun Moa destroyed the monsters with a single blow. Ban So-ho was impressed by Sun Moa's blow. To say that it was incredible would be an understatement. Yoon Indam wondered if Sun Moa had closed the dungeon using the same method. Sun Moa explained that in the dungeons, she tried to talk to the bosses first. Yoon Indam did not understand why she had attacked immediately. Now there was no time for negotiations. Sun Moa was not as much of a pacifist as others thought. Indam still couldn't get over what he had just seen. Sun Moa went down to collect items, urging Indam to go with her. So Jihan noticed that Sun Moa looked tired and wanted her to rest. But Sun Moa herself did not want to rest at all. Hunters fought battle after battle all over the world. Their goal was to save as many people as possible. Sun Moa was exhausted, but it was difficult to stop her from destroying monsters. She just wanted to save as many people as possible. The chaos was reported in the news. 2 students were talking about it. One of them was sure that there was nothing to worry about. The boy was sure that the monsters were dangerous to those living in houses. He lived in a high-rise building. The boy's conversation frightened one of the women working in a fast food cafe. It was hard to believe that the world had come to this. It was time to get back to work. The woman apologized to her customers. Her husband reassured her, saying that nothing terrible had happened. Assistant Kim and manager Shin were working at the cafe. When they heard the name So Jihan, they remembered Sun Moa. They owed her a lot. Shin Se-yoon wanted to visit Sun Moa's mother, but she didn't know how to look her in the eye. Moa's mother was already having a hard time. She had to stop Sun Moa and prevent her from joining the White Light Guild. Sun Moa always wanted to help people. They just hoped that Sun Moa was happy. Kim decided to calm Shin down. Shin's manager was not to blame. An alarm sounded. People were told that it wasn't a drill. No one could understand what was happening. All citizens were asked to go to the underground passages. People began to panic. It was a real alarm. They had to prepare for an attack. Monsters also appeared in Seoul. Shock and panic gripped the people on the streets of Seoul. Monsters began to descend through a portal that had formed in the sky. Shin Se-yoon began calling people to the van with food, but it was unlikely that the van could save them from the monsters. There was a chance of escape while the monsters were still descending to the ground. So Kim began throwing everything out of the van to make room for as many people as possible. Shin Se-yoon wanted to take people to the nearest bomb shelter in the subway. If only they could make it before the monsters started attacking. As soon as the van started moving, a monster began chasing it. The people in the van believed they could escape the monster and that the hunters would definitely save them. After a long battle, Sun Moa was very exhausted. She needed time to rest and regain her strength. Yoon and Dam decided to check on Moa. Indam wanted Sun Moa to rest a little longer, but Sun Moa decided to go outside to destroy the monsters. Bang So Ho also returned. Bang So Jin was still resting. The hunters had been fighting monsters for more than a day without rest. The situation was not improving. The number of dead was difficult to estimate. Sun Moa was saddened by the news. They fought the monsters and saved people without rest, but it did not yield any significant results. Yoon In-dam and Seo Jihan began to calm Sun Moa. She had spent a lot of time warning people about the threat, but no one had really listened to her. Looking for someone to blame was pointless. The main thing was that Sun Moa had made a lot of effort to save people. Sun Moa's rating began to rise. From 149th place, Sun Moa moved up to 12th, but others could only see the top 10, so she didn't have to worry for now. But Sun Moa couldn't relax yet. Ban Soho gave Moa the newspaper to read. The newspaper wrote about Sun Moa, the ruler who destroyed monsters and saved humanity. Sun Moa's name appeared in the newspaper only because the hunters she had saved saw a notification in the system window with the name of the ruler of the people, Sun Moa. Sun Moa did not expect such a turn of events. She was sure that she was not the boss. In-dam explained that Moa had a crown and a dungeon, so she was the boss. Ban Soho assured her that he could deal with the newspaper, but not with the rumors. This meant only one thing. The Daehan Guild already knew that Sun Moa had survived in Bargus's dungeon. The room where the hunters were located was filled with bright yellow light. The hunters did not understand what was happening, so they were ready to fight back. A passageway opened in the room through which a crowd of people passed. Among these people were Sun Moa's mother and brother. Sun Moa rushed to help her mother. A wounded man leaned on her mother's shoulder. Moa's mother told her that hell was breaking loose in Korea. A crowd of monsters attacked everything around them. Houses, parks, streets, everything was in flames. The monsters destroyed everything, living and non-living. Shin Se-yoon tried to drive away quickly, but the monster still managed to catch up with them. The monster clung to the van, which was completely packed with people. The monster began to make its way inside the van, from which everything had been thrown out to make room for people. So there was nothing to fight the monster with, and it was not worth touching the monster either. Suddenly, someone attacked the monster and fought it off. At first, the people in the van didn't understand what had happened. After recovering from the shock, they saw a man with a sword in his hands. It was a hunter. He asked Shin Se-yoon to step on the gas while he fought off the monsters. Bang Soho knew this hunter. Thanks to the potion Soho gave him, the hunter was able to restore his mana. Thanks to his restored strength, the hunter easily destroyed the monsters. The people around him were still worried about him. Although he didn't look like much, he was a hunter from the Sky Guild. There were only 500 meters left to the subway. Monsters filled the entire space and mercilessly destroyed ordinary people. The hunter was shocked by what he saw before him. There were too many monsters for one hunter. The streets were swarming with monsters. Of course, hunters were scattered throughout the streets of Korea. They were trying to protect people from the monsters. A message appeared on the system screens announcing the arrival of the ruler of humans. When Sun Moa appeared, the pressure effect began to take effect. Everyone looked at her in surprise. For the hunters, it was a real shock. Sun Moa immediately used her Insect Lord's lightning ability, hitting the target precisely and destroying the monster. The others just stared in amazement at what was happening. Sun Moa descended to the ground where she immediately met Shin Se-yoon. It was hard for Manager Shin to believe that Sun Moa was standing in front of her. Kim and Shin Se-yoon truly believed that Sun Moa had died in the raid on the Barkus dungeon. Sun Moa also did not seem to expect to see them. Sun Moa was overjoyed that Assistant Kim and Manager Shin had survived. Even a slight delay in their rescue could have led to a major disaster. Although they wanted to talk to Sun Moa, it was not the right time for conversation. Sun Moa hurried to open the passage to the dungeon for them. Of course, Sun Moa didn't want others to see her, but she couldn't let people die. The city was in ruins. Flames engulfed houses and streets. So Jihan was worried about Sun Moa and wanted to talk to her, but Sun Moa was not interested in him. She called Indam and asked him to find the person who did this. There were too many monsters. It made no sense to destroy them one by one. If they destroyed the Insect Lord with lightning, people could die along with the monsters. Sun Moa began to think about how to defeat all the monsters without harming people. While Sun Moa was looking for a way out of the situation, So Jihan noticed a monster that was different from the others. Perhaps it was the boss of these monsters. As soon as Sun Moa heard about the boss, she immediately had an idea of how to destroy the monsters. Sun Moa decided to transform into a beetle and infiltrate the monster horde through the boss. These monsters follow their leader everywhere, so she had to make sure that the boss and his pack flew away from the city. Sun Moa's plan worked. After flying far enough away from the people, Sun Moa returned to her normal self. Now, Sun Moa could destroy the monsters without any problems. But even after this blow, the situation did not change much. Sun Moa did not understand what she needed to do to save all the people. So Jihan was constantly upset when he saw Sun Moa sad. Moa was not to blame for not being able to protect everyone. Yoon Indam called to inform Moa of the location from which the monsters were emerging. This location was the control center for the dungeons. It appeared as if someone had deliberately opened the dungeons. Sun Moa planned to close the passage in the dungeon control center. To do this, So Jihan needed to materialize. Sun Moa also decided to call Bang So-jin for help. She could use her telekinesis to move all the monsters to the control center. But Sun Moa decided to do something else. Bang So-jin had to use her telekinesis to move the monsters to Moa so that she could destroy them all at once with lightning. So-jin was shocked by what she heard. So-jin decided that Sun Moa had completely given up. But she still proceeded to carry out Moa's request. Sun Moa understood perfectly well how much her lightning ability exhausted her, but for the sake of saving more people, Sun Moa was willing to take the risk. While Sun Moa was fighting the monsters alongside Bang So-jin, Sun Jihan arrived at the dungeon control center. Upon entering the control center, everyone looked at Seo Jihan in surprise. No one expected to see him there. Seo Jihan was ready to destroy these scoundrels who didn't care about ordinary people. Because of them, people on the streets were dying at the hands of monsters. The hunters began to scatter. Everyone began searching their inventory for a teleportation scroll, but their attempt to escape was futile. So Jihan was faster than all of them. Therefore, he saw no other way out but to destroy the scoundrels who had sown chaos. Only one hunter remained, begging So Jihan for mercy. The hunter explained that he was only following orders and knew a lot of useful information. The next dungeon was to be opened on the roof of the control center building, so Jihan may not have wanted to do this, and he was saddened by these events, but he destroyed the hunter anyway. So Jihan noticed that he was dirty. Before meeting with Sun Moa, he wanted to clean his clothes, but first he had to close the dungeon. The hunters who opened the passage looked at So Jihan in surprise. They did not understand how he got there or what the hunters below were doing that allowed Jihan to pass. So Jihan was angry at the hunters for opening the passageway for monsters into their world. These hunters also tried to flee, but their attempt was futile. So Jihan gave the villains a chance to say their last words before destroying them. Ban Sojin continued to use her ability to bring monsters to Sun Moa. After So-jihan destroyed all the portals, he rushed to help Sun Moa and Ban So-jin. Moa did not expect to see Jihan so quickly. Sun Moa assured Seo Jihan that she was fine, but Bang So-jin claimed otherwise. So-jin had seen how many times Moa had used her abilities. Yoon In-dam contacted every hunter via the communication network. He reported that the villains had used more than just portals, but with the help of a teleportation scroll, they deliberately moved high-ranking monsters to cause more problems. It is still unknown who was behind this. The monsters were deliberately sent to the most populated cities in Korea to cause great damage and casualties. It was unclear why they did this. Most likely it was just for power. Or perhaps the scoundrels were simply playing with human lives to boost their pathetic self-esteem. So Jihan was not interested in the motivation, circumstances, or perpetrators. The problem at hand had to be solved. All the news and circumstances were giving her a headache, but something had to be done. So Sun Moa decided to seal off Seoul. Seo Jihan didn't quite understand Sun Moa's intentions. Moa wanted to put a barrier around the whole of Seoul so that no one else could enter. Sun Moa understood So Jihan's concerns perfectly, but there was no other way out. Their goal was to save as many people as possible. So Sun Moa asked Soho and Indam to gather their hunter friends, but at least some hunters had to stay behind to protect the provinces. They also needed to set up a hotline in case of an emergency. So Jihan, along with Ban Sojin and Moa, had to destroy all the monsters remaining in Seout. When everything was quiet, the hunters would be transferred to the outskirts of the province for protection. Sun Moa counted on Inda and Soho, but until the hunters arrived to help, Sun Moa continued to hunt monsters. They had to act quickly because they needed to find the main villain. Otherwise, the hunters would have little chance of victory. Very little time passed before Ban Soho informed Moa that the hunters had been sent to Seoul. Indam and Soho had indeed worked quickly, but Sun Moa and Jihan remained in reserve. Jihan was worried about Moa's magic, but she kept reassuring Jihan that she was fine. And Sun Moa drank a lot of potion in a short period of time. She became addicted to the potion, which shortened its duration. Moa felt sick and decided to continue saving people. And so Sun Moa climbed to the top of the tallest building and began to set up a barrier. Once it was complete, no one would be able to enter Seoul without Moa's permission. The monsters were still raging in the air. Ban Sojin and So Jihan had to protect the people and destroy the monsters. The hunters arrived just in time to help. Sun Moa had just begun to erect the barrier. The people on the street were terrified, but believed they would be saved. Yoon Indam climbed up the mountain and watched Sun Moa set up the barrier. It wasn't the first time Yoon Indam wondered if Sun Moa was really human. Sun Moa always thought more about others than herself. Even though she felt terrible, Moa thought only about protecting and saving people. The sight was truly impressive. Bang! Sojin watched everything with great admiration and did not understand who she was on the same team with. Moa's power impressed everyone. Sun Moa finished setting up the barrier and felt unwell. She had used too much magical power. Therefore, Sun Moa felt dizzy. She could easily lose consciousness, so she began to emphasize to herself that she must not do so. Sun Moa felt so bad that she didn't even notice when So Jihan came up to her and picked her up. Sun Moa managed to cast a barrier over the entire city, although Sun Moa herself had no doubt that she could do it. Of course, Sun Moa felt very bad. She began to realize that she needed rest. But before that, she asked who was near the Noryangjen station. The situation was critical. There were too many monsters and the hunters couldn't handle them, so they needed help. Sun Moa promised to come to the rescue immediately with So Jihan. Sometimes So Jihan didn't understand Moa at all. Although Moa was exhausted, she returned to Jihan and hurried him with a smile. The other hunters were waiting for them. So Jihan just looked at her sadly. Sun Moa was 100% confident in Jihan. If anything happened, he would definitely be able to protect Sun Moa. Ban So-hoo set up defenses for himself and the other hunters. These monsters had an unpleasant combination of features. They looked like flowers, but their teeth could easily crush anything. Although the hunters were outnumbered and outmatched, they couldn't just stand there. They had to keep attacking the monsters until help arrived. But no matter how strong the blows were, they had little effect. The monsters only became angrier and attacked even more fiercely in response. The monsters struck with sharp spikes that were difficult to dodge. Ban So-ho called the hunters back from their attacks. If there had been even a few less monsters, it might have been possible to defeat them. The exhausted hunters needed to hold out a little longer until reinforcements arrived. The monsters began to prepare for a new attack, but a powerful blow from Sun Moa stopped them in their tracks. Suddenly, Ban So-jin was horrified by the sight of the monsters, but she began to joke with her brother. Ban So-jin jokingly told Ban So-hoo that he was incapable of kicking the monsters' asses, so she would do it for him. But jokes aside, they had to get to work defeating the monsters. Ban So-ho asked Ban So-jin to watch her words. Yoon In-dam thought that Ban So-ho was a bore who didn't know how to have fun. Yoon In-dam destroyed the monster while talking to Ban So-hoo. If So-hoo was happy to see them, he could have just said so. While the other hunters cleared the area, Sun Moa waited for the right moment to deliver the final blow. When she got the signal, Moa immediately used her lightning ability. Of course, Sun Moa's team was used to her great power, but the new hunters who saw Sun Moa's ability were constantly amazed. After all, Sun Moa was able to destroy 3 monsters with a single blow. At that moment, the hunters must have been glad that she was on their side. Sun Moa felt bad. Everyone began to worry about her. Yoon In-dam immediately rushed to Sun Moa and hugged her tightly. But Sun Moa was worried about the other hunters, not herself. She was sure that the others were doing better and would destroy all the monsters by morning. The hunters heard a noise. Looking up, they saw something that surprised them greatly. The first barrier of the dimension had been destroyed. The devourer Ionikel had entered the current dimension. The hunters, like ordinary people, faced a greater threat than the monsters they were destroying. The second barrier was activated. The countdown to the destruction of the barrier began. The hunters realized that the devourer Ionikel was very close. The hunters watched as the predator destroyed the barrier. Ionikel, the predator that devoured everything in its path, was the cause of all their misfortunes. Ionikel turned out to be much larger than anyone could have imagined. Sun Moa began to doubt their victory over the predator. Ionikel's appearance was distorted and unpleasant. Ban So-jin was the first to comment on the predator's appearance. Yoon In-dam just looked at her in surprise. So Jihan was concerned about Sun Moa's well-being, but it seemed that Sun Moa herself was only worried about the predator, which would soon reach the ground. So Moa decided not to dwell on silly thoughts. She tried to overcome her doubts about destroying Ionikel. The hunters had only one option to defeat him. However, it was difficult to stop Sun Moa and send her to rest, so she hurried again to find out where the monsters were. Soho reported that there were no monsters left inside the barrier. Monsters began to appear outside the barrier. This was not surprising, of course, because access to the city had been closed. The hunters decided to leave the barrier and defeat those who had invaded. Sun Moa also decided to go with the hunters, claiming that she had the strength to fight. Moa drank too much potion and poisoned herself. Terrible fatigue did not stop Sun Moa. Ban Soho decided to explain to Sun Moa that the king's duties included rest, not just fighting. Although Sun Moa knew this very well herself, Ban Soho divided the hunters among Seoul. He asked Sun Moa to rest somewhere else until the fight with the monsters was over. Sun Moa decided to report that Ban So-hoo was completely insincere, just as Indam had said. The hunters stood and looked at Sun Moa in surprise. Indam felt awkward. There were only 60 hours left until the end of the world. Therefore, Sun Moa did not care what others said about her. Moa did not want to regret not doing enough, so Jihan was troubled by Moa's decision. Ban So-jin and Yoon Indam decided to support Sun Moa and try to make sure she had no regrets. It was still a long way to morning. It was time to go beyond the barrier and start destroying the monsters outside. The brave and courageous hunters did their best to destroy all the monsters that came out of their dungeons. At the same time, Soho defended the people with his shield. Morning came. It seemed as if all the monsters had been destroyed, but So Jihan asked everyone not to jump to conclusions. It seemed that new monsters were approaching them. The monster approached slowly. Sun Moa simply decided to destroy the predator without waiting for it to get closer to them. Sun Moa immediately used the Insect Lord's lightning ability. It was the most powerful force Sun Moa possessed. The hunters were shocked and surprised when they saw that the monsters had repelled Sun Moa's attack. Sun Moa was overly confident in herself and her abilities, so she launched another attack. She was curious to see if the monster could repel her. The monster exploded like a balloon, so Jihan began to praise Sun Moa for her excellent work, but Moa probably couldn't hear him anymore. Sun Moa was too exhausted and didn't feel well. At first, she thought it was just ordinary dizziness. Seo Jihan managed to catch Moa when she lost consciousness. Seo Jihan begged Moa to come to her senses. With her last ounce of strength, the girl whispered that she was fine, just a little tired. So Jihan immediately got some medicine. He begged Sun Moa to stop fighting monsters for today and get some rest. Sun Moa barely smiled and promised So Jihan that she would rest, then she snuggled up to Jihan. Finally, Sun Moa came to her senses. Seo Jihan had been by her side the whole time. Seo Jihan immediately asked Sun Moa how she was feeling and explained to her that she had lost consciousness. Sun Moa had been awake for 30 hours without sleep or food, so Jihan asked Moa not to do that again. The other hunters also came to see Sun Moa. Sun Moa asked Jihan how much time he had left, so Jihan didn't understand why Moa wanted to know. Yoon and Dam always worried about Sun Moa, so whenever he had the chance, he stayed by her side. Sun Moa did not want to use the method that involved Jihan, so Jihan and Bang So-hoo asked in unison what method Sun Moa was talking about. Bang So-jin asked them not to interrupt. Everyone was curious to hear what Moa was talking about. The hunters would not be able to catch and destroy all the monsters. There were too many of them, and it was not worth catching each one. If the villains could send the monsters to them, then the hunters could send them back to the dungeon. Of course, the idea was unexpected, but it wasn't bad. Sun Moa had many teleportation scrolls that she had accumulated while practicing low-level potions. Ban So-jin and Yoon Indam agreed with this plan. Although they always agreed with Sun Moa's suggestions, only Ban So-jin thought for some reason that they wanted to send the monsters to the center of the country that had sent them there. But that wasn't what Sun Moa had in mind. Sun Moa did not want to harm ordinary people. Therefore, she suggested moving the monsters to volcanoes, throwing them into the sea or into the desert. Ban So-ho was worried that the monsters would be able to return because they could also use the items. But Sun Moa doubted that the monsters would return. Elphinus explained to Sun Moa that the monsters had almost no resources left. The kings had exhausted all their resources on the eve of the decisive battle. By the end of the battle, few of those with production capabilities would remain. The battlefield was very brutal. Even if the monsters managed to survive the final battle, all remaining resources would have to be used for escape. Sun Moa's entire plan was clear, but Seo Jihan believed that Sun Moa needed more rest, so he promised to wake Moa in an hour. So Jihan really didn't like that Indam, and Sojin were always around Sun Moa. So Jihan asked her not to wake her up until he got home. The scrolls had to be sold at the market, and the other hunters had to be told about Sun Moa's plan. So Sohu immediately set to work. Moa asked to be woken up in exactly 1 hour, no later. Sun Moa also asked So Jihan not to overexert himself while she was sleeping. After all, it wasn't just Jihan who was worried about Moa, but she was worried about him too. Sun Moa fell asleep as soon as she lay down in bed. So Jihan stayed with her for a while and then left to deal with the monsters. While Sun Moa was resting peacefully, the hunters began to carry out her plan regarding the monsters. Yoon and Dam was looking for a place where they could strengthen the bosses. So Jihan caught monsters and delivered them to the location specified by Yoon and Dam. The next monster had to be delivered to Busan. The number of monsters sent to Korea had decreased significantly. Yoon and Dam asked Jihan to wait because he heard a human voice. Yoon and Dam flew toward the cries for help. It was strange that he couldn't see anyone, but he could hear them very clearly. Only after some time did Indam realize that the place was protected by a barrier. Using a little of his magic, Yoon Indam was able to open the barrier. He noticed 3 men knocking on a door in the ground and asking to be let in. Yoon Indam explained to them that he was a hunter tasked with rescuing civilians. The men were overjoyed. They were saved. They begged Indam to take them to a safe place and explained that they had been hiding in a bomb shelter when the hunters came and drove them out. Yoon Indam was sure that the hunters could not have done such a thing, but one of the men said that they were indeed hunters. One said that he was from the Daily Hunter Guild. Other hunters said that it was an order from their superiors that they were following. Indam was shocked by what he heard. The hunters were acting on orders. Yoon Indam had questions for the director of this guild. It was he who ordered Indam to be imprisoned in the basement of Bargus. However, Yoon and Dam could not understand why they had hidden in a bomb shelter instead of moving to a safer place. One of the men explained that the hunters did not have scrolls. Yoon and Dam was very pleased to hear that the hunters did not have teleportation scrolls. He opened the entrance to Moe's dungeon and explained to the men that they would be safe there. The men thanked Yoon and Dam for saving them. Yoon and Dam himself decided to visit the hunters in the bomb shelter. The hunters did not understand why they could no longer hear any cries. Had they simply given up, or had the monsters returned? Green light shone into the bomb shelter through the entrance. This frightened the hunters. They had no idea what awaited them. Their legs began to burn. The hunters didn't understand what was happening. They could only guess that it was poison. The hunters began to call for help. Yoon Indam was glad that he finally had the opportunity to use the ability he had gained when he ate Bargus' horn. When Indam looked inside the bomb shelter, he was very surprised. Hunters with weapons in their hands were standing right at the entrance. The hunters were also very surprised when they saw Indam. The hunters begged Indam not to approach them, but Yoon Indam did not care about their words, so he immediately began to freeze them. Each hunter begged for mercy. Only one remained. He begged Yingdam for mercy, but why should Yingdam spare him? The man could not understand why Yoon Indam was doing this to him. He promised to tell Yoon Indam everything he knew. Yoon Indam was curious if the man also knew about the monsters. So Yoon Indam realized that the man really knew a lot, so he had to do everything as Indam had planned. The scoundrel was horrified by Indam's intentions. So Yoon Indam smiled and told the director of the Daily Hunter Guild that he was going to torture him. After that, Yoon Indam immediately wrote a message to Sun Moa, saying that he had found out who was behind the appearance of the monsters and knew their location. But Sun Moa was still resting. Sun Moa did not understand why she had not been woken up and how many hours she had slept. She immediately replied to Indam after reading the message. Yoon Indam regretted not taking Moa's phone. Looking out the window, Sun Moa watched the predator breaking into their world. She had to meet the person who sent the monsters after them and talk to him. The hunters arrived at a small island near the Western Sea. Behind it all was the second son of the Daehan Guild, leader Kim. He was both the leader of the guild and its actual owner. It was strange that he had been hiding in Korea all this time. Sun Moa wanted to find out Kim's real name. Yoon Indam explained that it was his real name. Moa couldn't understand why he was doing all this. Yoon Indam was unable to find out why Kim had started all this, so it was worth visiting him to find out everything. The night shift guards heard a noise and didn't understand where it was coming from. Unexpectedly, So Jihan attacked the guards. After So Jihan neutralized the threat, he informed the other hunters that he didn't sense anyone else around, so they could come out of hiding. It seemed that Kim's hideout was right behind this door. If Kim wanted to hide, few people should know about the hideout. The hunters easily overpowered the guards and other hunters thanks to their abilities. The villains didn't even have a chance to escape. Kim and his loyal henchmen heard a noise behind the door. They stood there scared, hoping that no one would open the door. Kim's secretary hoped that the danger had passed, but his hopes were in vain. The hunters entered the room. Kim began to shout at them, not understanding how they dared to enter his hiding place. The appearance of So Jihan greatly surprised those present. Kim was especially surprised. He started yelling at So Jihan and calling him a scoundrel who wanted to destroy him. Kim began to assure Jihan that he would never become a hero to the people by destroying monsters. Sojin thought Kim was crazy. It was Kim who was behind everything that was happening. Sun Moa was angry at Kim. Because of him, many innocent people had suffered. Many had lost their families. Many people had nowhere to return to because their homes had been destroyed by monsters. And it was all because of Kim. Kim gave orders to protect him from the hunters, but his servants decided to just run away. None of the hunters wanted to fight, so Jihan. The contract said to protect Kim from monsters, not from other hunters. Kim became angry and punched the floor. Kim thought that his defenders were useless, so he decided to deal with So Jihan and his company himself. As it turned out, Kim was awakened. Kim attacked So Jihan with his ability, but Jihan easily repelled the attack. Kim was very surprised at how easily So Jihan had blocked his attack, so Jihan himself decided not to wait long and attacked in response. So Jihan assured Kim that his tricks would not work. All they wanted was to talk to Kim. but Kim did not understand what they wanted to talk to him about. So Sun Moa approached Kim and asked if he had deliberately sent the monsters to Korea. Kim did not understand who was talking to him, but he admitted that he had indeed released the monsters on purpose. Sun Moa began to joke rudely that the news would soon report that the monsters had attacked because of So Ji-han and his terrorist group. Ban So-jin couldn't hold back and shouted ominously that the monsters had come because of Kim. Kim assured So-jin that he didn't really care about people. So Ji-han wondered if Kim really didn't care how many people died. Kim laughed and assured him that the main thing for him was that he was alive. The monsters were quickly wiped out, so there were few casualties. Kim had hoped for more victims. The more people died, the more Kim would be praised. He would become king. Sun Moa was unpleasantly surprised by what she heard. Anger filled her mind. How could anyone be such a scoundrel? Kim continued to speak. That was the only way he could be noticed. Everyone who survived would come to love Kim. If not, they would have to be destroyed. Sun Moa took out her camera and showed Kim the video to find out if So Ji-han's betrayal was his doing. Kim assured Moa that this was one of his best jobs. People still considered So Ji-han a thief. Yoon and Dom advised the scoundrel to focus on the guild members instead so they wouldn't betray him. He didn't think much of Bon Soho. Although Kim was not in the best position at the moment, he still believed that he could easily destroy the hunters. Kim had an S-rank potion that increased his strength. He believed that with this potion he could easily defeat the group of hunters. The hunters calmly watched Kim drink the potion to increase his strength. Sun Moa decided to get the scrolls. Sun Moa believed that there was nothing more for them to do in this place. Kim was ready for a fight, but there was no one to fight. Yoon and Dom thought that Kim had even more garbage in his head than he had thought. So Ji-han was surprised that they just ran away instead of fighting. The other hunters also did not understand why they had simply run away. Sun Moa simply explained that she did not want to bother with him. Their strength was needed to save people. Sun Moa decided that they would return in 5 minutes. Seo Ji-han was surprised by this decision. He couldn't understand it at all. Sun Moa remembered what happened to her when she first took the potion. The greater the power, the more she had to pay. President Kim couldn't understand what was happening. He had always considered himself special. Born into a wealthy family, he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Although Kim was inferior to his older brother in everything, he still had a chance to change everything. One day, Kim woke up. While others only had money, Kim had not only money but also talent. But he still lost everything to worthless people like hunters. Sun Moa and the other hunters returned to the island where Kim was. Sun Moa explained to Kim that no one had helped him because of his attitude toward people. Now Kim understood that Moa had destroyed the monster, not Ji-han. Kim believed that Moa was nothing special. The media would only talk about her. Sun Moa asked Ban So-hu to show Kim the broadcast. She also asked Yoon and Da and Bang So-jin to be on standby. Bang So-jin used telekinesis to point the cameras at Kim. Ban So-ho said that everything could go live. Kim couldn't understand what was happening. People learned the truth that Kim was actually to blame for everything. Yoon In-dam informed Kim that they had been broadcasting from the beginning and showing everything to the whole world. Kim considered himself special, but he was mistaken. Sun Moa continued to talk to Kim. He was a criminal who had always avoided punishment, only because many people obeyed the law. It was hard for Kim to believe that he had been outplayed at his own game. Kim kept repeating that he was completely innocent and that he hadn't done anything. People were shocked by this news. Finally, the truth was revealed to the whole world. Kim looked fearfully at Moa, who was approaching him. Moa just smiled and said happily that there was probably no one left who loved him. Yoon In-dam was in his element. He pointed the camera at himself and told the whole world that they would find out the rest later. He asked them to subscribe and like the video. Kim was in despair. It was hard for him to believe that it had all ended like this. Kim wanted Luther to be with him. Sun Moa became curious about who Luther was. Kim explained that Luther was above him. If he had enlisted Luther's help, the hunters would hardly have survived. Suddenly, Sun Moa took out a potion and poured it on Kim's head. Did he really think he could survive with such a plan? Did Kim think he could defeat them with the help of a potion? Sun Moa assured Kim that Luther did not want to be on the same team as someone like him. Despair and surprise were evident in Kim's eyes when he realized that Luther was Sun Moa. Kim realized that everything was futile. He asked his secretary to contact someone outside and say that scoundrels were threatening him. Kim also asked his secretary to emphasize that So Ji-han had attacked a respectable businessman, but the secretary was in no hurry to help him. So Kim became angry and started yelling at the boy who had received money from Kim, but had simply turned away from him in his hour of need. Kim began threatening to harm the young man's family. Immediately recognized Sun Moa and told Kim about it, but Kim couldn't hear anyone but himself. After the attack on the guild, everyone thought that Moa had died, but that turned out not to be the case. Sun Moa, who hated Kim, turned out to be Luther. Kim became even angrier. He ordered to shut his mouth. Explained that there was only one way out, to choose the stronger side. Holding a knife in his hand, swung at Kim. The last thing said to Kim before destroying him was that had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Sun Moa wanted to help Kim, but the others didn't care whether the scoundrel lived or died. Kim had done too much evil to too many people. Sun Moa gave Kim a healing potion, but it didn't work. Moa didn't understand why the potion didn't help, so Jihan just said that it was too late to give him medicine. So Sun Moa decided to take Kim with her. Seo Jihan didn't understand why. Perhaps Moa had decided to hold a memorial service for him, but Moa had other plans. But Sun Moa decided to ask about the videos he had mentioned. did indeed have a lot of video footage of Kim's evil intentions. It could be used against Kim. Was supposed to reveal everything that was on the video. Sun Moa asked Inda to follow the young man. The other hunters went hunting for monsters. The news spread around the world. Every channel was talking about Kim Sojin's setup. He claimed that he personally knew the culprit. In Korea, they found out that Sun Moa had survived. They interviewed the boy whom Moa had saved first in Guam and now in Korea. Everyone became curious about who Sun Moa was. Could she really have become the #1 hunter? What would you do if you knew that the world would be destroyed in 2 days? An interesting question to which everyone will give a different answer. But hardly anyone would answer that they would pick up a newspaper and start looking for their name in it. After Kim's death, the world did not change much either. The world just kept on living, waiting for the end that was coming soon. But the hunters still had hope that they could defeat this evil. In the last few days, Sun Moa was still exhausted. The only thing that made her happy was that there was no internet in the dungeon, so they couldn't read the news there. Sun Moa decided to go to the dungeon. Shinju and their mother immediately ran to meet her. Only her mother knew that Sun Moa was alive. Shinju rushed into Moa's arms. She had to tell him that she was alive. Sun Moa explained that it was dangerous for anyone to talk about it. Moa's mother told Shinju everything that had happened in Moa's life. She told him about the dungeon and so Jihan. Shinju found it hard to believe that Moa had fought alongside Jihan. Shinju found it hard to believe that monsters had destroyed Seoul. He wanted to believe that it was all a terrible dream, but unfortunately, it was reality, not a dream. Shin Se-yoon and Kim saw Sun Mo-ae and immediately ran to her. They were very happy that Sun Mo-ae was okay. Shin Se-yoon immediately began to apologize to Sun Mo-ae. Shin Se-yoon was very ashamed that she had allowed Moe to join the Bule Light Guild. Moe also apologized to them. But Sun Moa assured them that they were not to blame for what had happened. Moa also apologized for not telling them that she had actually survived the trip to the Bargus dungeon. She wanted to tell them something and suggested they go inside the fortress. At the same time, Sun Moa wanted to tell them everything that had happened in her life. Sun Moa said that everything was calm outside. The monsters had begun to return to the dungeon. It seemed that the monsters sensed the danger that was approaching the world, but Sun Moa decided to ask Yoon and Dam once again if the problem with the monsters had been resolved. Yoon and Dam assured her that Secretary Ohm was actively working on the issue. Yoon and Dam believed that everything had been done through the contract, so Ohm was able to stop everything immediately after revoking the agreement. Bang So-jin believed that the scoundrels had simply decided to use the contract as a cover. They knew exactly how many victims there could be. Soho was curious to find out what Director Kim was really planning. Seo Jihan believed that Director Kim had no intention of doing anything. He just wanted to shift all the blame onto them. Similar plans always worked out for Kim, so he hoped that this time he would also get away with it. Director Kim was a man who was impossible to understand. Perhaps it was not even worth trying. Sun Moa was lost in her thoughts as usual. Yoon and Dam interrupted Moa's thoughts. He said that the media was trying to pin all the blame on Sun Moa. They were doing it even without Kim. Many people were involved in the problems that had occurred in Korea. If someone started digging deeper, the scoundrels could be caught, so they would do everything to prevent that from happening. Yoon and Dam liked to talk a lot, so he hurried to tell Sun Moa that Soho was actively trying to fight the media when they were looking for the hidden underground. Ban Soho tried to use the videos that Sun Moa had. He continued to publish articles about the programs that Director Kim had produced. Thanks to this work, people gradually began to take their side. Sun Moa praised Seo Ho, but he continued to insist that it was all thanks to Sun Moa. Bang Soho was confident that thanks to the opportunities Sun Moa had created, they were able to use the videos correctly and change people's opinions about them. But Sun Moa was sure that Bang Soho also tried very hard to let people know the truth. Sun Moa wondered if the news about the Devourer had been reported. Yoon and Dam assured her that it had, and that people thought it was just another monster. Those present did not understand who Moa and Indam were talking about. Kim believed that everything had been resolved and that everything would now be fine. Sun Moa completely forgot to tell the others about the predator that devoured everything in its path. When the monsters attacked, Sun Moa didn't have time to tell them everything. It was a long story about the predator, so Moa decided to tell them everything briefly. Sun Moa confessed to Kim and Shin that her name at the market was Luther. In the dungeon, Moa met So Jihan after saving them, but a lot had changed in her life. She told them about her hidden ability to gather things. Now the other hunters could understand how Moa was able to gather supplies so quickly. Inadam understood why Moa had told them to eat the horn. Kim hoped that they had a chance to escape and save themselves, but Sun Moa did not yet know if that was really the case. If they won, they would have the choice to flee or continue fighting. Kim wanted to just run away without fighting. If they lost, everyone would die. Elphanis decided to share the bad news. Only those who had awakened could escape. But even among those who had awakened, only the strongest could survive the spatial displacement. Only those who could withstand the transformation of their souls into magical stones had the right to escape. All the rest would simply die. For this reason, the king had to decide who to leave behind and who to take with him. Sun Moa was saddened but grateful that Elphinus had told her about this. Kim and Shin Se-yoon wanted to know everything, but that was all the news Sun Moa could tell them for now. So Sun Moa asked Kim and Shin Se-yoon to go to their people and spend the time they had left with them. But what about Sun Moa herself? After all, Sun Moa and her team had to prepare for an important match in order to win. Only then would they have a choice to escape or stay. But Sun Moa hoped that she hadn't scared Kim and Shin Se-yoon too much. Moa wanted to be honest with them. Before leaving, Shin Se-yoon offered to have dinner with Moa when everything was over. Yoon In-dam noticed that Kim and Shin Se-yoon were good people, but enough talk about them, it was time to talk about the matters at hand. Of course, Elphiny knew more than the others, so Sun Moa asked him to tell them about the last refuge and what would happen next. Elphinus informed the hunters that when the second barrier was destroyed, the refuge would begin immediately. At that moment, the king would be able to choose only 5 loyal subordinates who could go with him. Only then would the king and his subordinates be able to go to the refuge. At the top of the altar will be a pentagonal throne. When the king sits on it, he will be proclaimed the winner of the refuge. Ban So-jin thought that first they would have to defeat all the monsters, but in fact it would be enough to simply sit on the throne. Fighting the monsters would not be necessary. Each king would be the same distance from the throne. Sun Moa wondered what to do after they sat on the throne. Run away or fight? Elphinus announced that they had 5 to 10 hours to decide. It seemed that this time was given to prepare either for escape or for battle. This was a wise decision unless the enemy was much stronger, a maximum of 10 hours to think and prepare. Sun Moa decided that it would be better to avoid all the kings and not fight them in order to save her strength for the final battle. The hunters had already used a method of escaping from battle, but no one understood what method Sun Moa was talking about. Everyone was shocked by the method Moa used. She simply wanted to become a beetle. The conversations about monsters and battles were quite exhausting. While Sun Moa was talking to the hunters, her mother and brother Shin-ju decided to take a break. The hunters' main task was to win the shelter. If they wanted to be the first to take the throne, they would have to avoid direct battles. That was the only way they could be the first. For such a case, Sun Moa prepared a lot of S-rank potions. Each hunter had to take a potion and drink it from time to time. The hunters looked at the large pile of potions in surprise. Director Kim had potions like these. Sun Moa asked them to choose a permanent power-up and warned them about the effects of the potions. Sun Moa also said that permanent enhancement does not give much strength and only increases it by 5 points. Ban So-jin was thrilled to hear this news. Yoon In-dam asked Sun Moa about the horns she had collected after defeating the bosses. Moa must have collected a lot of them, thanks to her ability to collect items. Sun Moa really did have a lot of horns, and she wasn't going to eat them, especially since the predator would soon be coming to their land. Yoon In-dam decided to ask Elphinus about the connection between him and Sun Moa. If everyone ate a horn, would the connection between the king and his servants be broken? Elphinus assured the hunters that this would not happen, but he did not want to believe that his queen was really ready to fight the devourer. Sun Moa did not yet know if she would really fight, but if she chose to flee, the people dear to her would simply die. And if they accepted the duel and lost, everyone would die without exception. There were no other options. Elphinus knew a lot of different information, but even he did not have an answer to this particular situation. They had never even considered fighting. They always chose to run away, Elphinus explained to the hunters. Surely every hunter felt this when they saw the predator. There was no chance of victory. Everyone was focused on the chance to escape, and defeating the devourer was as impossible as ants moving a mountain. Sunju woke up. He was glad to see that the hunters had finished talking about monsters. Sun Moa was surprised to see that her mother and brother had been together the whole time. Mom and Shinju were waiting for Sun Moa. It had been a long time since the whole family had been together, so it was worth having dinner together. Besides, Mom had a place where they could all eat together. This was where Sun Moa's family had been when they were traveling around the country together. This city was definitely the most beautiful. It was as if time had stopped here. There were no monsters or dungeons. As always, there was plenty of food. It smelled delicious. They had to start eating quickly before everything got cold. At that moment, the whole family was truly happy. It was as if there were no problems and everything had returned to the way it was in the past. Mo-ah and So Jihan overheard the conversation of 2 men at the next table. They were talking about their friend and the devourer. Their acquaintance somehow believed that there was nothing to worry about. The thing hanging in the sky would disappear on its own over time. At first, the men were frightened by what was in the sky, but then they got used to it. The men decided to visit their acquaintance in Seoul next time. Although one of the men did not know if there would be a next time. He had not yet decided whether he would fight or flee. For the others, the devourer was just a glow in the sky, but not for him. Sun Moa thought about the devourer. How many people could die without knowing it if the hunters lost the battle? Shinju suggested that Sun Moa choose to run away. Sun Moa was shocked by this request. Her mother also thought it would be better for Sun Moa to run away. Sun Moa did not understand how she could run away and leave her mother and brother. Besides, Moa was very strong. Thanks to her strength, she had defeated many bosses. And the one in the sky didn't scare Sun Moa either. She would defeat him too. How could her mother and Shinju say such a thing to her? Sun Moa was full of enthusiasm, but her mother asked her to run away. Everything would be fine with her and Shinju. Sun Moa didn't know how to understand this. But Sun Moa was sad and a little angry. If she ran away, everyone would die, including her mother and brother. How could she do that to them? Shinju and her mother did not care about their own deaths. The most important thing for them was that Sun Moa would live. Her mother had always considered Moa to be strong and brave, even as a child. Her mother was ready to support any decision Sun Moa made. No matter what she chose, it would be the right decision. Sun Moa looked at her mother in surprise. So Jihan was there as always. He also always supported any decision Sun Moa made. Finally, Moa was home. She sat on her bed feeling sad. Seo Jihan was worried about Sun Moa, but she was just tired. So Jihan didn't blame Sun Moa for anything, but he didn't understand her either. Did Moa really not want to run away? In fact, she wanted to, but she just couldn't do it. Either Moa was saving few people or she would risk trying to save more people if she didn't lose. Knowing this, running away was the smarter option, but when Sun Moa and her family arrived at Shinju's house, she wondered if dying would hurt. Sun Moa was in despair. Her brother asked Moa to choose to escape while he himself was afraid of dying. Sun Moa felt pathetic. If only Moa could be as brave as Seo Jin. So Jihan explained to Moa that her feelings were normal and there was nothing pitiful about them. Moa simply realized how much responsibility she had. After all, it didn't matter to So Jihan what she chose. Sun Moa didn't understand what was important to him then. Only Sun Moa was important to him. So Jihan was very honest, so he decided to leave Moa's room as quickly as possible. Sun Moa needed to rest. Time passed. The hunters trained hard every day and prepared for the battle. The battle was about to begin. The day of the decisive battle had finally arrived. The team of hunters was ready for battle. The time had come for the decisive battle that would determine the fate of all humanity. Sun Ju and his mother saw Sun Moa off on her difficult journey. Sun Moa was in a good mood. She was very hopeful that her team was ready to go. Thanks to their joint efforts, the Insect King's abilities had been upgraded to rank 17. This was shocking news for the others. The king was supposed to be that strong, but Sun Moa herself did not know this yet. Yun and Dom decided to double-check if the right number of people had gathered for the duel. Including Nefgis, there were 5 of them. So Jihan was not among them as he belonged to Sun Moa. He was like an ace up their sleeve. Nefgis was to join them in the final duel. It would be very soon. Everyone had to prepare for departure. Sun Moa was in a good mood. She was confident that she would return home victorious. All participants were successfully transported. The barrier worked. The sanctuary had to be blocked first. In the sanctuary, it was forbidden to use abilities to destroy the territory. It was also forbidden to move beyond the barrier. Before entering the sanctuary, Sohu asked Sun Moa what her first action would be. She wanted to check if she could leave the barrier. If not, then what would happen next? If Sun Moa couldn't go beyond the barrier, she would have to demonstrate her power to the others. Sun Moa asked everyone to step back. After Moa's blow, everyone was shocked except Jihan. He was the only one who was happy. But Moa's blow was not strong. Sun Moa decided to abandon her plan to turn herself into a flea. She thought it was the only quick way to take the throne. Without the help of the hunters, Sun Moa could not carry out this plan on her own. Sun Moa could not think of any other dangerous way to achieve her goal. But Sojihan did not want to carry out this plan. Sun Moa wanted Sojihan to sit on her tiny back when Moa turned into a flea. Sun Moa explained that if she became smaller, all her ears would become smaller too. It had always worked that way. It was time to carry out the plan. After drinking the invisibility potion, Sun Moa asked Seo Jihan to hold on tightly to her hair so that he wouldn't fall. They left. Sun Moa was so small that she was completely invisible. Moa was a tiny flea that moved quite quickly. Sun Moa was sure that no one could stop them, but unexpectedly the monster's paw hung over them. Suddenly, Sojihan asked Sun Moa not to slow down. He was ready to protect Moa and himself. Moa and Sojihan's invisibility disappeared. So Jihan decided to stay behind to delay the monsters. Sun Moa had to keep going. So Jihan just asked Moa not to stop. While all the monsters' attention was on Sojihan, Sun Moa confidently walked toward the throne. Sun Moa was just a few steps away from the throne. She had a pretty good feeling about it. Therefore, Sun Moa became convinced that this throne was made especially for her. If Sun Moa did not sit on the throne, no one else would be able to sit on it. So she had to get to the throne quickly. As soon as Sun Moa reached the throne, a bright light shone from it. A new ruler of the shelter had appeared. The hunters were overjoyed. They had succeeded. The task of finding the last hiding place was complete. The monsters fled in the middle of the battle. A new ruler had to be announced. It was a victory. Now the hunters had a choice to flee or to continue fighting. Everyone in the system was to receive the message. The queen of the fleas, Sun Moa, had become the ruler of the temple. For Sun Moa and the rest of her subordinates, this message was shocking. She couldn't understand why the queen of fleas. Had this message really been sent to everyone? Sun Moa wanted to fix everything. Otherwise, everyone would think she was a flea. Sun Moa was herself again. She wanted the message to be sent out again, but this time announcing that she was the queen of humans. It really worked. The system changed from queen of fleas to queen of humans. Sun Moa breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been very offensive to Sun Moa if nothing had changed. It would have been funny if Moa had remained the queen of fleas. For Jihan, the main thing was that they had won. Sun Moa received a notification giving her 10 hours to decide whether to flee or stay for the match. According to Elfina, they should have been given 5 to 10 hours. They probably gave them the maximum amount of time because the match was coming to an end. Sun Moa reread all the information. It was mostly about the evacuation. But Sun Moa couldn't understand why there was almost nothing about the match. So Jihan believed that this could only be because most people chose to flee in order to stay alive. Shelter guaranteed safety, even if only for a small number of survivors. All those who fled were awakened to the ordinary people who remained, and they didn't care, because it wouldn't affect them. But Sun Moa was different. She couldn't abandon people to certain death, so Sun Moa decided to postpone the evacuation. Banso Jin used her telekinesis to move the others upstairs to Sun Moa. Banso Jin really liked how Sun Moa looked on the throne. In fact, Banso Jin was rushing to Sun Moa just to ask if Sun Moa was really a flea. Sun Moa explained that it was just a glitch in the program due to Moa's transformation into a flea. Ban So-jin laughed. Seo Jihan didn't like that very much. For some reason, So Jihan remained small, and while he was ranting about the bosses and monsters that needed to be destroyed, the others just looked at him in amazement. Yoon Indam asked Sun Moa if this was the decision she had mentioned. Everyone began to laugh at Sun Jihan's small stature. Yes, that was the decision. Seo Jihan began to get angry and nervous because of the hunter's jokes about him. While everyone was laughing loudly, Yoon Indam noticed that some uninvited guests had arrived. The hunters looked at the monsters in surprise and couldn't understand what the monsters wanted from them, or why they had come at all. Each monster began to speak loudly, but the hunters did not understand them at all. One after another, they began to shout at the top of their lungs. It looked as if the monsters were arguing with the hunters or complaining to the queen of the humans. Sun Moa tried to calm the monsters down and suggested they talk calmly. After eating the yugwa, the hunters began to understand everything the monsters were saying. One of them began to speak insultingly. Sun Moa did not like this at all, so she simply destroyed the monster. The other monsters looked on in shock as one of their own was destroyed. They did not expect such a turn of events. Sun Moa was confident that she would be able to talk to the others. But instead of talking, the monsters began to open passages to the dungeon and flee. Sun Moa apologized to the monsters, but they hardly heard her. Returning to his dungeon, Elphinus explained to Sun Moa that when the barrier collapsed, the monsters would stop coming out of the dungeon. Especially after Sun Moa had shown her power, they would not come out. Sun Moa just wanted to talk to the bosses and negotiate peace. That meant she would have to find all the bosses herself. Elphinus looked sadly at Sun Moa and told her that she should find a dungeon in case Moa changed her mind and decided to run away. Sun Moa smiled sweetly at Elphinus and said that she had made her final decision. She would stay and take part in the final battle. Everyone looked at Sun Moa as if she were crazy. She had a chance to save herself, but she wasn't taking it. Sun Moa explained that she had a good feeling about winning. No one else had the strength that Sun Moa had. Besides, everyone always chose to run away, so no one knew if she had a chance of winning. Sun Moa tried to calm Elfina down. There was no need to worry about her. Sun Moa would be able to win this fight. There was little time left. Sun Moa decided to take a look at the dungeon while there was still time. Ban So-hu stopped her. Many countries had sent invitations for negotiations. Perhaps Sun Moa could spare some time to negotiate with them. Ban So-jin didn't like her brother's suggestion, so she yelled at him. Ban So-ho wanted to reject all invitations, but after the news of the evacuation, the International Hunting Association wanted to get in touch. The International Hunting Association included famous hunters from all over the world. So Sun Moa decided not to reject the requests. The association needed some information from Moa. Sun Moa agreed to a meeting, but on the condition that it would not last longer than 30 minutes. Soon the hunters were at the HUN International Hunting Association. Time was running out, so there was no need to waste it. Sun Moa noticed the moon through the window. It was full, but a small piece was missing, as if someone had bitten it off. Jihan joked that it was the devourer. Sun Moa looked at the moon in fear. This was normal. So-hu convinced Moa that everything was fine, that it was just the devourer approaching the earth. Upon entering the room, the hunters noticed people waiting for them at the table. One of the leaders of the hunting association greeted the hunters and hurried to tell Sun Moa that they had been waiting for her. Sun Moa greeted them in return. She said that they had conveyed their desire to meet with Moa. After a long meeting, the hunting association came to the conclusion that only Sun Moa could help them in the current situation. That was why they had turned to her. Sun Moa did not quite understand what they were talking about, so she thought that the hunting association wanted to offer her to join forces to fight the threat hanging in the sky. But they did not call Sun Moa to talk about the final battle. They wanted Sun Moa to evacuate the entire hunting association with her. The hunters did not expect to hear this. Evacuation meant going far away to avoid danger, but the system allowed those who chose evacuation to choose which region to take with them. However, they could not choose who exactly they wanted to take with them. Of course, servants were an exception. They always moved with the king. But the rest had to be very strong and awakened to remain in the territory chosen by the king. But this criterion was not known. After all, Sun Moa did not know as much information as they did, but she could not choose the entire population as servants. Soho warned that they only knew that the king was choosing people for evacuation. Sun Moa informed the hunting association that she had decided to fight rather than flee. There was an uproar. No one had expected such a decision. Was there really a chance of victory? Everyone present wondered why Sun Moa had chosen this option. Was it wise to put themselves in danger? Sun Moa decided to explain to them that not everyone would be able to escape, only the strong awakened ones who could withstand the transfer. Besides, the monsters had seen how the hunters treated them for resources. Most likely, when they were transported, the monsters would treat the humans the same way. The hunting association found it hard to believe what Sun Moa was saying. Could it be that awakened beings of their level would not be able to survive the transfer? They were frightened by the possibility of losing. If they lost, everyone would die. The association believed that ordinary people were useless anyway. There was no point in saving the talented among ordinary people, as they had no chance of survival. Sun Moa hurried to inform them that her decision was putting everyone at risk. The awakened and ordinary people would never be on equal footing. They did not understand how Sun Moa could think she had the right to decide for everyone, but that was exactly what Moa believed. Sun Moa was saddened that the hunting association was only thinking of itself, so she asked them a counter question. Didn't they think that the king and the awakened could be on equal terms? Sun Moa informed them that more resources were needed to evacuate more people, so Sun Moa asked for more detailed information about the underground passages in their country. Sun Moa's words shocked everyone in the hunting organization, but they had to provide information from the top secret section, not information that was known to everyone. 20 minutes passed after Sun Moa entered the meeting room. The hunting association had 10 minutes left to provide all the information. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Sun Moa looked through all the documents she had been given. So Jihan didn't want to believe that Sun Moa was seriously thinking about escaping. In fact, she had simply deceived them for information, but Sun Moa also considered the possibility of losing. She even began to have nightmares about monsters destroying people and harvesting their resources. Seo Jihan wasn't against Sun Moa's plan, but he kept wondering if Moa would still choose to fight, even if she could save her mother and brother. So Sun Moa still decided to fight, even though she didn't know any of these people. So Jihan was worried that the hunting organization would find out about Sun Moa's lie, but Sun Moa quickly reassured Jihan that they wouldn't do anything because of the recording on her phone. A new day began. Sun Moa and So Jihan were going to go to the dungeon and try to make peace with the bosses of the new dungeons. It turned out to be difficult to talk to the bosses. Everyone who saw Sun Moa immediately ran away from her. Sun Moa was in despair but ready to meet the next boss. Everyone was afraid of Sun Moa. As soon as she started talking, they immediately asked her to leave. Therefore, all the other bosses asked not to disturb them in their final hours. Some bosses did not take Sun Moa seriously and said insulting words to her. So Sun Moa was upset about the failure of the negotiations. There were 4 hours left before So Jihan could materialize. He would have time to take on a physical body before the fight. Therefore, Sun Moa did not want So Jihan to participate in the duel. He was good at close combat, so Moa was worried that Jihan could easily be defeated. Sun Moa could fight from a distance, so she could win on her own. It seems that So Jihan was offended by Sun Moa's words. The 7th boss appeared to negotiate with Sun Moa. Moa really hoped that this boss would not run away like the rest. The monster introduced himself as Sapientir, but at the moment he was called Sapinus. Sapinitis, the king of beasts. He was curious why the Lord of the Hall had come to see him. Sun Moa got straight to the point and explained that she wanted to ask for help in a duel. But Sapinus believed that Sun Moa wanted to use his horns to increase her strength before escaping. Sun Moa assured Sapinus that she had no intention of running away. She wanted to stay for the duel to try to save everyone. Of course, Sapinisu was also curious as to why Sun Moa had decided to stay. Sun Moa explained to him that she had enough strength to destroy the Devourer and save the land. Sun Moa did not understand Sapinisu's reaction. It was hard for the monster to believe that Sun Moa had really decided to stay and fight the Devourer. Sapinisu now definitely did not want to give up his crown. He believed that Sun Moa would destroy him to get the crown. Sun Moa assured Sapinisu that no one needed to be destroyed, but Sapinisu was not convinced, so he asked Sun Moa to leave his dungeon. So Jihan did not expect them to just turn around and leave. If Sun Moa wanted to take the crown, she could have done so by force. Sun Moa thought that Sapinisa knew something. If he was simply destroyed, the information would not be obtained. There were still bosses, and it was necessary to talk to them as well. Besides, there was the future that Nefkis had shown Moa and Jihan. Sun Moa was alive and well there. It was nothing like the present. That was the future, which meant that Moa had won. So Sun Moa hoped only for victory. Even now she could win, but she had to act carefully. Still, Sun Moa was worried because she had cried alone that day. There was no one around her, not even So Jihan. Sun Moa looked anxiously at Seo Jihan and asked if he would stay with her no matter what. Seo Jihan's cheeks flushed. Of course he would stay with Moa. He was her subordinate and she was his queen. That was all Moa wanted to hear. It was time to go to the next dungeon. Sun Moa's level rose to L35. Thanks to So Jihan, Sun Moa got everything she wanted. When So Jihan materialized, they managed to obtain the crowns of the 9 bosses. There was little time left, so they had to act decisively. Sun Moa only had to make a choice. There were 10 minutes left before the barrier was completely destroyed. So Sun Moa had to hurry up with her choice. If she didn't choose the second chance, Sun Moa would have no other option. A notification popped up on the blue screen stating that if she lost, she would be penalized. Sun Moa was surprised by this message, but Sun Moa felt that the system was worried about her. Moa made her choice. Everyone received a notification that Sun Moa had refused to evacuate. Of course, everyone was shocked and did not understand Sun Moa's choice. As soon as Sun Moa's team saw this message, it became clear that the match was about to begin. Everyone was very nervous. The chances of winning were slim. Of course, Sun Moa was also very nervous, but she told everyone that she felt everything would be fine. It seemed that Sun Moa was reassuring not only others, but also herself. Therefore, Sun Moa tried very hard to forget the scene she had seen in the future, but she couldn't. She was worried that if she won, so Jihan would not be in her future. Sun Moa was also very worried that Jihan would be hurt and something would happen to his soul. So Jihan looked at Sun Moa with concern and couldn't understand what was happening to her. On the day she saw the future, Sun Moa did not tell So Jihan that he was not there. But So Jihan did not listen to Sun Moa. He thought it was time to do it. Today was the perfect moment to tell Moa about it. Jihan knew he had to do it first. Sun Moa thought that Seo Jihan had misunderstood something. It so happened that they said the same thing to each other at the same time. Moa told him that Jihan might disappear. He confessed his love. Moa didn't understand why Jihan decided to confess his feelings at that moment. He thought that it was the right time to do so, especially since they had a future together. Sun Moa thought Jihan was very brave. Now it was clear why he was #1 in the rankings. Seo Jihan confessed that it was the first time he had ever loved someone so much. So Jihan repeated once again that he loved Sun Moa. Now he was ready to hear what Sun Moa wanted to tell him. Sun Moa explained to So Jihan that he might disappear if they won. The future Sun Moa saw was without So Jihan. Seo Jihan tried to calm Sun Moa down. She had only seen a glimpse of her future. He had also seen his future. Seo Jihan's future was not bad, but rather good. Seo Jihan did not even know how they would be able to reach that moment. Moreover, even if Seo Jihan disappeared, those who were dear to Sun Moa would survive. But Seo Jihan was also a very dear person to Sun Moa. All the items that Sun Moa had received for the evacuation could be used in the battle. The barrier was completely destroyed. The hunters had to move to the battlefield. After moving, the battle would begin immediately. When they met, the predator said only one thing to Sun Moa. "You came." Sun Moa wished him luck in the battle. The devourer asked Sun Moa to step aside and not interfere. The predator was very hungry. Sun Moa kept hearing noises. It sounded like the voices of several people. Jihan did not hear them. Jihan tried to listen and hear something, but there was only silence, which frightened him. Sun Moa felt as if the devourer was shouting at her. She began to listen closely to what he was saying. The devourer was so big that it looked like a shining planet, like a natural disaster. The predator wanted to satisfy its hunger. Sun Moa realized that he was not called a devourer for nothing. He devoured everything in his path, galaxies and trillions of planets. It was like gluttony. Hyonical was gluttonous. The voices Sun Moa heard belonged to those he had devoured. They begged her to save them. The predator began to devour Sun Moa's protective barrier. The barrier's protection level began to drop. It was time to start the battle. Sun Moa drank a potion that increased her strength. The level exceeded 1,000. When the strength level was 400, Sun Moa knocked down the mountain. Now she could destroy the entire Earth. But Sun Moa was worried that her power could destroy the barrier she had placed on the ground. Sun Moa struck the predator with her first blow, telling it to eat the lightning of the insect king. Sun Moa and Jihan were very surprised by what they saw. Moa's blow destroyed the devourer. Could Sun Moa really have succeeded? So Jihan also began to consider Sun Moa a monster, but Moa would only be considered a monster if he continued in the same vein. The hunters did not understand what they were seeing. When Moa attacked, part of his body disappeared. Time was running out. The barrier was disappearing. They had to keep attacking the predator. Sun Moa could still hear the voices calling for help. Sun Moa and So Jihan continued to attack the devourer. He kept talking about his hunger and begging to be fed. The hunters stood on the roof of a high-rise building and watched the fight. Moa and Jihan were really standing up to the devourer. It was hair-raising. It was something beyond human comprehension. The observers mainly watched the bright glow that was visible in the sky. The monsters also emerged from the dungeon and began to watch the battle. Only now did they believe Sun Moa. Sun Moa was expecting a fierce battle, but it looked more like cleaning than a fight. So Jihan was worried about Sun Moa's condition and her magic. Therefore, Sun Moa wanted to end the duel quickly. She saw no point in prolonging the fight, but she couldn't relax either. They weren't done yet. Sun Moa struck again. It seemed like this blow would be the last and decisive one, but it wasn't over yet. The hunters noticed that the predator was growing in size. It was time to finish. Sun Moa's mana defense was too weak. Without wasting any time, Sun Moa attacked the devourer again, but the predator repelled Sun Moa's attack. The system warned Moa and So Ji Huan that the barrier's defense was less than 20%. Sun Moa was confused. It was hard to believe that one blow could reduce the barrier's defense so much. The results began to be tallied. The decisive moment had arrived. The barrier was destroyed. The defender was defeated. A new match would be held in the entrance hall. Sun Moa now understood why the dragon had refused to give her the crown. The monster knew that if he lost, a new barrier would be created for the duration of the battle for the throne. The penalty had to be paid. That meant everyone would die. Moa began to feel intense despair. Because of her, everyone would die. But during the penalty, an error occurred. Could there have been a system malfunction? The data check was complete. The penalty was imposed on the flea. The collection of resources was complete. Like So Jihan, Moa did not understand what was happening. Could all the fleas on Earth have died? The barrier was only restored for 30 minutes. What was the point of returning to the throne room and trying to win again? The hunters saw the devourer disappear and then reappear, but they couldn't understand how Sun Moa and So Jihan had lost. It was all because of Sun Moa's attack. Ban So Jin guessed that the mistake was made only because Moa had initially sat on the throne like a flea. Indam noticed that Moa had not run away, but had only managed to take the fleas with her. It was good that everything turned out that way. The hunters had another chance to win. So Jihan asked Sun Moa that they must win this time too. Yoon and Dam wondered if they had the same plan this time. Sun Moa wasn't sure it would work, but it was worth a try. After all, Sun Moa had tried to turn herself into a flea but failed. All the fleas had been destroyed. They had to do something else. Yoon Indam suggested that Moa turn herself into a mosquito or something else. Sun Moa was unsure about this plan. There was no guarantee that they would be lucky again. So Jihan was also sure that it wouldn't work a second time. Sun Moa noticed that all the monsters were on alert, but she didn't understand why. Ban So-ho explained that all the monsters would try to destroy the strongest lord first. If that happened, it would be very difficult for the hunters in this battle. The barrier was raised, the hunters prepared to attack the monsters, but all the monsters stood still. The hunters did not understand why no one was attacking. Yoon and Dam suggested that Sun Moa simply run to the throne, but Bong So-ho noticed that one of the monsters had started to move. Sephinus was approaching Sun Moa. She understood perfectly well that this boss knew more than the others. Sephinus was just waiting for Sun Moa to lose because he knew that the hall would open again. Sun Moa guessed that Sephinus wanted to take her crown and claim the throne, but Sun Moa was not going to give up easily. But none of the monsters attacked Sun Moa. They had come to bow down to their king. Sun Moa's entire team was shocked and surprised. The monsters' move was very unexpected. Sun Moa looked at the monsters in surprise and just wanted someone to explain what was happening in the hall. So Sun Moa proved her loyalty. All the monsters recognized Sun Moa's sincerity. Each king began to give up his crown one by one and become her servant. Sun Moa felt the emotions of each king. Their fear, despair, and hopelessness. Each was ready to give up everything he had for one goal. Each of the bosses simply wanted to live and protect their families. Sun Moa thanked each of the rulers. Moa strengthened her powers to the maximum level. Now Sun Moa was sure to win. All the monsters lined up on both sides. Sun Moa boldly stepped toward the throne. Of course, Sun Moa was sure that no creature had the right to destroy other planets, so that others could have confidence in tomorrow. They had to defeat the Devourer. There was no other way out. Sun Moa again refused to evacuate. Sun Moa just sighed after making her choice. So Jihan quickly climbed the stairs to Moa. Everyone saw the announcement about the refusal to evacuate. But Sun Moa was not sure of her choice. However, there was no other option. This was the last attempt, so she could not miss it. In the previous battle, Sun Moa had used up almost all of her resources, so she could only cast a barrier to protect Moa for 2 seconds. No one present expected such a turn of events. 2 seconds was too little. It meant only one thing. Everyone would die as soon as the battle began. Sun Moa had lost the previous battle from a single attack by the Predator. A new defense plan had to be devised urgently. Sun Moa considered various options until she finally came up with something. The hunters had a barrier that regenerated after the last battle. This barrier was supposed to last 30 minutes, but Moa only had 12 minutes left, so that meant only one thing. There was no time to waste. They had to act immediately. Sun Moa and So Jihan immediately set off to get to the decisive battle in time. What Sun Moa and So Jihan saw surprised them greatly. It was hard to believe. The Predator began to change shape again. It seemed as if it had grown paws. This was the real Ionicle, the Devourer. Sun Moa could still hear voices calling for help, the voices of those who just wanted to live. No matter what Ionicle looked like to Sun Moa, it didn't change anything. There wasn't enough time left to save humanity. So Sun Moa immediately began attacking the Devourer. Sun Moa wanted the Predator to die as quickly as possible, so she attacked without stopping. So Jihan was shocked by how strong Sun Moa had become. The effect of the potion that had enhanced her strength had long since worn off, so Sun Moa was using only her own strength. For So Jihan, as for everyone else, Sun Moa was much more terrifying than Ionicle. Moa had become very strong. With a single blow, she could destroy the entire Earth. So Jihan saw all of Sun Moa's power. Now he too had hope for victory. The duel was not over yet. Sun Moa decided to stop to take the potion for herself, but that was not a very good idea. Moa was poisoned by the potion, but despite everything, Sun Moa decided to do what she thought was necessary. She decided to climb higher to be closer to the Devourer, so Jihan was very worried about Sun Moa. He didn't want to lose her, so he thought it wasn't necessary to get too close. But Moa was hard to convince. Sun Moa wanted to make sure that the predator was finished. She couldn't take the potion yet, but Moa was sure that she could do without it and finish the fight. Moa wanted to use the most powerful force she had, but she had doubts. What if Sun Moa's body couldn't withstand it, and she died along with the devourer? If Sun Moa died, the visions of the past would not be true. She felt a strong fear and began to doubt the correctness of her choice. Sun Moa wanted to run away. She began to regret not choosing evacuation when she had the chance. All Sun Moa wanted was to live a normal life. Sun Moa was only able to come to her senses and gather her strength thanks to the voices calling for help. She had been through too much to just give up. Sun Moa had to do it even if it meant dying. The main thing was that she could save others. Seo Jihan still couldn't understand who Sun Moa was talking to all the time. He just couldn't hear the voices that were constantly talking to Moa. Sun Moa wanted to live up to everyone's expectations and dreams. She wanted to protect the future, so she asked Seo Jihan to stay behind her. There were 15 seconds left before the barrier disappeared completely. Sun Moa had to hurry. She knew she could do it. Sun Moa decided to just continue doing what Seo Jihan had always done. He didn't put things off. He just took action right away. Only a bright blue light appeared in the sky. To people, it looked like a big star. To Moa, it looked like hell. After a big and powerful hit from Ionicle, there was almost nothing left of Sun Moa. She was able to punch right through him. Only a black spot was visible from the predator. The hunters hoped that the battle was finally over, but the system window announced that the devourer had begun to recover. It was hard to believe. Another notification popped up. The devourer could not be destroyed by internal damage. The system decided to self-destruct. This decision would be enforced. Mo-A and Jihan did not understand what was happening. Ionicle was reborn again. To destroy Mo-A, she had to insert a destructive resource into the predator. This required a vessel. The Soul Stone was a suitable vessel. It was hard to believe that the Soul Stone would become a decoy vessel, but the hunters had no other choice. Mo-A did not believe it because she had heard from Seo Jihan, but Seo Jihan himself believed that the system had led him to this duel for a reason. The system needed a trump card to finally finish off the devourer. The Soul Stone was insurance, although the system did not say so directly in the message. It just hinted at it subtly. Was that why Sun Moa didn't see Seo Jihan next to her in the future? Now it was clear why Moa was crying. Sun Moa decided that the system had heard their conversation, where Seo Jihan said he was ready to sacrifice himself, as long as Moa and her loved ones survived. The system did not specify whose soul stone it should be. Seo Jihan assured Moa that everything would be fine with him. That may be true for him, but it would not be fine for Sun Moa. Sun Moa couldn't risk Jihan. She couldn't do that to him. She couldn't even imagine a day without him. Seo Jihan just wanted Sun Moa to survive. Sun Moa got another soul stone. It was the soul of the villain Kim. As soon as Sun Moa got the stone, Kim's soul appeared before them. He didn't understand what he was doing in space or what Moa and Jihan were planning. After all, Sun Moa had only just remembered Kim's soul. When he died, Moa took his soul with her, so it was this soul stone that had to be used. Sun Moa just wanted to break the soul stone, but if there was an opportunity to use the stone for good, she had to seize it. So Jihan considered Sun Moa a genius. It seemed that only Kim didn't like Sun Moa's plan. They had to explain to Kim that a soul stone was needed to destroy the devourer. So Sun Moa would use Director Kim's stone. It was a brilliant plan. Kim didn't like this plan at all. He didn't understand how it could be used, but Sun Moa and Seo Jihan didn't care what Kim thought. Director Kim had caused a lot of harm to other people. This was a great chance to at least pay for some of his sins. But Kim still didn't want that. Sun Moa began to transfer the soul stone into the devourer. Kim begged them not to do it, but the hunters didn't care about Kim's wishes. As soon as the predator swallowed the soul stone, Sun Moa had to strike with her lightning ability to cause an explosion. Sun Moa began preparing for the attack. Sun Moa was able to do it. The self-destruction process began. Moa and Jihan had to get out of there if they didn't want to be hurt by the explosion. So Jihan hurried to get the teleportation scroll, but Sun Moa was worried about those inside the devourer. Would they also just disappear? A bright light filled the sky. The explosion resembled fireworks set off on holidays. So Jihan and Sun Moa watched the explosion near the house where they had been living recently. It was difficult to tell if it had worked. If not, it would definitely be the end of Earth. Many different lights appeared in the sky. This meant that everything had worked. So Jihan wanted to kiss Sun Moa but hesitated. Sun Moa didn't understand why Jihan was hesitating. Was he afraid of her reaction? Sun Moa realized that only courage could fill the void. So she decided to kiss Seo Jihan herself. If he was afraid to do it first? Sun Moa also confessed her love to Seo Jihan. She thought she saw tears in his eyes. Finally, the devourer was destroyed. Sun Moa and Seo Jihan were able to save the whole world. Only now did Seo Jihan understand what he had seen in the future. When he first saw this scene, Jihan thought it was just fireworks. If you didn't know what it really was, you could have thought it was just fireworks. But Sun Moa wondered if Jihan had seen anything else besides that. Ionicle was completely destroyed, so Jihan decided to tell Sun Moa about his feelings again. He loved her so much. The devourer was completely gone, but it seemed like the two lovers weren't really thinking about that. They just wanted to spend some time together. Many changes took place after the destruction of the Devourer, but Sun Moa was not thinking about that. She just wanted to enjoy the moment, because Moa and Jihan had finally achieved peace. Sun Moa sat alone in her hotel room and just cried. Was it all because of that vision from the future? She didn't expect to feel so ashamed. She was embarrassed that she was crying. Sun Moa didn't want to leave the room anymore. It would have been better to just talk. Sun Moa never thought she would be caught up in something like this. It all started 2 days ago, on the night when the Devourer was destroyed, when, after kissing, Sun Moa and So Jihan didn't know how to behave. Sun Moa simply suggested going down to the basement to join the others. Seo Jihan agreed with her. Surely everyone was waiting for them. Sun Moa decided to open the passage to the dungeon immediately. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Sun Moa and Jihan were indeed waiting in the dungeon. The tables were set and everyone was ready to celebrate their victory. Elphanus learned that this was how happy events were celebrated on Earth, so he decided to throw a party with everyone in the dungeon. One of the monsters pointed out to Sun Moa that last time their king had celebrated the victory in Nefkis' dungeon without them. Sun Moa felt uncomfortable. The conversation had to be postponed until later. Now everyone had to raise their glasses to the victory over the Devourer, and to the fact that everyone had survived. It was truly a happy moment. Finally, everyone could stop fearing for their lives and begin to live in peace. Everyone was having a good time. Yoon and Dam decided to ask Sun Moa if it was really over. Sun Moa couldn't believe it was true, but evil had been destroyed. After the victory, Sun Moa expected everything to change, and indeed it did. Sun Moa received a new title, First Opponent. She also received even more power as a reward. But the greatest and best reward was the region of Earth. Everyone was so surprised that they forgot what they were celebrating. For a while, everyone stood still, not knowing how to react to such news. But then everyone began to congratulate Sun Moa on her award. Some said to themselves that Sun Moa's friendship would be eternal. But Sun Moa knew for sure that without So Jihan, she would not have succeeded. Everything happened exactly as Moa wanted. Sun Moa wanted to change the subject from her award and started talking about them with So Jihan. Yoon In Dam and Bang So Jin were like two annoying flies. They started demanding details. Finally, it was over and everyone was happy. Sun Moa breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Moa gained another ability, viewing records. So Sun Moa decided to try this ability. As soon as she selected it, she saw the Devourer. The impression was like Nefkis' vision of the future. The Devourer was a creature that lived for one purpose only, to consume everything in its path. One day it appeared in a rift between dimensions. Since then, it had been wandering between worlds. Sun Moa saw a message thanking her for saving all those who had fallen into the clutches of the predator. So Jihan and Indam noticed that something was happening to Sun Moa. They looked at her in fear. Sun Moa assured them that she was fine. She was just testing a new ability. It seemed that the system had given Sun Moa access to complete information, so Sun Moa's cases could no longer be viewed. Yoon and Dam looked at Sun Moa in surprise. Why did she decide that there were no more cases? Moa thought that if the Devourer had been destroyed, there should be no more cases. The Earth now belonged to Sun Moa, so she would have to rule the world. So Jihan thought it was all nonsense. But Yoon and Dam didn't think it was nonsense. He thought they would attack again. In any case, today they should rest and have fun. The next morning, Sun Moa decided to check the news. There were many comments, and they were all directed at Sun Moa. This was the attack that Indam had mentioned. The shocking news was that a duel for the right to own the dungeon was to take place, so Jihan did not understand what this cold duel was about. So Sun Moa understood that this was just manipulation by the government. They wanted to get rid of her because of public opinion. Yoon and Dam hoped that Moa would not stand aside. But Sun Moa hoped that the hunters would understand. They had to understand that they could all die. But unfortunately, in the face of power and money, that meant nothing. Sun Moa couldn't just stand by and watch, so she decided to fight back. Indam was overjoyed at her decision. The meeting about the ownership of the dungeon was to take place the following month. Sun Moa decided to attend as well. It was time to find out who was behind this. Seo Jihan and Yoon Indam were shocked by the news of the meeting to decide who would become the owner of the dungeon. It all seemed ridiculous. The owner of the basement was Sun Moa. So Jin returned home in the morning. Sun Moa quickly told her the latest news and their plan of action. Sun Moa planned to attend the meeting. She had no other ideas. But Bang So Jin had ideas. Bang So Jin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The hunters hadn't heard the idea yet, but they were already scared. So Jin suggested starting intimidation training. It seemed that only Yoon and Dam was enthusiastic about this idea. However, it was not surprising that So Jin and Indam were birds of a feather. The day of the meeting arrived. Representatives from various countries began to arrive in Korea. All information about the meeting was classified, but the purpose of the meeting was known to everyone. At the meeting, they would decide who would get the dungeon, but it was unclear how to enter it because Sun Moa, who was considered a terrorist, had put up a barrier around it. The reporter believed that the hunters could destroy the barrier by joining forces. She also believed that Sun Moa did not deserve power over the entire world. The International Congress on the Dungeon was about to begin. Everyone was curious to find out what benefits Korea would gain. Everyone knew why they had gathered, so there was no time to waste. Korea had long been an ally of other countries. Noise and commotion broke out in the meeting hall. Everyone was asked to calm down. Everyone at the Congress had agreed earlier that they would unite and use the underground world according to common rules. The Congress had gathered to establish rules for use, not to put on a circus. Unknown people appeared before the Congress and claimed that it was ridiculous to listen to them. The Congress looked at Sun Moa in surprise. She was immediately informed that Moa must renounce her illegal appropriation of public property. The Congress also insisted that Sun Moa revoke her ownership rights to the dungeon and pay compensation for the dungeons that Moa had closed. Congress believed that the Devourer was the work of Sun Moa, so they demanded that she explain everything. Everyone spoke different languages, but Sun Moa understood them all. On the day of their last meeting, Sun Moa assured them that everyone could die, but this did not happen. So they accused Moa of simply lying. It seems that Sun Moa understood them because the earth was all hers. So Sun Moa demanded that everything be returned. Moa's voice seemed to pierce the minds of those present. Sun Moa began to speak as the ruler of Earth. Sun Moa decided to explain again that the earth belonged to everyone. When there were dungeons all over the world, each country had its own dungeon. Now there was only one. Of course, there was logic in these words, but the earth no longer belonged to them. From now on, the earth belonged only to Sun Moa. But the Congress did not take Moe's words seriously. Sun Moe could not hide the earth in her inventory. Moe explained to those present that the system itself had given her the earth as a reward. The system had given Sun Moe the earth as a reward for saving the pitiful wretches from the Devourer, who had destroyed many worlds. The hunters came to the meeting only to fill the Congress with monsters and sacrifice people for their own salvation. Yoon and Dam asked the Congress not to wriggle out of it, because the hunters had a very interesting video recording, as well as a recording where they talked about evacuation. So Sun Moa asked the Congress not to touch her things, her territory, her people, and her earth anymore. They had encroached on Sun Moa's territory so selfishly. Sun Moa assured the Congress that if they wanted war, she would destroy them. Yoon and Dam interrupted Sun Moa and asked her to say that she would destroy them. Sun Moa gave the Congress 1 week to think it over. Either they would fight Sun Moa or submit to her. The news reported that an unknown barrier had covered the entire earth. It seemed that Sun Moa had decided to defend her possessions. Returning home, everyone rejoiced at their success. Sun Moa was on top of the world, but Sun Moa wanted to be alone. So Jihan did not understand what was happening to Sun Moa. She looked beautiful in the meeting room. Sun Moa just wanted to think everything through in complete silence, so she asked no one to follow her. Seo Jihan was puzzled. He didn't understand what had happened or where Sun Moa had gone. He began to think that he had done something wrong. Sun Moa went to the hotel. She began to cry, not understanding how she could have said to fight or submit. Ban Sojin had taught her to say that. But Sojin had taught her only one phrase, "Get out of my land." But Yoon and Dam didn't think it was a very impressive phrase, so Ban Soho suggested fighting or submitting. Sun Moa was in despair. She had successfully intimidated the world. This was not like Sun Moa at all, because Moa liked to resolve all